Harry Potter and the Rise of the Protector. Synopsis. A young man reborn into his favorite world. He was granted some request after his death, but the problem was that the Grantaire had no control over how those requests were to be granted. Watch as he grows from a single boy in the dark to a protector who wishes to light the path forward for the magical world one step at a time. I just couldn't read other fanfics cause this idea just kept ringing in my head. It's my very first time writing or posting anywhere. And I obviously don't own any of the settings, but so what? I'm doing cause I felt like it and for the fun of it. 1. Ch1 Prologue. Damn, that hurt. I really didn't think my day would end, or should I say my life would end like this. But of all things, why did it have to be truck? It's not like there aren't any other ways to die. I am not even Japanese or from Japan, nor was I there or have ever been there. So why a truck? Going back a bit as a form of introduction, just to be polite. My name is or was apparently Michael Falster, above average in most things in my life, good family with some loving and supportive parents, the ever-annoying sibling that is the elder I must never admit to actually loving and constantly protecting, good grades in school and active enough in physical activities. Aside from that, my hobbies and interests were pretty varied from literature to martial arts, with a little bit of the anime thrown in there I am unashamed to admit. Though if I had something to admit is that I was a bit too much into online novels of a lot of genres. I read everything from some of the gritty anti-heroes and straight-up villains to the fluffy romance ones with some drama thrown in to face slap some people. I was recently indoctrinated into the world of fanfics and I have to say it ate a lot of my time. Star Wars, Naruto, MHA, Bleach, but for some reason the ones that made me lose myself in the world they recreated over and over again were the Harry Potter ones. I just enjoy the characters and how some changes or points of views could change the way everything ends. Now that you have a basic grasp of who I am, let's get back to how I died because it just made me curse at the cliché of it all. I'd just finished high school with good enough grades to enroll into the university of my choice and with my parents supporting the path I was trying to follow in my life. I took a long time to really think about what I wanted to do in life and I come up with something no one envisions for themselves as a child. I wanted to teach. On my way back from the university to fill out some of the last forms and get my student ID. I stopped to get some of my favorite snacks as a reward for everything going well. As I stepped outside and got to the corner of the street, I saw a young mother and her child crossing the street. We know where this is going. She looked like she twisted her ankle due to her heels and was hurting pretty badly, so I stepped up to help. I got to the kid who looked like she was almost about to cry and said, "Hey there, little one. My name's Michael, I'm going help your mommy get out of the street, so can you go to the bench right there and wait for us?" As I pointed to bus stop at the corner. The little girl nodded and ran over to stop, turned around and stared at her mother. "Thank you for the help, these are new shoes and I just misstepped," said the young mother on the ground. I extended my hand and replied, "It's no problem at all. Let's just get you out of the street first." I got her up, picked up her purse and started to make my way over to the sidewalk. And that's when I heard a loud honk. Then I saw a light coming towards our direction. Problem was that it was coming towards me and the hurt women, but swerving out of control towards the bus stop, which just so happens to contain one frozen little girl. "Millie!" The mother yells in horror as she realizes where the truck is heading towards. In that moment I don't know what came over me, but I let go of the mother and sprinted towards the girl. As the truck got closer I jumped and pushed the girl out of the way. And it was just in time for me to get hit by truck, and boy did that not feel great. Even if it was just for a short while, I don't think I can forget the sound of pretty much every part of me snapping and crunching at the impact. I did see that the girl was out of danger the moment before I got hit, which is nice to know since I'm not getting up from this. I know this, everyone who saw this knows it, and I honestly couldn't even feel much of anything at that point. Everything was simply getting darker and darker as my brain was shutting down, until I closed my eyes and just let myself go into the darkness. That is until I realized I was still thinking. I couldn't feel my body, so my first thought was that I lived but somehow ended up completely paralyzed. But after a few minutes I also noticed that I'm not breathing or feeling any sort of pain, which I assumed that being paralyzed doesn't stop from feeling pain. This made me think of a lot of possibilities. 1 is that I'm a soul and I'm being judged right now, 2 is that this is limbo, 3 is that this is the afterlife, which in all honesty sound frightening, I mean an eternity of nothing is just horrifying, and lastly that this is somehow a waiting room for something. After what could be considered a few dozen minutes there was a sudden white light that engulfed me. A few seconds later I'm standing or floating or whatever I doing in front of 2 people. One is a man seemingly in nearing middle-aged, judging by his salt pepper hair and neatly trimmed beard on his sharp face made him look like stern man. He had the red eyes which almost seemed to glow with how intense they were and was wearing almost blood-red robes kinda similar to what Jedis wear. The other was a woman, she had pitch black hair and eyes, looking like darkness itself, but her features were gentle like a mother waiting for you to fall asleep, wearing a similar robe to the man but black as her hair. They were looking at me until finally the man opened his mouth to say, "Michael Falster, you are now dead." "Well fuck," I reply as that last bit of hope to still being alive just crashed. I thought of my parents and even my little brother. My friends. My dreams. Everything that I thought I could do in my life. Then two random thoughts came from the back of my mind, at least I saved that little girl and I'm glad I didn't die a virgin. Cough cough, I hear as I snap out of my thoughts. Now unfortunately what my husband said to you is true. I hear the black-haired woman say as she shows an apologetic expression on her face. But there is some good news. You performed an incredibly good deed before your death and you've also led a good life, with the fact that you actually weren't meant to die yet. And so we've decided to give a second chance. I froze. Isn't the exact situation that anyone who's read some reincarnation stories dreams about? Isn't that what I've dreamed about at least 100 times? It can actually happen. Does that mean going to a different world like a fantasy one or sci-fi one? I asked to confirm exactly what they were offering. That's right, said the stern-looking man. And do I get to choose where I go? Asking for clarification. We will have to see if it's an appropriate world, but yes, you do get a choice, answered the almost motherly woman. And do I get some kind of cheat ability or skill to help me? I asked in a hopeful manner. No, answered the man, basically crushing my hopes. Oh, stop being so harsh and explain things properly, dear, said the woman in a slightly huffy manner. She looked back at me and said, you do get some bonuses as long as they aren't going too far, but do be warned that it will be up to the world to fulfill your desires. We will simply make it so they will be fulfilled but cannot do it directly, as that would encroach on the domain of other gods and they would probably try to kill you and get us punished for it. Explaining how this would work. So I get wishes as long as they aren't too extreme and you don't have any control on how they would be granted. I asked to confirm. Both simply nod at my question. This makes me think for a while until I finally make up my mind. I mean, this is something I've dreamed about for a long time, so I did have things planned out in an imaginary manner. Can I go into the world of Harry Potter as a wizard? I asked the couple. That is an acceptable world. Reasonable risk, no dimensional travel, no ascension possibility, you have knowledge about it, close to your own and with a lot of leeway to make your bonuses come true, said the man with the most words I've heard out of him so far. Can I be born a few years before Harry Potter? I'm asking in the hopes of getting closer to my ideal path. Of course, dear. As long as you don't ask to be put into any of the truly important people chosen by the world's fate, you're fine, answered the woman in a gentle manner. That's great. And how many requests can I make to help me in my new life? I asked excitedly. Depends on the requests, the man answered back in his short but to the point manner. I was think of being born with some kind of family legacy, like being the heir to a lost or noble family, possessing an almost eidetic memory, being a natural Occlumen, possessing an enormous amount of magic, being able to communicate with animals and magical creatures, and finally adding an incredible will to improve myself and never giving up, and being handsome, never hurt anyone, I said to the duo as I finished my ideal list of desires. The bloodline will be easy enough when inserting you in the requested time period. The occlumency and eidetic memory can be related, hence will not pose any issue. The magical energy will be a bit trickier. We will have to work with how the world would make it possible, but making your body extremely adaptable and giving your new body the ability to absorb and manipulate magic with some practice should ready you for however it is done. Your looks certainly won't be an issue, and giving the requested willpower and drive is simple enough. The last ability you requested will truly depend on if the world will allow this. We will not be able to help. The man answered all my requests in a direct and final manner, whilst also beating his previous record of words spoken. Yes, I do believe that everything apart from that will not break the limits of the world. And do you worry your little head about anything, I'll handle your looks and make you perfect, the woman said with a look that almost made me see stars in her eyes. Then I will thank you in advance for everything, I said to convey my appreciation. Ah. Will I keep my memories of my previous life? I asked, remembering cause I really want to remember. They looked at each other for a moment before they nodded in response. That should be everything then, I said as I was thinking if I had missed anything. Then you should prepare yourself, dear, we are going to send you down in a moment then, she said while looking at me with excited eyes. Prepare yourself, because your wishes will almost certainly require you to suffer quite a bit. But only for some time, and you shall attain your rewards, said the man, warning me about the dangers of the situation. Thank you both, but before I leave I did want to ask who both of you are. It's kinda rude that I didn't do so before, but I do want to thank you properly for everything, I said slightly sheepishly while looking at them. We are Death, they answered in perfect unison. And now it is your time to depart. I blanked at the response. Then thank you for everything, Mr. and Mrs. Death, yelling as everything was fading away. And that's how my second life began. 2. Ch2 Aiden Bones. I opened my eyes for the first time in this new life of mine with my head hurting and seeing something I didn't expect, a body. I saw a woman holding onto me, shielding me with her own body, with tears coming down her face but with a fire in her eyes they could not extinguish. She looked frightened, but it did not stop her as she kept looking at me. She had long chestnut-colored hair, a pair of steel blue eyes, soft features which shows that she must have been pretty if it wasn't for all the dust and dirt across her face. It's alright Aiden, it's alright, you're okay. Daddy and Mommy will take care of all those nasty men. Just keep quiet for a while, okay? She said to me, trying to reassure me as she wiped a bit of blood of my head. It looks like something happened and this Aiden died and that allowed me to become him. Thinking about how the Mr. and Mrs. Death sent me here. And it looks like I'm young, like no more than 5 young. The woman in front of me took me into her arms and ran while holding me and muttering to herself, I hope the order notices what's wrong soon, because if they don't I truly don't know what we can do. We arrived at a staircase where a man was running towards us. He turned around the instant he heard a noise coming from the door behind him, whipped his wand and shot out a series of spells resulting in a large cut appearing in the door and a man falling while clutching his throat. We have to go now, my love. We can't hold them back. The house elves are all but dead and everyone else is simply trying to drag more down with them. The man who I assume would be my father, by that way he looked at both me and the woman who appears as my mother. This whole time I've just been so confused. I wake up in an unknown house, held by some woman who is apparently my mother, and we are running around while screams and explosions just keep happening. There are bodies laying on the ground and people fighting everywhere. I keep looking at the man in front of me in the hopes of getting some kind of information. His hair was short and brown, it must have been styled in some manner, but unfortunately for him the battles made him look completely disheveled. His hair had mud and what I presume is blood matting it, his face looked stern and serious with sharp features, a neatly trimmed mustache and strong-looking chin. His green eyes looked at the both of us tenderly, but also with a hint of sadness in them as he seemed to know that all this would not end well at all. Hide with Aiden, I can't let them find the both of you. He said in an authoritative tone while looking at my new mother. You think I'm just going to leave you to fight alone, Edgar? Not a chance in hell. She almost growled back at him with an angry look in her eyes. Serena, please. We can't just leave Aiden alone in this world. Hide him and yourself. This way I can truly protect you both. He replied imploringly at his wife. She looked at the man for a moment with a steely gaze before slowly nodding. Thank you, my love. He said with a sign of relief. She kissed him briefly before running towards the back of the house. We came to a large room filled with bookshelves and a fireplace lit with a few reading chairs near it. She pulled a blue book and it opened a secret compartment behind one of the bookshelves. She put me in the room before hearing shouts and more explosions coming from the direction we came from. She bit her lip, placed me down on the bench inside before looking at me. Aiden, you are our beloved child and I'm so sorry for having to do this, but I simply cannot leave your father. You will have to be strong for Mommy, okay? You are the proud heir to the House of Bones. You may break a few, but we will come back stronger. We are never afraid to fight for what we believe, even when the world doesn't share that belief. So be a good boy and stay quiet for me, please. Because I need to believe that what I will do will keep you safe. I love you so much, so very much, and I know that in the future you will do me and your father proud. She said as her voice went from determined to unbelievably soft and gentle. She bent down and placed a soft kiss on my forehead. I don't know why, but that one kiss made me unable to hold back the tears I didn't know I was about to shed. I truly did not want this woman. You looked at me like I was the world to her, to leave me. I felt such pure love in that one kiss that I just couldn't keep it in. I don't know if this came from me or from whatever was left of the original before he departed, but I didn't truly care. With my blurry eyes I simply looked at her and nodded resolutely. It doesn't matter if I just came here or that I just met these people. They are protecting me as their child. They are giving their lives for this and showing what it means to truly be resolute. I decided to do as the woman asked. I will make her proud of her decision. I will be in this world which I wanted to explore and discover as Aiden, heir to the noble House of Bones. I will fight as they did, for what they believe was right. It might not be the same, but my will shall be. With that the woman, my mother, Serena Bones, gave me one last look with deep emotions in which I could see sadness, love, anger, and determination, stepped out of the safe room and closed the door behind her. I love you, Aiden, and I'm so sorry for leaving you so soon. She said as the door finally closed with a click. I simply couldn't help but shed tears for her and the love she tried to express before leaving. The longing to see your own child grow as you watch over them and the fact that she could no longer afford that luxury. And so I waited like she asked. I waited for what seemed to be at least an hour until I felt something shake. I focused for a second and felt it shake a second time, only stronger. Then sounds like a hammer striking against the wall started. It got louder and louder until I finally heard "Conf Ringo." And the wall in front of me exploded. A man in full black robes, wearing a silver mask akin to a dead man's face, with ornate design near the eyes and on the forehead. It made it seem as if snakes were coiling themselves on the man's face, emphasizing the madness in his eyes. Besides him was a tall woman with long, thick, shining black hair. She had thin lips, dark, heavy-lidded eyes, and a strong jaw. He tight black dress and black boots added to her presence as someone you saw herself above others. And she truly believed she had nothing to hide since unlike the man, she did not have a mask, showing clearly the most famous or infamous and devoted Death Eater, Bellatrix Lestrange, looking almost as she did in the movies, only younger. Her eyes stared into mine as I didn't budge an inch to the two Death Eaters. Ha ha ha. She cackled with an almost insane glee. He doesn't look scared. The little half-blood filth stares into the eyes of his better and dares not beg. She suddenly switched to rage as if it was only at the flip of a switch. Crucio! She yelled as she pointed her wand at me. In that instant, pure pain shot through my body. I couldn't breathe, everything just stopped working like I wanted. I was simply on the floor, writhing, unable to even yell as the pain made my entire body feel like it was on fire and breaking every bone at once. You cannot imagine what it could make you feel. This is the spell she used to drive two of the bravest Order of the Phoenix members to insanity, and I'm getting first-hand experience as to why that is. She pulled back her wand with an insane grin on her face as she looked at her work. As the pain stopped, I could finally breathe. Giant breaths filled me quickly as I shivered from the leftover pain. After a few seconds I simply looked right into her eyes again and glared. The grin on her face dimmed seeing this. She lifted her wand, and as she prepared to cast the unforgivable curse again, as an arm shot up and said, "Stupefy! You dare stop me from executing the Lord's order, Barty!" She shrieked at the man beside her in anger. "Not at all, Mistress Lestrange. I simply believe he will be useful, very useful in one of the Dark Lord's experiments. Strong-willed, has some bloodline even if it was polluted by that filthy mud blood. He should be perfect," said the man, that from what Bellatrix said should be Barty Crouch Jr. And that's how after an hour of being reborn I lost my new family and was put at the center of some of the darkest magic known to wizard kind as Aiden Bones, heir of the noble Bones family. 3. Ch3 Be careful what you wish for. It's second time I wake up in a strange place today, but this time there is no one around. I look around the room I am now in and I feel I should correct myself after doing so. This isn't a room, it's a cell. And from the looks of it, appears to be in a dungeon. But honestly, who puts a kid alone in a dungeon? There's what appears to either a bench or a bed, can't really tell which one. Some kind of bucket, assuming it's for my needs. The walls are made of stones, like the room was simply carved out of the earth. There's no window. The only light comes from the small hole in the door to let people look in the cell. The door is made out of solid steel and I assume it's enchanted. Truly an almost stereotypical dungeon. Nothing happened for the first day. I could hear some doors opening and some people walking outside from time to time, but that's about it. Instead of wasting time doing nothing and dwelling on losing my new family so soon, I tried to do whatever any protagonist does in Harry Potter fanfics when young and unable to practice magic properly, occlumency and wandless magic. The first day didn't have much in the way of results. I did what every book said was the first step, and that was to clear the mind whilst meditating. I also tried to find the magic in me, but that was easier said than done. I took a week before I started to get on the right track. I started to feel some energy near my heart, and after that I started feeling that energy around me. It was only then that I remembered the death couple saying I would be able to feel and absorb magic with relative ease in my new body. I also started to make some headway in my emptying to the mind. It took some time, but I was finally able to do it. I also was able to get some sort of understanding of how things worked in this dungeon. Every day the Death Eaters or whoever is in charge here sends food down for what I can call breakfast, then they send some house elves to pick the plates, give you scour jiffy and empty the bucket. Then they don't do anything until what I'll assume is lunchtime, but that's not to give us since we only get what's enough to keep us alive, so it's basically just making rounds to check if everything is still okay. Then there's supper, which just works almost the same as breakfast. This means I have plenty of time to practice as long as I keep track of when the last movements outside happened. It's been 2 months since I came down and I've been pretty productive. I managed to make what I believe is a defense in my mind. I took some bits from Sherlock Memory Place, added some bits I'm unsure work, and tried to create a veritable fortress in my mind with guards ranging from soldiers with advanced military equipment to some fantasy like dragons. At the center is the fortress with my general knowledge and some traps, leading to the most fortified stuff I could think of, genetically locked computer within a vault which also houses my baseball-sized magic core, protected by a standing army of the most powerful fictional characters I could think of. I couldn't get the hang of creating fake memories, I just can't seem to get it right. On the other, my magic is pretty pathetic. I can barely lift the pebbles in my room. I tried everything, but I just keep fainting after a few minutes of doing it. The only consolation is that I am able to do it for greater periods of time, so it seems like those theories which state magic is like a muscle should be correct. There's also the possibility that I'm just too young, because from what I remember young wizards only usually start really feeling their magic at the age of 7. My routine of training my occlumency and magic kept going until 2.5 months in my cell door opened. 2 men wearing identical plain silver Swath Eater masks stepped into the room. The two looked like towering mountains of either fat or muscle compared to my small stature and weak body. It's your turn now, kid. Try to last longer than the last kids that were up there. I hate having to come down here with you low-breed filth. The Death Eater on the right spat out. The one grabbed me while the other cast Petrificus Totalis and then levitated me out of the room. Once in the hallway I saw maybe half a dozen cells which seemed to be identical to mine. The hall seemed to have been dug out of the earth just like the cells, the only things that looked like they had been made instead of carved are the doors and the torches. They brought me down a level, at least I now know where the stairs are, to different hallway. This one seemed better, they at least made the walls look like bricks, but there was a bunch of weird odors on this level and most of them bad. We went into a room which was lit properly unlike my cell. On the ground was a weird set of circles with a star in it, surrounded by drawn symbols and what I have to presume, judging by the redness of it all, is blood. If it's human or not I don't know, and even if I could know I don't want to. There were pieces of what looked like a lion, beige-colored legs with great claws, 3 pairs scattered at different points of a star within the circles, a tail and what looked like fangs on the other 2 points, and above the center was held a pair of eyes floating in a liquid held by a glass container. In the middle of all this was a table with what looked like straps. All I could do was watch and try to figure a way out of this situation which did not look like it would end well for me. The problem was that I was completely stuck both magical and physically, my wandless magic was laughable and I don't know how to even leave this place or how many people are here. In the end, all I could do was watch in horror at what I could guess would be a ritual and one involving blood and sacrifices, something which pretty much all fantasy worlds would call dark magic. Try not to die too quick, kid, it's annoying having to dispose of you filthy brats. Growled one of the men who as he strapped me down. All yours, sir. They said to a man standing in the corner observing everything. Leave us, said a raspy voice which sounded almost inhuman. As both men left he turned towards me and said, you will be a step on the path to create the ultimate weapon for the Dark Lord, you filthy half-blood. Be grateful for this chance or die for his glory. He turned around and walked to his own position just above my head. He pulled out a silver dagger and started a chant which I couldn't recognize as he was murmuring. Until finally he used the dagger to slice my wrists. Pain exploded and my mind started going into overdrive trying to think of something, trying to stop myself from panicking. Et tandem intrat sanguinem praetonum, said the hooded man in an excited manner. The blood circles started to glow as it became liquid again. It came towards my slit wrists and started to crawl its way into my body. I felt like my arms were on the verge of bursting, like every vein and artery were stretched to their breaking points. Until the blood finally made its way to my heart and spread throughout my whole body. I tried to use every little bit of magic I could to try and stretch the blood thin as to not explode like an overinflated balloon. It took all my will to not scream out in agony until it finally started to calm itself. Oculi tandem intrat rapax, said the bastard holding the knife as he did something no one could truly be prepared for. He slashed his knife across both my eyes. In that instant I froze. It just didn't compute. And then came the pain, the horrifying pain, followed with the horror of the situation, and it finally made me scream. I could only feel the despair at the situation until new sensations were felt on my face as a cold liquid was poured on me. Then I felt a new sort of pain, like my eyes were being pulled out and shoved into my skull at the same time. I yelled and screamed until it felt like blood was coming out of my throat. All I could hear in response was that fucking bastard who stabbed me. The piece of shit who took my side and put me through this pain. And he was fucking ecstatic. It was like his fucking birthday was happening and he got everything he asked for. I don't know how long I was in this limbo from hell, but it finally stopped. And I could only cry with no tears after I felt them untie me from the table. He lived. The boy lived. He's the first to make it this make far, haha. Said the piece of shit like he got his dearest wish granted. You two idiots outside. Get him cleaned up and send him back to his cell. He is now the most important subject in this place. He commanded as I was simply trying to get my bearings back as the pain was still assaulting me. I heard the door opening and the sound of footsteps neared me. I felt the blood on my body leave and then followed the same procedure as when I was brought up. Only this time I was simply shocked already. I didn't know what to do anymore. So even if they didn't full body bind me I still wouldn't have moved. I was dumped back into what I assumed was my cell and felt around for my bed. After I got my bearings, I climbed on and simply curled up and trembled at how everything just happened so quickly. I kept asking myself questions. Thinking about how could even learn magic while blind. Thinking about what these bastards will put me through next, cause from what that dickbag said I'm sure he's got more planned for me. The only way I could fall asleep that night by forcing myself to using a clemency. I entered my mind happy to still be able to see it. I went to the deepest parts where my core memories of my past life dwelled and my magical energy which powered everything within me lay. And when I got there I had to double check if everything was alright because my magic core, the which was responsible for containing, distributing, and absorbing the magical energy for wizards, well it now had a twin and both of them were at least 4 times the size of what my previous one was. If my previous one was basically a baseball containing mist, these were 2 basketballs containing incredibly dense mist. This now reminded me that the death couple said that they could grant my requests, but it was up to the world to make them true. This event made me realize that there is no such thing as a free lunch and that one should always be careful of what you wish for. 4. CH4 changes. I finally woke up, but I don't really know what time it is, or more accurately I don't know what part of those shit-eaters' work is coming next nor how long till it happens. I also realized that my eyes are bandaged and I'm not in a hurry to take the things off. I mean, I don't want an infected wound on top of being blind now. I felt outrage at what they did to me. They just used me and dumped me back into my cell. Experimented on me and left me to rot again. But anger has to wait, because my body needed to be taken care of. First problem is that I need to use the bucket. After feeling around for it with my feet as I was walking towards what I think is the right corner, I can finally take care of nature's call. And apparently I really need it, cause from what I can hear I think I almost filled half. Next up was a complaining stomach. I head towards the opposite direction from where the bucket and try to feel for the door and by extension the tray of food which is supposed to be on the floor near it. Thankfully there was some, although not nearly enough to feel my massive hunger. I guess it's gonna be a rough couple of days. After I was done, I did my best to walk back towards the bed and started meditating. I needed to understand what changes and how having two cores is going to affect me. As I tried to understand them, I noticed that they were constantly feeding of each other when not being used. Meaning that when they were full, they keep helping each other grow by basically doing continuous exercises on their own. That was a really great piece of news, and I really needed a piece of good news to cheer myself up, because not to beat a dead horse here, but it really sucks that I got blinded by some freak who probably wants to blow Volta Hitler. Now what was also interesting is that I started to feel magic as I used it. When I mean feel magic, I don't mean in the way that people generally feel magic flow through them as they use magic. No, it's different than when I used wandless magic before. I felt it all around me, felt it caress the pebble I was levitating after I found it, felt it move around and through me as harnessed it. 'Tis as when my wandless training really started to pick up. I was able to lift pretty much all the pebbles I could find in the room with relative ease and was able to make them fly around the cell. I tried to think about how to get out of here. How to gain enough strength without alerting those guarding me before it was too late. I was doing this until I heard some footsteps coming. I immediately stopped my training and waited for steps to pass, but they didn't. I heard the door open and turned my head towards the sound. Well well well. Will you look at what we have here? He's alive. The old man will be real happy to hear about this. I heard the voice, the deep and slow voice. It sounded like the big man who brought me to that asshat last time. He closed the door and left, probably going to inform that crazy bastard. And a few minutes later he came back, used the body bind and levitation charms, and off we went. I was put down in some kind of chair and then strapped in. Steps went away and a different stepping sound came closer. It wasn't the heavy stomping, this time it was slow and light. Here's the little miracle boy, he he he. I heard the raspy bastard say in an excited tone. You've been out for almost a week. I was starting to worry my success would actually end up killing you anyway. But no worries, no worries. You're here and alive, making it so I can't wait to go further, hee hee. He continued on as I kept my silence. Let's get started, shall we? He finally said. For the next hour he continually drew my blood by cutting into various parts of my body and never healing any. The pain of slowly getting cut in different parts of your body whilst being unable to even know when or where the next would happen was almost maddening. Thankfully I was able to find a way to obtain a bit of a reprieve. I was able to push my conscious mind into my occlumency defenses, effectively putting a barrier between me and the outside world. Now I could still feel the pain, but at least it was toned down by a good amount and causing the physical reactions to decrease as well. After old bastard was done with cutting me up like a Christmas turkey, he made me drink a horrible tasting concoction to help replenish my lost blood since he didn't want me to die. They bandaged me, saying something about not wasting their time and magic on really healing me, and threw me back in my cell. The first time was the worst. My body aches and hurt every time I moved. I had to try to heal the cuts by channeling magic to them and trying to will my body to heal using the energy. I had some success as I was able to move again without parts of me screaming in pain. This started happening almost every day after the first time. I was brought down, cut up, fed a few different potions to see how they would change me or make me react, with no idea what he was looking for or hoping to do to me. The few good things happening for me was that during this time my training was giving pretty good results. Levitating wandless no longer really did anything, so I tried to bring them together and form one bigger rock. Unexpectedly I was able to achieve accidental transfiguration by actually combining them into a single solid rock. After that little accident I tried to do it intentionally, and finally I was able to make the pebbles go back and forth between the two, which ended being a much better exercise for my growth. Next big news was that after about a week and a half of training with my new cores I had a thought that took me an embarrassingly long time to think about, as it was only when going back through my memories using occlumency did I stumble onto a fanfic I had read in my past life, which the OC developed what was basically a magical sonar to see where his eyes couldn't So I started intensely focusing on this to hopefully gain some form of sight again. I tried to make it come out of my hand and feel around the room like I could feel the objects my magic was interacting with while doing some wandless training. This offered extremely limited and tiring results, where I was basically just firing raw blasts of energy to feel in a narrow cone with short range and duration, but high energy cost. And I've also found out that I feel a lot stronger and faster now. Not just physically, but also my reflexes. My training in using magic to heal the deeper cuts on me has been useful, and it feels like the others heal quicker than they should. So with a mostly working body, I started to do some exercises like push UPS, sit UPS, squats and stretching. And since I still remember my time in martial arts from my previous life, I've also started doing some basics to get a proper feel for it and develop a new sense of balance without my eyes. With my experimenting and my being experimented on, and my workouts in between, time passed quite fast, and soon another 3 months passed. In that time period a few great changes occurred. The first being the most distressing bit, and it's that I think I'm actually becoming used to the fact that I'm basically tortured every day by being either cut up or drinking those concoctions by the insane Voldy sucker downstairs. It helped me perfect the protection of mental damage from continuous physical and magical torture though. So I'm pretty sure I won't end up like the Longbottoms or end insane, unless I already am, and I really don't know. I think I still have my morals and goals, but it's kind of hard to tell when my only companions are in my memories and the fact that I keep thinking of ways to kill those responsible for my suffering. Second is that I'm really getting the hang of transfigurations rocks and stone, as I basically take some of the wall or floor bit by bit and almost play with it as a form of training. I was also able to make a stone knife that I'm in the process of trying to change it into a real one, or at least make the edge and point able to stab someone. I can't just stay here forever and wait for someone to find me or die, gotta have an escape plan at one point. Third is that I'm basically Daredevil now, or if you're more into the manga scene then comics Niji Hyuga. I was able to figure out how to let out a small part of my magical energy through basically every part of my body. Basically I feel my magical energy interact and bounce off of obstacles to get a feel for my surroundings. So I can now sense everything in my cell perfectly, every pebble, every crack and bump in the walls and ceiling, my bed and bucket, and I'm even able to feel a bit outside the door by letting my energy flow through the openings. And lastly, it's actually something I'm learning at the very moment. You truly are my only success. You have muscle strength and flexibility far beyond your age group, even beyond some adults. Your reflexes are almost instantaneous and you possess some innate resistance to magic. Truly a marvel of my ritual, said the Voldeblower sighing at his own work. But why did the eyes fail? Why haven't they healed and integrated properly? Everything else went well and there has been no sign of rejection, so why? He continued in frustration now. If you think that was my biggest surprise of the day, well, you'd be wrong. Cause the next moment one of the death goons burst through the door panting and spoke to the old bastard next to me to say in a panic, the Dark Lord is dead, he's gone. Preposterous. The Dark Lord is nigh invincible, what on earth could have beaten? Asked the fangirl yelling in disbelief. They said it was a baby. They're calling him the boy who lived. Answered Goon 1 in a shaky voice. Humph. A baby? You're telling me a baby beat the strongest wizard in existence? You're telling me a baby beat the heir of Salazar Slytherin himself? Yelled the old man, questioning the sanity of the idiot in front of him. But it's true, sir. They're capturing Death Eaters now and trying for trials. A lot of the others are going into hiding or trying to get out of this. Replied the goon nervously. Get the boy back in his cell. I'll find out what's going on immediately. No one is to do anything stupid until I get back. Understood. Barked the old fangirl. Yes, sir. Was the only reply that came out. As soon as I was back in my cell, I thought to myself with a large smile on my face, this truly changes things, doesn't it? Now how can I use this to get out of here? 5. Ch5 Another Rebirth. After the old madman left to find out what was truly happening in the outside world, I suddenly had a lot more free time on my hand. The elves were bringing food and cleaning spells, but apart from that nothing was happening. I tried to catch them a few times but it never worked. The guards no longer came to check on things in between meals, leaving me to try and find a way to break the door or unhinge it, but to no avail, and most important of all was that I haven't seen the assholes since the surprise announcement that Voldemort was defeated. So that means I haven't been tortured since, and I've been left to train on my own again. I was so happy for a while until I realized how depressing all this sounded. I ecstatic at the fact that I won't be tortured and experimented on. How depressing does my life sound to others right now? Putting that thought aside, it was time for another training result posting. And let me tell you that thinking of using what I learn against these assholes and escaping is a pretty powerful motivation. About 2 months after being taken out of my cell, I've got to say it did wonders for my body. Although I'm still malnourished, I've been able to keep my body healthy enough, perform physical exercise and training, making it so it shouldn't be too difficult to fix any issues when I ever get out of this hellhole. And yes, I say when, because I'm not going to doubt myself on this. I will escape this place. I've also been able to transmute things into metal, I had to take it step by step, learning how to first change smaller pieces of rock into different things like buttons or the first class match. Then I slowly made my way up to make bigger and more complicated objects until I could finally make an actual weapon. Magically speaking, it's going pretty well. My cores haven't actually grown in sizes since the ritual, but what has been happening is that the magical energy in the form of fog has been getting denser and denser as I train, plus the use of wandless magic is getting easier with time. This makes me think that my body is adapting to it slowly but surely. With this I've been trying to figure out how to make a magical shield like the Protogo charm, but it's been proving difficult to make a full body protective magic. What I did achieve was basically a small shield around the palm of my hand which should prove useful in some kind of situation. All of my free time suddenly come to stop when I suddenly heard a door slam open and footsteps stomping in this direction. I felt one of the goons rush past my cell and to the others and could hear him stun someone and leave with them, without even closing the other cell's door from what I could hear. The old bastard must have found something truly important for him be in such a hurry. I thought as this was happening. Although hate isn't even close to being enough to describe what I feel for that abomination, I can't deny how meticulous the man is regarding his rituals. It wasn't long until the heavy man came back once more. Twice more. Thrice more. Until he left with what I believe was the last occupant aside from me in these cells. It was at that point when I knew it was my turn. I was either going to live through this new ritual of his or die without a grave like the rest. So I prepared myself. Transmutated a sharp enough knife and put myself in a corner near the door. My cell opened and I burst into action. I pushed off the ground and bent low. The overweight goon didn't see me until I was close to him. I point my knife and stabbed at his gut. I was able to pierce into him and felt blood on my hands. But before I could pull it out for a second stab, his big fist was a mere inch away from my face, forcing me to let go and push off the man. It still connected with my face, but at least I reduced the impact. He pointed his wand at me to take me down, but I quickly dodged to the side and ran to get out of the room. He shot a few spells at me and I was able to deflect a few with my palm shield and reflexes. I burst past him and ran towards the stairs when I suddenly heard Crucio from behind me. I fell forward with my momentum and screamed for the pain. He kept casting the unforgivable with an enraged look on his face until he was right next to me. He then started to kick me while cursing. Damn filthy half-blood brat! Fucking half-beast mongrel! You dare to attack me! You dare harm me! You're lucky you're the last one and that Sir Avery wants you, or I'd have killed you already! He yelled until finally he kicked my head and I fainted. I was woken up by talking between the old bastard and the overweight goon, and being strapped onto a table with the old bastard again was not going to end well. This is the last one, sir. The fucking mongrel tried to escape. He fucking stabbed me in the gut. He's lucky we don't have anyone else. We have to leave after he dies and start again somewhere else. After we stole that egg, the Aurors are hot on our tail and can find us at any moment. Said the goon, and his heavy voice sounded quite worried and angry about the situation. I know. You don't have to keep telling every single time. Snapped the old bastard. I know it'll succeed this time. I calibrated it properly after the other trials just to get this one shot right. He's the perfect test subject for this. If this succeeds, the Dark Lord can regain his power almost immediately and take his place at the head of a new world. He continued, will sound completely insane. He was moving around writing things on the floor in blood saturated with magic. It felt like the blood was almost bursting with it. But what really drew my attention was what was in a small box near me. The thing was almost like a small sun in terms of magical energy. It felt almost limitless. Like there was no end or beginning for it. I had to stop trying to probe into it or I felt like I would dull my senses. The old codger was done whatever he had been doing and got into his position above my again, not the most pleasant memory. I heard him unsheath his small dagger and open the box and lifted something above me. I could now feel the little sun above me. He started chanting in a low voice. Until he built up his momentum, raised his dagger and stabbed me in the chest while shouting Quat est ad coni ungari cum sanguine. I was going into shock, screaming at this fucking old man in my mind. It wasn't enough that they took my new family and shoved me into a dungeon. It wasn't enough when he took my eyes and almost made me explode the first time. It wasn't enough when this motherfucker tortured every day for months. Now he wants me to die for this bullshit too. As all this was going through my mind, the crazy bastard yelled Quat est ad coni ungari cum flamma immortalum. And shoved the little son in the stab wound. Suddenly my whole body felt like it was on fire. Everything was burning, even my magic. And it was at this moment when I felt something enter through my mind's defenses. It didn't tug or test anything. It simply went in. I did what I could do best when faced with old demon's crazy ideas and went in to defend myself in whatever way I could. But when I arrived in my fortress, all I could see outside of it was a bird lighting everything on fire. It screeched in madness and pain as it tried to destroy everything, hoping that it would stop the pain. My defenses were trying to stop it, but nothing was working. I mean, how do you shoot down the species known for its immortality? How do you stop a freaking phoenix? I stopped to think for a bit and adjusted my fortress. Since it wants to burn everything, I'll have to put the fire out. So I imagined enormous amounts of water getting shot out from the now transformed cannons. I imagined hundreds of firefighters coming out to help me douse the flames. Hell, I even formed a giant water golem like Ong did in his avatar state. And everything started to put out the flames. Steam was everywhere as the heat was no joke. The flames were getting put out, but the bird itself was almost unstoppable while cutting through everything in its path. All of my defenses were being broken through and I couldn't make them strong enough to resist. It was a tug of war. I kept summoning new defenses and it kept breaking them. It kept crying out in anger until it finally clicked, I don't need to put it down. It's suffering just like me. It was put in an unjust situation against its will for the rituals of one fucking old man and his hard-on for Voldy twat. It just wants out and to live its life. That's when I decide to pull back my defenses and do the complete opposite. I opened myself to it. I showed it everything I am. The pain I went through. The will I hold. The dreams I wish to fulfill. My ideals. Hell, I even showed my first life. Finally the phoenix stopped and listened to who I am. I am not the one who trapped it here, nor the one who wishes to harm it. I am Aiden Bones and if possible I want to be friends with you who is suffering through the same pain as I have. The phoenix finally landed in front of me. Looking at me. Understanding what I have shown it. Understanding me. Will you be my companion in this life, if I have any after this ordeal? I asked while stretching out my hand. It stared into my eyes for some time until it finally nodded and placed its head in my hand. Thank you. Outside, while this was happening with Aiden's mind, was a whole another story. As soon as the old demon finished putting the phoenix egg in the stab wound he made, flames erupted in protest and surrounded Aiden's body. No, no, no. Not this again. Why is it happening? It should be perfect. How will I bring the Dark Lord back if I can't make it work? He shouted in a tone akin to madness as the flames were trying to burn everything in the room. We have to leave now. He's going to die like the rest. And the Aurors are already taking down all the defenses and curses in the manor. It's only a matter of time before they find the entrance to this place. Yelled out the Death Goon. I cannot leave until the egg kills him. Without it the Dark Lord will not be able to return quickly. Hissed the old man. I response. I'm leaving now. I'm not get sent to Azkaban or given the kiss just for your fucking experiment. Yelled the goon as he stormed out of the room to escape. You traitor to the Dark Lord. Coward besmirching his great name. Flee while I earn his trust. The old demon shouted in a frenzy. He then observed the flames surrounding the boy with a determined madness in his eyes. It grew more intense by the minute until suddenly it halted and began to quiet. The old man's eyes widened in shock and then his face was filled with mad glee as he shouted success. The Dark Lord shall return to us soon, with me at his side. Ha 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 ha. The flames then enveloped the boy's body in what seemed almost like an egg of its own. And at that moment the door burst open behind the old man as 4 men wearing a variety of damaged, bloody or dusty robes entered and were frozen at the sight of what appeared to be an egg made of fire. That is until the old man turned around with utter madness on his face and yelled out an otherworldly no. You shall not interfere with my work. Avada Kedavra. He yelled as the Aurors dodged, diving out of the way with haste. The old man began to fling every curse he knew to keep them away until the flames disappeared. Stringing severing charms, exploding curses, and some unforgivables as he tried to suppress the surprised Aurors. Unfortunately for him, that was his only chance. One of the Aurors blocked the majority of his spell chain while a second retaliated with a classic Expelliarmus Impedimenta Stupefy chain, forcing him on the defensive immediately. The third took this chance to throw a Locomotor Mortis Stupefy Incarcerus chain a step slower than his colleague to catch the old man off guard after blocking the first chain. This resulted as the old man blocking the chain and just as he was about to counter-attack he switched to defense again only to block the first strike and be struck by the stunner and be bound immediately after. After securely binding the old man they finally turned their attention to the egg-shaped flame in the center of the room. They tried to figure what was happening until a hurried thumping could be heard through the door. They turned to see the leader of this raid, Alastair Mad-Eye Moody. Looking as though his face was roughly carved from wood. Due to injuries from his long career as an Auror, it was covered with scars, and a chunk of his nose was missing, with the missing eye replaced by the enchanted one he now wears in its place. He had dark grey, grizzled hair. And the wooden leg which gave him his characteristic walk. Good job. Dangerous man this is. Specializes in dark rituals and a devoted follower of you-know-who. He said in his growling voice. He turned his enchanted eye to the flame in the center. Now what we were defending so desperately, Death Eater. He murmured to himself. It didn't take long for the fire to start to shrink until they could finally see what was inside. I looked like the body of a white-haired boy with a phoenix on his chest. Well, I don't think that's what any of us were expecting. Exclaimed one of the Aurors. And that's how Aiden Bones, formerly Michael Falster, experienced a second rebirth. 6. CH6 Accident at St. Mungo's. Third person P.O.V. In a simple room, with unadorned walls made of limestone-colored blocks. Containing a few chairs near the plain wooden door, a single bed with nightstands on either side and windows showing a quiet beach with waves breaking on the shore rhythmically, lied a young boy. Ooh! Groaned the young boy in the bed. He twisted and turned as if he truly did want to wake. Then he suddenly stopped moving. His hands started to feel around on the bed which could not feel further than what he was used to. Then he sat up straight like ruler. Opening his eyes in shock to look at where he was. And shock was an understatement, he didn't recognize the place. It certainly wasn't his cell. It wasn't any place he knew. It didn't resemble any place from his previous life either, so that took the option of everything was just a dream away. He then froze as his eyes widened. He brought his hands in front of his opened eyes and began to wave them. He started looking at everything in the room as they turned his head around crazily. He then started staring at the beach and the water outside, until he heard a small screech behind him. He turned in an instant and saw a small ball of red and gold plumage, with a little head sticking out of it with a golden beak and almost glowing orange irises staring at him while perched on the bed's backboard. Aiden P.O.V. I could feel a connection to it, like it could feel me and I could tell what it wants to convey. And at this moment all I could feel was small fluffy bird jumping at me and almost hearing pet me. In my mind. Hey there little guy. Are you the one that was lighting everything on fire? I said gently while catching it in my hands and stroking its fluffiness. That was until it nipped in my hands and I felt some anger at what I said, making me pull my hand away real quick. I felt anger in the words little guy coming from the small phoenix. Ow. Okay. Are you the one that was lighting everything on fire little girl? Asking while correcting myself. It nodded its head in response and I could feel a little happiness as I continued to stroke its little head. I kept thinking about what could have happened. The last thing I remember was getting stabbed by the old demon and fight the little sun ball in my hands. As soon as I was done I passed out. So how did I end up here? And where is here? At least it doesn't look like another dungeon. I thought. While I was musing on my situation while absent-mindedly stroking the small bird in my hands, a random thought came to my mind. Hey little girl. I said to get its attention. We are bound together now, right? Asking to get some confirmation. She simply looked at me and nodded. Then I think we should get you a name if we're going to be together. I already introduced myself as Aiden when we came to an understanding. I declared while looking at the bird nodding its head and letting out an excited chirp. I think Soul would be a good name for you my little girl. 'Cause the first time I felt you, it was as if you were a little sundae. I said to her as I rubbed her fluffy little body. Hearing her agreeing chirp, she started jumping around my bed in an excited manner, looking like an adorable little fluff ball in the process and making me unable to hold in my laughter at her cute actions. Well then I guess that'll settle it. Nice to meet you Soul, I'm Aiden Bones and I hope we can be together for a long time. I said to her while looking at her with a gentle smile on my face. While I was playing with Soul I heard the door gently open. I snapped my gaze at who was coming in and was quite surprised. It looked like an elderly woman. She looked almost like an old-fashioned nun, except that her outfit was mostly white, with red sleeves and a white hat with some fabric attached to it going down her back. I couldn't see any of her hair as it was all tucked inside of the hat, but her face showed her age as it had a good amount of wrinkles on her forehead and around her eyes. Her lips were pressed thin, in an expression that almost seemed like she was always disapproving of something. Ha! Looks like you are finally awake boy. Maybe now those Aurors will finally stop bothering us about you. She said as if it was somehow my fault I wound up here. Now sit still and keep you and that blasted bird quiet. I'm going to cast some diagnostic spells on you. She continued as she took out her wand. She tapped me on the head a few times. Each time she did so I felt a cool feeling spreading from my head to the tip of all my limbs. I kept feeling what was happening until she stopped and started to write whatever she found on her clipboard. Excuse me, but where exactly am I? I asked the matronly elder. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. She answered curtly as she was writing. You mean I'm at the hospital? I'm out of that hell hole? I asked loudly as my voice cracked at the matron and tears built in my eyes, blurring my vision, making her look away from her notes. Yes. Where else would this be? She asked disbelievingly at me. As soon as that confirmation was said, tears fell down my cheeks. I'm out. I'm really out. I murmured quietly to myself. I started crying out of happiness and relief. No more having to worry about that old demon. No more daily torture. No more having to stave off hunger by escaping to my mind. No more threat of death hovering over me. I'm finally out. The matron was startled as I broke down in tears. There child. It's okay, it's all okay. You're safe now. No one will harm you here. She said in a soft tone, trying to console me. It took a few minutes for me to stop crying while the matron was simply rubbing my back to assure me. Thank you. I said embarrassingly while still sniffling a bit. No problem dear. She answered understandingly. Now, some Aurors are probably going to come soon as they've been impatiently waiting for you to wake up these last few days. They'll ask you some questions about what happened. I think I'll be present when they do so, so don't worry too much. Now try to get some more rest until they arrive dear. She said in a slightly disapproving voice at their actions. As I laid down back into the bed I looked at her and simply said thank you. She looked into my eyes but they froze. She just stopped moving, staring into my eyes. At that moment floods of images exploded into my mind so fast I couldn't make any sense of it. I saw an old house 1 second. A small fluffy creature the next. Then I saw an old castle, some classrooms filled with children. Next was a test room filled with teenagers. A family celebrating something. I saw a group of young adults celebrating. Some intimate moments I really didn't want to see. Then was people rushing around injured and sick patients. Rooms filled with potions and ingredients. Spells being used to fix injuries. Patients with deformities, missing limbs, and sicknesses blending together in a crescendo of rapidly accelerating sights and sounds until I simply passed out from the overload of information flooding my brain, effectively stopping anything new from entering. I don't know how long I was out, but I simply couldn't wake up completely until I had finished sorting through everything I had seen. What I understood from these images, was that they were the memories the elderly matron. I must have used legilimency without even knowing I could when I looked into her eyes. It took a long time for me to sort through everything, but luckily enough for me I got 2 bonuses out the splitting headache I experienced from this overload. One is the useful information on treating injuries and magical maladies. Using my occlumency to perfectly store and categorize the information, I now have a lot of reference points when I can actually practice it. And second is that I was able to use the unneeded memories to form a kind of labyrinth outside of my fortress, making people lose themselves in a modified version of the matron's memories before reaching mine. Something that surprised me was Soul. She apparently has the ability to enter my mind's realm through our connection. And I had to spend some time reassuring her that I was okay and that this was just an accident. She was a bit mad at me for worrying her though. I didn't want a repeat of that little accident. I mean, even though it's useful to learn a lot quickly, I'm literally forcing the information out of their brains and that cannot be good. It's also not my knowledge or understanding, so it can lead to a lack of proper foundations in the subjects I experienced through the matron's memories. I think I'll use them more as reference points and advice instead of pure fact. And since that was my decision, I decided to bust out my tried and true method to sense without seeing. Feeling around the room, only to feel my little sun ball behind me, I opened my eyes in relief to see the same ceiling as earlier, but the matron is gone now and I don't really know how long I've been out for again. Well, let's just try not to have any more accidents at St. Mungo's. 7. CH7 Meeting some government employees. A few hours after I had woken up from my memory sorting, I felt that someone was approaching my room. I could hear a female voice arguing at the person, and I say it because I can't seem to hear any responses, as a rhythmic thud could be heard getting clearer and clearer. You will not enter the patient's room without my presence, ministry orders or not. He is a child and one who suffered enough, and if you want to see him you will let stay in the room. Declared the slightly muffled voice outside the door. Fine. Suit yourself. But if he attacks again don't blame me. Growled an irritated voice in response. He didn't attack anyone. At most it was accidental magic due to intense emotions. Shot back the woman's voice. The door swung open with a slam with 2 people walking in. Mr. Moody, even if you are sent by the ministry, it does not give you the right to slam open a patient's room open. Yelled what I think sounds like the matron from last time. And did she say Moody? Alastair Moody? The most recognizable man in the entire series. I really want to see if he looks like the movies. But he's incredibly paranoid. I don't want to repeat my little accident and end being seen as a threat by the man. Boy, I've got some questions and you've got answers to give me. I've waited long enough. He growled at me. I turned my face towards him without opening my eyes and nodded at his statement. Why aren't you opening your eyes, boy? I've been told you could see fine. What are you hiding from me? He questioned in a low tone, seemingly ready for me to pounce at him at any moment. Last time when the matron was here I looked into her eyes before I was about to rest like she told me, and I think I accidentally used legilimency. I don't want to do that again, so I decided to just close my eyes around people for now. I explained calmly to seasoned Auror. Oh, did you now? And how does a boy like you know what legilimency is, pray tell? He asked in his growl-like voice. I read about it in my father's library when I was looking at all the books we had. I answered simply with something I believed should be reasonable. And who is this father of yours, boy? He asked, disbelieving me. Edgar Bones. I answered. There was a pause after my answer. And your mother? I heard Moody ask as if trying to confirm something. Serena Bones. Came my reply. Another bout of silence occurred after my answer. What's your name, boy? He finally asked. Aiden Bones. I declare, proudly thinking of the couple's last moments. Get me some goblins to do a bloodline test now. He roared at someone outside. You better be who you say you are or I'll dig out your secrets for trying to impersonate the child of two of the greatest fighters I've known. He growled at me in a very heated manner. It took maybe half an hour, but I suddenly felt a new group of people nearing my room in a hurry. Two of which felt very short compared to those I usually sense. It's a shame cause I really want to see what goblins truly look like. Is that him? I heard a voice almost sounding like a croak. I heard Moody confirm. I heard small steps come towards me and ordered hand out. We need some of your blood for the test. I held my left hand towards the small being. I felt him grab my index and swipe a knife and drawing blood. Interestingly enough, the wound seemed to heal almost immediately afterwards. Aiden Michael Bones. Date of birth, 7th of July, 1977. Father, Edgar Bones. Mother, Serena Bones. Heritage. Bones, heir. Creature inheritance. Wampus cat. Phoenix. Vault. Bones, trust vault. Bones, main vault. Said the goblin who finished reading out whatever was found from my bloodline. Get Amelia here now. She will want to know immediately. Roared Moody after getting proof that my claims were in fact true. And you're sure about everything that was on that paper was accurate, Rune Claw? He asked one of the goblins. Our test does not make mistakes, Mr. Moody. Replies the goblin with an insulted tone at the very thought of them making an error. All right. Everyone leave. I'll handle this with Amelia when she gets here. He said, ordering people to vacate the room. People left the room while Moody grabbed a chair, dropped it near my bed and sat down in it. There was silence in the room. So I can ask some questions. I asked Moody in an unsure tone. Yes. Was the growling response. Are my parents alive? Was my first question. No. Came out the answer with a sigh. We weren't able to get to them or you in time. Who is Amelia? I asked, trying to sound like I didn't know the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, DMLE, in the future. Your aunt, also the only member of the Bones family confirmed to be alive. Except for a cousin of yours named Susan. Was his answer. What's a wampus cat? I heard them say I had its bloodline, but I don't really know what it is. The phoenix doesn't surprise me too much because of how I bonded with my little soul here, but a cat. I said as I was playing with soul again in my hands. So that's a phoenix, hun. Said Moody. You're going to need to be careful no one targets you for it. Easy target you are. Young, no wand, carrying a gold mine with you. Thanks for the advice. Was my only answer. Back on the topic, a wampus cat is no kitten, it is a XXXXX rated magical creature more commonly found in America. They resemble mountain lions, but with an additional pair of legs. They are extremely deadly, capable of legilimency and hypnosis with a lot of strength behind them using their eyes. They're magic resistant and almost impossible to kill. I have a set of scars because of one of those a dark wizard tried to keep as a guard back in the days. Said Moody to answer my question. So that's why I saw the matron's memories. I have the ability of a wampus cat in my eyes. I exclaimed in a sudden realization. Then I paused for a second as I remembered the scenes of the ritual which took my eyes. 3 pairs of lion legs, a tail, fangs, and a pair of eyes preserved and floating above the ritual formation. So that's what was bugging the old demon. He couldn't get the eyes to fuse with mine properly. Everything else worked except for that final goal of his first ritual on me. But after the ritual with soul they did. And I can see out of them, haha. I thought as a smile grew on my face. Your name is Mr. Moody, right? I asked him. Alastair Moody. Most people call me Mad Eye. He corrected me. Okay. I'm gonna open my eyes to play with soul until my aunt is arrives, so please try not to look at them. I have a feeling your memories are not something I want to see. I informed the man. Ha. Like you'd be able to get through my defenses, boy. He grunted at me. And so time passed as I pet the cute and warm little ball of fluff. After about 15 minutes I started to hear hurried steps coming towards my room. Does Aunt Amelia have strong enough occlumency to resist me looking at her? I asked Moody. Try mine. He replies. I turn and look into the man's remaining eye. And I gotta say, they did a really good job portraying him in the movies. The only differences seem to be his nose, with the visible chunk missing, less wrinkles, and the grayness of his hair not having been complete. The result of me looking into his eyes was a few random memories of his office or of some time he was traveling, until I was shut out completely. Well, it's pretty sudden. I'll warn her and tell you when you can look. He said in an almost impressed manner. That's good cause I think that's going to be her. I replied with a small sigh. He raised an eyebrow questioning what I just said until the door to my room swung open abruptly. Wow, a lot of people are really rough with doors here. I couldn't help but say with a chuckle to myself. Aiden. Is that really you? I heard a woman ask. She came closer. Yes, I'm Aiden. I guessing you must be Aunt Amelia. I answered he question. I felt her hand touch my face, turning it in many different directions to get a good look at me. What happened to your hair? And why aren't you opening your eyes? And what is this scar? She asked me in quick succession, but before I could answer anything she changed her target for questioning. Alastair, what happened to him? Calm yourself, Amelia. He said slowly. You're going to need to prepare yourself for some very sudden legilimency before the kid opens his eyes. He's been changed. He tried to explain to my seemingly very high-strung aunt. She paused for a few moments and declared, all right, I'm ready. I opened my eyes and finally get a good look at the famous Amelia Bones. I saw a square-jawed witch with close-cropped grey hair and a monocle attached to her collar. This gave her an appearance of being a serious person, with appropriate robes for the head of such an important department. She looked at me with the same green eyes I remember my father having the first and last time I saw him. A few memories of what I think was her and my father when they were young floated to the surface, as well as a wedding scene in which I can only assume was his and my mother's. I understand what you meant, Alastair. She said without turning her head. How did this happen to you, Aiden? How did you get that ability? And where have you been this whole time? She asked me suddenly. My eyes dimmed at having to remember my time in that cell. My time in that hell hole. And she saw this. She turned to Alastair for an explanation. What we know so far is that Aiden was probably captured when they attacked the Bones Manor. They took him away after killing everyone they could find. He started off with the beginning. He was taken to an underground facility found dug out under the Lestrange family home. What we found was the den of a ritual magic researcher, a very dark and devoted member of the Death Eaters. He was researching ways to use dangerous magical creatures to empower either his comrades or you-know-who himself. We caught their trail when a phoenix egg was stolen and smuggled into the country and a few Aurors tracking it got attacked. We finally found their base of operations, swept the place clean until we found a hidden entrance. We found a half-dozen cells with almost nothing in them except buckets and what we assume was a bed, with no light sources and metal doors. Then we found a second floor with multiple rooms. One was filled with tomes about different magical beasts, ritual magic, blood magic and human transmutation. Another was full of preserved beast parts and ingredients. The next was a room with a chair with straps and a good number of instruments, almost looked like Muggle medical tools. Last room held a table with straps where we found the boy undergoing what we assumed was a ritual. And at the end we found a hole filled with what we believe are the cremated bodies of whoever they took for their experiments. Moody explained to Amelia. Dear Merlin. And you're telling me my nephew was trapped in that place for over 8 months? She yelled, looking like she would rip apart the next Death Eater she sees. Her face suddenly lost all traces of emotions, as if she couldn't feel any more, but her eyes were different as they almost screamed her intent for retribution. Tell me what you happened to you, Aiden, and I'll make those people responsible feel the punishment they deserve. She declared, looking me. 8. Ch8 New Home. It took me a few hours to tell her everything I knew about what happened me. I talked about Lestrange and Crouch Jr. About what the old demon with the last name Avery did to me and the rituals they used on me. It wasn't much that they didn't already know, but it helps whatever case they're going to build against those that captured in the Lestrange case. After I was done, Amelia looked at me to say thank you for telling me all this, Aiden. I'll make those animals get the kiss for this. They think they can do whatever they want just because they're pure bloods? Then they have another thing coming. Alastair, go back to the Ministry and make sure they charge the captured Death Eaters with the right charges. I don't want them on trial simply cause they're Death Eaters, too many are getting away with the Imperious defense. She ordered. Aiden, I'm going to check with the matrons on when you'll be fit to come back with me. I'm now your guardian since I'm your closest living relative, who is both willing and able to support you. She then said while looking at me. That's okay, Aunt Amelia. I'm fine with coming with you. I answered back with a smile. As long as Soul is coming with the bird? Well, that's fine. She answered back after thinking for a second. Both left the room in a bit of a hurry. As I was left alone, I decided to go into my mind and study those memories I got from the matron. She's been a healer for a really long time and I have no doubt I could teach myself a great many things from going through her memories properly this time. I was focusing my attention on some examples of what kind of potions one can use to fix different injuries, maladies, and accidents until I heard Aunt Amelia talk as she opened the door. They said there is nothing physically wrong with you. They are worried about your mental health because of what you've been through, but I convinced them that getting out of this place and being with your own family would be a better environment for you. So you'll spend the night here so that they can clear you and I'll pick you up tomorrow evening, okay? She said, explaining what was going to happen regarding my stay. All right, Aunt Amelia, I'll wait for you to pick me up tomorrow. I answered, trying to be polite. You don't need to be so polite when we're alone. But, I will need to leave soon. She said to me, trying to correct me a bit. She approached my bed, extended her arms and hugged me. That act made me freeze. My eyes started to water. She must have felt my body becoming rigid because she squeezed me a bit harder. I tried to hug her back, but it was like my body was fighting against me. All I could manage was my arms mechanically raising themselves and mimicking her action. As soon as I did though, it was like a dam burst and I kept on crying. She didn't say anything or do anything else. She just let me cry as much as I needed. I don't know how long I was crying for, but I know that I felt lighter after I did so and very tired. Aunt Amelia let go of her hug and laid me back on the bed. All right, now get some rest. I'll come and pick you up tomorrow. I'll get you some new clothes too so you don't leave the hospital in their gown. She said as she was standing up. Good night Aiden, I'll get someone to get you a dreamless sleep potion. She said, and with a wave of her wand turning off the lights in the room. After receiving said potion from the matron in charge of me, I could finally rest. No occlumency training and no thinking about that hellhole. Just rest. I woke up feeling refreshed the next morning to a knocking sound at door and the matron from last time coming in. Time for breakfast Aiden. You have to be hungry after the past few days of constant rest and all that happened yesterday. Eat up. I looked at the plate filled with eggs, sausages, bacon, toast and beans like a ravenous beast. I start eating like the starving boy I feel like, only pausing to breath and take great gulps out of the glass of orange juice offered on the side. It took no time at all to finish the food and feel full for the first time in a long while. Well, it looks like I was right. You did finish everything, that nosy Margaret will eat her words now. She said in a triumphant tone. Sorry about that. And thanks for the food. I said rather sheepishly. No worries dear. I'll come by later for another checkup and bringing lunch with me. Just relax for a while. She said with a hint of a smile on her face. She did a quick wave of her wand to clean my face and simply lifted the tray as it followed her out of the door. Since I was left on my own, it was time to continue looking trough the matron's experiences. I kept doing so until lunch when I devoured the food brought in front of me again, only to start again right after that. I was brought out of my memory surfing by Aunt Amelia opening the door with what seemed to be an honest-to-God house elf holding a bag. The little creature was quite similar to Dobby from the movies, but this one stood straight and unafraid of its surroundings. She wore a dark grey toga-like outfit made to properly fit her to match my aunt's robes. Her eyes seemed smaller than in the movies, but still too big for her size, and she looked like she had a little meat on her bones compared to the abused and beaten Dobby or the insane Creaker. Tilly, please dress my nephew properly and don't look into his eyes as it'll be dangerous for you. She promptly ordered. Tilly the elf approached me. With a snap of her fingers the curtain on the wall sprang to life and blocked Aunt Amelia's view. She snapped again to make me float out of the bed, a second time to get me out of the hospital attire, and a third to almost attack me with the clothes as they flew towards me in an effort to be worn. It only took less than a minute for me to be on the floor in my new outfit and the curtain to open. Aunt Amelia looked at me from head to toe before finally nodding. Now you look proper. Almost looked like a beggar before. We might not be from a most ancient and noble house, but we are still from the noble house of Bones, we have to show some decorum. She said with some pride at her choice of outfit. I looked down at myself and found a simple white button-up shirt with a light beige vest, tucked into a pair of matching beige pants, completed by a light beige coat and proper pair of leather shoes. It was really impressive that all this was put on me in less than a minute, but really embarrassing. And it must have shown on my face as I saw Aunt Amelia holding back a smile. Come on now Aiden, let's get you to your new home. She said as she grabbed my hand and pulled me along out of the room and towards the other end of the hall as Soul flew over and landed on my head. I was looking around with great interest as to how the wizard hospital worked, but to my disappointment I couldn't see in any of the rooms and we were walking too fast for me to really get a good look at anything. The only interesting part was when we reached the lobby and a bunch of weirdly dressed wizards and witches were waiting while reading newspapers, or books with moving pictures. I could see some panic as some were trying to explain to the matrons what was wrong with them. We arrived into a hall with about a dozen fireplaces with small green fires in them with people coming in and out off them with a flash of that emerald flame. All right Aiden, just a handful of fluid powder and yell out Bones house. Nice and clear, also keep your arms tucked in and your eyes closed, don't want any ash in your eyes. Said my aunt while passing me a bucket of slightly glittering powder. I grabbed a handful like she said, stepped into the fireplace and onto the small green flame at my feet and yelled out Bones house. As clearly as I could while throwing the powder at the flame. The flame flared as the powder came into contact with the powder and swiftly enveloped me. I could feel myself zooming through something, but kept my eyes closed as Amelia told me to. I also held my breath just in case. I suddenly felt myself land somewhere and due to the abrupt nature of the landing I was forced to stumble forward. At least due to my quick reflexes I didn't fall onto the floor. After a few steps I opened my eyes, took a few deep breaths and felt that Soul was still with me. I looked around and seemed to be in an old-fashioned living room. I saw Victorian couches in some darker colors, beautifully engraved coffee table in the middle. I found a few interesting devices on the shelves to my left, a cabinet filled with a variety of tea sets and boxes, and the wall to my left was filled with bookshelves living up the name. I heard the fireplace roar behind me and found my aunt stepping out gracefully and with full control, followed by Tilly behind her. Well, this is my home, which means it is now yours as well. It is smaller than the Bones Manor, but due to the attack and the ministry being extremely busy dealing with the fallout caused by you-know-who's fall, I haven't had any time to deal with the issue. Your room will be upstairs next to Susan's, she should be sleeping already, so I'll try and explain your situation to her tomorrow morning. For tonight you can just use the pajamas waiting for you in your room. I'll leave some money for you and Tilly to go shopping tomorrow as she knows what will be considered appropriate. Now off you go, we will all talk in the morning. She explained to me how everything would work. I follow Tilly as she guides me my new room. We pass by a few sleeping portraits in the hall and I spot a few cabinets with a variety of interesting decorations, but that's all. Here you are, young master, this will be your room, said the house elf as she opened the door. Thank you, Tilly, but you don't have to call me young master, Aiden will do. I responded while giving her a smile. No, Tilly couldn't possibly do that. Tilly is a good house elf. She is a good elf of the noble Bones family. She can't disrespect the young master, she declared as if it was a great insult to herself and to the family. Okay Tilly, I understand. But still thanks and good night. I sighed at the behavior. They really are that subservient, hey? I thought, remembering my past life. It's Tilly's honor, young master. Pleasant dreams, she said as she simply disappeared from where she stood. I entered the room and took a quick look. There was a Victorian 4-post queen-size bed, covered in red sheets with an array of pillows waiting for me. A massive and detailed Persian rug was covering most the floor. A nicely crafted, dark wooden dresser was found in the room and the same type of wood seemed to have been used to make the closet's doors. It was after looking around that I saw a large mirror standing against the wall opposite of my new dresser. Hey, I just realized that I haven't really seen my face since I came to this world. I've just been automatically thinking it would be like my old one. Wonder what I really look like after that hell. I suddenly thought as I walked my way towards the mirror. I looked at myself with my mouth opened a bit. Well, Lady Death did say she would take care of my looks and I guess she wasn't kidding about that. I said as I finally saw my face for the first time. 9, ch9 new look, new start. What I saw in the mirror was quite shocking to me. I first saw my hair, about shoulder length, uneven and damaged from not being properly trimmed or taken care for more than 8 months, but the color of it was what shocked me. It was a light silver, to the point of almost being white, but still silver nonetheless, with a few streaks of light golden hair being found in between looking like little rivers of gold in between an ocean of silver. I then noticed my eyes, with a golden iris interwoven with red, akin to a flame hidden within them, and with a cat-like and almost predatory shape to them. My skin was extremely pale from my prolonged absence from sunlight, but fair and soft almost like a newborn. The only mark on my skin was a light, clean and straight scar visible from one side to another where I was slashed and blinded. I looked at my new face from every angle before noticing that my ears had also changed a bit. They had become slightly more pointed than what you usually see, not like house elves, but like a leaf. Why does it feel like Lady Death likes Lord of the Rings right now? I thought after getting a good look at myself. I put my thoughts away and proceeded to remove the outfit forced on me at the hospital. After getting my shirt off I looked at my bare chest in the mirror. As I expected, there was a large scar right above where my heart should be. Some parts looked like the stab, but most was from the flames after Soul's egg was shoved in it. I noticed that aside from scars on my wrists and a few in places on my biceps and forearms, the rest of the places the demon sliced me didn't seem to have left scars. I started scanning my body to see it having some light muscles, which is impressive if you think about my age, but I could also see my ribs rather clearly, showing the signs of being malnourished during my abduction. I stopped staring at myself and put on the pajama, and jumped into bed. The only thing I could say when my body was finally in it was that it felt heavenly. So soft and accommodating, with just the right temperature and resistance. It had to have been enchanted cause I've never slept on something so perfect. I turned my head and see Soul getting comfortable on one of the pillows besides my head. Good night, Soul. I'll see you in the morning, I said with a smile. With a happy cooing as a response I closed my eyes and left towards Dreamland. The only problem was that Dreamland seemed to want to shove me into some unpleasant memories. I kept thinking of my time in captivity. Of when they sliced my eyes or stabbed me in the chests while I couldn't see. I kept twisting and turning in my sleep, sweating and breathing hard, unable to wake up and still forced to have the nightmares. Until I suddenly saw a small light come towards me. It was warm and gentle, forcing those bad memories away from me. I flew around me and finally went into my chest where my scar was. Thanks solution, I thought as I could finally relax and drift off to a peaceful sleep. I was woken up early and still groggy by an energetic Tilly. Wake up, young Master Aiden, Mistress wants everyone downstairs for breakfast before she leaves. She announced in a voice that I think should be illegal so early in the morning. It takes me a while but I finally get out of bed and make my way downstairs. I enter the dining room to see a fairly long, polished red wooden table, with finely crafted engravings on the legs, with silver plates on the table holding a plethora of foods. There are 8 chairs around the table matching it, an elegant chandelier above, a fireplace seemed to have been lit behind Aunt Amelia as she sat at the head of the table, with a little girl to her left who I assumed should be Susan Bones, one of the members of Harry Potter's class and future Hufflepuff. And since I noticed the small child, I decided to close my eyes before she could look into them due to curiosity. Don't want to break my cousin's mind on our first meeting now, do I? I approached the table on my aunt's right and chose to sit in front of Susan. Good morning, Aunt Amelia, you wanted to talk before you left today, right? I said, stifling a yawn. Yes, Aiden. She simply said. But first introductions, since I doubt you've met, and if you did Susan would have been too young to remember. Susan, this is your cousin Aiden, he was your Uncle Edgar's eldest. She introduced the small child. And as I've said, this is Susan, your 2-year-old cousin and daughter of your Uncle Thomas. Both of you are going to be living together from now on, so no fighting. Because of my duties as the head of the ministry's law department, I'll be very busy and out of the house a lot, so you two will be together a lot. Tilly will stay home and take care of the both of you. She explained to the both of us how living in her home would work. And Susan, I want you to not look into Aiden's eyes for now, since it would be very dangerous for you to do so. Don't annoy him with this, or it could harm with permanently, is that understood? She then declared as she stared at Susan intently. Her only response was to nod furiously under our aunt's intense gaze. Good. Now I am sorry to ask you this, Aiden, but until you learn how to control your eyes around others you will have to keep them closed. She turned to me sounding apologetic. It's fine, Aunt Amelia. I really only need my eyes open to really see things in detail and read. I'll be fine rest of the time, especially if someone is there with me. I answered without thinking too much as I was filling my plate with some of the food on the table. What do you mean you only need to open your eyes see details? She asked, wanting an answer. I took a moment to think about how to answer. I don't want to sound like I'm blaming her, I mean the lady took in 2 kids and is willing to raise them even though she has an incredibly busy and stressful job. Well, since I spent pretty much 7 months without being able to see, I had to figure out a way to do it. It took about 3 months of trial and error, but I was able to figure out a way to send very light amounts of magic from my body to feel everything around me. So I can feel the shape of everything in about an 8-foot radius. I can't see far using this method, but I can see everything well enough to live if I know my environment, and it would help to have someone guiding me. I explained, trying to make her understand what I meant. I'm sorry, Aiden. I shouldn't have asked that question. It was insensitive of me. She said with sadness in her voice after understanding what I answered. Aunt Amelia, I'm not blaming you for that. I blame that old demon for doing it to me, and I'll pay him back for everything he and his Death Muncher allies did to me. I said with anger in my voice. But you are not to blame. All I can say is thank you for taking me in. I finished, calming my emotions using occlumency. Thank you, Aiden, and it is my pleasure to have the both of you here. Now let's eat and put those sad topics behind us. She declared after letting a small breath out. We started to eat what was basically a feast for the 3 of us. I ate quickly, but I tried to at least have some form of table manners in front of Amelia. I really don't want to seem like a starving animal at the table. What was interesting during breakfast was the fact that I felt little Susan's gaze looking in my direction and saw her face turn towards me between her nibbling on the food little like a small chipmunk. And every time I turned my head to face her direction she would quickly turn her attention back to the food like she was trying not to get caught. I couldn't stop myself from chuckling at her behavior. Hi Susan, it's nice to meet you. I said as I finished the food on my plate and turning my face towards her. She jumped when she heard my voice say her name and turned towards me carefully. Like Aunt Amelia said, I'm Aiden and I'll be living here with you guys from now on. I've always wanted a little sister and I'm glad to meet you. I told her directly with a bright smile on my face. And it's true, if anyone has ever had to grow up with a younger brother before says something other than this, then they are lying. It's nice to meet you too. She answered shyly while looking down. You don't have to like me now, but I hope you can after getting to know me. I said gently to her. Okay. Was the only thing she said quietly. I could feel her face warming up as I talked to her. Alright, if you two are done eating, go change into some proper clothes and wash yourselves properly. I'll be leaving soon. I'll get Tilly to measure you and buy you some more clothes to wear around the house. I also don't think it'll be safe for you to go out of the house until we can control your eyes, so I'm sorry but you will have to stay in for a while. She said in a stern voice. That's all right, Aunt Amelia, I understand. But can I read the books you have here then? I asked in return. Of course, dear. Now run along and clean yourselves up. She finally said as she stood up and prepared to leave. I headed upstairs with Susan right behind me and entered my room to see a ball of fluff still sleeping on one of the pillows. I smile wryly at the sight and proceed to head to the bathroom down the hall with yesterday's clothes, which seemed to have been washed and folded before I woke up. I enter see a large bronze bathtub waiting for me, filled with warm water already. There's a bunch of bottles on a small table besides the bath and a chair with a towel on it, which I decided to put my clothes on. There's a large window with the dark grey curtain drawn over it, a table with a mirror filled with a variety of bottle. So even a strict witch like Aunt Amelia likes to pretty herself from time to time. I mused to myself as I undressed. I entered the bath carefully and as soon as I was in a good position it simply felt heavenly, even making me let out a moan at the pleasant feeling. You really don't know how it feels like to have a warm bath after months with any. I didn't realize this before, but the bath helped me relax my tense and battered body. I proceed to clean myself thoroughly, using the present shampoos and soaps, until I was done and simply relaxed for a moment. Young Master Aiden. I suddenly heard Tilly through the door. It should be young lady Susan's turn soon, so please prepare yourself quickly. She said in her squeaky voice. I got up, started drying and dressing myself. A few minutes later I came out of the bathroom and headed downstairs to finally start my new life in the wizarding world of Harry Potter. 10. Ch 10 2 years. It's been 2 years since I was taken in by my aunt. I am now 7 years old. I've grown and filled out quite a bit due to being able to eat enough food and my constant exercises, now being 4'6", and yes I'm keeping at it, never know when a well-trained body will come in handy. My hair has grown with me to stop around my shoulder blades, but it's now well groomed and so smooth that I've heard both Susan and Aunt Amelia protest at the injustice. 3 big pieces of news happened in the family in the last 2 years. The first happened about 6 months into my stay at the Bones house. It was when the trial against those responsible for my imprisonment and torture was to be held. My aunt was spearheading the trial and had gathered enough evidence to make half the Dementors of Azkaban give them the kiss at once in her words. There was just one problem, the current chief warlock of the Wizengamot, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. He screwed over the trial like it was nothing. The first thing he did was remove my aunt from the proceedings. The reason for this was apparently that she was too involved in the case and victims to permit for a fair trial. Let tell you, I've only seen her that enraged twice in my stay with her. The second time came a few days after and the verdict was announced, 20 years imprisonment in Azkaban for one Ignatius Avery, stating that due to his age he would be unlikely to serve it fully. She was livid at that one, frustratingly drinking the entire evening while complaining about Dumbledore and his stupid ideology of giving the worst criminals in modern history a second chance to correct themselves. That old demon better die in that place, because if he escapes with he who I can't take seriously I'll make it feel like a fucking vacation I thought as my eyes glowed with determination at the thought. The second major event was after I'd turned 6 and I received an unexpected gift for my birthday. It was pretty nice birthday too. The dining area was decorated nicely with floating letters saying happy birthday, flying firecrackers were dancing around the room and a delicious looking cake was sitting on the table waiting to be sliced into and eaten. It was only me, Susan, Amelia and Tilly, but that was enough for me because it felt warm and I was unable to stop the goofy smile on my face from showing. We even managed to convince Tilly to eat cake with us, which was a lot more difficult than it sounds since she wouldn't stop crying like it was the biggest honor in the world for her. When it came to the presents it was great. Aunt Amelia got me a formal book on occlumency to help me learn the established system. She also got me some wizard candies on behalf of Susan. Tilly handed me some incredibly nicely made robes for indoor wear and even Sol, who had grown into her full size, and let me tell you that it was both funny and frightening when Aunt Amelia realized she was a phoenix, gifted me one of her heart feathers, which I immediately thanked her and had Tilly properly store it. What made this event special was when one package arrived by Owl near the end of the celebrations with a sender who's not too popular in this house arrived, Dumbledore. It seemed the package was for me, but I looked at Amelia as her face lost its emotions and only when she nodded so I carefully opened it. Dear Mr. Bones. I know you may not have much in the way of positive feelings towards me due to the results of the Avery trial, but I've heard from a colleague of mine that you possess a very particular ability. I discussed this with an old friend and we found what I believe to be perfect little solution until you gain control of it. Wishing you a happy birthday. Albus Dumbledore. So this is the Albus I give second chances to psychopaths Dumbledore that exists in this world, hey? One that is still smart but has a heart. I'll have to be careful around him cause I'm not planning on being another one of his weapons. I thought after reading the message. I looked at the small wooden box with my initials engraved in golden cursive and opened it. Inside was a pair of glasses. It had a metallic frame, with what felt like engravings throughout. I'll have someone in the ministry look them over before you try the on. We can't be too careful as it might be a fake sender or a cursed item, said Aunt Amelia. A week later she came back with them. Wear them and look me in the eyes after. She simply ordered. I put them on as instructed and look into her eyes. They really do work. She exclaimed as her eyes widened. I didn't feel even the hint of a tugging on my defenses. You can finally go outside without worrying, Aiden. My eyes widened at the time. I felt excited beyond words at the thought of finally being able to see more of the world. And for the third piece of news. Susan actually called me her big brother. I mean, I know it's not a big deal for most people, but it felt great for me. Getting accepted by the little girl really makes the time and snacks I've given her between my readings of Aunt Amelia's book real worth it. So now half of the time she calls me brother. Makes me smile every time I think of it. Now, back to me being 7. I knocked on the closed door in front of me and waited patiently for an answer. Come in. I hear the occupant's answer. I open the door and walk into Aunt Amelia's home office. It's a place Susan and I aren't really allowed into when she isn't there. There's her large and sturdy desk, with a few bookshelves in the room, and behind her chair, on the wall, are moments in her life she is proud of. Her graduation, first position in the ministry, notable captures and successfully sentenced individuals, and the day she became the head of her department are all behind her in moving photographs. She looks up from her work and realizes it's me. She takes off her glasses and looks at me. Aiden? What's wrong? How come you came here? Aren't you usually reading stories to help Susan sleep right now? She asked in a tired manner. There's nothing, Auntie. I just wanted to ask if it was possible to have some tutors come in and teach me about subjects that won't require a wand for. What? She said, asking for a clarification. I want to study things like potions, herbology, history, astronomy, arithmancy and ancient runes. I said with stars almost coming out of my eyes. And I also want to read about the charms, jinxes and curses I'm going to learn at Hogwarts, to at least know the words and motions. I also want to learn how transfiguration works. Wait a second, Aiden. You want to learn all those subjects now? She asked, confirming my requests. I nod quickly. But if I can't get tutors, can I get the books instead? I've finished all the books downstairs. I asked, trying to put an alternative on the table. You finished all the books downstairs? She exclaimed in disbelief as she abruptly stood up. I have been reading them for a while. I even made some corrections in some of them based on the collective opinions of other authors and my own research. I proclaim with my chest puffed out a bit. You did what? Almost screamed Amelia. Come with me. She said as she dragged me downstairs. Which books did you make your corrections? She asked me with narrowed eyes. Well, I looked at the 7-volume work on Harry Potter's life and the Second Wizarding War, but most of it was completely ludicrous. Do people actually believe this nonsense? I started by questioning some of the materials spread in the magical world. Then there was a study of recent developments in wizardry, which I found that they didn't properly reference similar spells and developments from either earlier wizards or modern Muggle breakthroughs. Most of the Muggle studies books are out of date by almost a century. The Dark Arts, a legal companion, had many loopholes that I found and listed a few possible solutions. Laws of conduct when dealing with Muggles? Was similarly ridiculous. And I found that both legislative guide to the proper use of magic and magical misdemeanors in the modern law are showing a high level of discriminatory restriction on any Muggle-born or wizards containing beast blood, which can possibly lead to possibly violent reactions if the current trend of laws keeps up. I answered systematically. Aunt Amelia quickly went through the mentioned books and found my notes. At first she looked mad, but as she read through them her eyes widened in understanding at what I wrote. Aiden. This is what you've been doing with these books all the time? She asked. Yeah. I would have tried forming opinions and new ideas on other things, but your books are centered more on laws and history. I answered to her query. She stayed silent for a time and looked at me whilst thinking. All right. I'll get you some tutors. She finally declared. Yes. I exclaimed with a fist pump. But. She added, making my celebration stop in its track. We will start with the basic subjects of potions, herbology, astronomy, and history. You will also be getting proper etiquette lessons and penmanship classes to deal with the horrendous scribbling you call writing. You must also spend some time with Susan as you have, without neglecting her. If you can't handle this, then your lessons will stop until you get to Hogwarts. If you succeed, we shall see if we can add the other subjects you requested. She stated her deal, and it was take it or leave it. All right, Aunt Amelia, I agree to your conditions. I stated resolutely in response. Starting my fruitful years of pre-Hogwarts studying. 11. Ch 11 time, money, and a letter. That was how the next 4 years of my life started. My aunt set up 2 tutors for every day, divided to before lunch and after it, with some time after my lessons to look after Susan. To her credit, she was very well behaved when the tutors were around, but I think it did help that I also took her out to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor as a reward. With permission from Aunt Amelia, Tilly as a chaperone and Flo Powder as our means of travel. On those little trips I sometimes get permission to buy myself a book or two from outside my tutor's requirements. Speaking of my tutors, I'm very proud of my progress with all the subjects I was allowed to study. It was really great to learn about so many magical things, even being able to create potions and handle magical plants. But, I really underestimated the etiquette and writing lessons included into that deal. They were simply horrendous. I can deal with being taught how to properly act in wizard society, what to do in certain situations and how to present myself, but the hours upon hours of continuous writing in the proper style was making my hand want to jump off my wrist. This coming from a guy who's literally been tortured. It took a whole year to be done with both of those classes and let Aunt Amelia hold up her end of the deal, so arithmancy was added first. She wasn't sure how to feel about an 8-year-old learning how to do a third-year level class, but I took it in strides. It wasn't until Ancient Runes was added that my pace slowed down a bit. But I'm happy I powered through. And now for my results, and let me tell you that some tutors were left almost in tears and others were trying to cram me with everything they could near the end of my tutoring. Not because I was a horrible student, but because they couldn't believe how much I got done. Ancient Runes, it was an interesting subject, like learning a new alphabet. Only this alphabet could make things invisible, or fireproof. I started this 1.5 years into my tutoring, so I was not able to get as far as I wanted, just finished O.W.L level. I found the subject genuinely fascinating, as it lets one empower objects to accomplish certain tasks by engraving a symbol and imparting some magical energy into it. I was even able to use a set of runes to create 4 matching expanded storage bags with the Bones family coat of arms, using my own original combination of runes to mimic the undetectable extension charm. Susan really liked hers and started wearing all over the place. Aunt Amelia thanked me for the thoughtful gift and switched over to using it. Tilly on the other broke down when she got one too and proclaimed an even greater everlasting will to serve our family. It was really hard to stop her from being overzealous after that one. Arithmancy, like Ancient Runes, I didn't get as much time on this with me losing a year before I could study it. What did help was finishing high school in my previous life and knowing how math works, cause apparently wizards only actually learn about if they take the subject in their 3rd year and not many people do. This gave me a fundamental understanding on how spells worked. It was really interesting breaking down spells and seeing what changes would happen. Of course I didn't use any of them, that was left to my tutor. It did also allow me to properly write down the math necessary behind my other site. With that done, I believe I'll be able to improve it later on. Got past O.W.L and near N.E.W.T for this one as I got a little too into it. Astronomy, although it's not a subject I'm particularly fond of or see much use in since I'm not like the centaurs, who hold a close relationship with the stars, nor a seer which can see the future. And the fact that ritual magic is considered illegal as dark magic doesn't help reduce its uses. But still, I made it through 5 years of school material and even had some interesting bits of research on the side about how lunar energy can affect certain spells and potions depending on its waning and waxing cycle. Herbology, I was actually really into herbology. There's just something about being able to grow living, moving, sometimes attacking magical plants which makes it rewarding. I was able to convince Aunt Bones to let me grow some plants in the back like some puff apods, leaping toadstools, and I was actually able to recreate the environment necessary to grow some aconite, also known as monkshood or wolfsbane. It goes without saying that I went beyond O.W.L level in this one. Even got Susan to join in and she seemed to really enjoy it, especially when playing with the toadstools. History of magic, this one was not too bad since it's mostly about memorization, but the hard part about any history is taking the individual parts and linking them to the larger whole to form one's own opinion on the subject. It'll hopefully help me avoid having to listen to the notoriously sleep-inducing Professor Binns and let me focus on different pursuits in class. I was able to finish up to O.W.L level on this subject by the time I was 10, but one must always improve when given the chance. Potions, he. I'm sure that I'm ready for Snape after this. I mean, I respect the guy quite a bit. He made many mistakes in his life and he knows it. He's also suffered a lot from when he was young, to his school years, until finally losing the love of his life to another and then to death itself. He is one of the only truly repentant human beings I've ever read about. But he's a shit teacher. As my response, I got to almost N.E.W.T level in potions. My tutor was so enamored with me that she tried to beg Aunt Amelia to let me be her apprentice. Guess brewing a bottle of Felix Felicis will do that to a potions master. During this time I also didn't slack off on my wandless magic training or physical efforts. I kept trying for the spells I remembered and of those the ones that wouldn't break or damage anything. So I trained the water-making charm, fire starting, lumos, locking and unlocking charms, summoning and banishing, focused intensely on protection and even tried to disillusion myself, but that one didn't work so well. All in all it went pretty well as I improved my magic control and abilities in secret. Now that all that was out of the way, time for a recap on some more profitable adventures. Did you know that Phoenix tears are incredibly rare and valuable? Cause I seem to have found myself in a position of having one. Did you also know they love to eat magical plants? Which I happen to grow myself. Did you also know you can kinda bribe your Phoenix with her favorite treats and extra care in exchange for a tear about once every 2 weeks? Well, I certainly found out after quite a bit of negotiations. To explain why I'm talking about this is pretty simple. I figured out a way to sell some and get some cash to invest into other places and start racking in the cash. About a year and a half ago I decided to act upon a plan of mine. This plan was involving Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Remember when I said it was really hard to get Tilly to calm down after I gave her that pouch? Well, I did this by getting to bring me to Gringotts one day, after I promised Susan to bring her back some bribes from Sugarplum Sweets shop in exchange for keeping quiet about me leaving. Now we had been to Diagon Alley before, but this was my first time heading to Gringotts itself. Tilly apparat us in front of the imposing building. It was truly grand, made from snowy white marble and towering about the other shops, as if to proclaim its superiority, and announcing itself as Gringotts Bank in golden letters above the door. The bronze doors themselves held their famous warning in silver. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. Stepping through the door and walking up to the stairs, I come to see a vast marble hall with long counters stretching along its length, with doors leading off to the vault passageways and with around 100 goblins sitting at them. I receive a few inquiring glances from the working goblins and some more intense gazes from some of the guards for some reason, but I take them in stride. I reach the head teller and wait for him to notice me. After a minute he looks up at me and gives me a sharp-toothed smile, making me feel a bit off. "Welcome to Gringotts Bank, little warrior. How may we be of service?" he said in his grating voice. "I have a business worth quite a few galleons to propose and I would like to request a private room to continue further. Also, what's this about being a warrior?" I stated, and he asked. "It's in your walk, the way you walk steadily and with confidence, your eyes as they look around your surroundings, your body language as it seems ready to explode at a moment's notice, and your overall feel. Every goblin has experience as a fighter, even if we are not guards," he answered proudly. "But why, pray tell, would you need a private room, young one?" he then asked, getting to business. I reach into my pouch and place a vial containing a small amount of clear liquid. He takes it, uncorks it, and takes a small whiff, immediately freezing after that. I give him a smile in response to the look of surprise he gives me. "Follow me, young warrior, it seems like you do have some business with Gringotts," he said with another toothy smile on his face as he got up and started walking towards his own office. We reached his office as he sat down behind a desk and I in front of it. "Well, tell me what you wish to accomplish here," he started us off. "I wish to sign a few contracts with your bank. I give a few samples of what I offered to sell for me, you get a nice cut of the sales, and I wish to keep my information hidden," I answered with full honesty. "An interesting proposition, young warrior. And what do you believe will make our bank do this?" he said as if to test me. 10% cut of the finale selling price for every unit," I answered, giving them the best cut they could actually receive from such a deal. Because although they are the most legit option, I can find other means to get what I want. A few magically binding vows with some people in need of money and some disguises and aging potions to throw them off makes selling them through other channels is very doable. Annoying but doable. You do know your stuff, don't you, little warrior?" he asked, chuckling at the response. "I think we can arrange a suitable deal for that much," he stated as he started to write some things on a piece of parchment. As he was done he handed it to me. "This contract states that I, Ragnok, head teller of Gringotts Bank, am to serve as middle in the sales phoenix tiers provided by, add your name here, in return for 10% of each unit's final sale, and that all information about the seller and buyers shall become confidential. It shall become binding as soon as it is signed and a few drops of blood from both parties are added onto the contract," he stated, explaining the procedures. I pass the contract to Tilly to see if there is any hidden magic I missed by feeling it. She simply hands it back, indicating it was good. I sign and add my name, then use the knife Ragnok hand to me to cut my finger and let 3 drops fall on the contract. He does the same and it disappears with a flash of blue flame. Now that everything is in order, I say as I reach into my pouch and started taking out the stockpile of tiers I had amassed since I thought of this plan. I would like to do 2 things in Gringotts: open a new vault under my own name to store these new earnings of mine, and ask if you are able or willing to invest in a few muggle businesses," I said with a large smile on my face at the shock on Ragnok's face and the greed in his eyes. "Ahem. Opening the vault will simply take a few papers, some blood, a contract, and a new key. We will have to discuss this investing of yours," he answered after snapping out of his daze. "I wish to change most of my earnings into pounds and invest into overseas companies. I have 4 in mind at the moment who I believe will succeed. In returns, Gringotts will receive 5% of the money they invest on my part and 5% off the earnings, without having to be involved in any losses I incur. You get paid again if it works, and lose nothing if it doesn't work out. How's that for a dream proposal?" I asked with a perfect smile. "Ha ha ha. You truly know how to tempt us, don't you, young Master Bones?" he asked while laughing in delight at my proposal. "You have yourself a deal. Now which companies will you invest in? He then asked to confirm my choices with his toothiest smile possible. Microsoft, Apple, Nike, and Walmart. I replied. After another hour all the paperwork was done for my request and I left the bank a very happy customer. I stopped by Sugar Plum Sweets shop like I promised Susan and headed back home. I was broken out of my musing on the last 4 years by the arrival of an owl in front of me holding a letter. A letter addressed to me, with a seal containing a lion, snake, badger, and raven. 12. Ch12 Let's shop properly. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sork, CHF Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeet of Wizards. Dear Mr. Bones. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. On the second page in the envelope. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First year students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4. 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phil Littespore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Lucinda Thomsonical Pocus. Chief Attendant of Witchcraft Provisions. It really came. My Hogwarts letter. The thing that every child who saw the movies or read the books dreamed about when they reach the age of 11. I thought after reading over the letters twice. He. I excitedly laughed to myself. I can finally do it. I can finally start to learn real magic. I can finally get my wand. Haha. I exclaimed loud enough to get Sol's attention. She looked at me from her perch and let out a melodious chirp as if to mimic the happiness she could feel from our bond. It took me a few minutes for my excitement to die down, letting me think properly. I'll ask Aunt Amelia to let me go get supplies on my own so she won't know about my other vault. I love her, I do, but this needs to be kept secret until I can defend both myself and my family. Too much money can also be a curse. I thought to myself. I ran upstairs to her home office and knocked. I took the moment to make myself more presentable before being permitted to come in. I love the woman, but she is a real stickler for rules and etiquette. Come in. She simply said. Hey Aunt Amelia, my Hogwarts letter just came in. I sent my reply confirming it already, so all that's left is to go and get my supplies. I informed her with a straight and to the point explanation. Good, I'll trust you to get your things with Tilly as your chaperone. You've shown enough maturity to handle that on your own, but I want you to hold off on getting your wand until the weekend. It'll be better to get it after your birthday and I wish to be there for it. I also think it's about time we make you the official heir to the family. You have met and far exceeded my expectations during your studies. She replied, surprising me. I was all ready to fight to be able to go on my own, but she's going to let me anyway. I mean Tilly is coming with but that's not an issue at all. Thank you for your trust Auntie, I will do my best to maintain it. I answered with a determined look on my face. All right, now go off to bed Aiden. You will be going out in the morning. She said with a small smile on her face. Good night Aunt Amelia. I answered as I was leaving the room. The next morning was pretty exciting for me. I had a quick breakfast, bath, and I was ready to go. We got to the Leaky Cauldron through the Flow network. It was apparently a little bit of tradition to go through it when buying your school supplies. I headed off to Gringotts first, because I'm going to need more money than what Auntie is allowing Tilly to use. We walk into the bank and reach Ragnok in his usual spot. Hello there Ragnok. May your vaults be full and your enemies pray to never encounter you. I said with the proper respectful greetings of goblins. It usually just involves them having lots of money and people they fight against dying, so it's pretty fun to try different combinations and there's never any harm to making more friends. And may your gold keep piling up at your feet like your enemy's young master Bones. He replied with a nod and toothy smile, which I've kinda gotten used to by this point. Now what can Gringotts do for you? He said, getting down to business. I wish to buy a bottomless pouch connecting to my private account and to inquire if my previous order has arrived yet. I answered. We shall simply take the 10 galleons required for the pouch with your permission, and your order certainly has arrived. I am sure you will find it to be exactly as you required. He stated with another smile as he waved his hand, sending another goblin to fetch my order. A few minutes later I received the pouch and a small package, which I immediately put into my storage pouch. You know how the pouch works. You can only take out the money in your vault, and only you and those permitted can do so. He said offhandedly. Thank you, Ragnok. May you find gold wherever you go and your enemies' broken bones form your path. I said before taking my leave. The first store I visited after leaving was the trunk shop, since I want to make a custom order. You should have seen the look on the store owner's face when I listed my requirements: dragon hide on the outside, with my initials A.M.B engraved, featherweight charm, unbreakable charm, anti-muggle charm, blood bonded so that only I can access and summon it, shrinking charm with a chain attachment to wear it as a necklace, vastly expanded book compartment, ingredient and potions compartments, and a lot of additional space to use as I please. The whole thing cost around 9,000 galleons, but money is not an issue, and this will be a piece of equipment I'll use for the foreseeable future, so it is well spent. Unfortunately it won't be ready until August, but the finished product will speak for itself. Next was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, a place where I'll also get a custom job, because if I'm going to be wearing something for an entire year I'll make damn sure it's the best I can buy. What's the point of making money if you don't spend it? I make my way over with Tilly and enter the store, seeing a squat, smiling witch who was dressed in mauve clothing and grey hair styled in an interesting upwards fashion. Hogwarts, dear? Well, come in and set yourself up in the room on the right. I have to finish up with these two girls first. She said quickly after seeing my nod. So I walked over to the fitting room and wait for a few minutes. The short witch comes in and wastes no time getting started measuring with gusto. I order the 3 sets needed, made of a chromantula silk, because of it minor spell resistance and comfortable feel, self-ironing and repair charms, as well as a minor self-adjusting charm to keep up with my growth during the year. I also asked if it's possible to mix a bit of dragon hide into the robe, but unfortunately not. The total still ended being about 450 galleons after everything was said and done, and the order would be ready in a few days. Although I do need to say that she tried to throw in a discount if I would be a model for her designs, and it was really hard to keep turning her down due to her persistence. Next was scribulous writing instruments. I entered the shop filled with display cabinets with beautiful quills of every color and feather I could think of, with finely engraved tips to complete them. I stepped towards the counter and found an elderly wizard in brown ink-splattered robes waiting there. I placed 2 custom orders. One is to turn 3 of Soul's feathers into properly made quills, and let me tell you, he was ecstatic to be able to work with phoenix feathers, to the point that he swore it would be some of his best work. And I also ordered 2 self-writing quills with enchantments letting me input the information I wish to write on it to free myself from the constantly looming wave of homework written about in the books. He said it should be done by the end of the day and that he would send the quills to my home. Slug and Jigger's apothecary was quick. I ordered 2 of the standard pewter cauldrons required. I mean, it's really unlikely in mess up any potion taught at Hogwarts, but better safe than sorry. I got 2 sets of ingredients, some not required in class, but I didn't overdo it cause I can always order more through the mail. And finally a set of custom potions equipment, with a reinforced cauldron and goblin-made vials and tools, stuff that would give even Snape a hard-on. Now, I've been to Flourish and Blots before, but it's always been as a reward for doing well during my tutoring. But this time I had no reason to hold back. I bought every book that caught my attention. Standard Hogwarts material years 1 to 7 for every class, books on more mundane spells, party spells, lesser-known potions, magical theory, care for magical creatures books, and I even found some dueling books hidden in the shelves. I may have also headed to Borgin and Burke's quickly to buy some older and more, shall we say, difficult to obtain books. And my final stop of the day was Elip's Owl Emporium, because although I had Soul, she was my friend and partner, so I'm not using her as a delivery service. Plus, if she can get friendly with the new owl, she'll have a friend to fly around together with and be able to have fun even when I'm busy. And so I purchased a wonderful white and beige female barn owl, which I named Artemis. With everything I was permitted to buy ordered or obtained, I stopped and got Susan a treat because we left her home alone and headed back. On a side note, Soul was not just a little peeved at the sight of Artemis, and it took a lot of convincing to make her understand why I got her. It took a few days and a good amount of bribes, but she finally got around to agreeing. 13. CH13 A wand and a core. The rest of my week after the shopping spree was done was greatly fulfilling. I spent my time going through the first and second year textbooks and understanding the basics of magical education in the theoretical aspect. The clothes and supplies I had custom ordered also arrived, and I was pleased by the finished products. Finally, I also inspected my order from Gringotts. The package contained a perfectly forged, goblin-made knife. A year into my deals with Ragnarok, I decided to order a weapon for my own self-defense in case I am unable to use magic properly or have my wand taken from me. And so I commissioned it to be based on modern combat knives, with it being unbreakable, bonded to me, and that it should always return when taken or lost. I also added some difficulty when I wished for it to be possible to further enchant it by myself later in the future. This resulted in a beautifully made silver combat knife, with goblin runes engraved into the blade, hidden through the phoenix with a small ruby in the place of its eye, they crafted into it. The note that came with the knife said that to bond with it I simply needed to cut my palm with it and let it absorb some blood, and that if I want to further enchant it I can do so by targeting the handle or the ruby itself. They also made sure to state that the blade would return to the goblins after 3 generations as promised, unless I or those I pass it on to, pay for an extension. It was exactly what I had requested, so I immediately strapped the dragon leather sheath to my forearm, which is enchanted to shoot the knife into my hand with a thought as per ordered. I am not ashamed to admit I played with it for a long time. It's now July 7, 1988, 3 years before the Harry Potter plot starts properly, and the reason I'm mentioning the date is because I forgot that something important was going to happen today, my magical maturation. The reason why one must be 11 years to properly practice magic. If that was all that would happen, then I'd be happy to gain more strength and control like my peers. My only problem is that, according to all the magic theory books I've read on the subject, I've already gone through my first maturation as a result of my first ritual, and it was refined to the extremes due to the second. So from my understanding, what I am currently experiencing inside of myself right now is the transformation of the incredible condensed gas changing into its phenomenally more potent liquid form. Something which is only supposed to happen in the properly magically endowed witches and wizards, basically or skilled hit wizard level. This is why most wizards are just basically useless in real combat anymore, they've got nothing to back up their spells. And so I was meditating, focusing on the representation of my core within my mind, trying to aid my cores in their transformation. This is when an issue occurred. My twin cores were striking each other in their agitated state as they constantly attracted each other. I felt pain in my heart every time they did so, as if the energy would explode from within it. I had to do something, or at this rate I might become a squib if they break or die. I thought and thought as I forced the two energies away from each other. The tug-of-war between me and my cores kept going for I don't know how long, until I realized that this wasn't going to work. It was at that moment that I had a flash of inspiration. If they want to go towards one another, why not redirect their trajectory slightly to make them chase one another? Instead of forcing them apart, I let them head towards each other only to divert them off their courses slightly so they would miss. And so the process repeated itself countless times until they were in contact with each other, but were also constantly moving as they were chasing one another. They resembled magnets in a way. And as they chased after themselves, they started merging, slowly but surely they became a single entity. I don't know how long this process lasted, I felt mentally exhausted by the trial, but I stayed awake because I had to see this through. Soon enough the two spheres slowed gradually until they found a comfortable pace, not too fast nor too slow. It was quite shocking to see the results. My two cores had almost fused into one, but kept a small barrier between the two, with both filled with different colored liquids, one golden and the other silver. And well, it basically looked like yin and yang, with the whole thing being around the size of a large softball and the liquids inside moving with their rotations. And then I simply fainted. Don't judge me. You try and keep your heart from exploding due to magical energies, see how it feels. I woke up with the sun directly in my face. I got up and heard a yelp coming from my left. I turn around and see a really nervous Tilly. Hey Tilly, what's wrong? Oh, and what time is it? I asked groggily while rubbing my eyes. To which her reply was to run out of the room yelling, Mistress! Young Master Aiden is awake. In her squeaky voice. What the? I asked myself in confusion. Until I heard the sounds of people rushing up the stairs in a great hurry and my door burst open with the 8-year-old Susan in front and Aunt Amelia behind her. Big brother, you're okay? Susan said as she tackled me back into my bed and started crying. Well, yeah, I'm okay. Why wouldn't I be? I asked while trying to soothe the crying little sister. You've been unconscious for the past 3 days, Aiden. Amelia said, dropping the bomb. 3 days. I yell out in surprise. Yes, we even had a healer come in to check up on you, but all they said was that you were keeping yourself asleep and couldn't force you awake in case it made things worse. She explained with a bit of anger in her voice. So what happened? She finally asked. Well, because of the rituals that I went through, my core is somewhat different from most people my age, and when it was going through its maturation some issues happened. So I went inside of myself to make things work properly. I tried to explain. Her gaze softened, like it always does when I mention my time in that place. All right dear, as long as you're okay now. She said softly. So you're okay? Susan asked while looking up at me from my chest with tears threatening to fall out of her eyes again. Yes, I'm all okay. I actually kind of feel great right now. I replied with all honesty. Well, good. Unfortunately for you though, you missed the weekend and I even took a day off to make sure nothing wrong would happen to you, so you'll have to wait until Saturday evening before we go and get your wand," said Aunt Amelia back to her normal tough but fair self. "It's alright, I understand. Thanks for worrying, Auntie, it means a lot. You too, Susan and Tilly," I said with a smile and warm feeling in my heart. "We are family, all that we have left, and I treasure you both," she said as she walked over to me and Susan, and hugged us. It was really nice. But since I had to wait another week for my wand, I went back to studying and testing spells out wandlessly. It really shocked me. It takes less magic, for a stronger effect, quicker execution, and the magic was recovered at a pace incomparable to the previous one. So I ended up spending the week spamming spells like it was going out of style. You know, until I just fell asleep due to the exhaustion that came with it. That was until Saturday came and it was time to go to Ollivander's. Aunt Amelia took me and Susan to Diagon Alley through the Flow network. We reached the narrow and shabby shop with peeling gold letters over the door of the shop read, Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Go on Aiden, everyone goes through this little initiation. We will wait for you, a Florian Fortescue's," said Amelia as she held Susan's hand. I nodded and stepped into the shop. It was a tiny space for the shop, empty except for a single, spindly chair in the corner. Thousands of narrow boxes containing wands were piled right up to the ceiling of the tiny shop, and the whole place had a thin layer of dust about it. With an old man with pale silvery eyes, should-length grey hair and white skin, who I assumed was the famous Garrick Ollivander. I did not expect to see a new customer this late in the evening, but no matter, it is always a pleasure to match a child to its wand. "I hope you make things challenging for me," he chuckled to himself. "Now then, young Mr. Bones. Aiden Bones. I finished for him." One of the survivors, ashamed about what was done to them, sold the whole family their wands. He basically muttered to himself. He then spent the next half hour handing me wand after wand, containing all of the Ollivander classics of unicorn hair, dragon heartstring, and phoenix feather, but nothing was fitting properly. "Well, I've asked for difficulty and you've certainly provided, Mr. Bones," Ollivander said quite happily despite all his failures. "It seems I might have to make a custom wand after all years," he mused. I was kind of prepared for this situation. I mean, I have the essence of a wampus cat and a phoenix in my body. It would be strange if any random wand would bond with me properly. Mr. Ollivander," I said to get his attention. "If you can take a vow of silence, I can probably help with why the wands aren't working properly," I said to him. He raised an eyebrow at the request, but I know the man's curiosity will get the better of him. It's just who he is. And just like I thought, he pointed his wand upwards. "I, Garrick Ollivander, swear on my magic that the information given by Aiden Bones shall remain between us and that I shall tell none. So I say, mote it be. Lumos," he recited, and with the lighting of the wand signifying a valid oath, I was relieved. Basically, due to events outside my control, I was imbued with the essence of a wampus cat and deeply bonded with a phoenix. I also currently have 2 magic cores, I explained to the man. "My word!" he exclaimed. "No wonder none of my wands bonded with you. Do you happen to have any feathers of said phoenix?" he asked in an excited and hopeful manner. I had a feeling that I would be difficult, so I prepared in advance. I said as I took out a few boxes from my bag. "This box contains a heart feather of my friend, freely given. And these are a collection of wampus cat hairs I ordered from America, because I've heard they aren't really used here and thinking it might connect with me better than other materials due to my circumstances," I explained to the man. "Yes, I much prefer unicorn hair or dragon heartstring, but a good wand maker should strive for the best match, not the preferred material. If these are what matches you, then it is what you shall receive. Now come with me, I need you to choose a wood and which of these hairs truly resonates with you," he said as he guided me towards the back. He laid out a bunch of different wood samples and said to close my eyes and feel which one was calling me. Quickly doing so, I focused and felt a piece draw me in strongly as I moved my hand towards it. I opened my eyes and found myself grasping a jet black block of wood. Ebony wood, good with many things, especially combat. It prefers those with great courage and generally matches well with people who are outside the norm or outsiders. Truly interesting. Now the cores, he said as he laid out more boxes. This time I felt 2 pulls. One was brilliant and warm, while the other was subtle and calm. I opened my eyes again and find what I guessed would happen, the feather in one of the boxes of hair. Phoenix feathers make for very individualist wands, strong wands, while the wampus hair tends to be good at the more subtle side of magic, preferring to find new paths instead on focusing on the ones others see. Explained Ollivander again. "Come back tomorrow evening, Mr. Bones. I should have it ready by then," he declared with fire in his eyes. "Thanks, Mr. Ollivander. I'll leave the leftover wampus hairs for you to experiment with if you want," I said as I began to leave. I think I'll take you up on that, keep the skills sharpened. He answered with a laugh. I explained to Aunt Amelia why it took so long and that my wand should be ready tomorrow. Really, why is it so hard to get you a single wand, young man? She said in a fake anger voice. I returned the next day and Ollivander took out a black box and put it on the counter in front of me. I open it and take out a beautiful black wand with a comfortable handle, sleek and straight body without a single flaw in the wood. And then I felt it connect to my cores, making multicolored lights flow around me and a phoenix cry being heard. Ebony, phoenix heart feather and wampus cat hair, 11.5 inches, slightly flexible. One of the finest wands I've ever made, said Ollivander with pride. I thanked the man after paying for the wand, arm holster, and maintenance equipment, and left. 14. CH14 family in a train. It was exciting to finally get my own wand, the thing that'll follow me on my path as a wizard. The tool with which I will create magic, better and better magic. I spent the next month and a half plowing through my school books. Every charm, jinx, and curse I could learn, I would master with the wand and then train it wandlessly. It feels great to make progress in something obviously magical. That's the main reason I got into potions and herbology so much. It was different, fantasy-like, and I could learn it. Aunt Amelia did kinda get mad at me for doing some spell in the house, so I had to set up some dummies outside and practice on those. Aside from the school stuff, I've been learning some neat party tricks like changing hair colors, making some controllable firecrackers and a few little pranks here and there. Susan really liked when I made a bunch of paper airplanes fly and dogfight in the backyard. She also liked when I put on a little puppet show with Tilly, each of us animating a puppet, but she was way better than me at this. It does help me work on my control though, so I wasn't embarrassed to kill two birds with one stone. As much as I want to grow stronger and learn more about magic, I really care about this little family of mine. Aunt Amelia actually started taking us out during the weekends of my last 2 weeks home. Although she is a pure-blooded witch, she was a very good friend of my mom when they were younger and she was shown how the Muggle world actually worked through her. That's why she actually brought the both of us to the Muggle side of things like an amusement park, which Susan was both in love with and horrified of. It was a fun couple of weeks. September 1st, 1988. Alright Aiden, time to go. The car is here. I hear Aunt Amelia yell from downstairs. I've got my trunk in necklace form, Artemis in her cage, wand and knife on each arm and my glasses on. Everything is packed and I'm heading downstairs. You could have just had Tilly bring me there on the night bus, Aunt Amelia, I know how busy you are. I said as I got downstairs. Don't say such things. My nephew is heading off to Hogwarts, I can make time for that every year. She declared in a huff. Do you have to go? I really don't want you to, said Susan with teary eyes. Yeah. I'm gonna miss you lots, Susan, but this is something every witch and wizard has to do. And in 3 years you'll join me over there too. I said gently as I bent down to her level. Then you have to write lots. She declared. I promise. I promised while ruffling her hair a little. All right, let's go kids. Cut in Amelia while pushing us out the door. We got into one of the Ministry's enhanced cars, which was a black 1960 Bentley S2, classic British car, with tinted windows, expanded and refurbished interior. Perfect for any Ministry official to get around the Muggle side in. Susan sat right next to me and Amelia went near the driver to tell him he could take off. My little cousin/sister is really cute as her brown hair swings around with her head when she tries to look at everything around us. My aunt and I just watch her with a smile as she does so. We arrived at King's Cross station an hour in advance. We get out, I grab Artemis and head in with my family. On our way to the platform I see a bunch of witches and wizards hurrying about in odd clothing and robes, running along with trunks, a variety of uncommon pets, and while screaming to hurry along or complaining about Muggles. It really makes me marvel at how the statute of secrecy hasn't been broken yet and how far Muggles will go to logically deny the possibility of the fantastic. Both sides have their own faults on this point. We got to the wall between platforms 9 and 10, I take a look at Aunt Amelia, she nods and I walk through with steady steps. As I was about to hit the wall, I felt like I was passing through a kind lightly resistant jelly, and a second later I was through. I took some steps away from the door and was welcomed by a sight more interesting than the movie. I saw a horde of frantic men and women all over the place, with yelling, hugs and kisses happening everywhere. Pets were complaining, kids and teens were getting together and catching up. I saw a bunch of papers flying around the platform and then spotted the iconic sign of Platform 9 3/4. Following that was the site of the Crimson Machine, stolen by wizards in 1830, launching their biggest ever memory and concealment charm operation. It was certainly a memorable sight, with its clean, crimson body, powerful whistle and matching compartments. Wow! Exclaimed Susan coming in from behind me. It's huge. All right dear, you'll get your time on that train soon enough, but stay with me today, said Amelia sternly. All right Aiden, stay safe, don't be afraid to write even if there's nothing wrong, and I doubt I'll have to worry about your grades, but that doesn't give you an excuse to break rules and go crazy. If you cause any trouble you'll get a howler right in the middle of breakfast, you hear me? She then said to me in an equally stern manner. Yes ma'am, I'll do my best. I answered as if a soldier. Good, now off you go. Get yourself a compartment before they're all full and make some friends while you're there. I know I didn't give you much of a chance to make some growing up, but it's important. She said, softening her expression. I smiled at her concern. I then took a breath, stepped forward and gave her a deep hug. Thanks Aunt Amelia, for everything. I know it's hard raising us, but thank you for caring. I love you. I said while hugging. She froze when I hugged her, but she softened a lot when she heard the I love you. She looked at me with moistened eyes, wiped both corners and said softly, I love you too Aiden. I let go, give Susan a hug and head for the train with Artemis. With one last turn to wave at them, I step into the train. I found an empty compartment to sit in, made sure Artemis was all good above me, took out some fourth-year books and started to read. Coincidentally, I also spotted a train of rushing redheads a few minutes before it was time to set off. Makes me remember that there's going to be Bill, Charlie, Percy in the school this year, and next year the terrible duo will join. At 11 sharp, the whistle echoed throughout the platform and the Hogwarts Express set off. As I was reading in my compartment, time passed quickly. There was a few times when people opened the door making me look up, but no one actually talked to me. The girls tended to gasp when they saw me look up before hurrying away, and the guys looked at me, pursed their lips and left. Both reactions were weird in their own way. Halfway through the ride though, an older girl, with short bright pink hair, opened the door with some tears on her face. It was everyone's favorite Metamorphmagus, Nymphadora Tonks. She should currently be a fourth-year Hufflepuff student. She was truly a beautiful person in the books, and I'm not talking about looks here. She is someone who is selfless enough to help those in need and courageous enough to fight against Voldemort and his Death Kooks, and able to be true to herself in the pursuit of who she cares for. Although I thought she was wasted on Lupin and that it was an immense dick move on Rowling's part to kill her in the final battle, but she's probably one of my favorite female characters. Gonna see if I can change her fate later on. Is anyone sitting here? She asked in a slightly cracking voice. No, you're welcome to join me. I answered, breaking out of my musing, gesturing for her to sit and putting down my book. Thanks, I'm Tonks by the way, fourth-year Hufflepuff. Said the girl as she sat down, rubbing her eyes and sniffling a bit as she introduced herself. I'm Aiden, first year nothing. So how come one of my big bad seniors is currently crying? I asked, trying to make her chuckle a bit at her situation. Ha! Cheeky firstie I have here then. She said, breaking out of her melancholy a bit. Sigh. One of my housemates came and yelled at me saying I was stealing some guy I never meet, she confessed to. She said I seduced him and kept on insulting me until some other girls joined in and I couldn't take it. She explained with some pain on her face. How could you be stealing a guy if you don't even know him? I asked, baffled at the irrational situation. Well, that's what happens to people like us, doesn't? We can change our appearance so people want to get us to date their dream person. She explained, but there was one part bugging me from that explanation. What do you mean by we and us? I asked for clarification. Metamorph magi like us can change our appearance so people want us to fulfill their fantasies. She explained, but then she saw the weird look on my face and asked what? I'm not a Metamorphmagus. I said with an awkward tone. Wait, what? But your hair. Your ears. Your eyes. Your face. She exclaimed in surprise and disbelief. Well, I've got some complicated and really personal reasons behind most of that, but the face should be all me and I'm pretty proud of it. I proclaimed whilst puffing out my chest and lifting my head a bit. Haha. Prat. She said as she laughed out loud. That hurts. I'm really proud of this face of mine. I said, in fact hurt. All right, it is a good face. She said with a chuckle. But still acting like a prat. She then declared. I then over-exaggerated, having a wounded heart, and make Tonks burst out laughing. It takes her a few minutes to calm down again. But seriously, you look like that and it's natural? She asked incredulously. Well, it's not exactly natural, but I'll stop anyone even thinking of trying to get these features the same way I did, and that's all I'll say about the subject. I said in a serious voice. Well, aren't you mysterious? She said, ending the questions on my looks. So Aiden, the first year, what house do you think you'll get? She asked in an excited tone. I thought for a second before answering. I don't really know, to be honest. I think I could fit in pretty much all the houses. I have courage and bravery, I work hard and am loyal, I seek knowledge and possess intelligence, I have ambition and can be cunning. Wow, someone's full of themselves. Said Tonks mockingly, wearing a grin. I don't really think like that, it's just what I've done and what I plan to do in the future which tells me this. Now if you ask what house I want to be in, it's an easier answer by processes of elimination. Let's start with the most obvious house, Slytherin. Although I personally think there is nothing wrong with the house nor its ideals of ambition and cunning, it's almost been reduced to a cesspool of bigotry and supremacy, letting those with the deepest pockets or bigger fist rule since the rise of the Dork Lord. I explained. Tonks' jaw hit the floor if it could when she heard me say Dork Lord. Next is Gryffindor. Although they are brave and willing to step up for what they believe is right, they lack any thought behind their actions. Bravery must be tempered to avoid recklessness, and proper knowledge must be known to have the correct target to truly do the right thing, because without knowledge it's only self-delusions. Although they are not bigoted, they have a problem of quick judgment and stubbornness stopping them from admitting fault. So although I can fit into the house, I am personally against it. Now for Hufflepuff. I started and heard Tonks gulp as she readied herself because of my previous dismantling of the other houses. Its ideals are great, hard work and loyalty should be things all wizards should truly aspire to. The problem comes from the mentality students have regarding it and people's general opinion of it. And that comes from the single phrase, and Helga Hufflepuff took the rest. It brings down the students' opinion of their own house as the house of the leftovers and the normal without them even realizing it. There's also a problem with being too united, as it makes everyone on the same level, and if you are not, you get ostracized, leading to a lack of outstanding students. Although these problems are there, I still can see myself grow in it, making friends and proving myself through hard work. I concluded about the house, and Tonks had a thoughtful look after I was done speaking about her house. And lastly, the house I personally think I'm most likely to get into, Ravenclaw. It prizes knowledge and those who seek it, something I've had since young. The problems with the fact that students in the house have come to only strive for grades as proof of their intelligence, instead for truly understanding a subject, they simply memorize it and regurgitate that onto tests and homework. They also forget to spread that knowledge, as Rowena herself decided to do when she helped found the school. Now they lord the knowledge they think they have over others and believe themselves superior without even being able to apply said knowledge properly. I said, finally finishing off my long-winded explanation. Well, you're definitely a Ravenclaw. No other house is gonna take someone who had that much to say on a single subject and a simple question. Tonks simply answered with a mocking look on her face. That makes me burst out with laughter at the response, cause I actually agreed with it. Can't see anyone who gets into any other house say that much on such a simple question. You do make good points though. She added after she finished laughing. Thanks. I answered. We then started talking about some random things about Hogwarts she knows and some funny spells I'd learnt. It went on until we heard the announcement that we'd arrive soon. It was nice talking with you, Aiden, you were fun. And thanks for the advice about those girls. I'll head back to change into my robes. She said as she got up to leave. No problem, Tonks. It was really nice to meet you. You're a blast. As replied. She then left and went back to her stuff. Well, time to get changed. I thought to myself. 15, ch 15 Hogwarts. Since we were arriving, I took a set of robes from my trunk and put them on. Although it's impractical, it was galleons well spent to make them this comfortable. And I've always wanted to wear these, so I'll make it work. I thought to myself after getting dressed. Alright Artemis, Auntie told me that they'll bring you to Oloy, so I'll see you later. Be a good girl, okay? I said before feeding her a few treats and receiving an affectionate nip in return. I head out of the train to hear a booming voice. First years this gather air. First years over air. I walked over with my peers and find Hogwarts keeper of keys and of the grounds. The heavily bearded half-giant stature was even more obvious next to a group of 11-year-olds. He stood near 12 feet tall, with his untamed beard and hair, arms and legs thicker than our bodies. Physically speaking, Hagrid is very intimidating man. I know that he's basically a big teddy bear unless you insult Dumbledore, but still. And the man doesn't seem to realize the differences between himself and others. It's fine to be different, but you have to understand it. I mean, who keeps an Acromantula as a pet, or raise a Cerberus and name it Fuffly, tries to raise a dragon, and from what I remember he later tried to get students to raise some weird crossbreed he made. First years follow me. He yelled out, seeing that no one else was coming. We followed him like we were baby chicks. It was a little bit funny thinking about that comparison, and reached a bunch of docked boats waiting for us. No more than 4 a boat, he announced. I simply hopped onto a boat. 2 others joins me on the it. One was a girl with long black hair, dark green eyes, lips on the thinner side, high cheekbones. The other was a very nervous-looking boy. He had wavy sandy blonde hair that reached just under his ears, clear blue eyes and a gentle look to his features. The girl was very confident in herself, while the boy seemed to not trust the boat as he jumped slightly and grabbed onto the sides of it as soon as we set off. I look at the both of them and decide I should introduce myself. Hi, I'm Aiden Bones. It looks like we'll be spending the next 7 years seeing each other, so it's nice to meet you. I said smoothly and with a smile to the both of them. Bones? Like Amelia Bones, the head of the DMLE? Asked the girl in a surprised tone. That's right, she's my aunt. I answered in a slightly guarded manner. I love my aunt, but I know some people would do a lot to get to her. She holds a lot of authority and is responsible for many people going to Azkaban. It makes you enemies. The girl is slightly shocked but introduces herself anyway. Victoria Traverse, heir of the most ancient and noble house of Traverse. She said in a proud tone whilst puffing her chest out. A sacred 28 heir is it? I responded with a raised eyebrow. Eh what? I hear the nervous boy ask. I'm guessing you must be Muggle-born then. I asked in response. That's right, name's James Calloway. It's nice to meet you both. He said looking at us. I see Victoria frown at his introduction. It looks like she's been fed that pure blood supremely crap. I thought quickly. Well James, the Sacred 28 is a title given to 28 families in the Pure Blood Directory, a book listing the so-called truly pure blood wizard families left in Britain, meaning all wizards with no Muggle or Muggle-borns mixed in. The Traverse family is part of said book, and with Miss Victoria here being the eldest daughter or only child, she is the heir of it. I explained to the boy. Humph. And from your tone you seem to dislike it I see. Said an offended Victoria. Not dislike, just don't see the point of being pure-blooded if it forces inbreeding and short-sightedness. I said with a shrug. What did you say? Screamed Victoria getting some looks from other boats, before noticing and sitting down with a red face. I have nothing against the concept, but if it ruins the possibilities and abilities of the next generation then I frankly don't see the point of forcing things. I said with another shrug. Victoria herself was looking like she'd explode any second, until we heard Hagrid's booming voice yelling to keep our heads down. I watched everyone else and just laughed. Why are you laughing? Asked James with a weird look. He's a half-giant, of course he has to duck, but we're 11 and not even half his size. I said with a big grin on my face. James looks around sheepishly and noticed I'm right, while Victoria is just giving the stink eye. We pass that bit and we can finally see it, Hogwarts. The movies just can't do the scene justice. The magnificent ancient castle, with every window light up with an orange glow and all of it reflecting off of the Great Lake as we slowly approach. Simply breathtaking. We disembarked and followed Hagrid up to the castle. I could feel the magic in the air here, it lightened my steps and made my cores quicken their pace. It's no wonder Dumbledore stays here all the time. The magic here is insane compared to anywhere else I've been. I thought to myself after feeling its effects. We finally reached the doors to the Great Hall and were instructed to wait. And as that was happening, the ghosts of the castle started to head into the hall through the walls. Oh, hello there new students. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am the Fat Friar, hope you can come to Hufflepuff. My old house you know. Exclaimed the portly ghost before being on his way. I felt a tug on my sleeve and turned to see James being the culprit. Were those ghosts? He asked with some fear in his voice. Yeah, but there's no need to fear ghosts in general since they can't interact with their surroundings. Plus, most ghosts in Hogwarts are supposed to be quite friendly apparently. The only exception is supposed to be Peeves, a pranking poltergeist, so if you meet a jester in an orange suit be careful cause he'll get you in trouble. I explained trying to warn and calm James. Hey! If you know so much, do you know how they're going to sort us? He then asked. From what I know they use a magic artifact left by the founders to judge which house we would do well in. I answered, trying to sound like I don't know everything for sure. So we won't have to do anything. He then asked. Shouldn't have to know. I replied to his visible relief. At that moment, the famous deputy headmistress, head of Gryffindor and our future transfiguration professor, Minerva McGonagall, arrived in front of us. I have to say that Maggie Smith nailed her to a fault, it was that accurate when it came to how she looked, tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes stood with a very stern face. Welcome to Hogwarts. I am Professor Minerva McGonagall. She said introducing herself. The banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. She finished her speech, waited for a few minutes, and during that time I looked around at the rest of the students. What I noticed was that I was taller than pretty much everyone here, standing 5'1" at the age of 11. Then opened the doors to bring us into the Great Hall. How magic is great! I couldn't help thinking as I saw the beautifully bewitched ceiling with a smile on my face. Without even realizing it, I somehow ended up at the front of first years, with James right behind me and Victoria trying be in the front at the same time. All eyes were on us, but I'm already used to being stared at, so I just kept on admiring the hall itself. We reached the end of the tables and saw a stool, with an old hat on it. And behind it was the professor's tables. I was happy to see Alan Rickman is alive and well in this world. I thought after seeing our dear potions master. I then recognized Hagrid, Professors Pomfrey, Hooch, Flitwick, even Kettleben, due to their rather unique traits and appearances, and of course Dumbledore, with his really weird eye twinkle that I think has to do with his magical core's maturation level. The rest I'll have to learn later. But I was broken out of my musing by a certain hat's song. Oh, you may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black. Your top hat's sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat. And I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffies are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap, he finished with a bow to the applause of the students and staff. Professor McGonagall steps forward with a piece of parchment and announced how things would work. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted, she simply said. Ashwood, Thomas. A short brown-haired boy stepped forward nervously, sat on the stool and the hat was put on him. After a moment, Gryffindor! Shouted the hat as applause erupted at the house's table. Even McGonagall had a small smile at having the first student this year. Bones, Aiden. People turned their eyes on me and started whispering to themselves. I also saw Dumbledore look at me intently with a raised eyebrow. I walked up, took out my wand and used a quick scour jiffy to clean the old hat before I had to use it. Making students quiet down and some professors pay more attention. Why thank you, young man. It's been years since someone actually cleaned me, said the hat in response. It's no problem. Hope it helps me get into the house I yearn for. I answered with a cheeky grin. We shall see if it is the house which would fit you first. It replied. I sat on the chair and the hat was placed onto me. Boy, you are a difficult customer, aren't you? I then heard the hat say in my mind. You fit every house, and you know it, but you also understand the value of each. The courage to fight, the wisdom to learn, the drive to work, and the ambition and cunning to reach your goals. It continued in its analysis. So, this becomes one of the rare occasions when your house will be up to you. The hat concluded. Then I wish to join Ravenclaw, please. I thought to the hat. Are you sure? Slytherin would be a place to learn many things and you would gain dependable allies in Gryffindor, said the hat to test my resolve. Ravenclaw is my choice. It's closest to what I believe I am. I responded resolutely. Ravenclaw. Then announced the hat in response as applause burst out from the table. I went over to the welcome of the upper years and observed the rest of the sorting. It didn't take that long since there was only 33 of us. Not many wizards had kids during the war and a lot of Muggleborns were killed or disappeared. On a side note, James went to Hufflepuff, Victoria went to Slytherin and 6 others were sorted into Ravenclaw. After the sorting was done, Dumbledore stood up. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Without further wait, let the feast begin. And with a wave the feast appeared in front of our eyes. It's been a while since I ate till I was completely stuffed, but boy was it satisfying. At the end when all the food disappeared from the tables, Dumbledore stood once again to speak. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors and that the list of forbidden objects shall be posted in front of his office for perusing. Quidditch trials will also be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And now it's time for our school song before heading to bed, he said with a smile. And the school bellowed. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts. Teach us something please. Whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling with some interesting stuff. For now they're bare and full of air, dead flies and bits of fluff. So teach us things worth knowing. Bring back what we've forgot. Just do your best, we'll do the rest. And learn until our brains all rot. Everybody finished the song at different times. Dumbledore conducted their last few lines with his wand and when they had finished, he was one of those who clapped loudest. Ah, music, he said, wiping his eyes. A magic as old as time. And now, bedtime. Off you trot. And so ended my first feast at Hogwarts, with lots of food and music that can break the ears of anyone who's heard actual Muggle music before. I stood and followed the Ravenclaw prefects to head towards our tower. 16. CH 16 goals and classes. So the introduction to the Ravenclaw tower was fairly standard. The common room was very open, with the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, house-exclusive library, nice starry sky dome and blue curtains and carpet. But it had a spectacular view of the grounds surrounding Hogwarts, as we could see the lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch and the herbology gardens. They told us about the standard rules of Hogwarts, but also about a reward system in the houses. Basically, the better you do in your year, the better the rewards for the next, best rooms, more access to the library, etc. They also showed us to our rooms, and like I thought, they basically provided us with basic dorm rooms, with a bed, works desk, closet, and bookshelf. First thing I did was set up some runes in my new room, similar to my own expanded bag, making it bigger. I then added my own potions area, rune crafting area and soul's perch just in time for her to appear through flame travel. The Hogwarts wards can suck it, cause I'm not leaving her at home all year. I then start to plan out my year. Get Marauder's map and study it before the start of next year so the twins can get it. Check to see if I can find a working time turner in the room of hidden things. And even if there isn't, I'll spam the room of requirements to its limits. Get all Hogwarts useful classes to N.E.W.T level, charms, transaction, potions, herb, comc, dada, arithmancy, ancient runes, and get everything else, history, divination, astronomy, Muggle studies, to meet outstanding with distinction if possible. Also on a side note, I don't care if Dumbledore doesn't like it. I'm not stopping myself from getting more opportunities because, instead of seeing any actually talented wizards as their own person, with individual ideals, he sees them as a potential Tom-fucking Riddles. I mean honestly, the man has a lot of issues letting go of things. It's why he fought Grindelwald, one of the reasons he taught at Hogwarts, the reason he doesn't teach Harry shit except show him memories, hell it's also why he's dying during Harry's 6th year. If it comes to it, I'll give him a magic oath so he can quit being annoying because of one asshole who looks like a moldy egg now. Okay, I'm good now, time for bed. I want to knock the socks off my professors. First week of class gave some mixed feelings. In the morning we had our first herbology lesson with Hufflepuff students. Professor Sprout started us off with proper safety when handling magical plants and warned everyone about the venomous tentacula, as they tend to be grabby. As a precaution she taught everyone the fire starter charm Incendio, which I could even do wandless and silently, so it was only a flick of a wand away for me. She then introduced the class to Puff Apods, a fairly safe bet to start people off with. It was one of my first plants too, but I've since learned about them inside and out. So I started working with mine as I hummed. I was done so fast that the professor had to check my plant to see if I did it correctly, which resulted into 5 points for the house. On a side note, another student by with the last name Ward, I couldn't hear his first name, from my house got points in that class. I saw James on the other hand get attacked by the venomous tentacula behind him, not great. We then had lunch, followed by defense against the dark arts with Gryffindor. It was average. A teacher which seems to have based class on guidelines instead of experience, but what can you expect from someone who's going to be gone in a year? First class of charms was great though, even if some of the Slytherins with us were a bit annoying. Professor Flitwick knew how to keep kids entertained with his cheerful demeanor and occasional colorful use of charms while he talked about the theory behind the magic. He started us with the basic Lumos, which me and Victoria did at the same time as soon as permitted. Only difference being I did mine silently and without wand movement. Flitwick gave us both 5 points. I then started playing with my own little variations of the spell, making a rainbow of colors come out as I had fun, and you should have seen the look on Victoria's face cause a wall had more emotions in it. The professor was extremely pleased to hand out 10 points for that. With nothing else to do I just helped out a few housemates for the rest of the class. But after excitement must come its enemy, boredom. I really underestimated the ghostly history of magic professor. I swear what Bins considers a class could be used to break powerful occlumency defenses, it was that bad. Pretty much everyone was passed out. I just isolated myself in a Muffliato charm and read whatever I pleased. Pretty sure that's how my time in this class is going to be spent for the next 5 years. Our first transfiguration class ended up being with Slytherin, with McGonagall doing her 2 iconic bits at the start, Animagus transformation and threaten everyone that if they fuck around she'll kick us out. With that out of the way, it was time for every year's first transfiguration, match to needle. This is something I figured out when I was 5 and without a wand, so I just looked at the match and transformed it into a golden needle with petals engraved into it, then looked away. I looked around and found Victoria looking in my direction smugly, until I just ignored her and started helping my desk mate. I was encouraging the girl and giving her pointers when McGonagall came over and was surprised at my work, rewarding me with 10 points since she had given Victoria 5 and mine was a lot better. Potions was interesting to watch. Snape came in with and gave his little speech about the subtle art of potion making, which it is, but you don't have to be so dramatic about it, and about most people being stupid, which isn't helped by constant bullying, intimidation and shit teacher. I actually partnered up with James for this class cause he looked like he did on the boat and in herbology, nervous and uncomfortable. We were then told to make the cure for Boyle's lesson. I didn't look at the written instructions, just went to grab the ingredients under Snape's disapproving scowl until he noticed I was taking the right ones, with a few extras. I proceeded to whip up my modified version to help with pimples and warts too, while cutting down on time. Even helped James with his since it was such an easy potion for me. Wasn't even looking most of the time, just waved my wand when I knew I had to make the potion do things. Snape couldn't say anything to me, but kept yelling at James and taking points away from others for the slightest missteps. He ended class with a lot of homework. We had astronomy during the night to understand the stars. Now, the actual science behind the wizard version of the subject is fucked. They still kinda consider the Earth as the center of the universe, which makes it really weird when they accurately divine things or how rituals based off the stars actually succeeded. But oh well, I knew everything Professor Sinister was saying already, so I was testing my modified version of the subject using modern theories of the subject and mixing the two together. Always fun to try new thing. Last class of the week was the one most were excited for, flying. I do have to admit I'm a bit excited to properly fly in this world. I mean, people can just fly using a broom, heck Voldemort could fly without one in the movies. Nothing too extraordinary happened because Madame Hooch made sure everyone was well aware of the dangers. When it came time to summon the brooms to our hands, I simply commanded it with authority and up it came. A few others succeeded into doing it as well. We then proceeded to mount and practice lifting off. Only a few people with experience were comfortable with the last one, but all I felt was the desire to shoot off into the sky. I also took note that the ward guy did very well in this class as well. I think I'll try and see what he's like. Might make a friend. And that's pretty much how all of my first classes went. Everyone pretty much got into a groove, getting used to classes, the castle, all the living portraits, ghosts, and the nightmare of all students, homework. Well, all students except for me, cause I had my specially prepared quills for that. You're not allowed using them for test or in class, but no rules against using them for homework. Wonder why no one thought about this loophole before. And so I input what I wish for it to write and off it goes while I can study and practice whatever else I want. Also, since Snape was being a git in class and with homework, I decided to take a page out of one of my favorite fanfics in the old life and bury him in it with every bit of knowledge I have on the subjects. For the other professors I give them the required amount, but with the complexity kicked up about 6 years ahead of my peers. Time passed quickly. I've been holding back on starting most of my goals this year to accustom myself to Hogwarts and perfect my concealment abilities. It's a combination of disillusionment, Mufilito, and scent erasing charm to cover all my bases. It was finally time to get the Marauders map from Filch's office. And so, during the weekend, when students were coming in and out of the common room regularly, I concealed myself and left at the same time as some older Ravenclaws and made my way to Filch's office. I then waited for him to leave, and according to what I've observed of the man, he'll leave soon for a duration of between 30 to 45 minutes with his hated cat. As soon as he does, I make my way in carefully, making sure to not move or disturb anything. I then found where he kept confiscated goods, and in it was my prize. I quickly placed the box back to where I found it and triple-checked if I had left any evidence of my visit before leaving and heading back into my room, with none being the wiser and one new piece of parchment. 17. CH17, a useful room. With the Marauders map successfully acquired, I could really start fulfilling my goals for the year. Although I am confident in my abilities to conceal myself, the map will help eliminate any possibility of being caught red-handed. I have a feeling Dumbledore will find some ridiculously convoluted way to find out when I'm sneaking around, but there's no way for him to know for sure what I'm going to do, rendering him a non-factor in my books. The next day was the weekend, giving me the free time necessary to find the room without breaking any rules. After carefully concealing myself and heading out of my room, I headed to the left corridor on the 7th floor to find the funny tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls ballet. I really have to wonder if wizards are that lacking in common sense, that one of them would try to teach the incredibly difficult and precise dancing of ballet to a race of moronic, carnivorous, and violent giants, and that no one doubts this happened. Well, I did find the tapestry. I waited and made doubly sure that no one was near or had the possibility of passing by any time soon. I then proceeded to do the necessary steps to find a specific setup of the room of hidden things. The room in which Tom Riddle hid Ravenclaw's diadem, where Draco found a way to bring Death Eaters into the castle, where Harry held the practices for Dumbledore's army, and the place where many forgotten things can be found. I walked in front of the tapestry 3 times thinking I want to find something simple but should work. Where else would the room take someone who wants to find something other than a room full of lost things? And so, after my third pass, a door appeared, causing me to get quite excited. I stepped through it and found the mother of all disorderly messes, with furniture pilled to the ceiling, books in various states randomly dumped everywhere, broken items lying around, skeleton models and so much more. After taking in the fact that I'd found the right room, I began my first goal, finding a time turner if possible. So I tried the quickest and easiest way, Oxio time turner. And nothing. I also tried to summon a book not far from me to see if the spell was working or if it was just that no time turners were in the room. Seeing the book stay immobile confirmed a theory about the room of hidden things, stating that the summoning spell doesn't work in here, forcing anyone to find what they seek manually. No one is sure if the feature was built into the room or if Riddle added some kind of spell to protect his Horcrux. Welp, it looks like I gotta do this by hand. I said with a sigh. I can't spend that much time doing this, I have plans for what to do with a time turner. It'll slow me down, but I'll be fine. So, yeah, a week, that's how long my search window is for. After that it doesn't matter. I said to myself with a plan. Having made up my mind, I then close my eyes and start to feel everything around me through magic. Feeling for enchanted objects. Feeling for intricate things. Feeling for anything with an hourglass shape. And so my search began. I couldn't find anything during the weekend, which was disappointing, but it did make me feel better when I saw Snape's face during potions. His eyes wouldn't stop twitching when he saw me, all due to the magic of homework. I mean, the man asked for a lot of homework and he received it, not my fault. The next day I thought my search in that mess was over, but after checking out the time turner I had found, it turned out to have been cracked. And when I'm about to mess with a fundamental part of reality, I want everything to be in order. I did use it to get a feel for the magical signature of these things though, allowing to filter out a lot of my finds. After another 2 days I found 2 more damaged ones and a straight-up broken one. This made me seriously consider using the Felix Felicis and made that broke my tutor. But no, it should only be used when absolutely needed. I can do without the time turners, so there's no need to take it and be unable to for the next decade. So I persevered. And so, on Thursday, after 6 days of searching, I finally found a fully functional time turner. This one seemed to have been made in the style of a pocket watch, with an hourglass in the middle. It was silver, with various runes engraved on the inside to protect and contain the enchantments. Simple and elegant. I liked it. With my goal reached and some spare time till my deadline, I started going through some of the books piled up everywhere to see if any hidden gems were around. I found about 24 books which caught my interest due to their now forbidden nature or for being discontinued. I have no desire to walk the path of the dark arts, I've experienced firsthand their methods and results, but I will understand them, I will study them, and I will break them. I also tested out my new toy the next day to get more time in the room whilst still attending class. Very useful toy indeed. But as much as I like it, I shall adhere to its rules strictly. 5 hours a day max. Never interact with yourself. And don't change anything. The use of this tool shall only be for me to spend more time in the room of requirements, while attending classes. Now my first 2 goals of the year are complete, time to spam the room of requirements, or ROAR for short. During the weekend I ran a series of tests to find out the limits of the ROAR. Like the books, it couldn't give me any food, but I also found that it included ingredients for food and ones for potions. No ready-made stock of useful potions either. No relative time manipulation like in some fanfics. And I could only come in and out on the 7th floor. The good bits were that it could indeed provide me with all the books available not just in the library and the forbidden section, but in all of Hogwarts as long as I could think about what I wanted. Can't get what you don't know exists for sure. These were only available in the ROAR, but I found a loophole by getting some enchanted quills to copy the particularly interesting or difficult books for further studies. It could also form a fully equipped potions lab, with everything one needs to create difficult and long brewing potions. It also formed the perfect practice area for any kind of spells I could think of, with moving targets, obstacle courses, and sets of self-reparable targets. All in all, it should be useful for the foreseeable future. And so began my intensive studying and practice. I learned new spells daily and improved my knowledge by leaps and bounds. My control over my magic was being refined as pushed myself to not only use spells as they were intended, but to push them to the limit, and training to use everything I could silently and, when possible, wandlessly. I trained certain spells like Stupefy, Diffindo, Expulso and Conf-Rongo to be true weapons in my arsenal, increasing their strength, penetrative power, and speed for casting. I've even figured out a way using arithmancy to add minor tracking abilities to trick opponents, but I do not know how well it will work during duels or on moving targets. I found myself becoming enamored with 2 particularly useful spells for their potential uses in combat, Aqua Eructo Charm and the Scorching Charm. Aqua Eructo is an advanced version of the water-making charm, allowing one to summon high-pressure water from the wand. By training it to be used in combat, I found it to have high potential for offense and defense, but I'm still in the beginning phase and cannot control the water I summon properly. The Scorching Charm is actually what McGonagall used when forcing Snape out of the castle near the final battle. It uses intense heat and flames to attack the opponent, forcing the recipient to deflect since the heat is still transmitted through magical shields. Useful to buy time, attack, and distract. I'm still learning to up the heat and the amount of flames I can summon. I'm also having some trouble executing it multiple times in a row. I've also found a way to train my use of legilimency, so I don't fry anyone's brains by just looking into their eyes without my glasses. It involved starting off with small animals and building my way up to humans, in the hopes that handling less developed and more fragile minds I could learn to control my probing. Last of my new projects using the roar was concerning my knife. Although it is already a deadly weapon, I wish to make it a lethal threat against almost any opponent, and to do that I will make it capable of controlled flight. My plan being to enchant it so I could make it fly according to my command, not making it a sentient artifact. And to accomplish that I started to study the most famous example of flying devices, broomsticks. Hence why I took a bunch of different brooms in working order from the Room of Hidden Things and started dismantling them after I had enough fundamental knowledge. This allowed me to get a great many ideas regarding how to make it fly and protect it from anyone tampering with it, but I still need to figure out a way to control it, and I want to study newer brooms to make the best product I could. All in all, my next few months at Hogwarts were very productive. With my time turner, cheat like quills, the roar, my ability memorize and categorize nearly everything I read quickly, and my hard work were turning the roar into a very useful place indeed. 18. Ch 18 friends, a meeting, and snow. Just in case anyone was wondering, no, I do not spend every waking moment out of class inside the roar. That's what I have the time turner for, because I literally cannot be in the room at the same time as myself. This gives me personal time to do some more normal things for an 11-year at a boarding school, like hanging out with friends. Don't be surprised, I might be a pretty isolated from people in general. I mean, my height intimidates a lot of the boys my age and most girls just run away from me, but I did become friends with James due to me constantly trying to help him adjust to Hogwarts or helping him out in potions. Turns out that although he is hopeless in herbology and with Snape as a potions teacher his hopes in that subject were dashed, he is a wonder in charms and quite good in transfiguration. Apparently Professor Flitwick is already trying to recruit him into the Charms Club, which he tried to do for me too, but I rejected, stating my own personal studies were my priority right now. So we started hanging out and sitting together when it was joint classes between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. We also study in the library together and exchange information about how everything was for each other before Hogwarts. He tells me about his time in Muggle schools, T.V. shows he likes, comics he reads, or just random stuff with friends. I tell him about how it was to live with my aunt, Susan, and Tilly. I obviously didn't mention my little stint in that cell, but I told him about me trying to improve myself, how I started my own magical plant garden in the backyard, or some potions I knew, and even about some of the third-year electives we can choose later. James got really curious about house elves when I talked about Tilly. To the bones she's part of the family, as much as she tries to deny it when we say it, but James, being a Muggleborn, was very surprised about the fact that there is basically a magical slave race in the world. He didn't go full Hermione on me thankfully, but he was still uncomfortable until I explained that as they evolved, if you can call it that, they became unable to form magic on their own and required to be either bonded to a wizard or witch, or to a house with enough residual magic to sustain them or die. He was very surprised when I told him that since Hogwarts is the largest magical residence in the UK, it also housed the largest known collection of house elves. This actually led to a visit of the Kitchens after we were done talking, since we were peckish and James had a bit of curiosity towards them. Honestly, I've been in the kitchen quite a few times already, since I have a lot of late nights or don't go to the Great Hall for meals, as you only really need to be there for special occasions, but it's always distressing to have so many elves fawn over you. James was certainly shocked as they kept shoving food his way without being able to deny their kindness, well until we ran out of there. In the Hufflepuff house I've also been keeping contact with Tonks, who tried to jinx me when I kept trying to use her full name to tease her. She was very surprised to find out that I could keep up with her talk about her class troubles, with me giving advice on how to work out troublesome spells, brew a few potions or handle certain plants. First time that happened her mouth wouldn't close, her eyes and hair changed back to their natural color in shock. It was both funny and kinda cute, didn't know that enough of shock would cancel out her transformation. This resulted in me being the most Ravenclaw in history, or the most claw-like person she ever met. It did help that I also helped her make some potions to prank some bullies harassing younger kids, and also helped improve her homework from time to time. All in all, it's been fun hanging with her. Between the start of the semester and the first break on Christmas, I also ended up befriending one Christian Ward, the guy from my house who was good in herbology and flying. He had short black hair, which was usually messy, sky blue eyes, was a bit on the shorter side, but nothing that puberty wouldn't fix, and a bit of a wild feeling to him. He seemed to go out on his own a lot and preferred to spend his free time outdoors. So one day I tried to approach him when he was hanging out near the Black Lake. "Hey, what are you doing out here?" I asked the guy. "Trying to spot creatures in the lake." He just answered nonchalantly without even looking up from the water. "You curious about the squid?" I then asked with a smile on my face. A bit, but I heard the lake has more people in it and I wanted to see if I could meet them. He answered. Wouldn't it be better to play some music to draw them up? They are supposed to be fond of it. I then said offhandedly. He then looked at me with a surprised look on his face. Wait. You know about them? He asked incredulously. I've been trying to get a chance to talk to them for weeks now. I can see two problems with that. First is the language, cause I'd be surprised if you knew Mermish, and second is that they don't come to the surface when people are near usually, since like most intelligent magical being they aren't exactly fond of wizards. But the tribes near Hogwarts are supposed to have agreed to not harm students and help if they are truly in danger. I explained to the guy. Hey, didn't think about the language. Also didn't know anyone else in our year had an interest in things like this. Especially the famous Silver Star of our house. He said with a chuckle. The what? I asked the guy with a really confused look on my face. What, you didn't know? It's how people address you in our house, well the girls mostly. I even heard it starting to spread to the others too. He said laughing at the face I was making. How the bloody hell did that happen? I exclaimed. Christian just laughed even harder at that. It took him a few minutes to calm down and explain. Well, you know how you're basically the best of our year. I nod in response, it's not really a contest at this point. Then there's the fact that every class you just finish what's required and then some, then you turn around and help those who need it the most. Throw in your looks and voila, the Silver Star. He explained. How come I've never heard about this stupid title? I exclaimed in disbelief. Well, no offense mate, but you don't really spend a lot of time with other people. I'm actually surprised you're talking to me. He then answered with a questioning look. Sigh. Well, I can't really say anything about the first bit. I did talk to you for a reason though. I say in response. Oh yeah. And what is this reason? He asked with a raised eyebrow. I saw how you were during herbology and flying classes, you looked like you were enjoying yourself and so I wanted to try and become friends with you. I declared. He was kinda stunned for a bit. You want to be friends with me? He asked incredulously. Well yeah, that's why I approached you. I said while giving him a weird look. But everyone in the house looks down on me for not being Ravenclaw enough and for liking being in the fields playing with plants and animals. He said not understanding. And that's exactly why I want to be friends with you. I proclaimed. You're different from most people. Ravenclaw has turned into a house of bookworms instead of the place where researchers are born. They worship the books they read instead of trying to look beyond them. That's what's wrong with the house and why outside of succeeding academically they can't find paths for themselves. But you're already doing that. So I'll ask you, Christian Ward, to be my friend instead of any of those boring stick-in-the-muds any day. The guy was simply shocked to hear my opinion of our own house. He was shocked that the person considered the best example of what a young Ravenclaw should be like thought his own house was in the wrong. But then he grinned. So you think I'm weird too? He asked as a joke. What's weird about finding a subject one is passionate about and immersing oneself into it? If our house thinks that's weird then they've truly lost the path Rowena wanted for us. I answered. So, will you be my friend? I then asked the boy. Nice to meet you properly Aiden Bones, hope you don't regret this. He said holding out his hand with a grin. I smiled and took it. By the way, it turns out Christian isn't just passionate about herbology and COMC, he really likes any class or activity that has to do with nature itself, even astronomy. Boy was he surprised when I introduced him to the Muggle understanding on the subject. That's how I made my own friends at Hogwarts, usually hanging out with James and Christian, since Tonks is a fourth year and has her own things going on we don't see each other as much. And so that's how my first few months at the castle were spent. Studying, training, experimenting, hanging out with friends and bouncing ideas, experiences and stories together. James started to get used to magic with my and Christian's help. James brought us to some hidden spots he found while exploring the grounds. And I was mostly helping them find interesting bits of knowledge in their areas of interests or showing some new spells I was learning, even teaching them a few of the simpler ones. The rhythm continued until the snow falling around the castle announced the arrival of the winter holidays. 19, CH19 Winter Break. Third person POV. Well, now that our fifth term is concluding I would like to announce our usual meeting in session. How has everything gone so far? Asked Dumbledore as he spoke to all the professors. They begun talking about the day-to-day events and activities in the castle for a while until a Professor McGonagall brought up a more serious subject. We have had a few examples of bullying gone too far already. Some Slytherin students took for granted the light punishment you have implemented Albus and caused real harm to a few students. Said Professor McGonagall. Humph. I was told that on the first occasion the other party casted the first spell. Said Snape in response. Because the poor child was getting physical harassed by the students of your house Severus. Replied Minerva angrily. Minerva, you know why this policy was put in place. I cannot just let the other houses attack those in Slytherin because of what the Death Eaters have done in the past," said Dumbledore, cutting into the argument. McGonagall wanted to argue, but she respected the man too much and held her tongue. "How have classes been then?" said the headmaster, diverting the subject. "Oh, it's been a delight. I have a small group of first years who are just brilliant," said Flitwick in a very excited tone. "I've only been able to get young Mr. Calloway to join the Charms Club, the others didn't seem to have much interest in it, sadly. Yes, 2 from your house Phileas have shown a remarkable aptitude for herbology. Young Mr. Ward and Bones are simply in their element when in the greenhouses," said Professor Sprout in a delighted tone. "Yes, Mr. Bones seemed extremely adept at transfiguration and Mr. Calloway as well. Miss Travers seems to hold some kind of rivalry towards Mr. Bones, but he seems to have little interest towards it, as when he finishes, he helps those around him who accept it," said McGonagall. "Ooh, he does the same thing in my classes. I'm very proud to have such a student in my house. He does not seem to discriminate between houses as well," added Flitwick excitedly. "He does seem to spend a lot of time guiding others in my class as well. Shame he wasn't put with my Badgers." Then said Sprout. "Humph, Bones is an arrogant child. He never reads or follows instructions, believing himself above the matter. He does as he pleases and simply shows off by assisting others instead of focusing on his work." Then added Snape with displeasure on his face. "Then why have I not seen deductions of points Severus?" asked Dumbledore with curiosity. "You've never had issues with it before." Snape looked like he ate a fly at the question. "He appears to be a competent potions maker as he constantly adjusts them as he pleases," said Snape with an even more pronounced frown on his face. "And they are valid improvements, making it impossible to take points from. Oh ho! A boy his age modifying potions, truly a talent," said Flitwick, almost squeaking due to excitement. But in the corner Dumbledore's eyes seemed to focus a little. "He does seem awfully distracted during my class though," said Professor Sinister while thinking of the boy. "But his homework and answers are always superb. Yes, the boy has a knack for melding advanced theories and ideas into simpler spells. His homework assignments truly make you think at times," added McGonagall with a slight smile. Snape on the other hand grew even more upset at the thought of the Bones child assignments. "He does not follow simple instructions and writes whatever he sees from books as a means of showing. I assign 3 feet and he gives 8 on the subject. He seems to be particularly enthusiastic about your class Severus," said Flitwick with a chuckle. "Thank you for your reports everyone," said Albus with a small smile on his face. "Let us hope everything continues to function well during the following term. Minerva, Severus, please do stay behind." The other professors then took their leaves to prepare for their winter break. "What is it you wish to discuss, Albus?" asked McGonagall. "How has Mr. Bones been outside of class?" suddenly asked Dumbledore. Surprised at the question, but she still answered. "I've heard he spends a great amount of time studying on his own, and the rest of his time is spent with Mr. Calloway and his housemate Mr. Ward. They seem to either enjoy looking for things that pique their interests in the library or exploring the grounds. He also seems to be helping Miss Tonks to prank other students and has been actively participating in some cases," added Snape. "HHMMM. All right. I wish for the both of you to keep observing him. You both know what he's been through and I don't want him falling onto the wrong path," ordered Dumbledore. "You can't be serious, Albus. Mr. Bones has shown nothing but a positive attitude towards those who do not reject him and is actively helping others." She McGonagall in disapproval. "That is precisely why we must watch over him, Minerva. He has experienced the dark side of our world, he cannot fall to its temptations due to what he has gained from it," stressed Dumbledore in response. "It will be difficult, Headmaster. Bones possess extremely powerful occlumentic defenses. He is also cautious. He will know if we pay too much attention to him," said Snape carefully. "I know. This is just a precaution, nothing drastic. No need for anything serious," said the headmaster to reassure the two. "Now I have wasted enough of your time," said Dumbledore standing up. "I hope you both have pleasant holidays. Back to Aiden POV. Brother! You are back!" yelled out the human-shaped rocket named Susan as she tackled me. Yes, I'm back, little sis. And I've got treats," I said with a smile while pulling out some candies I bought on the train. "You're the best," she replied with starts in her eyes and snatching her treat. "Hi Auntie, hi Tilly. It's good to see you too," I then said while giving them a hug each. "It's good to see you too, Aiden," answered Amelia with a warm smile on her face. "Young master," squeaked Tilly in shock at getting a hug too. "Let's get you home, Aiden," Aunt Amelia said with an almost motherly smile on her face. "Yeah. The holidays served as a good break for me. I paused my studies to spend some time with my family. I checked in on the garden that Susan has been taking care of with Tilly for me and found that they've been doing a pretty good job. Since this is a registered wizard home, I'm allowed to use magic without any trouble, and use magic I did to entertain my precious little sister by enchanting some snow to dance or make a snowman come to life. Christmas itself was a very warm affair, just the four of us. Since Susan really took an interest in herbology because of me, I got her a nice Dittany plant to grow on her own. It's an expensive plant due to its restorative effects, and a delicate one, but Susan looked at it with shining eyes and hugged me from the happiness. Tilly seemed to be very fond of objects related to the Bones family, understanding that it appears to be an honor to receive such things for a house elf. So I ordered a badge with our family crest and motto she could pin to her cloths. Needless to say, Tilly fainted from happiness. And for Aunt Amelia, I was able to find very old book of wizard laws from Merlin's era, and when she understood what she held, I saw how a giddy aunt looked like for the first time. She looked like she tried very hard to maintain her image in front of us, but she kept fidgeting and looking at the book in her hands, making it really hard to hold in my laughter. As for me, Aunt Amelia actually got me a copy of the Aura Training Manual, which I didn't expect from my straight-laced aunt. Susan got me a book on phoenixes, and Tilly brought out a new set of winter clothes she had made herself. With hugs all around and happiness in the air, it made for a wonderful time. Outside of the family, I received some gifts from my friends. James sent me some of the Sherlock Holmes series, which I had found out that I quite liked. In response, I had sent him a small book of useful and interesting charms I had found and learned in my studies. Christian sent me a book on lesser-known magical creatures and their habitats signed by its author. Even I never heard of some of the creatures in it. I actually sent him a homework quill like mine, because I know how much the guy absolutely loathes homework since it takes away his freedom, truly made to be wild. Tonks sent over some prank objects from Zonkos, and I sent her personally created potions, recipes and samples for her to use as she wished. The only weird part was that there was a bunch of packages with my name but no sender's name filled with chocolates. It took Tilly a while to check them all, but nothing harmful was found, so I ended up just getting a lot of chocolate and some weird looks from Aunt Amelia. And so I spent my break in relaxation and warmth around my family. The only matter of importance was that I checked how my investments were going and moved some money around. While I was there, I also took my chance and ordered a ring made of the same materials as my knife, because I had learned that by linking them together I could control the flight through the ring, and resonance between the two would be easiest when they are made of the same materials. And so my small break was over and it was time to head back to Hogwarts. 20. Ch20 Fruitful Harvest and Preparations. My return to Hogwarts was pretty uneventful. Went to King's Cross, met up with James and Christian, talked about our holidays and thanked each other for our gifts. Tonks popped in to tease the three of us and thanked me for the prank potions before running off again. And so started the new term at Hogwarts. I dove back into my routine of time turner / roar spamming, hanging out with friends and generally being the absolute best in the year. I've noticed Snape is being sneakier around me and McGonagall is paying more attention to me, so it was pretty easy to guess the old man was already getting worried about me turning dark. I mean, it's quite insulting on some levels, but the man is a lot stronger and much more knowledgeable than me, so can't do anything else except improve. Even if I have a freak dual core in its second stage at the age of 11, which keeps growing stronger as I absorb the excessive magic in and around Hogwarts, he is a man with a solid third stage core, the Elder Wand, and decades of time to consolidate his power. It will take time, but I shall surpass him. So the months passed without much trouble at all. There were some cases of bullying, but since unless I was spending time with my friends I usually disappeared or was studying, it did not affect me at all. Victoria did try and compete against me in a few subjects, but it was a one-sided contest. Not because I constantly went far beyond our year in ability, but because I simply didn't bother competing and was just enjoying being able to play with magic in new and interesting ways, which resulted in me beating her in everything and not noticing it as I was too enthralled by my fun. Which, as the Chinese would put it, almost made her vomit blood due to anger. Aside from that little fun, my goals for the year had been met with great success. The time turner helped me save invaluable time in my studies, giving me months of extra time. In the end I was able to push all core subjects at Hogwarts to Newt levels, which was pretty exciting for me since my original plan was to let a few stay above Owl but below Newt. Although my abilities have improved, it will take time to properly implant all I've learned into wandless application. My other goal for the year was to figure out and hopefully replicate the Marauders map. I've found that it uses a modified application of the Hominum Revelio charm empowered and supported by the Hogwarts wards. It's basically a display of what the wards sense within its borders, but with the prankster's spirits added to it. This explains why the Roar and Chamber of Secrets aren't included. One is unplottable and the other should be outside of Hogwarts wards, and add to the fact that those four probably didn't know about either. It is a brilliant bit of enchanting, rune work, ward studies and talent, but with the base model figured out and full access with me knowing the password, I can reproduce it and even create maps of places with similar wards if necessary. And so my own map was created before the term was done, without the stupid comments, different password, and adding my own function to list when people vanish or appear within the castle, with it placing indicators on where So now I will know if people are sneaking in and out. The overarching goal for my time at Hogwarts has also begun with great success, oh with distinction across the board. That's right, I even forced that git Snape to his knees as he gave me the highest grade he's ever given because he literally couldn't not give it to me. I mean, I literally wrote a book containing every potion he taught to the first years and improved them in terms of effect, efficiency, and price. So I became the first student in history to do so, not that anyone other than my friends and family know, and I told them to keep quiet about it. Making people know I'm number one, but not my grades. Aunt Amelia was really proud of my grades and thought I'd be the next big thing in the wizarding world. Like the canon, Slytherin had won the House Cup, we were first in points but ended second after the Snakes had won the Quidditch season. And so with most of the houses dissatisfied with their win, my first school year at Hogwarts ended. As I headed back towards my home I made promises to keep in touch with my friends. But now is the time to start building my foundations for the war I know will come. A lot of people died when Voldemort returned, he even killed my aunt personally, and I'll be damned if I don't change things. I respect the fact that Dumbledore tries to avoid bloodshed, but these people are almost animals when it comes to either Muggleborns or blood traders. They went so far as making it illegal to be a Muggleborn wizard. The problem is that being anything but a half-blood or pure blood in the British wizarding world is always looked down upon. It is either outright bigotry or more subtle discrimination like not allowing them in certain positions, limiting employment opportunities or just never truly giving them a chance. Even if Dumbledore was basically forced into being the head of Wizengamot and Supreme Mugwump, he has the possibility of improving things, but he doesn't do it because he's too focused on Harry and the stupid prophecy. Fun fact about prophecies by the way, don't fuck with them. They are not like the mildly possible predictions divination provides. True prophecies are turning points of fate and anyone who's tried to mess with those has not ended well. So Voldemort is all Harry's, but I'm going to break everything around the bald cunt. Back to the main topic at hand. My first goal involves improving the situation for Muggleborns. This is for before, during and after the war. I believe that the situation regarding them is absolutely idiotic, as wizards are almost castrating themselves. We need to have new wizarding blood or the inbreeding will just slowly kill off every wizard family in existence within a few generations. They are also one of the biggest economic factors in our society, it's only that they don't have a lot of money individually. The simple fear of losing control is not an argument to allow murders, destructions of lives and discrimination, whilst blocking the path to actual improvements and progress. I also wish to save lives during the war, stopping more people from experiencing the pain of being at the mercy of people who have none, like I have. And I also kinda want others to experience what I'm experiencing. The joy of discovering magic, pushing its boundaries and enjoying the actual future they could have. My second is improving the treatment of those suffering of or living with lycanthropy. People like Remus who want to live their lives but can't due to some asshole who infected them. They are not that difficult to handle honestly. First was the invention of the Wolfsbane potion, although expensive it is still a path forward. Second is the fact that wizards have actually had agreements with werewolves before, creating areas where they can safely group up and transform together. Fun fact is that werewolves only feel natural aggression towards humans, they are perfectly fine towards each other and animals, so isolation during full moons is pretty easy. I also want to stop the ministry from making being a werewolf all but illegal thanks to bitch, because that's just insane. You're telling a bunch of people who are already having a horrible life because of how the world treats them and then you tell them to be treated like animals and become unable to get jobs, literally forcing them to do illegal acts to survive and pushing them towards animals like Fenrir Greyback to influence. Honestly, it's a disease that only affects people on an average of 3 to 5 days a month and if prepared it extremely manageable. And my first step was to correct one of the biggest problems in this magical world, the lack of proper fucking information. People just believe werewolves are animals, but most aren't. They have been forced to walk the only paths they can. And no one informs Muggleborns or their parents of anything regarding the wizarding world. A letter shows up saying you're accepted into Hogwarts, a professor shows up saying you're a wizard/witch, insert your name here, and bam, in what is basically a different world with its own laws, history, and culture as an 11-year-old. This leads to a good amount of them being unable to effectively develop in the magical world, hitting dead ends, losing everything because of some stupid bigoted law, or just being forced to make a living in the Muggle world. And so I wrote 2 books of information, one regarding each topic under the name Michael Falster. I used my connections to the goblins to have my book on werewolves blinded to facts about werewolves published legitimately and distributed to not just Britain, but throughout Europe's communities. The second would be free from the start as I want to spread it to all Muggleborns quickly since they need to know this. And so I decided to pay the goblins for every copy they manage to give to Muggleborns or Muggle parents learning about this world as they come to exchange their money. I mean, I have a friendship with the goblins, bring in a lot of money for them through my investments and my use of their services, coupled with my respect for them and their culture, and the fact that they respect me as a warrior. They are great allies and I question all wizards who look down on them. I mean, they've never lost a war against wizardkind, so why piss them off? Wizards are just trying to destroy themselves in Britain was a thought that has crossed my mind a lot as I learn about how they handle things. But yeah, that's how two books which would spark some of the most needed changes in Britain came into the eyes of the world. 21. CH21. A year came and went. As summer break ended, it was time to return to Hogwarts for my second year. And so like last year, Aunt Amelia got us a ministry car to get there in style and comfort while Susan was getting in all the hugs she could. I really love my cute little sister. We got to platform 9 3/4 with plenty of time to spare. I gave everyone great big hugs as I said my goodbyes and headed to find myself a compartment and wait for my friends. Hey man, how was your summer? I heard the laid-back voice of Christian ask. Pretty good. I had lots of time to create a few interesting little potions and play around with some spells. I answered my wild friend. Haha, sounds like a summer for our silver star all right. He said teasing me. Haha. And what about our famous baby Hagrid? I answered back with his own title in response. And yes, he's been compared to Hagrid because of his love for creatures and the fact that he doesn't seem to be very claw-like. I've been great. The family went to visit a Welsh green sanctuary, it was wicked. Said the black-haired boy with a broad smile on his face. Must have been cool, I've always wanted to see some dragons in the wild. I said feeling a bit jealous. I've finally found you too. We then heard from the compartment door. Wonder Boy! We exclaimed in unison. Oh, when are you two gonna drop that nickname? Said the newly arrived James. When we both lose ours. Answered Christian with confidence. Ha ha ha. You know we care, so how was your summer? I asked after laughing a bit. Sigh, it was good. Since I don't see my parents much, they decided to take a family trip, so we went over to Paris to see the sights. They also got curious about the magic side there, but we couldn't find it. Still an interesting city to visit, magic or no magic. Also you have to thank your aunt for me since she let me stay for a week. Said James. Oh come on, I told you it's fine. Auntie loves having you over and you also helped me take care of Susan. I said waving my hand and shaking my head. Alright, I get it. He answered. Then James looked like he thought of something and rummaged through his bag for a few seconds and took out a book. Have you guys heard about this book being given out at Gringotts? Asked James holding out the very book I wrote. Yeah, supposed to be some sort of guide for Muggleborns, no? I answered after giving it a quick look and then passing it to Christian. Heard the info in this thing is pretty accurate and up to date too. Added Christian handing it back to James. I was actually more interested in the fact that the author wrote another book and published it at the same time about werewolves. Yeah, heard that one is causing an outcry from a lot of people, but it's also been heavily supported by people affected or related to those affected by lycanthropy. I responded. Really? Said a surprised James. Well, it's no surprise you didn't hear of it since you'd be out of the loop during summer, but there's basically a hidden manhunt by some families who aren't too happy with being called out and that the ministry wasn't pleased as well for being criticized. But the man made valid, fact-based points, with historical documents and events to back it up, so they can't do much. Explained Christian before looking over to me. Yeah, my aunt even said that some rich families tried to force these books onto the forbidden list as they were disrupting law and order. I added with a chuckle. Yeah. It may not seem like a lot to publish 2 books, but they pointed out a lot of issues with how things are currently going in a subtle manner. There's no outright criticism or blaming, just highlighting of issues. Continued Christian. Wow, and that one guy started all that, pretty impressive. Sighed James in admiration. That it is. I said with a knowing smile. We chatted until we got to Hogsmeade and it was time to get changed. Since we were now second years, we headed towards the carriages, and yes, I could see the Thestrals clear as day. And I get why people don't like these guys, but they still look pretty cool. I mean, they look like the horses of the Grim Reaper. My favorite senior also joined us for the carriage ride and we all got to chatting. She even put her pride down and asked for help this year since she's going to go through her O.W.Ls and hopes to become an Auror, which I fully support her being badass, and needs good grades for it. I never say no to helping my friends, so it was pretty easy for her, but I still teased her by calling her Pinky Puff. So with laughter and good cheer we arrived at the Great Hall to wait for the first years to show up and be sorted. The Hat sang a different version of his song, which he does have plenty of time to come up with, and began sorting. Everything ended up being like the books, twins in Gryffindor, Edward Cullen in Hufflepuff where he can shine all he likes, Angelina Johnson, future Weasley, was a lion, and Roger Davies joined our house, but all I could remember of the guy was that he was Quidditch captain and acted like an idiot as Fleur Delacour's date during the Yule Ball. With the end of the feast that horrible song was sung and the Weasley twins got a bit too into it. Then it was time to retire. But do you remember when we were introduced to Ravenclaw Tower that the better your results, the better the treatment? Well, remember who was the absolute best last year? All I'm saying is that I just got a bit more motivated to stay at the top, and Christian got real jealous when I showed him room I got. This year I had a few different goals. My plan is to focus on the electives offered at Hogwarts, COMC, Divination, Arithmancy and Ancient Runes. Fuck Muggle studies, I know more than the damn teacher and the textbook is missing the biggest technological boom in history, saying the last big invention was the goddamn horseless carriage. Makes me want to introduce wizards to nuclear bombs. So instead I focused on healing, since my charms, herbology, potions and transfigurations are all beyond newt level, and I have the memories of the matron from St. Mungo's stored away in my mind. I've also added wards since my future plans require it, and the sooner I learn them properly the better. And so my routine began once again, but with different subjects. I wanted to be well versed in all subjects, both theoretically and practically, and this is why it takes time for me to learn so much. A lot of time is saved by the fact that my arithmancy was already kinda monstrous. Why else do you think I can modify and play with spells like I do? Because I can transform them into equations and change certain parts to gain different effects. My rune studies were equally monstrous. You're looking at the guy who recreated bottomless pouches using only runes before he ever got close to a wand. My COMC and divination studies were almost purely theoretical at this point, but since I do not possess any seer's bloodline, I am planning to keep it that way for divination and just not taking the class. To learn more about magical creatures, on the other hand, one just needs to look for Hagrid, and he'll be real happy to share whatever he knows on the subject. The man dreams about teaching the subject after all and is genuinely interested in creatures, albeit only the dangerous kinds, but still. Although he loves Dumbledore too much for my taste, which is understandable since the man was able to get him a job and a place to live when he was left without any parents and kicked out of school as a half-giant. We still found a common passion for the subject. Christian was very happy to join the two of us in our talks. James felt a bit odd being there since he was more scared of magical creatures than curious about them. And so I became a friend of Hagrid's during this year. For my healer studies I decided to approach Madame Pomfrey about my interest in the field and if it would be at all possible to help in the infirmary to get hands-on experience. It was quite difficult to convince her. It took a letter from Flitwick, who was happy to see me use my talents to learn the noble art, a test to prove I had the knowledge necessary to help, and even Dumbledore stepped up to let me do so. I think he believes that by me learning healing it will be less likely for me to turn, since it requires one to have the correct mindset to heal others through magic. So conflicted feelings on that last one, but I'll take advantage of everything I can get. And so my time during the weekend was divided for me to volunteer, and Quidditch games were all hands on deck due to there almost always being injuries. Outside of my studies I made friends with the Weasley twins when me and Tonks were going to prank some kids from my house who were bullying some Hufflepuff kids, and by coincidence Fred and George had the same idea, resulting in a very bad day for that Pratt, and shivers running down the spine of the professors as an unholy team-up began. Taught them quite a few spells and potion recipes to help in their endeavors, and they loved me for it. On a weird note though, Victoria seemed different this year. She wasn't competing against me like she did last year, and her performance seemed to have dropped. She's also stopped hanging out with her usual crew. It was very odd to me, but without seeing an outright problem I didn't feel right to just interfere. And so came and went my second year at Hogwarts. With the elective subjects as well as healing progressing superbly. Everything should be at newt level with my healing and wards not too far from it. My grades were just unfair on everybody else again. And so summer came to us once again, making me start the next stage of my preparations for the war that is to come. 5 years till he returns, let's see how much I can get done. 22, CH22 Plans and Surprises. As the summer had come, it was time to capitalize on last year's events. My books had become rather infamous in a way, and many people wanted to find me, which is one of the things I wanted to happen. I wished to see who wanted to find me because they empathized with what I wrote or wanted to force me to retract my books and slash or silence me. And so I basically hired the Goblin Nation's information network to compile a list of those truly looking for me, not because of me. If you can get the difference. And so began my search for an assistant. Since I was in school and didn't want to force Aunt Amelia to let me stay at another place to get more freedom, I still care about my family a lot and I don't want to hurt them over this, so an aide was the best solution to solve the problem. I needed someone who liked my ideals hidden in my books, with a difficult life situation because of the Wizarding World's issues, and which would act on my behalf during the year itself. After looking through the list I obtained, I found potential allies to join me in my attempt to force some progress into these stubborn idiots, but only one seemed to have what I was looking for. Scott Cross, 37 years old, single, Muggle-born, graduated from Hogwarts 20 years ago with a few good newts results from Gryffindor. He was employed into the mom out of school and joined the Hit Wizards. After some success one of his missions, he harmed the interest of one most ancient and noble house, forcing him into a desk job, and slowly crushing his career until he was forced out of the department. He tried to join other branches of the ministry and would do good work, but was forced again and again to find new jobs until he had enough and left for the Muggle side of things to make a living. Let's meet the man, shall we? And so I arranged for a meeting. I disguised my true appearance to be the one from my old life, except I had a more aged look, making myself look in my mid-20s instead of 18. So I had neatly combed brown hair, green eyes, strong jaw, and an overall pretty good appearance if I do say so myself. I had rented out a restaurant and ordered for everyone to leave after the meal was set on the table. What is the use of money if you don't use it from time to time? I was waiting at the table when Mr. Cross had arrived. His hair was dark brown unkempt, but he seemed to have tried to fix it to no avail. His beard was unshaven, his eyes although blue, had some reddened due to fatigue and stress, and his clothes looked well worn. The man gave off the air of being beaten down by life, but still struggling. I stood up with a smile to greet the man. Mr. Cross, thank you for taking your time to accept my invitation. It's a pleasure to meet you. I mean, it's hard to hate a man who appears not to judge and welcomes you with a smile. Yeah, it's nice to meet you too, Mr. Falster. Sorry about my appearance, I'm not used to coming to places like this. He answered, feeling surprised at my behavior and slightly embarrassed at his own attire. It's no problem at all, as you see no one else is here, so act as you wish. I answered, keeping my smile. Though if I have to be honest, I find it strange that you would want to meet me. I mean, from what I see you don't lack money, you don't know me, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people want to know you right now. He said straightforwardly. This makes me smile even more, because I want him to question things and think for himself. This is good. I will explain everything soon, but first let's enjoy a good meal. The wizarding world has its charms, but the food is not exactly my favorite part of it. I say with a smile. The meal was a rather quiet affair. I could see the man wanted to eat the food quickly, but restraining himself. During the meal I was able to catch some thoughts using my very subdued form of legilimency to learn a bit more of the man. He has quite the pride, we shall see if he can bend it a bit. And so as my utensils were put down, the talks began. So what is it you want from me? You don't bring a guy like me to a place like this just for a meal. Especially if you have money like it looks you have. He started off directly. With a broad smile I decide to answer the man with honesty. I am looking for a man to do a job. A job? He said with a slight frown. Yes. Due to my personal situation I cannot participate in the world at the moment, and I find myself in need of someone who can help me with that. I answered with a calm smile. If you need someone to do something, house elves would be more than happy to do so. He answered, narrowing his eyes a bit. True, but I don't need a servant. I need an aide. Someone would be me, my arm when mine are tied up, someone I can trust to do my business on my behalf and do it right. I said to the man. And you think that's me? We've just met and you don't know anything about me. He said incredulously. In response I tossed him the file I had on him. You believe I would meet everyone who wishes to find me? No, I have carefully investigated those after me and analyzed who would suit the role of my aide. You, Mr. Cross, are the best I saw in that very long list. Strong, determined, hard worker, adaptable and experienced. You have what I need. You have experienced what I wish to change in the world, and I wish for you to help me do so. I explained in a serious manner. He looked over the file with some shock. He was silent as he mulled over what I've said to the man. So I would listen only to you? He asked cautiously. Yes, aside from my assignments and the management of my assets, you shall be free to generally do as you please. I will be providing a house, your pay shall be in whichever currency you wish it to be, but you shall be sworn to absolute secrecy during, and if you ever wish to leave, after your employment. I explained to the man to make sure he understood what would be required of him. House and pay? He asked curiously. The pay would be 2,000 galleons a month due to the nature of the job, and the house would be where I would be staying in the public's eye, and since I am busy most of the year it will basically be a house to yourself. I explained to the man's utter shock. It took the man some time before he could talk again. Why me? He said in a strained voice. Because seeing a qualified wizard such as yourself, being forced to live as you do is the epitome of foolishness our world offered, and I wish to change that. Will you help me, Scott? I asked, extending my hand. He looked at me, then my hand for some time. Yes, sir, was the answer he finally gave, taking my hand with absolute determination. Good. This will be the contract which states the conditions of your employment and my duties as employer. Give it a read. If you find this acceptable, we shall sign it here and now. I said whilst handing him the contract. After he checked and was satisfied, we both signed, and so it burst into flame as we received a copy. Aiden Bones! Then exclaimed as the man saw the signature at the bottom and looked at me for an explanation. Well, that's the reason I need you. I said, removing my disguise as his face turned to shock. This is my first secret. I am too young to do many things and need an agent in my stead. You were the perfect man. Ha ha ha. Doesn't matter now, you're my boss, and as long as you do what you promised it'll be fine. I mean, even with my experience I couldn't tell it was a fake appearance, so you have skills and power to back it up. Said Scott with a laugh. Thank you. I answered with a smile. First job is to get you cleaned up, here's some money for that. Then we will go to Gringotts tomorrow afternoon to set you up with access to my personal vault so you can act in my stead. Then comes the buying of the place which will serve as Michael Falster's home, its registration as a wizard home, the proper wards and getting some house elves. I then listed his first assignment. No problem, I'll hand in my resignation in the morning and get myself cleaned up. I've still got a few friends in the ministry, even after all this time, so I'm sure getting some house elves won't be too hard after the house is set up. He replied. That's good. I hope that everything shall go well between us in the future, Mr. Cross. I then answered. I hope so as well, Mr. Falster. He replied with a grin. As we left and separated, I let out a relieved sigh with a smile on my face as Michael Falster. That turned out exactly as I'd hoped. With Scott as my aide, my plans can really start moving along as I stay in the shadows. I thought to myself, feeling excited. But then I turned my eyes to a note and address I had received when I went to get information from the goblins. You say that we are hated for manageable reasons and that we can live perfectly well as people in this world instead of as animals. Prove it. Help us. We need help from someone who is not afraid to speak out as you have. Please help us. If you agree to do so, come to the place written below and ask for Jerry. White Wyzern Pub. Well now, how to deal with this? I'm confident in my skills, but I think I'll hide soul on myself to have a quick means of escaping. I don't have time to learn apparition, or create a port KS, so that's my only option. I thought coming up with contingencies. It's risky, but I believe this letter should not be a trap, but someone desperate. Let's see how this goes, oh desperate werewolves. I then thought as I made up my mind and started walking to Nocturne Alley. 23, CH23 Greyback. On my way to Nocturne Alley, I put on a proper cloak and added a glamour to my face so that no one would know even my fake appearance. Add in a notice me not charm and you're ready to visit the seedier side of the wizarding world. I also got Soul to let me shrink her to be in my chest pocket just in case, in exchange for her favorite food and some pampering, of course. She'd do it without the rewards because we both care for and want each other to be safe, but she's my friend and I also want her to be happy, so in exchange for things that make her uncomfortable I give her things that make her happy. I made my way through the Leaky Cauldron and Diagon Alley to reach Nocturne. As I walked, some people tried to test me by sending some weaklings to harass me. I let them only see my eyes. My eyes with the color of fire, and made them glow through the shade of my hood while giving them a dose of legilimency for good measure. Two of the guys that came for me fainted and the last one stumbled back in fear, fell and actually wet himself. It was really hard to hold back my excitement at how badass I felt as I walked away. No one bothered me after that little display and I was safely able to find the White Wyzern. It was in one of the corners within the alley. Dark, dingy, dirty, and depressing. There was no colors besides brown, grey and black present in this place, only people who lost their way and fell from whatever grace they once had, if they ever had any. So I walk up to the heavily tattooed bartender and ask for Jerry. He looks at me for a second, hands me a key and tell me to head upstairs to room 4. Would it hurt for anyone to liven the place up a bit? Or at least class it up? There are plenty of places in the world where very illegal things happen and look nice, but wizards tend to think that having an illegal profession means you have to live like a fucking bandit. I mean, even Diagon Alley isn't that clean and it's one of the most important places for the magical community in Britain. Sigh. Anyway, I made my way to room number 4 and casted the Hominum Revelio charm to know how many are in the room or hiding around the place. I also used my self-created magic sense to have full view of everything in range, making it so that if anyone tries to rush to the room I'll be gone before they can do anything to stop it. And so I enter the room to see 3 cloaked figures. 2 were tall and large, standing behind a smaller figure sitting on a chair, waiting for me. And 6 outside hiding. It would appear that you are Jerry, yes? I ask while closing the door behind me. And you must be Mr. Falster, replied a woman's voice, with a bit of something else other than politeness in her voice. I pulled down my hood to reveal my older appearance. In the flesh. Giving them a smile. Now what can I do for 3 werewolves such as yourself? Although I have published that book, I do not believe I've ever had contact with any of you. It was just a belief and a lot of researching, never met many werewolves. I continued, getting straight to the point. We need help. You say werewolves can live amongst everyone else and we want you to help with that. Prove you wish to help us. Was the cloaked woman's response in her proud voice. Ah, so that's it. I thought to myself after doing a secret legilimency sweep on her. She's isn't asking for help. She's demanding it from me to prove I am worthy of collaborating them. Ha! Like I need to prove myself to this random werewolf chick just cause she showed up first. My plans to improve the treatment of people with lycanthropy will work fine with or without this woman. Plus, even if the original story didn't show everything, werewolves certainly joined Voldemort and no significant female character was one. The only important werewolf who fought against them was Lupin. A lot of people need help. So why should I help you? Someone I know nothing about. Whose face or identity I do not know. with motives unexplained, goals unmentioned. And I won't mention the place you chose since I understand that you have limited options, but I will mention the other people you have hidden around the place and the fact that those two behind you seem to be ready to pounce any second, while I came alone as a show of trust. I replied, dropping my smile and answering her in a purely business manner. You dare speak that way to Our Lady, you fucking, and that was as far as the brute on the right got before I raised my hand and slammed him into the wall. Be quiet when I am speaking to your so-called lady. She asked for a meeting to acquire my help and has shown me nothing to encourage me doing so. You are giving a worst impression of anything that would be mentioned. I say with clear venom in my voice. The magic coursing through my body started to leak out and made the entire room feel heavy, making it hard for the three of them to breathe, as my eyes became like true flames again. I am not the one here who is supposed to impress. You are the ones who were supposed to impress me. I declared in an absolutely cold manner. I released the man, turn around as I let my pressure return to normal, hearing gasps for air. I reached the door, grabbed the doorknob and without turning around spoke 3 words in a voice devoid of emotions. And you failed. With my declaration done, I pulled my hood up and headed out of the pub. I felt a few of the people I tagged as werewolves following me and the rest rushing into the pub. I'm assuming they want to check if those 3 are still alive. With another sigh, I decided to lead the 4 following me to a more open area and wait for them to catch up. As the 4 hooded figures approached me, I kept silent, slowly enhancing my already massive strength, speed, flexibility, and reflexes. I have the explosive strength and speed of a wampus cat, coupled with the strength of a phoenix and its stamina instead of immortality, boosted through magic. I believe I can shatter boulders without too much of a problem. One of the figures steps up a bit and starts to yell at me in a snarling manner. You reject Our Lady, insult her by doing so, risk her death, and you think you can just leave. You asked for my help and then are surprised with rejection after I felt threatened, seeing people try to force me to accept, while getting no reason to specifically help you or your group. I replied calmly. Are you all incapable of actually thinking like grown men? If so, I will have to retract some of what I've published because you barbaric gits are proving me wrong. The 4 figures snapped at what I said and prepared to rush at me. I mean, these guys should be wizards but decided to rush me physically. Are they stupid? In response, I used my enhanced strength to stomp heavily onto the empty street, causing it to shake and cracks form throughout, making the 4 trying to run at me to stumble and trip. I then lift the loose stones I created with my stomp, transmute them into decently sized barbed harpoons and launch them at the 4's legs. 3 ended up pierced and yelled out in pain, whilst the 4th managed to jump over the ones targeting him. Interestingly, it was the one who yelled at me. But I simply sent a quick petrify incarcerate stun combo to completely immobilize him while he was in the air. Then I turned to the ones on their knees due to not being able to get my harpoons out and transmute the ground into chains before stunning them. All in all, I think I did rather great for my first true battle. It wasn't against actual wizards, and it wasn't the full moon, so their powers weren't all there, but for a soon-to-be 13-year-old I think I did pretty badass. Now what to do with you? I asked myself while tapping my chin. Death or life? They attacked me for a stupid reason after asking me for help. So death then? No. Please, I beg you. I then heard the woman's voice yell at me again. I turned to see the trio I had left behind with an additional 2. Don't really think you are in a position to ask anything from me, I said offhandedly. Please show mercy, she implored. You don't get it, do you? I said in a cold voice, looking directly into her grey eyes. I don't fucking care what you want to do or achieve at this point. You've insulted, looked down upon, demanded and now threatened me. And you have the gall to try and appeal to my mercy now? That is what you should have almost started off with when your goon interrupted us. She was stuck because it is precisely as I said. They asked me for help, then they acted like they were better than me, and finally actually trying to attack and claim his life. I will give you my life if you spare them, she finally said in desperation. Why should I care about your life? I answered with no emotion. You mean nothing to me and hold no value to me. If that's all, either leave or try to save them and fall with these fool. I had finished speaking with these arrogant idiots. It was time for me to clean up this mess and be on my way. I've already been out of the house for too long. What if I say my full name is Jerry Greyback? Yelled out the women in desperation. I had paused. That statement didn't compute for a moment. But when it did, only hatred of that name emerged. And so my magical power and, for the first time, my bloodlust surged out of me. Every bit of hatred I had accumulated for those who would throw themselves with those inbred psychos was coming out, causing the remaining werewolves to step back in fear. You are related to that animal, I finally said as if the Reaper judging a sinner. That man will lead our people to their death if he continues. I want a different path, said the woman as she trembled before my gaze. Her eyes then widened as she looked into the emotionless flames mine seemed to have become. She felt like her entire life was forced out of her brain, as her memories were dragged out piece by piece, until nothing was left to see. She was laid bare before the man and could do nothing to stop it. When it finally stopped, her legs collapsed under her. I retracted the aura I was letting it out and everything became calm again. The werewolves were looking at me with absolute fear. Your life shall be mine now. I then declared. You shall do what I order to fulfill my goals, and when you have proven yourself I will let go of your chain. You will have the choice to continue helping me or leaving and living as you wish at that time. This shall be an unbreakable vow. Death for either if it is broken. Do so and all those present will be spared, and you shall be involved in my efforts to change this stupid and rotting society. I held out my hand for her to take and vow. I swear that as long as you help the werewolf people you shall have my absolute loyalty in life. She answered, on her knees in front of me and holding my hand. Then so it shall be, Jerry Greyback. You shall meet me at the time and place specified on this paper tomorrow. No one else will come with you. My aide shall be with us. We will get you cleaned yo and looking respectable before my true business starts. Do you understand? I ordered and confirmed. She put her hood down, revealing a stoic woman, with messy and unkempt raven black hair, steely grey eyes and determined expression. I understand, master. She then declared. Good. I simply answered. I removed my magic from and healed those I fought, then I left for my home. It was a busy day, I thought, as my head was finally able to hit the pillow. 24. CH24 Investments. The next day came, although I was still feeling tired from last night's events, the day must still come. I spent the morning with Susan, helping her with the self-studying she's been doing on plants and potions. Although she likes to learn, it's not nearly as bad as me. She just likes learning about what interests her, but she has no desires to be tutored like I had been. Auntie and I actually encourage her to learn like this instead, because enjoying the process of learning is much more important for a child. You cannot force things, she will already have a great head start in the subjects she likes, no need to push anything more onto her. It also helped that I will be the heir of the family instead of Susan, and that I've completed all necessary lessons for it, making so my little sister can just enjoy herself. She apparently made friends with Hannah Abbott, who's going to be in the same year, through Auntie and the girl's parents, so they've been spending a lot of time together. Coincidentally, this has freed up a lot of my daytime to do as I wish. After lunch I had dropped off Susan to the Abbott family household and thanked them for having Susan over. I got some stares due to my looks, but after 2 years of getting lots of those at Hogwarts I'm basically immune. I then headed towards my own meeting. I decided to meet the two at a place I bought to do potions experiments in Diagon Alley. It's a bit away from the main shopping area, but it's also easily missed. I reached the place and found my two new assistants, one staring intensely with suspicion and the other wearing her cloak to conceal herself. They both turned to look at me when I entered. Glad to see you both made it safe and sound. Scott, you clean up nicely. I say in greetings. He is looking good since he shaved his beard, got a neat and proper haircut, new day-to-day suit and a re-energized look on his face. So instead of looking like a man chewed up by life he now seemed to be a businessman. Thanks, the cash helped. So what should I call you right now since you look like that? He asked. Michael Falster, when not in a completely secure location. That'll be how it is until properly built facilities are up and running, and when I won't need to hide anything. I answered the man, knowing why he was asking. So who's this? Didn't tell me there was anyone else. He then asked, pointing at the cloaked Jerry. This is Jerry. Her last name will stay between me and her until she decides to say it to you herself due to familial issues. She was actually a surprise gain from after my meeting with you finished. And since the both of you will be work for me, hence together, I will tell you that she is a werewolf and that her duties will be different from yours. I informed the man. Werewolf, hey. Had a few scraps with them in the past, but if you say she's a colleague then it's fine, boss. Said the man, reminiscing a bit. If that is what you wish for, master. Answered Jerry, speaking for the first time in front of Scott. Whoa. Master. What did you do when I wasn't there, kid? Asked the very surprised Scott. Like I said, surprise gain. Her life is mine for now. I offer protection, employment and help in bettering the situation regarding lycanthropy. She gives me temporary servitude, and if I truly gain her loyalty she will become my aide. But for now I need to get her cleaned up and dressed like a person. So we will be heading to the Muggle world for that, since wizard fashion just makes me shiver at times. I explained to the both of them. I will skip the fashion montage, but it was surprising that Jerry ended up really wanting to participate after seeing some of the results. She apparently never had the chance to experience more normal life, as she has always been within werewolf communities. It did take a few hours, but it gave me time to run some things through Scott. I gave him one of my Muggle credit cards and asked him to go check into real estate and land outside of any cities or towns. Places far away from anyone so that I can do almost anything I wish with them. They will be the places where I shall build up my resources. He actually returned before Jerry was done with her makeover. He handed me some documents about which pieces of land he's purchased, and I must say they fit the criterias nicely. The development of the lands will have to wait before I perfect my warding skills since I went them completely off the grid, no one but those I will choose shall know of their existence. He also brought along with him some options for the official home of Michael Falster. But before I could start going through them we heard that Jerry's makeover was done. It was shocking to see the result to say the least. Scott's mouth was hung open with wide eyes and I was impressed at the work they did. Honestly, I knew that she would look pretty good from what I could tell about her face and body, since it was her lifestyle that had caused her to not know how to dress herself stylishly or how to apply makeup, take care of her skin or use a variety of products. Apparently her potential was one of the reasons why it took so long, but with results like what I'm seeing it has been worth it. They turned what was basically an almost Viking-like woman to freaking Yennefer of Vengerberg. They took her long, unkempt hair and turned it to lightly curled raven locks resting on her shoulders, with her steel-grey eyes, somehow smooth-looking white skin even after living amongst werewolves almost her whole life, thin lips with light amount of lipstick. Her new outfit gave her the look of one of those beautiful, but strict CEOs from fictions, with her black jacket and skirt, white inner blouse, her now incredibly smooth, long legs were bare and finishing her outfit was a pair black heels. She stood looking at herself in the mirror with a bit of a daze, not believing that this was her. She even touched her face and pinched her arm to see if she was dreaming, earning a chuckle from me and making her turn towards me with wide eyes. Well, now you certainly look the part. I now feel like I'm the one who needs a makeover or people will think you're the boss. I said teasing her a bit and elbowing the gawking man besides me. Cough, yeah you turned out great. Guess that time was well spent. He said with some embarrassment. After hearing our feedback Jerry stood upright, snapping out of her shock and regaining her prideful aura. Thank you for waiting master and for all of this. I shall strive to meet your expectations. She said with all seriousness and a bow. There's no need for you to bow in public. If you want to do it in private it will be up to you, but you will be my assistant out in the open. I corrected her on what I'm expecting. Also sir will do if you have to use respectful terms. Understood sir. She answered, almost like a soldier. All right, at least I know what your official name shall be in the Muggle world now. The paperwork shall be done at Gringotts, at the same time you both shall gain access to my rather massive amounts of money. I informed Jerry who simply nodded. Scott, you will be in charge of my new properties once this is done. I want you to keep an eye out for places up for sales in Diagon Alley and keep track of your other assignments. I also want to construct a greatly expanded underground space as soon as possible for werewolves Jerry trusts enough to invite. I want them to have a place they can spend the full moon in peace. We will also modify the house that will be chosen for my official residence to have a similar space underneath so that she can spend her full moons there if she should choose to do so. Aside from that I will see how things shall progress with my other plans I ordered the man as he took note of what to do. Got it boss. Jerry, for now I'm guessing you don't have much informal education or training correct? I half asked and half knew. Yes sir. My father and some of the people try to teach the younger ones in what they know, but it leaves us lacking in many things. She answered a bit sadly. All right. I'll hire tutors for you and trainers. You'll be formally trained in combat, both magical and physical. I have a meeting with the goblins next month and I'll see if they can train you as a warrior. So you shall be more of my guard than assistant, but I will still ask to see if you can learn management from them as it will be useful for me and for you if you ever leave. I then informed Jerry. Thank you sir. Says Jerry with some emotions in her voice. She knows that this is a good opportunity for her, making fire burn in her eyes in determination. With their orders clear, we finally arrived at Gringotts. As usual I went to a private room with Ragnok. We set up Scott with a limited access to my accounts to purchase things on my behalf since he will be my main manager. I've also hired trainers from a list provided by goblins. They would have to sign a privacy contract, but they get paid extra for that. And as a fun note, Jerry was registered within the Muggle world as Jennifer Roth, really tempted to go with Yennefer but it'd be too weird in England. With my current business done with the goblins, it was time to leave and let my two aides get to work. On that note, I have decided to build a custom manor 30 kilometers from Little Whinging, where Harry Potter was currently living. I had bought the land within an isolated forest and construction started according to my specification. Anti-Muggle, Apparition, and Portkey wards would be put around the house with the use of a reinforced wall and gate. With a variety of defensive spells, enchantments and wards added into it. The house itself will be in the style of a two-story manor, containing everything a multi-talented wizard like myself can wish for. Library, potion lab, rune carving room, reinforced practice room, an expanded greenhouse in the back and a small fully stocked infirmary. It would be magically protected as well and no one could enter without the express permission of either me or Scott. I also paid a lot of extra money to make sure even house elves not keyed into the wards would not be able to enter, just in case someone was actually smart enough to try and send some. It's also being registered as a legitimate wizard's home under Scott's name. The Flow network will be connected in a protected room able to lock in anyone trying to sneak in, or lock out people to give a chance at fleeing. Everything should be ready before the summer ends and the house elves requested will come once that is the case. Everything needed for a man to feel safe. I won't make it go under Fideliu's charm or become unplottable because it is supposed to be a place people can find Michael Falster in the future. But if the place is still standing by the end of the war, the investments will make it worth it. 25. Ch 2512 People PT1. Now that both of my new aides had their duties handed to them, it was time for me to work on my other plans. Using a list of people who wished to meet Michael Falster, and with the help of my goblin allies, I was able to have a good amount of information on them. I filtered out the obviously hostile ones, removed the ones who were bought to meet me, shady individuals with unclear motives, and was left with a modest group of mostly muggle-born witches and wizards who had either been forced out of the magical world to make a living, or are all but homeless in the magical world. And so I started to organize a meeting with those I had screened. I decided to rent one of the rooms in the Leaky Cauldron for it, setting up some space expansion runes to temporarily enlarge the place since the place isn't exactly fit for many people. A few hours later the 28 men and women, with ages varying from 27 to 62, arrived one after another. And with a few galleons to the owner Tom, it was easy for all of them to find the right room. I waited until the appointed time for the meeting before starting speaking, making sure no last-minute arrivals would appear. Hello everyone. My name is Michael Falster, the author of those two rather infamous books currently trendy around our communities. And I've called you all here because you had an interest in the points I had weaved into them. I started off with confidence as I addressed the room. Because I am unofficially being hunted by private parties and the ministry for my works, I took my time to check who each of you are in a general fashion, making sure that everyone here actually resonates with my views. I explained my situation as this persona and the fact that I know who they are. You are all Muggle-borns, with talents and abilities you struggled to learn during your time at Hogwarts. People who once excelled among their peers. Men and women who should have had bright and productive futures, capable of contributing to our society. I began, making them remember they had what it took. To know they once had great prospects and futures. But then came the cold and hard reality of our governing bodies. Corrupt to no end. Blood purists and bigots holding almost every level of power and influence. Discrimination based on lineage instead of skill or competence. These moronic reasons cost each of you, present in this room, to lose everything. Forcing you out of the world which should have been filled with possibilities and almost being exiled from it. To be forced to make a living amongst the lowest of Britain's magical world. I now said with outrage in my voice. I called you all here because I want to change this. I want to be able to give every magically gifted child the opportunity to live with the wonder we all felt when we discovered true magic in this world. To find and follow their dreams without fearing to be ostracized and rejected because of where they come from. I said, trying to make them remember where they themselves started and the hopes they once held. And so, to carry those ideals, I wish to form a group to champion them. The Federation for Integration and Respect of Muggle-borns, or FIRM for short. And all of those present are those I believe have the ability and desire to help me achieve those ideals. I then took a small pause after my declaration. This will not be a group aiming for revolution or anything that extreme. It will be dedicated to changing how wizards see Muggle-borns by demonstrating that skill and ability are above blood, that we are an important part of the wizarding world whether they like or not, and that we have the right to be heard. I explained to those in front of me. Those who would be willing to join need simply sign this contract and those who wish not to do so can leave here and now. The contract enforces secrecy to a very strict degree, but guarantees the participants stable, if not greatly improved, incomes and opportunities, leadership roles in the fields of your expertise within the organization and the ability to help those who will come after us to not suffer as you have. I then plainly stated. I will not force anyone to accept. If you do not believe that our community can be changed and that I am a naive or delusional young man, then you are free to leave. I thank you for your time and know that I will certainly not hold any of this against anyone. Joining requires great courage and determination, exactly because of the nature of the goal, and it is completely reasonable for many to not care or hold the same values in their hearts. Hence I will not force or punish the issue. I said, trying to reassure everyone that this is an offer of recruitment, not conscription. After everything was said and done, more than half of the original 28 had left, leaving 12 men and women behind. But what I was pleased about was that the ones I had hoped would stay had. This is actually a much better result than I anticipated. I thank you for placing at least some of your trust in my promises and ideals. The 13 of us shall become the founding members of FIRM. I shall act as the founder and chairman since I shall be bankrolling the Federation, and your roles and duties shall be determined after everyone has signed the contract. I explained to the dozen before me. I was the first to sign the contract, and one by one the 12 followed after me. As the last person signed, I tapped it with my wand and at last it was official. This was the founding of FIRM, the start of a new wave within the wizarding world. And now that the formalities were out of the way, I began to explain what I had planned. My first two big moves will be to open an information center right in Diagon Alley to help Muggle-borns and their parents understand the world they are stepping into properly, and to serve as an area to distribute the guide I have published. And secondly, it is to form a new newspaper, one which will eventually compete and surpass the Daily Prophet, since all of us present know how corrupt that paper is. It shall be operating from above the information center for now, until it can grow in a self-sustaining manner. This will allow to weaken the grasp of incorrect information, break a foolish monopoly and try to get people to think a bit more. I explained seriously. I then turned and spoke to 3 specific individuals I had my eye on for this job. First was Darius Stone, 42 years old, about 5'10", short brown hair and eyes, with a thin frame, but possessing an inquisitive aura. He was fired from the Prophet for constantly posting articles depicting the falsehoods within ministry statements or from the Prophet's own articles. I don't even know how he was able to accomplish the second one more than once. Second was Julian Cromwell, 41 years old, 6'0", with sleek black hair, blue eyes, a pair of glasses hanging from his nose, a slight gut showing itself as he was aging. He was a journalist as well, but became an editor for the Prophet until he resigned. He had been forced to run a particularly distasteful article, praising former Death Eaters who had killed some of his friends and their families, for donating vast amounts of money to the ministry. The third was Julian's wife, Martha Cromwell. 39 years old, tall for a woman at 5'11", with light blonde hair and a pair of blue eyes to match her husband. She was successful reporter until she caught wind some scandals of the old heads of departments, resulting in her being banned from posting them due to the man in charge having been good friends with them. And as her husband quit from the Prophet, she had decided to leave as well. Mr. Stone, Mr. Cromwell, and Mrs. Cromwell. You 3 shall be the ones to start this newspaper. Mr. Cromwell will be the chief editor for the paper. I want this paper to be known for fact-based news. It doesn't matter if we are slower than others, but our paper needs to be seen as the most credible source out there. It shall also be seen as a neutral existence, not attacking or critiquing anyone for now. I explained to the trio clearly. I shall give you the funds necessary to employ those you believe will be willing to join, since I've no doubt many with the likes of the Prophet are sick with such news. I will also equip you with everything necessary to publish this paper. At this time Mr. Stone stepped up to speak. And you can provide all of that. I have more than enough money to fund the projects I am juggling. News outlets should not be done to gain money. They should be there to inform people first and foremost. And so I am going to always be expecting to make a loss regarding the paper. I answered honestly. The 3 looked very pleased with my view on the subject. With excitement at the possibility of surpassing the Prophet. Then we shall do as you ask, Mr. Falster. You shall not be sorry you gave us this chance. Declared Mr. Cromwell with determination in his voice and eyes. I know you won't. But I am worried someone might get a bit overzealous. I've read her articles. I said with a bit of a chuckle aimed at Mrs. Cromwell. I will be fine. Plus Julian will nag me if something's wrong. She declared in response, leading to a sigh from her husband. With another chuckle I turned to one Mr. Timothy Matthews. The man was 53 years old, with shoulder-length grey hair, a slight hunch bringing his height to around 5'7", sharp green eyes and the smell of potions lingering around him. He actually should have become a formal potions master, he was and still is an extremely talented man in the field. He aimed to revolutionize the way wizards brew potions, but this threatened many purebloods about 20 years ago. As a result they stopped the man from ever becoming a certified master in the field. Unable to push forward his new methods or potions, he became stuck. Becoming the owner of a small shop, suffering through the stupidity of those in power alone. Mr. Matthews. You shall become the shopkeeper for the apothecary that will be opened in a second building I own in the alley. It shall be a place to challenge current and future potion masters in the field. This book contains my own results in the field, please do give it a read as I speak with Madam Chambers. I said to the older man, handing him my first volume of improvements and originals. I then turned my attention to Madam Melody Chambers, a person who reminds me quite a lot of Professor Sprout. The portly woman stood at 5'2", with curly grey hair and green eyes, grandmotherly face and aura. She seemed to be a very kind elder. Unfortunately, her son's family was targeted by Death Eaters during the war and ended up losing him, her daughter-in-law and grandchild. It broke her heart when it happened and angered her greatly when those responsible got away using the Imperio defense. She tried to fight against the ruling, but the pureblood families pushed her down by buying out everything surrounding her ingredients shop and greenhouse. In the end she was forced to sell it all and try to make a living in the Muggle world. Madam Chambers, I wish for you to be in charge of my developing herb farm. I am currently in the process of creating a place to grow rare and difficult magical plants in great quantities. I know this is a difficult task, but like Mr. Matthews I wish for you to see my notes on the subject before hearing any feedback on the offer. I said to the woman respectfully. She is skilled and experienced in the field, with the only reason she is not officially a master being because it was taken away when she was being suppressed. I was about to speak to one Mr. Oliver Gunn when Matthews grabbed me by the shoulders and looked into my eyes fervently while shaking. Did you truly think of these and create them yourself? Do they work? Have they been tested? How did you do it? Came his rapid-fire questions with energy I did not expect from the man. Yes, Mr. Matthews, these are recipes I created, improved, and tested. Everything in this first volume can be brewed at any time. I answered the man calmly. Did you say first volume? Exclaimed the man in shock. Yes. These are the second and third. This is as far as I've tested. The rest remain purely theoretical and unrefined. I said while handing the books to the man. Like I said, the shop shall challenge masters and those aspiring to become one. I want to force them to innovate by rewarding and producing those capable of improving recipes or creating new ones. I'll do it. I'll make it into a holy ground of poti wondering. No one in the field will not know Breaking Ground's apothecary. He proclaimed with what almost seemed like fanaticism and suddenly coming up with a rather fitting name for the shop. I will have to agree with Mr. Matthews' enthusiasm as well. Came the polite and happy voice of Madame Chambers. If this information is true, you have basically revolutionized the field of herbology with this book alone, Mr. Falster. Not even counting the fact that it says it is one in a series of 4. Proclaimed to short woman. I shall plant every single one and shove the results in those pathetic old men's faces. They shall rue the day they took my title away. I am very happy to welcome the both of you aboard then. We shall use Mr. Matthews' innovations regarding the brewing process to help improve efficiency, but we will also recruit some individuals after the name spreads. As for the farm, it has been named Natural Cultivations, and it will be used to supply a vast amounts of herbs. It shall be a place for those Muggleborns struggling to make a living and find a steady work. It will be advertised in the information center and the paper. So it shall take more time to truly get it off the ground since they will require training. I said as I explained the beginning stages for both and properly shake their hands. Next up is 26, CH 2612 People PT2. With my 2 new heads for my potions business and farms, I turned my attention back to Mr. Oliver Gunn. You Mr. Gunn, I will have to meet you later to discuss a rather sensitive subject regarding my proposition for you. I said to the man. He simply nods in response. I then turn my attention to one Elaine Summers. 27 years old, long blonde hair with slight waves, striking green eyes, tall and well-trained body giving her the impression of a graceful predator, a true beauty. She is bit different from the rest of those present, since she is currently working as a hit wizard the Ministry, but has been heavily suppressed within her department. They have her constantly doing desk work, pushing her achievements to others around her, forcing crap assignments onto her and just generally trying to make someone almost as good as some Aurors hate working there. The reason for all of this is because some rich guy from a noble house wanted to marry her, but she flat rejected the man, to which he believed that her job was the reason she rejected him. So he started bribing her superiors to force her to quit. She now hates him and strives for success despite the man. She also has a good sense for what is right, but can act flexibly. You Miss Summers are going to be a bit different from the rest of these ladies and gentlemen, because I actually would love for you to get a promotion. I said with a growing smile. Hey! Was the only noise that come out due her surprise. You see, I want Muggleborns to be involved in the Ministry. It won't do any good if we just push from the outside in order to get some reforms, thus I will help you obtain results so unquestionable that they will fight to promote you. I declared with a smile. It might take a bit of time, but I will help train you to the next level regarding your magical power and provide training tools to improve. Opportunities will also come forward after all preparations are done. I explained to the woman. And you think you can teach me? She said with a raised eyebrow, sounding challenged. Alright, looks like you don't believe me. How about a small duel then? I offer the woman. Oh, that confident are you? She said, trying to test me. Honestly, I believe I am still a bit green, but my knowledge and magical strength help me cover for it. I know my strengths and my weaknesses. The only thing left is to improve upon them. I answered. With a wave of my wand I conjure some chalk and make it draw the dueling ring, with another I set up multiple protective barriers around said ring, and finally I use the chalk to set some wards to strengthen and stabilize the protection. Those present couldn't believe what they just saw. Jaws hung open and eyes were nearly popping out. Even Elaine showed shock on her face. Now that the duel ring is set up, I do believe we can begin. I would like to ask for us to keep to less destructive or damaging spell, as this is a rented space and only a duel to show my competence. I say with my smile still on my face. Yeah sure. Replied the still a bit out of it Elaine. Then shall we? I said with a slight bow. Ready when you are. She answered, finally focused and bowing. Mr. Gunn, please do be the referee, I know you will be suitable for the job. I say to the man. All right. Answered the stern-looking man as he stepped up. As both parties agreed, this shall be an incapacitation duel, with the loser determined by disarmament or submission. No lethal or damaging spells. This will be a clean fight only to show skill. Now both duelers at the ready. He said, raising his hand. We both take our stances, she raises her wand arm at the ready in stance resembling a fencer, while I stand in my own custom manner. Instead of having my wand arm in front I actually hold it behind my left hand, while keeping myself light, preparing myself to dodge. I've also taken my glasses off for the duel since, like some more advanced duelers, I incorporate legilimency into my style, but I'm not overly reliant on that. Then begin! Declared Gun. Elaine jumped into action, using a quick combo of debilitating jinxes to dim my vision, slow me down or distract me, capping it off with a direct trio of stunners. The only problem for her was that I was constantly using the minimal amount of movements required to dodge each one of her spells, since I could see which would come next in her head. It wasn't her fault. She knew how to preform proper combos within the limitations of the duel, it was just that my own trained abilities, my enhanced speed and ridiculous reflexes give a great advantage when one-on-one. Just for dramatic effect I casually swatted her last stunner with my left hand and giving her a grin. I then started my counter-attack, using my own understanding of every spell I've mastered to remove the need to say it and even remove the movements necessary, letting cast my own combo of enhanced spells with quick gestures, forcing her on the defensive immediately. She defended what she could but there are only so many spells a shield can block. This forced her to dodge, which was what I wanted to force her to do as I casted a quick series of leg-lock charms after I succeeded in blinding her for a second using a Lumos I shot at her face, capping it off with a stunner. With an obvious winner, I remove the protective spell and runes as I approach Elaine and wake her up. Damn, that was just downright emasculating. Couldn't even get a good shot on you before you destroyed me, said the downed beauty. Don't you need to be a man to be emasculated? I ask while helping her up. Ha! I've got more balls than most of the ministry combined, she declared with a laugh. Ha 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 ha. That's the best reply I've ever heard. I agreed as I burst out laughing. But you are good kid. Hit me up if you wanna get laid. You look a bit too wound up, she then said with a grin. Cough. Cough. I then sputtered in response, which makes her laugh. Don't worry kid, it shouldn't take too long, she said with a wink and then started laughing again. Thank you for the offer Elaine, but I'm okay for now, I answered politely. I'll send you some of my modified spells and notes on the subject to give you references. I'll also teach you the way to better your magic control, I said getting back to business and handing her the book she would need for now. With that done and Oliver Gunn who is going to be last, I then turned to the last 5 in front of me. Most of them had some experience within the ministry, but were later replaced for stupid reasons due to their positions being too good for them to be in according to some people from prominent families. And so they were forced to stagnate within their positions. Mr. James Whitcomb. A 63-year-old bald man from my aunt's department, with pale brown eyes, thin frame and some wrinkles showing on his face. Miss Sherry Holmes 49-year-old with shoulder-length black hair, showing signs of graying, extremely dark brown eyes, a pair of librarian glasses on her nose and well, a really huge chest, from the Department of Magical Transportation. And Mr. Anthony Wall. The oldest attendee at 66 years old, really starting to fit the image of a wizard, with his grey beard, hair and robes, kinda reminds me of Ben Kenobi, but if he was more of a hippie, from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. I wish for you 3 to be in charge of the firm center that will open in the alley. You will initially be in charge of it in its entirety, but when we can hire more people you will move towards management and advertisement of the center. I will try to introduce new programs and products to the store within the year, I announced to the 3. I received nods of acknowledgement from them and turned my attention towards the final 2. One is Ms. Catherine Forests, 55 years old, with platinum blonde hair and clear blue eyes, really made me think if this was Draco's real mother for a while. She used to work for the Department of International Magical Cooperation. The second was Jimmy Kent, 33 years old, with the Weasley hair, green eyes, on the shorter side, currently being put down, I'm guessing without my aunt's knowledge cause she's wreck anyone doing this in her department, in the DMLE. Ms. Forrest, I would like you to be in charge of the logistics involving the farms. You have experience working with many different individuals and getting what you need to do your job properly. This will be the business with the most immediate growth in terms of human resources, so please assist Madam Chambers in its management. You both will receive all the information regarding the properties and its current stage of development through my aide shortly, I said to the woman, explaining my reasoning for her assignment. Finally, Mr. Kent. You shall be in charge of the management for the current Breaking Grounds apothecary. They will need much in terms of equipment and machinery if I know Mr. Matthews' ideas as I think I do. You will also be currently responsible for its finances so that our future potions master can focus on his craft. I then in turn explained to him, getting a excited nod in return. Now, if everyone understands everything I've said, Mr. Cross. I yell out of the room as my side comes in with documents for everyone. Each of these will be your work contracts stating the pay and conditions of the jobs you will be undertaking and documents regarding the places you shall be working in. Ms. Summers will be slightly different from the rest, but will be basically considered sponsored by us to improve the image of Muggleborns through excellence. Mr. Gunn will have his own if he agrees later. I explain. With everyone very happy with my quite generous conditions and reasonable restrictions, they signed and will soon be considered my employees. After which they left to take care of their affairs and prepare for their new jobs. Leaving me, Scott and Oliver Gunn alone. Oliver is unique among those who came, since he was an active Auror during the war almost 10 years ago now. At 44 he still stands strong and proud, with a muscular body, scars on his exposed forearms, strong jaw, short brown hair and steel blue eyes. The man scream warrior. The reason he is no longer an Auror is because during said war his family was killed, with Voldemort himself present and himself being forced to watch. And unfortunately his Death Eaters were very pressed to impress their lord, making his wife suffer a lot before they killed her, but they left him alive to suffer. In return he went rogue and started to hunt known dark families supporting the madman. When he was found they couldn't give him too harsh a sentence because he made sure his targets were guilty and left evidence, making the final verdict on him 8 years in Azkaban. Now, Mr. Gunn. I would like to thank you for both your patience and time. I start off with a slight bow. I'm guessing this is going to be a rather sensitive subject then, Mr. Falster. He answered in a direct manner. Yes, it has to do with the enterprise I wish to begin with you at the helm and a dangerous secret as to why I wish to do so. But first a question. What do you think about the current defensive capabilities of the Ministry? I asked the man. What capabilities? They constantly cut funding. They're planning to stop accepting new Aurors. Hit wizards are corrupt to no end. And to top it off the current minister is a coward. He answered with a huff. Yes, and that is why I wish to start a specific business with you, private protection. I said delicately. You want to make a mercenary force? He asked with surprise in his voice. Why? Isn't that the opposite of what you said? This isn't related to my movement. It is about something much more dangerous in this world of ours. I answered with a sigh. After hearing that Oliver narrowed his eyes at me. Explain. He simply demanded. What if I told you the Dark Lord isn't truly dead? I simply said. Impossible, he died that night against the boy who lived. He exclaimed. True, he did technically die. I admitted. But the problem is that the man feared death the most. That's why his men are Death Eaters. Why the killing curse is his go-to tool. Because it is what he believes is the greatest fear of all men. And so he sought a way to beat death. And in his search he found a way, a very dark way. He made a Horcrux. I said to the man in all seriousness. A what? He asked. Scott, the book please. I said to Scott as he handed a book to Oliver. Please go to page 82, Mr. Gunn, I say. It took a few minutes for him to read it, but a look of horror spread across his face as he understood just what a Horcrux was. You mean to tell me he did this? He asked with a shaking voice. Yes, and he will return. I answered coldly. That is why I wish to prepare a force to fight him when he returns. Something the Ministry is too corrupt to implement. If I'm wrong, then all that happens is I make a new business providing security to those who can afford it, and if I'm right, we can have professionally trained experts to combat those fucking bastards. I announced to the man. How's this going to work? He asked with determination in his voice. It will start with you. Get some people you trust and invite them in as executives. I'll put ads out into the Prophet in our own paper when it's up and running, also within the center. You can also recruit people down on their luck or try to poach people from the Ministry. I'll bankroll what you need. A facility is already being built in secret and no one will know where it is located. It will be the training ground. You will be the trainer and I'll give you the books I've prepared for you. Scott will inform you about everything else. I explained to the man. I'll be ready. He answered simply. And that's how these 12 people were brought in under me. 27, CH27 Air Bones. It's been almost a month since I managed to recruit the 12 under me. There has been tremendous progress in all of the active projects, with the firm center and the paper, officially straightforwardly called the Herald, up and tuning, being distributed in the center. The farm is slowly coming together since new employees need proper training to handle the plants and every single one had to sign strict confidentiality agreements due to the new methods used there. The potions shop should be up and running by the time my new school year begins. It's taking longer because Matthew's semi-automation of the brewing process needs to be adjusted to my potions and the everything needs to be set up in a separate building. The protection agency under Oliver, now simply called Fortress Protections, has around 20 recruits so far and are now perfectly hidden from the world. 3 of my safe houses have been completed, the house elves we obtained to take care of Michael Falster's home have arrived and have been bound to me, so they know who I really am. The only problem regarding all of this is that communication has been troublesome. I can't receive the mail at my house, Tilly would notice immediately and then Aunt Amelia would know, leading to her asking about all this and figuring some stuff out. So I began to try and work around the problem. I studied two-way mirrors to see if I could expand them, although theoretically I think it could be done, I had no way to connect multiple mirrors into a network that could be used reliably right now. I looked into the Flow network to understand how you can stick your head into a fireplace and just talk to someone, really weird choice, but based on how pretty much everyone needed a fireplace to live when the network was invented made it the ideal choice back then. I did get a good amount of inspiration from that. This turned into my own summer project. I studied various means of communications from around the world. I researched methods abandoned by time. I tried to develop a new tool with multiple connectivity to others. I couldn't make it work for the life of me. Every failure gave me some insight, but couldn't think of a way to send messages from one place to another discreetly. And so, during my frustration I decided to take a break on testing theories and decided to read up on means of magical travel to see if any inspiration would strike. While I was reading up on the subject, Tilly came into the library. I sensed her, but I was immersed into my reading. "Young Master Aiden, the mistress wishes to see you in her office," she said in her usual squeaky voice. "Auntie? Do you know why?" I asked curiously as I look up from my book. She usually never calls me or Susan to her office. If something needs to be said, it's usually at the dinner table, I thought, getting curious at the situation. Since I wouldn't be able to figure it out, I simply got up and headed to the office. A few seconds later I stood in front the door and knocked. "Come in," I heard my aunt's voice say. "She sounds tired. Hope she's okay," I thought with some worry as I entered. "Hello Aiden. I'm sorry for calling you here, I know I don't usually do this, but I've realized we've been putting off an issue for long enough," she said seriously. "We have?" I asked with my head tilting to the side a bit, thinking about what it could be. "Yes, it's about time you officially take your position as heir of the family. Since I am currently the head of the house, I have been managing everything at the same time as my duties in the ministry, and it is honestly catching up to me. Hence I will start slowly preparing you for your role as family head and handing more and more of the duties which come with it," declared my aunt. "I understand. I'll do my best to uphold the house and surpass your expectations of me, Auntie. You won't have to worry about the house, I'll make it better what it once was," I answered with determination. "She has had to take on the burden of me and Susan, her job, and the sudden headship. It's time I help her out and reduce her burden. I know you will, Aiden. You are fiercely intelligent, hard-working, and determined. I know you will make me and your parents proud in whatever you do," she said with the gentle smile which rarely appears on her face. It always warms my heart seeing that smile. Makes me want to make sure she can do it more and more. "And so, tomorrow we shall head to Gringotts to make everything official," she declared. "Yes Aunt Amelia, I'll be ready," I answered with a little salute as a joke. I get a small smile in response and head out of the room to continue my research. It's not like this is a surprise, I've been prepared to become heir since I was 7. At that age I could have already started helping Auntie out, but I think she wanted me to have more time to pursue my interests and studies. The only reason this is really happening is because the minister is putting constant pressure on her and that her department is always under fire for one reason or another, coupled with her taking care of me and Susan, it's only burning her out. So the solution is allowing me to share at least some of her workload. The next day I got up and dressed myself properly and went down to have breakfast. After our nice family meal, we dropped Susan off to the Abbott house and headed for the bank. As we walked through its halls, goblins kept giving me polite nods and greetings, which confused Auntie to no end. "Dear, why are they being so polite towards you?" she asked in a low voice. "Tilly didn't tell you," I answered a bit surprised. But then I thought that maybe Auntie just never asked, since I do spend a good amount of days outside the house and I've never caused any problems, always getting back on time, no injuries, no reports of bad behavior, so Auntie probably just trusts me when I go out and doesn't ask. "Tell me what?" she asked curiously. "Well, a few weeks ago I was invited to their city to spar with some of their warriors and I accepted. There was a little tournament for hand-to-hand combat, I got first place and met their royal family during the celebration. It was really fun, they gave me this ring for my victory and to signify friendship," I explained with some excitement over the memory. "This new ring actually replaced my silver and ruby ring. It is still the same material, but this one has been permanently bound to me, never is it going to leave my side. It has also been personally crafted by the king and has been engraved with a phoenix, Wampus cat, and the symbol of the goblin's royal family, showing my status as a friend of the nation. It was really fun. There were skilled warriors, but goblins are more adept at weapons combat, the opposite of me, and adding the fact that my body is way too strong for a human, I was able to win over those with more experience than me. The tournament did show me where I would need to improve and helped gain experience, so it was a great choice to join in." "You what?" exclaimed Auntie in shock, but soon calmed down seeing my smile and letting out a sigh while rubbing her forehead. "Next time you have to get my permission for this, Aiden. I trust you can take care of yourself better than most adults, but I am still your guardian and must know when you do things like this. Am I understood?" she asked seriously. I'm sorry Aunt Amelia, I didn't think it would be a big deal. I understand. I said lowering my head a bit. Alright then. As long as you understand. She said with a nod. And so we kept walking until we reached Ragnok, in his usual spot as the head teller. Greetings warrior Bones Crusher, may your enemies know your name's meaning and their wealth falls to you. He greeted using the title they came up for me. I won't say it's inaccurate because during the tournament one of the goblins noticed I was holding back my strength in order to have greater control and skill, which he then became insulted and forced me to use my all. When he took my full power punch and tried to block it head on, I broke both his arms and sent him flying from the ring. It's not my fault. He asked for it and they're a lot smaller than humans, which means lighter, so without their armor they end up not being able to take as much. If that wasn't enough, the rest suddenly decided to throw themselves at me to prove they had the strongest bodies, so I ended up breaking the bones of all of my opponents. Kinda why I didn't mention it before, it felt bad hearing all those snaps. Reminds of when I got hit by that truck. Hello Ragnok, may your foes fear your presence and their coins join yours. I responded. Still making a bit of a game and trying to be creative with those responses. Bones Crusher. Then asked Amelia from the side with a raised eyebrow. It looks like you have some explaining to do at home young man. I gulp at that tone. I am so gonna get an earful. I thought. Haha. The great Bones Crusher fears his aunt. The king will love to hear that one. He announced with a laugh. Oh come on Ragnok, don't do that. You'll ruin my reputation. I pleaded with the goblin. Oh, this will be grand. He said with his largest smile. No. I wailed in despair as I crouched down and traced some circles on the floor. Alright, that's enough with your little skit Aiden. Ordered Aunt Amelia. We would like to formally make him heir of House Bones. She then informed. I get back up with a little grumbling. Ragnok leads us to his office and calls for a goblin to bring the family ring. He brought and opened a box with one empty spot and one ring made of silver, with the family emblem of a shield with a wand on it, and the motto of break, but never bow written under it. Aunt Amelia has a similar ring but is golden. Wear the ring, it will test you to see if you are worthy. Informed Ragnok. I take the ring and put it on my right ring finger. I felt a prick as it tested my blood, then a red glow came from the ring and it then resized itself to fit my finger. Congratulations Heir Bones. The ring will serve to warn you of legilimency intrusion, poisons and some dangers. You will now be able to fully inherit the Bones family when the head decides it or becomes unable to fulfill the duties required by the role. Said Ragnok. Thank you for informing me. I then answered. I am now officially the heir of the noble house of Bones. 28, ch 28 The end of summer. After being made heir of the house I started taking on some of the work that came with the title. This involved spending more time in Aunt Amelia's office. I went through the properties of House Bones, our finances, vault holdings and allies. From what I found the family was heavily involved with Dumbledore's order during the war, providing a good amount of funding and using some family properties as order-safe houses. I won't disrespect my parents' choices, they did what they believe should be done in order to defeat Voldemort. I really don't like the headmaster's style though, too soft-hearted, self-destructive even and naive. Well as a result a lot of properties were destroyed, but I think I'll be able to get the wreckage cleared up and set up some kind of residence. I'm thinking of introducing the concept of apartments and condos to magical Britain, because from what I understand it's already being done in France and there is a great amount of homeless witches and wizards. I think I'll also set some up specifically for werewolves. Food for thought. The money in the vaults no longer qualifies the family to be a most noble house, but I think that after this year we will be getting a good influx of galleons. The reason being that I've finished studying most subjects beyond Newt level and I believe I can start properly pushing some developments into this stagnating country. I have a notebook full of things I believe can be made theoretically already and have even some bits in working order. Make them useful and popular and bam, money starts flowing in again. I think I'll also invest into Randolph Spudmore, the creator of the future Firebolt, since I've already done so as Michael Falster. It'll be an amazing source of revenue. We have a few shares of things here and there, but I believe we can do more. But that will be in the future when the house has more in its vaults and our reputation gets better. Because as of now, Aunt Amelia is the only representative of our family, I'm unknown for now and Susan will take a long time to develop into someone who can help with that. So I'm going to give myself some more exposure by publicly presenting some inventions, instead of hiding them through my other persona. Aside from those major points, it's just really boring dealing with the paperwork, but it's something I'm already working around. I've analyzed my homework quills and recreated them for the purpose of paperwork. I've managed to give them minor legilimentic abilities to write surface thoughts and orders regarding the paper in front of them. It required a good amount of trial and error to stop them from writing every surface thoughts crossing the mind of the user, but I was able to get a good balance going. So now I only have to read over the document, set it in front of the quill and it writes everything it's ordered to do, even when I'm reading the next paper. Hee, I think Auntie is going to love my Christmas present this year and make everyone working behind a desk at the ministry eat their hearts out. I can just see the money for this little gadget. Aside from my duties as heir, I was also able to take some time and visit Christian. The Ward family has invited me to go visit a hippogriff breeder and I had accepted with Aunt Amelia's permission. Apparently there has been some hatchling recently, still very small compared to horse-size adults. I thought it'd be a nice experience. Auntie let me use our flu to get to the Ward's home since they were connected as well. I arrived and was welcomed by the Ward parent and child trio. Christian takes more after his mother, she had the same messy black hair, only longer, those sky blue eyes and the same features could be spotted on his face. Mr. Ward on the other hand was almost the picture of an outdoorsman, shortly trimmed brown hair, a bushy beard, piercing green eyes, and the build of a bear almost. It's not really a guess as to where Christian got his looks, but it is interesting to think about how his father hooked his mom. But he got his love of nature from the both of them, that's for sure. His dad was basically a mini Hagrid in looks and feelings towards beasts, while his mom was an avid nature lover, always wanting to go in forests or seas to find new and interesting things. Krahahaha. You're here, kid. Good. Let's get to the Port Kayat, it's scheduled to activate in 5 minutes. Said Mr. Ward in his booming voice as he pats my shoulder repeatedly. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. and Mrs. Ward. I'm really excited to go see the hippogriffs. I say, taking his pats without any issues. Dear, don't hurt Christian's friend. He's always in his own world, so making this one should have been hard enough. Said the MRS with a smile that wasn't a smile, but a teasing glint flashed through her eyes. Mom, could you not say that in front of me? Or at least not in front of Aiden? Moaned Christian. Plus I can't take all the blame. Who were the people who took me to live in a forest looking for griffins instead of interacting with anyone who had a kid my age? He then added with some fake anger. Krahahaha. You know you loved our family expeditions, don't even try to deny it, boyo. Came Mr. Ward's boisterous laughter. Alright boys. That's enough joking around for now. It's Port Kayat time. Announced Mrs. Ward, clapping her hands to get everyone's attention. Everyone left the room and went to the backyard where a used car tire was waiting for use. I mean, I get why they make Port Kayat object smuggles won't just casually pick up, but it just doesn't feel right to grab pieces belonging in a dump. I thought with a sigh. Everyone put a hand on the tire and readied themselves. And then that familiar uncomfortable feeling of being hooked around the navel happened, feeling myself getting dragged as I keep my grip on the tire, until we suddenly land at the destination. When I could finally get a good look around, I spotted a one-story cottage in front of us. It was old-fashioned like pretty much anything wizards used, it was almost considered a hut like Hagrid's, except that this one was professionally made and had proper roof, windows, and doors. I mean, honestly, you'd think aesthetics would be absorbed even if they only go in the Muggle world occasionally. I snapped out of my judgy moment when I felt something passing over us. I could see the claws and hooves of a passing hippogriff and an excited smile spread on my face. Now, before anyone thinks I don't know how dangerous those things are or how to handle them, I gotta tell you, Hagrid has loads of first-hand experience, and I personally looked up tones of creatures with Christian. I know how prideful they can be and how to approach them, and if all else fails I'm pretty sure I can actually pin one down. Christian and I looked at each other and nodded, and then we ran to the enclosure. Ah! Boys, be careful, you know how dangerous these ones can be, especially with the newborn around. Yelled out Mrs. Ward. We got to the fence marking their territory and looked at the wide open space before us. It was a very large space, with lush grass, small hips giving the place something more than just a flat plain. You could see the beginnings of a forest in the back of the enclosure, and at the moment 7 hippogriffs were relaxing near each other, and in the middle one could see a smaller grey ball tumbling around the adults. It's always cute to watch the lack of coordination in an infant. It seems that you boys appreciate the beauty of these majestic creatures, don't you? Came the voice of an old man behind us. A bald old man with a thin grey mustache, wearing a leather duster, dragon hide pants, metal-tipped boots and with a lasso at his hips. He had scars visible almost everywhere, pretty sure I know where he got those from, and he just looked like he almost came out of a western movie. All he was missing was the hat, and I swear the next thing he'd say is that he's teach me how to shoot, then die to make a good revenge story. Yeah, we're both pretty into magic creatures and hippogriff are the bests I've seen so far. I say to the old man before turning to look at them again. Can we interact with them today, or will they be too protective cause of the little one? Asked Christian excitedly. I do think we can at least go near them since they know I won't hurt anyone. But we won't be able to play with Lil Whitecrown, they'll pounce on you before anyone can do anything about it. Said the old man after thinking for a bit. As the wards arrived, the old man, whose name was apparently Ben Crypt, guided us slowly towards the resting beasts. We slowly and calmly approached them until Ben stopped us. All right, that'll be close enough. We don't want them to be annoyed at us. He said. So we parked there and looked at how they acted. When they are at rest like this, they tend to act more like horses than predators. A few on the lookout, while the others are resting or taking care of the younger ones, and in this case the hatchling. Seeing that little ball of grey jump around with energy was pretty adorable. I really wanted to play with it. Well, that was until we noticed that little one actually slipped away from the watchful eyes of the others and was heading out way. We all froze at its actions. Shouldn't we not be getting near that one, as badly as we want to? Asked Mr. Ward. Yeah, we need to back away, said the breeder Ben as he got up and started to make everyone slowly back away. As we make our way back, the hippogriffs finally notice the hatchling missing and are leaving. Then all hell broke loose as they saw it getting near us and they fly after it. Shit! Everyone run! Yelled Ben. Everyone takes off. I could actually outrun everyone here easily, but I don't want people to know how freakishly strong I am. It makes people ask questions I don't want to answer. We run towards the warded fence in the hopes of getting to safety. No one wants to be in the middle of this mess. But suddenly I hear something getting kicked, and then tumbling a sound of pain comes next. My eyes widened as I saw Christian had tripped as we ran. I stop immediately and turn around to go get him. When the others finally realized neither of us were with the group, they had reached the fence. Christian! Aiden! Screamed Mrs. Ward in horror as she saw the approaching hippogriffs and the two boys. Come on mate, not leaving here to become hippogriff dung. I said to my friend as I lift him up. Yeah, now we both get to be dung. He answered sarcastically at the situation. Episki! I chanted at his ankle. Now run mate! I shouted after. But it seems to be too late as the hippogriffs are too close. Sigh. Mate, I'm gonna have to trust you. I'm going to do something you might not understand, but for the next bit whatever you do, do not look into my eyes. Got it? I asked my friend as he nods. Good. I then say as I took off my glasses. I let my magic build up within me, quickly gathering as my cores rotate at immense speeds to give me what I need. I step in front of Christian, focus my energy into my eyes, causing them to appear as if fire is coming out of them. My silver hair starts dancing as it feels the magic coming off of me. My magic builds up, and up, until it's about ready to burst, and then I unleash it. With almost an audible roar I let out the aura of one of the most dangerous predators in the wild, my aura of the Huampus cat, while forcing all of the enraged hippogriffs to look at me. Making them see the image of the beast hidden within my blood. Enough! I declared as they faltered in their advance. You shall kneel. I ordered, using my predatory aura and magic to force these proud creatures into submission. My legilimency crushing their wills to face me. And slowly they kneel before me, with resistance and fear. These creatures kneel. I keep up the pressure until both me and Christian reach the fence, where the adults are speechless at what just happened. With sadness for what I forced them to do simply because they wished to protect their young, I speak to Christian. Let's go mate! I said in a deflated tone. What a way to end my summer! I thought as I was heading towards the Port Kea with my friend and looking into the sky. 29, ch 29. A new year arrives. I spent the last weeks leading to my departure for Hogwarts in a melancholy mood. I really couldn't get that feeling of dominating another being out of my head, and it felt disgusting. I felt disgusted with myself mostly. I had other ways of getting around the issue, but I resorted to taking care of things like freaking Voldemort. I did what he would have done, except he would have probably slaughtered all of them as a bonus. The only thing that could take my mind off of what happened was doing research. It wasn't the healthiest option to deal with my emotional issues with the event, but at least it distracted me. At least there had been something good that came out of it to cheer me up, and that was I'd finally remembered one unofficial way people could travel from one place to another: vanishing cabinets. It involves making the cabinet from conjoined trees and linking them through a complicated set of runes and charms, creating a method of instantaneous transport between the two. With this in mind, I began to run tests on the subject, which led to the most infamous pair of cabinets in the Harry Potter series, the one in Hogwarts and at Borgin and Burke's. I simply had Scott purchase the one in Borgin and Burke's while disguised, and bingo, easy cabinet to study since the one at school hasn't been damaged by Peeves yet, and away into he school whenever I want. It took a good amount of testing to find that I could form links between pieces of the same tree or its offshoots, not only between conjoined trees, which are rare. I think the fact that I'm trying to do a much simpler version of the cabinets helped reduce the strain of the bond necessary. My goal is to create a link between a great number of mini cabinets which will act as an instantaneous delivery tool, where you basically write something on paper, put it in, close it, and off it goes to the requested receiver. I'm basically inventing magical text messaging in all honesty, but without tech. The only problem I had was that I had to make sure the wood will properly connect to the other pieces. It was difficult because of the requirements of either being from the same tree or being of child of it. And so I searched for a solution. I had some thoughts of trying to use those giant redwood trees in California, but the supply won't be nearly enough, and it's a protected reserve. A breakthrough occurred when I was researching and found a Japanese method from the 15th century still in use called daijigei. It uses a particular species of cedar tree and is essentially an oversized bonsai tree as it relies on a great amount of pruning to make trees sprout from the base mother tree. It's pretty nifty and using magic. Since I won't be growing anything magical, I think I can get my own operation up and going in a year and a half at most. For now though, I shall make a small number of vanishing boxes, to test my work and see if it can eventually be expanded properly. The final prototype for the vanishing box was a simple piece made of from pine, with 4 other boxes around it. It had a simple panel which opened and closed, a small dial to set the number you wish to send to resembling a rotary lock. Turn to the number and viola. So I wrote a simple message on a piece of parchment, put it in my number 1 and closed it, set it to number 3, pressed my wand gently onto the box and simply said send. With a small glow on the tip of my wand and a light sound from the box it activates. I turn my attention to number 3, walk to it and open it as I hold my breath. Yes. Haha. I did it. I shouted out in happiness as I broke out in a little dance. Apparently my shout startled Tilly since she appeared in my room a moment later. Young master, are you okay? She asked in distress. Oh Tilly, come here, come here. I say excitedly as I drag the house elf to my prototypes. She looks at the simple wooden boxes curiously but can't figure out why I'm excited about this thing, so she turns towards me with a weird look and tilted head. Tilly doesn't understand, young master. She said. That's okay. These are what I've been working on during the last month. Instant messaging tools. They can send letters and messages to anyone holding one of these boxes and who knows the right number. I explain excitedly. Tilly's eyes widened after she understands what I just said. So Tilly won't have to clean up after the owls anymore. She then asked seriously, to which Artemis in my room screeches feeling challenged and insulted. Not for small messages and letters, but owls are still gonna be needed to deliver parcels, sorry Tilly. And you're still gonna be needed, girl. I said to the house elf, only worried about cleaning, while stroking my own owl to calm her down. I know I don't mention her a lot, but I do send her every week with a letter to my aunt and Susan. If I didn't, a howler would come for me. Did that once cause I lost track of time, and it was an embarrassing breakfast to say the least. With Tilly losing her interest with the tool, she quickly left since nothing was wrong with me. Now all that's left is to test for distance and the durability of the enchantments. I thought to myself while caressing my new creation. I also showed Auntie my new device and she was shocked at what I created, and also questioned how no one had thought of using the idea of vanishing cabinets like this in the first place. I'm thinking of leaving one with you and Susan while I'm at Hogwarts. It'll let me test as it can get through the wards, the distance will test that aspect, and since I won't be in contact with yours at least 6 months, it'll give me an idea of how the enchantments will react to the regular use. I explained to my aunt. That is good. If this work, it will certainly be useful for many things. Might even replace all those stupid interdepartmental memos flying all over the place in the ministry. She said with a nod. Does that mean I get to write to you more often while you're away? Asked Susan with great expectations. Well, if Auntie agrees, I don't see a problem with it. I answer, thinking a bit before doing so. Yay! Said my cute little sister as she began jumping around. Susan! We are at the dinner table, at least wait until everyone is done before jumping around like that. Said Amelia with some authority in her voice as she chastised Susan. Haha! Happy you want to write to me that much, sus. I say while patting her head and getting a giggle in response. I swear you two. You pamper her too much, Aiden, she will end up spoiled. Sighed Aunt Amelia. Little sisters deserve to be pampered by their older brothers. I declared with my chest puffed out. Oh Merlin! Simply said Auntie as she gave up on that front. But in all seriousness, I think if this works out properly, it could become a great means of income for the family. So I'm thinking of investing into it as the heir when all the quirks are worked out. I said to Amelia. Yes, it could become a very good business for the family. Nodded Amelia, supporting the option. It's not the only thing I'm working on, but it will be a good start. I then added. You have more things like this? Asked Auntie curiously. For now most of them are mostly theoretical, but very possible. I answered. I look forwards to seeing it then, dear. Simply said Auntie with a gentle smile. Hee, I'll make the family proud. I say as I scratch the back of my head. With that meal done, I quickly headed back into my room and took out a trio of boxes made with ebony. These were finely crafted and made to fit into one's pockets, closer to the future smartphones than boxes, with an enchanted glass in the front which will bond to the owner, stopping anyone else from reading the piece of parchment behind it, which is also specially treated to work in a similar manner to Tom Riddle's diary. The parchment is made to absorb the ink and save what was written on it. It's actually closer to how the Marauder's map was made, but with no sentience, mixed with the diary. Basically I made a specials parchment with a memory for what was written on it. This way I can send messages and review past ones as well. These advanced versions of the boxes will be for me and my aides only. No one else will know of their existence or know what they are even after I unveil the vanishing boxes. And so I sent one to each of them using Artemis. A few hours later she had returned and I sent the instructions on how to use the messengers, as I will call this model, and the memory parchment. A few minutes later they had both responded that they understood the tool and its purpose. With everything solved, it was time to go to bed because tomorrow was the day I returned to Hogwarts. The last year before Potter and his friends join Hogwarts and everything starts going to shit. Sigh. Looking forward to a productive year. 30, ch 30 on a train with true friends. September 1st arrived and like always and slightly rushed morning was happening with Aunt Amelia pushing both me and Susan so that I could make the train on time. I'm getting kinda used to riding the ministry cars, makes me wonder why more people don't use them. I get that there are faster ways of traveling, but most of them are annoying or uncomfortable, with a lot of wizards never learning how to apparate for some stupid reason. A comfortable car does wonders. Anyway, we arrived at King's Cross with plenty of time to spare. I gave Amelia and Susan some hugs, said my goodbyes and headed to find a compartment. As I sat down I was left to think on my own and realized I don't really know how to face Christian after what happened with the hippogriffs. On one hand I'm pretty sure I saved him from getting hospitalized at the very least and on the other I did something considered impossible for a wizard, much less someone of my age. I did come to terms with how I reacted in the situation, even if I don't like the way I handled things it still happened and all I can do now is learn from my mistake. Hey mate, how's your summer been? I then hear James' voice as he enters the compartment and breaks me out of my thoughts. It's been a mixed affair. I reply with a wry smile. Really? That's weird for you. What happened? Asked James with some concern. I wanted to explain but the door burst open with an angry-looking Christian. You bastard! You owe me an explanation. He declared. First with what happened at the ranch. And second is why you've been avoiding answering my letters or invitations. Christian said as his eyes narrowed. Christian, I'm sorry about what I did, but I can't answer the first part since I've promised to not talk about that. As for the second, sigh, I just don't know how to face you or your parents. I replied dejectedly. Don't know how to face me? Yelled Christian as he grabbed my collar. You're my best friend and you saved my life, but you don't know how to face me. He continued. Whoa. Christian, calm down. This isn't helping at all. Just look at Aiden's face. It's not that he doesn't want to say anything, he's afraid of saying anything. Interrupted James, trying to get Christian to calm down and let go. It took a moment but he let go with a push to make me sit down. You said you promised to not talk about it. He asked with narrowed eyes. I nod. With who? He then asked. My aunt. I answered. He took a deep breath and then said something I didn't expect. All right, I'm taking an vow and then you tell me everything. He declared. Wait a sec Chris. You want to make a magical vow? Those are really strict, you could die. Yelled out James in shock as my own eyes widened. Be quiet James. If you don't want to participate either be quiet and be the witness before leaving, or leave now and I'll find someone else to do it. Answered Christian with anger in his voice. Why do you need to go so far? Then asked James, not understanding why one of his friends was willing to do something that puts his life on the line. So that silver bastard can trust me enough to fucking talk to me. Yelled Christian. That statement hit me really hard. They are my friends, the best, but I'm scared of them thinking I'm a freak because of what I've been through and become. Then I'm taking one too. Suddenly declared James. I'm not being left out because I didn't do this. Butt out James, this is between me and the shiny git. Growled Christian. No. You two are my best friends too and I'm not letting this happen without me. He answered with outrage in his voice. But both of them stopped yelling at each when they saw the tears coming out of my eyes. It wasn't out of sadness, I was just so glad and relieved that these two were my friends that I couldn't stop the tears. Whoa, I'm sorry for calling you a bastard. Said a panicked Christian. Yeah, it's all right. Christian doesn't mean those things, he's just really concerned about you. Followed up James. It's not that you idiots. I'm just glad you two are my friends. I answered as I wiped my eyes. You really want to know, right? They both nod. All right. No vows. I trust you two more than enough. I was just scared. Scared to lose you guys. I saw trying to pick up my courage. They both looked at each other and sat down. All right. Talk. It doesn't matter because we're friends. Said Christian after finally getting what he wanted. I waved my hand, locking the door, casting a notice me not, muffling things even further, blocking anyone from seeing into the compartment and checking if there's anything or anyone which could overhear the conversation. This greatly surprised the two as they watched slack-jawed as I do the wandless magic. How'd you do that? You did magic without a wand. Exclaimed James. It's part of the explanation. I said as I begun. Well, you both know about how I live with my aunt and little cousin. To which nod with an obvious look on their faces. Have you wondered why that is? I asked. They look at me wondering what this has to do with what they want to know. Sigh. When I was 4 years old, Death Eaters decided to wipe out the Bones family since ours was a family standing against their lord. I said and then looked at James. You might not have heard much on the subject since most of the community is either too afraid to remember that war or too afraid of angering the remaining Death Eaters in your Muggleborn. But they were the loyal followers of the biggest, maddest blood bigot whose hunger for power was insatiable. Aiden! Exclaimed Christian. You can't let a madman make you fear him, Christian. His goal would have destroyed Britain's magical community and who knows what he would have done after. He was mad and didn't have any actual goals except ruling over others in a bid to feel superior. That's actually one of the reasons I avoided you after that incident. I felt like I acted like him and it disgusted me. I said with a slight bow and a sorry look. Back to my family. They killed everyone in the house and found me after my mom had hidden me. Instead of killing me obviously, they took me and stuffed me into a cell in a place supposedly under a Lestrange property, after using the Cruciatus curse on me for shits and giggles. I was left alone in that cell for 2 months from what I could count, without anyone interacting with me, and the only time I knew another living being was near was when food got shoved into the cell or when some house elf came in to empty the toilet and shoot a cleaning spell at me. Nothing happened until some goon stunned me one day and I woke up strapped to a table, in a room filled with diagrams written in blood and parts of an animal, I would later learn was a Wampus cat, around me in a specific manner. It turned out to be an experimental ritual to imbue the abilities of the beast into a wizard. Well, that ritual almost killed me. I felt like I would burst like a balloon. That was until the old bastard in charge sliced my eyes out and tried to shove the eyes of the creature to take their place. I paused and a look of shock and horror was on my friends' faces as they look at the still noticeable scar on my face. Fortunately and unfortunately, the ritual had partial success. My body got stronger, faster, it became somewhat spell-resistant and my magic core went through its first maturity with ease. The problem was that I became blind due to the eyes not properly fusing with me. And unfortunately for me, I was the only successful test subject, which meant that for the next 4 months I spent my time in total darkness and getting cut, probed, and tortured to understand what happened to me and why the eyes didn't work. At this point both of them were simply horrified at what I'm describing. What 4 to 5-year-old could get through all that and still end up like I have? Luckily I was able to develop a very strong skill set with occlumency due to the Wampus cat's natural affinity with the mind arts, letting me escape the pain by hiding in my own mind, and I had great regenerative capabilities due to my body. Then those in charge of the facility heard the news of Moldy Short's defeat and they left me alone for another 2 months. That was until the demon started doing a crazy ritual with a phoenix egg they had stolen and put the Aurors on their track. He began to go through every test subject they had until it was my turn as the last. So I was once again strapped to a table, but this time. I take a small breath and take my shirt off to show them the scars left above my chest as their faces lost any blood left in them. They stabbed my heart instead of the eyes and shoved the egg in it. They were trying to figure a way to resurrect their lord using a ritual with a phoenix egg as the focus. But the Aurors found them, took down everyone involved, and when the ritual was complete my eyes had fused with the beasts properly, I had gained more strength and magical power, with my partner. Soul. I finished off by yelling for my now fully grown familiar. I usually let her live as she pleases nowadays, since she comes to sleep with me and spends her time flying outside or hunting after I put on her concealment ring, which makes her appear as a great falcon. She appeared through her flames and landed on me arm. Much to the surprise of my 2 friends. You bonded with a phoenix? Yelled out Christian because he knows how rare and special this is. Yeah, and I know you know why I've never made this public or taken any chances of it happening. I said while stroking my pretty girl's head. It's a big deal. Asked James confused. Yeah, the only other no domesticated phoenix right now is Dumbledore's. Said Christian still in shock. What? Yelled out James as he understood just how rare this is. She's the only reason I'm alive. She is my first friend. She is family and we are bonded on a much deeper level than Fawkes and Dumbledore. She might actually die if I do. I say, stating just how important she is to me and I to her. And this has to do with what you did with the hippogriffs? Asked Christian carefully. Hippogriffs? Asked James. Basically a griffin but with horse legs instead of lion, less dangerous, more reasonable diet, a bit smaller, and people are allowed to breed them. I simply explained to James, after which he nods. But yet, I basically used a combination of Wampus and Phoenix essence from my blood, infuse a tone of magic and then activated an overpowered Legilimantic attack to make them yield. I explained to James. That's why I told you not to look into my eyes, and it's actually why I wear these glasses, not because the slash reduced my vision, but because if I don't I might accidentally break someone's brain if I'm not careful. And that basically explains why I'm so different from everyone. I didn't even know that I looked like this until I got to my aunt's place, so I've no clue if it was one or both of the rituals which changed me like this. It's one of the reasons I'm not really proud of my looks and I strive to improve myself because I don't want to ever be in that kind of hopeless situation again. I finished off by saying. The two were quietly trying to digest everything I had told them, while I was petting Best Girl's soul trying to calm myself. I'm sorry I forced you to say that, Aiden. I couldn't possibly have guessed you've been through so much and I was insensitive. I'm sorry. Finally said Christian, hanging his head down. I'm sorry too. But I'm glad you told us. Said James with a bit of a sad smile. It took me a bit to react to their feelings. Thank you for listening and believing me. And thank you for being my friends. I finally said as I was choking up. Yes to Aiden, and we will make sure that stuff doesn't happen again, to you or anyone else. Proclaimed James. I may not be as good as you two with a wand, but I certainly won't let you go through anything like that again. And again, sorry for being an ass about this. Said Christian, agreeing with James. Thanks Christian, James, it means the world to me. I said, truly thankful to the two of them. Alright. Enough of the sappy stuff because we're almost at Hogsmeade and should get ready. Announced James, trying to snap everyone out of it. I get Soul to head back and we all get dressed up into our robes. I was smiling ear to ear as we headed to the castle with true friends. 31, CH31 third year goals. After the usual feast and sorting, with those horrible songs and Dumbledore acting like a weirdo again. I mean honestly, the man might be the most powerful around, but does he have to make people think he's gone senile? It really annoys me and makes me lose trust in his abilities even if I know how intelligent the man is. After getting into the best room for third years in the tower, cause I'm the best of the year not just the house, and modifying as I please once again, it was time to get my goals for the year in order. 1. Work towards my masteries in the chosen subjects, charms, potions, transfiguration, herbology, healing, dueling, warding, ancient runes and arithmancy. I'm going to flex so hard. Most of these will be projects until my 7th year. From what I understand of the requirements to achieve a mastery, the applicant must show true mastery of the subject theoretically and practically, but I want to go further and develop originals for all the subjects. Technically speaking, I've already done so for potions, herbology and arithmancy due to my new brewing and growing methods, as well as my incredible number of modified spells. The dueling will require me to get more experience as it is straightforwardly a duel with a skilled tester, so I'll have to be able to destroy the man/woman. Transfiguration is kind of a more free-form branch of magic, so showing extreme skill in the area will be the only way, plus goal 3 will help. Not gonna do COMC because I can't really think of a good reason to do so, but I'm pretty sure Christian will want to, so I'll help him with that later. 2. Become well known within the school for something other than my looks and grades. This plan will actually involve me trying to start up an official study group for anyone who wishes to join and possibly trying to start up the dueling club before Lockhart comes and ruins that for everyone. Plus if the second one works, it's yummy experience for me. 3. Start the process for becoming an animagus. I've already achieved my corporal patronus, something supposed to help identify one's animal form, which turns out to be a phoenix. I doubt I'll actually turn into one, but turning into a similar bird seems likely. This will help with my transfiguration mastery. 4. Start developing my tech/magic ideas. I've some ideas on how to make some Muggle technology work around magic, and it's time I make them realize that Muggle tech is not useless or always worse than magic. Everything will be put up for sale in the firm center, under Michael Falster's name. These will be my goals and ambitions for the rest of my time at Hogwarts. If everything goes well, I won't really need to do my 7th year, but I want to participate in the Triwizard Tournament as a means to establish myself properly in the wizarding world. And so began the school year. As third years, it was time to choose electives. In my case, I chose arithmancy, ancient runes, and care of magical creatures. Divination, although theoretically useful, I do not possess the gift for, and Muggle studies is over 100 years behind the actual thing and is extremely pointless for a reincarnated Muggle, so I'm out. 3 subjects will be more than doable since I have my handy homework quills, which I think I'll get James and Christian to help them out with the increased workload. Speaking of them, James will be taking arithmancy and runes with me since I told him how useful they are with charms and enchanting, while Christian will be taking COMC and divination as a freebie, since I told him most people can fake it and still get good grades in the subject. As usual, I have to say having the roar and a time turner is a godsend since I can just put the second me in there while I study outside of it, giving me free research time. My new classes were pretty boring for me because of how advanced I am, but I make sure to use my time effectively, especially in ancient runes. My plan for both my mastery and the tech/magic hybrids is to make binary code into a valid language for of runes. Since they are ones and zeros, they can be minimized to have the maximum amount of space. They can easily be made to appear to be moving around or dancing together to stop anyone from deciphering the codes, and a wizard would have to learn the code itself to even be able to understand what each line will do. This is my more immediate project, so I'm putting more attention on it. Arithmancy has the same problem, but in this one I'm figuring out the proper math for my original spells for my charms and masteries. I want to create a new form of protection in a spell truly made to go against the dark arts, something along the line of a patroness, but I'll see. COMC is just basically a fun break for me and Christian. We've studied and he's played with everything Hogwarts could possibly provide. It was a nice experience to be playing with the less dangerous creatures like Nizzles, Nifflers, and Strelers. Like I said, fun break. As everyone was getting into a groove, I also resumed my time with Madame Pomfrey, who really likes when I call her professor when she's teaching me. Although my knowledge in the individual components of healing are great, potions, herb, and charms, one still needs hands-on experience, and with my results Professor Pomfrey has been more and more inclined in letting me handle cases. This inadvertently made my name spread through the castle as a skilled healer. With that momentum coming without me planning for it, I decided it was time to try and set up my little study counseling. So I just decided to post that if anyone wanted help on some spell, potions, or any assignments in general, I would be happy to help any who came to one of the abandoned classrooms on the main floor. I've also specified that anyone who comes can ask for the help of other willing participants. It would happen twice a week, Mondays and Wednesdays after supper. I got permission from 3 heads of house for this one, didn't even ask Snape because he really doesn't like me. Wonder if the homework has anything to do with. The only requirement for participating was to be respectful and polite to all those who come. Origin, house, money, grades, none of them matter in the room. The only thing people who come here are to be doing is either seeking help or giving it. On a side note, having a few house elves at your service really helps in setting up a room. I used a good space expansion rune set to make it possible to fit a lot of people, with many tables, comfortable chairs, a sectioned firing range with dummies where I made sure to stop any sounds traveling to and from it, and I've also included a few shelves full of study guides for students in their 1st to 7th years. I turned the place into a perfect student help center basically. Mate, are you really sure about this? It's not that everyone in our year doesn't how smart you are, but will they come? Asked Christian, who decided to support this project of mine. I don't think that's the point, Christian. People don't need to come, they just need to know that there is a place which is willing to help them. Answered James. Like James said, it doesn't matter if they come now, as long as someone wants some help I'll do what I can. Plus if no students come then we can just study and practice in this room of ours. I say, confirming James' statement. Fair enough. Shrugged Christian. Alright, you said you'd help me with actually training those Dada spells while I'm here. He then said to me and dragging me to the dummies. That I did, but I want to start you off with one of the most important spells a wizard can learn first. I replied with a smile. Oh yeah? Which one? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Protego. I answered with a large toothy smile. Well damn. He simply says as he guessed what was gonna come. Don't worry Chris, I'll only use stinging hexes and tickling charms, I continued, as you can almost see horns and a tail on me. James. A little assistance here. He yelled out in desperation. Don't look at me, I've got that spell down pat. He said, ignoring his pleading friend. You traitor. He screamed. 15 minutes later he was on the floor wheezing as he cursed at a silver-haired demon. No idea who he was talking about, I'm a beautiful angel. He was getting the hang of the spell though. After that, I went over to James and we got talking about enchantments. He seemed to be really passionate about being able to imbue magical properties to objects, so I took out my vanishing boxes. I'd actually forgotten to give these guys a copy of my prototypes. Hey Chris, stop whining on the floor. I've got a new toy to show you too. I yelled to my lightly traumatized friend. Yeah, I'm coming. He said as James was getting rather curious about the boxes. Christian finally joined us and I could explain. Alright, these little babies are my prototypes. I then said with a smile. For what? Asked James as he was looking at them from every angle. Instantaneous messaging and letter delivery. Got the inspiration from vanishing cabinets. I answered proudly. Wait. Really? You figured out how to do that? Snapped both of them as they realize what these were. Yeah, been using it to keep in touch with my family for the last month. They work by choosing the number you want to send to and place the message in it, close the lid, point your wand and say send. Presto, you just sent it to whoever. It even works to the Hogwarts wards, so I'm pretty it can get to anywhere in Britain so far. I explained further. That's awesome, Aiden. And made these all by yourself? Asked James. Yeah, it was actually my summer project. I said while rubbing my nose with pride. Christian was about to ask some more question, but then the door opened. A small Asian girl from Ravenclaw walks into the room looking very shy. She had long shiny black hair growing to the middle of her back, small freckles on her nose, typical black eyes, and it looked like she would become rather attractive after she grew up. Alright, you two, no staring at the first customer, she's nervous enough as it is. So get to working on your own stuff and help each other out. I say to my friends as they realize they've been staring a bit too intensely. Sorry about them, they're friendly, Just surprised someone actually came. My name's Aiden Bones and you are? I say, trying to sound nice and approachable. I'm Cho Chang. First year from the same house. She answered with a very quiet voice. Well Cho, it's a pleasure to meet you. Let's set ourselves up on the table here and see what I can do to help you out. I said, trying to put her at ease, but I could hear my two friends whispering at the back. Another one bites the dust against the silver star. Whispered Christian. Judging by the redness I'd say so. James whispered back. I can hear you two over there. I yelled at them, which caused them to burst out laughing and Cho to look at me with confusion on her face. And that's how the student-run exchange room began. 32, CH32. Why is it always Slytherin? For the next few months things were going great. My student exchange room was starting to pick up some steam as Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs from third year and below started to frequent the place. No one from the Snakes or Lions had come yet. The Snakes being less of a surprise than the Lions, since I do have a bit of a relationship with the red-headed twins. No older students have come either. I think it's their pride stopping them since asking someone from a lower year for help, since it would lead to some mocking. I even decided to hold a little pre-Halloween feast party with those who came for a little fun. A really big surprise was when Christian decided to try out for the Quidditch team. An even bigger surprise came when he became one of the chasers for the team. Me and James were really supportive of him and wondered if we could do anything to help our friend, but couldn't really come up with anything. I think I'll be able to come to see his matches and support him if I convince Madame Pomfrey that I can act as an on-site medic when they play. She was actually on board with the idea, saying it would test my skills and judgment to see which I could heal properly and which I couldn't and get help for. The first actually troublesome event was when some older Slytherins actually tried to break into the room and were simply repelled. This caused for them to accuse me of banning them as they got Professor Snape on their side. Hello Professor, what can I do for you? I asked politely. It seems you do not welcome students of my house, Mr. Bones, something which you explicitly said you would, and even put traps to harm them as they entered. Said Snape as was trying to intimidate me into admitting fault. Did I now? That's something I am wholly unaware of, as there are no defenses at all when the room is scheduled to be opened. Aside from that, I had Professor Flitwick's permission and supervision when I installed a simple ward to stop those with ill intent from opening the door when it is not time for the exchange. I explained, covering all my bases perfectly. Can I ask why several older students were trying to enter the room when it was clearly not an operational day? Although Snape is kind of a git and would take away a lot of points and give punishment liberally to other houses, he also knows that he cannot justify anything of the accusations, especially such easily proven facts, and with everything I've done being permitted. What is going on here, Mr. Bones? Why have called me and are being interrogated by Professor Snape? Squeaked my own head of house from behind me. Oh, thank you for coming so quickly, Professor. It seems that some older students tried to get in the room with ill intent today and are accusing me of refusing to allow Slytherin students to participate after they were repulsed. I answered the professor. Is this true, Severus? Then asked Flitwick. You've given permission for the boy to set up wards in the castle, Filius? Then asked Snape in response. Of course. With the permission of the headmaster I was allowed to set up the ward, but Mr. Bones wished to try his hand at it after studying the subject and succeeded perfectly. I was very proud of him when he did so. Answered Flitwick with obvious pride in his voice. Humph. Simply responded Snape as he figured out that he can't do anything and that his students are entirely in the wrong. And so he left in a huff as the older kids glare at me like it's my fault I wasn't punished for something stupid they tried to do. I think one of them might have been that really ugly Quidditch captain of their team. Can't remember the name of that guy, but he certainly didn't help the purebloods our superior image, that's certain. That little event ended for a bit anyway, but a few days later some of them tried to corner me as I was walking to the exchange room with Christian and James. You're gonna regret making fools out of us, pretty boy. Said the ugly guy. I finally remembered that his name was Marcus Flint. Typical bully. Believes himself better than others and clever, but is simply a cheating idiot. He repeated a year and simply did not have any redeeming traits aside apparently being a good enough flyer to be a chaser. How? Gonna make me look like you, troll face? Honestly, how pathetic are you? You can't make it through a simple ill-intent ward. You whine to your head of house after you completely fail to do bad deeds with no proof or evidence to support any of your claims. And now here you are, with some 5th and 6th years to try and bully 3 3rd years like it'll somehow not make you look even worse than you already do in the eyes of everyone else. I reply with stinging jabs and enough venom in my words to even make an idiot like him realize how pathetic he is. You're going to be the pathetic one as soon as we're done with you. He yelled out in rage. Wow. Great response, troll face. Are those the most words you've ever been able to say? Replied Christian with his voice dripping with sarcasm. You little half-blood shits. You and your mudblood think you're so tough? Well, fine. Kick their asses. Yelled Marcus. That one word made both me and Christian stop laughing. Chris, James, you two go get a professor aside from Snape and then go tell Madame Pomfrey that some idiots are going to visit. You know how strong I am, so no arguing on this one. I said, leaving no rooms for questions on this. Christian smiles thinking about how strong his friend is physically, and James still worries but knows he can't help here. So they both nod and run. Where are you going, you little mud? One of the 6th years tried to yell as my foot kicked him right in the face, making him do an over-the-top flip after fainting directly and ending on his ass. Not believing what just happened to their housemate, the rest of them freeze as my leg comes down slowly and I set myself in a proper karate stance. 1 down, 5 to go. Which of you inbred idiots wants the next one? I then asked with a cold voice. I wait a few seconds but no one's moving. Even with how strong I am, it's still not a good idea to let them surround me with bigger numbers, so I decide to make the first move. Keeping myself light on my feet, I suddenly burst into action and arrive in front of a 5th year with brown hair. Shit! Was all he could get out before my jab hit him straight in the face, with a reverse punch to the solar plexus to knock the air out of him and a quick hammer fist to his chin to knock him out. The 3-hit combo took 2 seconds and I was away from the group again as they stood there not knowing what just happened, and their second man goes down. The third target was a shorter 5th year with a rat-like face, against whom I used a beautiful roundhouse kick to the head to immediately making him lose consciousness, leaving only 3. As they finally realized this wasn't going well, the 2 remaining 6th years charged at me, hoping to pin me down, but I simply dodge the first and trip him as he passes, then I grab the second's arm, use his own momentum against him to throw him to the floor and strike his head with my fist to stop him from getting up. Marcus just stood there, paralyzed as I knocked out his last guy with a clean hook as he got up. I take a breath to stabilize my breathing and then walk towards the idiot. He steps back in fear as he sees me approaching. Now, troll face. It's just you and me. I say to him with a warm smile which would seem like the devil's to him. Let's see if we can make you less ugly with a few bruises. Who knows, with how you look I might actually fix some of those things you call teeth too. A few minutes later James and Christian came back with Professor McGonagall, who was shocked at the sight of 6 older students laying around the hallway, with me just sitting in the middle of them all and a bunch of students looking at the scene. What in Merlin's name happened here, Mr. Bones? Questioned the professor with a very serious look on her face. Well, a few days ago these 6 tried to break into the new student exchange room to either mess with it or completely destroy it for some unknown reason. When that didn't work due to a ward on the room permitted by the headmaster and overseen by Professor Flitwick, they tried to get me in trouble saying I was excluding Slytherin from the exchange. That didn't end well either as all evidence was against them. So today they ambushed me and my friends when we were heading over to open the room for the day with intention of beating us up physically, even using the term mudblood to insult my friend James. So I told them to get a teacher and warn Madame Pomfrey while I took care of things since everything is on my side. I've completely avoided any actual injuries that will require more than a night in the infirmary since I only knocked them out with minimal force. I explained everything to the professor. And Mr. Flint here? She asked, pointing to the guy's face since it had turned purple from a lot of punches. He was that ugly when I found him. I answered with a straight face. All of the students burst out laughing at that sentence. A lot of people had been bullied by the ugly troll and they felt great when they saw him and his crew completely demolished by me. And so they laugh at the situation, the joke, and in relief as someone had finally stood up to the bully. Sigh. Understood, Mr. Bones. If everything is how you say, then you are certainly not in the wrong. You may go if there is no need for you to see Poppy as well, said McGonagall. I left in a hurry with James and Christian because I could almost feel the angry Snape arriving, and I think the professor could too because as I left I could hear her say one phrase. Why is it always Slytherin? 33, ch 33 troubled girl. So after my little adventure with those older idiots, a few changes happened within the castle for me. First is that a lot of those who Flint and his followers had bullied now look at me with some admiration in their eyes. I mean, no one likes a bully, but everyone loves someone who stops him. Second is the fact that pretty much the whole of Slytherin House has decided to hate me. I think Snape really pushed for that one. But the only result was a lot of people hit by hexes or jinxes. I reflected back at them and that when I try to help in class they continually try to sabotage or make me look bad, which just doesn't work considering I'm constantly under the gaze of the professors and other students. Third is something which Christian and James both hate me for and tease me about constantly, that being girls started to look at me like a piece of meat and they are the hunters, so I'm just constantly hiding. And lastly, I've had a boom in numbers for the exchange, with more students coming for help and older one realizing they can use the place to discuss with their peers, no matter the house or year, and help younger ones in their spare time, while also asking for help without judgment. I made this place to focus on the improvement of everyone. Bullying and harassment will lead to temporary ban, or if the case is too severe the person will be banned permanently. I've also had to add a clause saying that if you aren't here to improve or help others you had to leave, because girls kept trying to sneak in and just stare at me. Got a lot of dark stares from the guys till I added that rule. On the whole, I believe I've been a major beneficiary of the event. Funnily enough, because Tonks knows about the fact that I'm ahead of 7th years by far in pretty much every subject, she was the first senior to ask for help in the room, and that's what made the older students acknowledge my academic abilities as well. I was now being called the freaking Silver Raven because of my old nickname of Silver Star by the girls and my knowledge as a Ravenclaw. I got teased to high heaven by my friends for this one, and I think it was revenge for when I helped them practice their hands-on skills. With all this happening, my reputation in the castle was simply exploding upwards in the eyes of pretty much everyone except one very angry house, some more jealous students, and one apprehensive headmaster. But the rest of the professors were thrilled at the trend in increasing grades and the fact that 3 of the houses were having more exchanges between each other. But there seemed to be one girl in the 3rd year who was getting worse and worse in grades and emotional state. My self-proclaimed rival from 1st year had started stagnating in 2nd year for some reason, but since the start of our 3rd year she's been literally depressed. Every time I saw Victoria she now had a dark expression on her face, with reddened eyes showing we had probably cried recently. She's been avoiding the Great Hall and even skipped the Halloween feast. I don't particularly have a good opinion of the girl, but it's not bad either. I mean, even with her Death Eater father she still has never bullied or insulted Muggleborns, she simply showed some rejection on her face, and she was just trying to be number 1 through hard work, not sabotaging. Seeing her slowly break down was not pleasant, but I don't know the girl well enough to really interfere, and I don't want to make the prideful girl break by showing pity. But well, let's just say my attitude towards the problem changed very quickly when it was almost the winter holidays. I was on my way back from cleaning and locking up the exchange for the break after a little celebration for the holidays with those who'd wish to come. It was a nice little thing. I got the castle's elves to make some Christmas themes food in the shape of snowmen, snowflakes, pine trees, etc. Decorated it a bit like how the Great Hall was for the Yule Ball scene in the movies, and just had a few fun competitions like the best ice transfiguration, who could make a small statue sing/dance the best, or just who can destroy a dummy the best. I think it was quite successful. Feeling happy, me and my friends decided to walk around the snow-covered grounds. Gives a different feel than the rest of the year, for a lack of a better word, it feels more magical seeing the white blanket cover everything. Suddenly as we neared the Black Lake, we heard some voices. Looking over, we spotted a group of students, dragging another one kicking and screaming. We looked at each other and started to run in their direction. By the time we got close enough to see what was happening in detail, they had thrown the student into the lake and were shooting spells to stop her from being able to get out. Ha! You think you're so great, Traverse? You think you can be better than the star? Well, how about now? I could hear one of the bullying girls taunt. What we could now see was Victoria. Make her learn her lesson. She is nothing. She's not better than any of us. Sneered another. All 3 of us froze when we saw a mix of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor girls doing something so mean to another. With a quick look we all knew what had to be done. With my tutoring and constant training, Christian has gotten quite good at using silent casting and had a knack for the art of plant magic. He was in charge of getting Victoria out of the lake by manipulating the aquatic plants. James was going to be with me to immobilize the rest of them, since with him following my lead, he's also far ahead of others in the areas of charms and transfiguration. So we just casted Incarcerus at the lot of them. With some surprised yells at being suddenly tied up and falling, they start to curse. What slimy snake doesn't have the guts to take us on? Yelled one of the lion girls. Which bastard wants to support that little bitch? Screeched one of the claws. You want to take this one, oh mighty Silver Raven? Asked Christian jokingly, while glaring at the bullies. Yeah, I got this. James, can you dry her and bring her to the infirmary? I asked my charm proficient friend as I turned my attention to the girls. Madame Pomfrey should be at the feast, but I won't be long and should be able to take care of it. You do that, we'll get her there safe and sound. She needs to get out of the cold after being in the lake for that long. Agreed James. They left me with this group of bullies as they took Victoria away. I step in front of them and look at them with a cold face. You know. I hate bullies. I start with a little pause. I see their faces drop when they hear how cold my voice is compared to my gentle and calm tone when I'm helping others, or my happy and energetic one when I'm explaining something I find interesting. But this was for you. Yelled out one of my house members. That snake can't be allowed to reach you. Explained another. I have never requested anything from anyone. I abhor this type of behavior. I reply with anger in my voice, shutting them all up. You will be permanently banned from the exchange. I will notify Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape of what happened. They will decide the punishment for such acts. I believe your group has also been responsible for some of the changes Victoria has been through over the last year and a half as well. This will also have to be considered. I announce my verdict to the girls. You can't do that. Now, said a raven, feeling both scared and nervous. I can and will. My exchange was made on the principle of helping each other no matter the house and ability. I've clearly stated that participants are to never bully others or discriminate, and you have shown a disgusting level in both. As for telling teachers, you are lucky I'm not helping Victoria charge you with actual crimes. You've all committed horrible acts of harassment against a single girl who was trying her best without harming others. I reply with a glare. With a wave of my wand I clear the snow around the fallen students, conjure a fire to keep them warm and then take my leave with them begging for forgiveness from me. I walked on without looking back at them and headed to the infirmary where my two friends were waiting for me. Victoria seemed to have lost consciousness, which is both good and bad. It lets me treat her with no issues, but it means her body was at her limit and her mind had been put under incredible stress for a long time. Sigh. Can you two go get the heads of house except for Professor Sprout, since it involves all houses but hers? Madame Pomfrey also needs to be notified. They should all be at the feast. Sorry for the running around. I asked apologetically to my friends. It's no problem, mate, you're the only one who knows anything about healing. You stay with her. Answered Christian, understanding the situation well, with James nodding besides him. They both ran out and headed to the Great Hall. Meanwhile I used a few diagnostic charms on Victoria. It was disheartening seeing the results. She was quite underweight for a girl her age. Scrapes, cuts and bruises were all over her body, but I'm not sure if that's the bullying or if she is in an abusive home. I've actually found a few bones with traces of being improperly mended. Her body itself is running on empty. And if I understand her psychological state properly, she's getting close to the point where one would actually contemplate committing suicide due to constant harassment, bullying, possible abuse, pressure from the self and exterior, and no support from anywhere. She needs help. I can't turn my eyes away from this anymore. Whether she likes it or not, I will help her. I thought with determination. 34, ch 34 supporting a lonely girl. As I was thinking about how to help Victoria, Madame Pomfrey arrived with James behind her and Snape soon after. How is the girl Aiden? Asked Madame Pomfrey as she entered. This incident itself didn't leave much to worry about. We got her out of the lake quickly, dried her and got her indoors with no time wasted, so the worst would be a few days of potions if she gets sick. I answered the relieved healer. You said this incident isn't much to worry about. So what is Bones? Asked Snape, catching the hint in my words. There's a few. The biggest is that I think she might be physically and verbally abused in her home. I stated seriously. Dear Merlin, you can't be serious, Aiden. Exclaimed Poppy. Do not lie to me, boy. Was Snape's sneering answer. Her injuries and mental state are consistent with everything you've taught and I've researched on the subject, Madame Pomfrey. Please run your own diagnostic tests on her and see. I simply answered. Doing just that, to confirm her student's diagnosis of Victoria, she runs her own spells. By Merlin's beard. She whispered to herself as her eyes widened. Well, what is it, Madame Pomfrey? Is the boy lying or just incompetent? Asked Snape, snapping at her. I'm giving the git twice as much homework this week. He thinks what I'm giving him now is bad, he has no idea. I thought to myself because of Snape's insult of my skills. Nothing of the sort, Severus. Aiden is perfectly correct. Miss Travers shows clear signs of abuse and improperly healed injuries to conceal it. She responded seriously. Bones. You, Calloway and Wards will speak to no one about this. I will discuss this with the headmaster. He ordered us and declared as he left. Is it alright if I stay and help Madame Pomfrey? I feel like she could really use some support right now. I asked my healing instructor. It's not like I've never spent the night in the infirmary to watch over a patient. That'll be fine, Aiden. Thank you for offering. She answered with a smile on her lips. With that I spent my evening waiting for her to wake up. James and Christian came to check up on the situation, but after understanding they wouldn't be able to do anything for now, they left and got ready to head home in the morning. When the sky was about to fully become night, Victoria finally woke up. It's good to see the damsel has awoken. I say with a bright voice. How are you feeling? I then asked carefully. What are you doing here? Here to mock me? To prove you're better than me? She asked aggressively, almost like her last defenses were being attacked. No, Victoria. I'm here to take care of you. Me and my friends are the ones who got you out of the lake. We also got those girls punished for their actions. I'm also the one who's going to try and help you feel better. So please don't think I'm here to hurt you, but if you want to let anything out, please do. I'll be right here to listen. I answer gently to the very hurt girl, who is like an injured beast at the moment, clawing at anything getting close to her. Ha! Like I'd believe the perfect little silver star would take his time to talk to me. The foolish girl trying to beat him. The slimy snake trying to look better than everyone else. The pure-blood bigot. The bully. She yelled at me, as she screamed her emotions at me. I simply smile warmly and hope to encourage her to let off more steam. That smile makes her pause, she wasn't expecting a smile. Why are you smiling? You think it's funny that I'm yelling at you? She then snapped at me. You think I'm so far beneath you that you can just brush off anything I say? I could finally see tears forming in her eyes and decided it was time to speak. I've never thought that, Victoria. I simply reply with a calm voice. I actually believe you are a very talented witch. I added. Don't you dare mock me. You think I'll accept your pity? I am member of the ancient and noble house of Traverse. She yelled back. It was as if she was desperate to appear strong in front of me. I'm not mocking you at all, Victoria. You are the only student in our year I've never had to help in any subject. Your grades are fantastic and you've earned every single one of them. You are determined, strong, courageous, as well as fiercely intelligent. You should be considered a true example of what a witch should be. I say honestly to the girl. I am so very sorry that people have harmed you so much because of me. I've tried to make it clear how much I hate such acts like bullying, but it looks like I've failed you. So. I am sorry. I added sincerely to the poor girl. Stop apologizing to me. You think you're so perfect. Best grades. Most popular. Most attractive. Skilled. Knowledgeable. Outgoing. Kind. You think you're better than everyone else and you disgust me. You don't even look human. More like some elf and Veela hybrid. She yelled back at me. Ha ha ha. Now that's a new one. None of my friends ever thought of that one. Veela elf hybrid indeed. I exclaimed with a laugh. Seeing my reaction confused her greatly. She doesn't understand how I can laugh at being insulted. But you know. I've never thought of myself as being remotely perfect. Intelligent, yes. Creative, strong, and outgoing certainly. But never perfect. I say to the girl. Ha, like I believe you. I know you think you're better than everyone else. That's why you help them. Why you opened your stupid room. Why you even learn how to heal on top of classwork. It's because it makes you feel better than everyone else. She then said with barbs in her voice. No. I try to help others in class because I'm all honesty I've already completed everything required in every class at Hogwarts and wish to help my classmates to improve and enjoy magic like I do. I replied to her barb. Bullshit. You expect me to believe you've studied to Newt levels? Denied Victoria. I was already at owl levels in potions, herbology, history, runes, arithmancy, and astronomy by the time I was in Hogwarts due to pushing myself and having my aunt hire tutors. I had covered every book of spells until owls from a theoretical perspective and was able to master first to third year spells from that. I was putting myself through 6 years of intensive learning before I even came to Hogwarts because I wanted to learn everything I could. I wanted to know. I wanted to learn magic. To master it. Change it. Create it. I wanted to understand every aspect I could from it and then make it my own. And I want to try and help others feel a similar passion if only for a single subject. That's actually why I'm such good friends with Christian and James. I explained to the almost broken girl. Her eyes widened in disbelief. It's not like many wizard families don't want to get tutors for their children, but children don't want to do so. They don't care for magic or see it as special, to them it's something they live with and will learn later so there's no rush. It's hard to make kids even learn the family exclusive skills and knowledge, much less do what I have been doing since the age of 5. That's who I am, Victoria. That's what drives me to learn and improve. I'm not competing for grades because those aren't truly my goal, it's only a way to demonstrate the steps I've taken. As for being perfect, well, have you ever wondered why the so-called perfect guy wears glasses? I then ask the girl. She opens her mouth a few times, wanting to say the obvious reason of eyesight issues, but from the way I asked, it made her think that might not be the case. It's simple really, because if I don't and lose control, I might fry the brain of anyone who looks into my eyes. I stated directly. Her mouth hangs open at my answer, with eyes wide open. I don't see myself as a perfect person, not even close. I see myself as a monster, one who needs to be careful not to harm others accidentally or he might be collared. It still have my goals and dreams, but I'm different and I know it, so I do what I can. I said with a self-depreciating smile. Victoria couldn't really understand everything that I've said because it throws her views in the air and she wanted to find something to latch onto. Then what about the times you smirk at me when I finish in class assignments after you? She started off with. I was smiling at the fact someone else was skilled and determined to learn. What about all those girls? I had no idea they were doing things like that and hate the idea of bullying. What about you learning healing from Madame Pomfrey? Healing is something I believe more should learn and should be offered at Hogwarts itself. I didn't do it to be better than others, I did it so I could help others. Then your room. I want to encourage people to seek improvement and for people to help each other. Without anyone worrying about house, age, or status. She was asking question after question, realizing that from my answers she had held a flawed understanding of my actions. And that realization led her to breaking down and crying, wondering if everything she had done had been for nothing. I didn't know how to comfort a crying girl. I mean, does any guy really know? But I manned up and did the only thing I could think of. I hugged the poor girl. It startled her, froze her for a bit, but then she felt my hug tighten a bit and she started crying even more. Letting her feelings of frustration, stress, anger, sadness, depression, and helplessness flow out of her. So I stayed there and was trying to comfort the hurt girl. It took maybe 15 to 20 minutes before she was able to calm down again. My shirt was fairly wet, but it's worth it. I'm sorry about that, she said, still sniffling a bit and wiping her eyes. It's all right, Victoria. Hope it helped, I said, giving her a reassuring smile. Thanks, was all she could say in a quiet voice with redness on her face due to some embarrassment. So what are you going to do for the break? Are staying here or going back? I asked after a few minutes of silence. Why are you asking? She then asked in return as she became a bit scared. Because me and Madame Pomfrey know Victoria, Snape as well, and I won't leave you alone after this. So I want to help, I answered, looking straight into her eyes with determination. I don't know. If I don't go, my father will get worse in the summer, she answered with fear and sadness. What about your mom? I asked carefully. She's in St. Mungo's, a curse went wrong and Dad took up gambling and drinking, she mumbled sadly. I'm sorry to hear that, Victoria, I say apologetically. Not your fault, she answers. How about if I invite the young heiress of House Traverse to make connections for the winter break at the home of Noble House Bones? I asked the girl. Wait. You're inviting me to spend the break at your house? She asked in surprise. If your dad is anything like I think he is, then he'll jump at the chance of making a connection with my aunt and it'll let you not be near him whilst also going back and making you appear useful to the man. I think it's the perfect trick, I say, explaining my reasoning. The girl is smart, she understands immediately how solid the suggestion is, but then her face turns towards me in doubt. But you live with your aunt, no? Will she even allow it? She asked, feeling both fear and hope. I'll ask her now. I'll have to explain some of your situation, but my aunt is a very good person and I've no doubt she'll agree, A replied, trying to reassure the girl with a smile. But how? We leave tomorrow and I can't just show up, she exclaimed. Let me introduce to my little creation, the vanishing box. Lets me send letters to a box my aunt has in her possession instantaneously. Made it during the summer, I say in an infomercial voice and with a proud smile. I write a quick letter to my aunt and few minutes later her agreement came in. And voila! Victoria Traverse is now officially invited to visit House Bones for the holidays. I give her the letter with a smile. She takes the letter and reads it over and over, like she thinks it'll vanish or be a fake. But when she finally convinces herself this is actually happening, new tears slowly fall onto the letter. Why are you helping me? We barely know each other, she asked desperately. Because I'm no longer looking away from you suffering, I answer with determination. From now on you are my friend, I declare. She starts crying even more, but this time it's different. Those tears held relief and happiness. Thank you, was all she could whisper in response. 35, ch 35 Worry and Joy. With a new friend joining my two, it was a bit of an adjustment since although she didn't leave a negative opinion of herself with the guys, she still didn't give off much in the positive feelings department. This resulted in a little ice-breaking during the train ride back to London. But honestly, as soon as we all started to talk to each other about things we particularly enjoyed, it was going great. Victoria had a passion for improving herself in pretty much all aspects, not wanting to lack glaringly in any way. She was the most well-rounded student after me and would have been offered a time-turner this year if her grades hadn't dropped. She could talk to Christian about herbology, but struggled to match him in COMC. She could talk up a storm on charms and transfiguration with James, but he had true fire in his eyes when it came to enchanting, leaving her helpless in that field. I was able to match everyone and then some in every field we discussed. This gave something to Victoria she had never really experienced before, true peers and possibly friends. People she could turn to discuss her ideas and new things she'd learned, who would then offer feedback, advice, or praise for her efforts. Not the so-called friends who were either followers or only after her family's wealth and power. Although it was too soon to be real friends, she was happy to find herself surrounded by passionate youths her age. It lit a fire in her eyes again. But most importantly, it let her smile for the first time in a long time. Meanwhile, in some old man's office. And so our first term comes to close again and the students enjoy their vacations. So let us begin our little meeting once again. Anyone care for a lemon drop? Said the headmaster, and offering his candy as was the usual for everyone present. Something which everyone just ignored. With the standard report and a few minutes of ongoing exchanges, it finally come down to the changes happening. The Newt and Owl students are behaving as usual. Stressed and worried, but it seems that there have been less, for the lack of better word, harassment of teachers for assistance this year. Began the deputy headmistress. I've seen nothing indicating actual improvements in my classes. Except for the rare case, most of these children should never be behind a cauldron. Disagrees the ever-sneering Alan Rickman. Oh, don't be so uptight. I think there has been a rather good amount of talented students rising up lately. Lightly admonished the kindly head badger. Ooh, it has simply been a delight seeing so many of the younger students improving in their practical work lately. Squeaked the ever-joyful mini-professor. Speaking of which, does this have anything to do with the founding of Mr. Bones' exchange room as I believe he calls it? Asked the most wizard-looking old man in Britain. Yes indeed. I've been paying close attention to my brightest house members project. Not only are the students participating showing improvements in their practical skills, the homework submitted has also shown qualitative jumps as some of the older ones began to participate, which seems to help them strengthen their basics. Excitedly said the head raven. I've also noticed a decrease in inter-house conflicts between the 3 participating ones. It warms my heart to see the students helping each other. Added the kind-hearted herbology master. Except for Slytherin House. After that debacle with Mr. Flint, I seems they refuse to participate and are openly hostile anytime Mr. Bones wishes to help them. Finished the feline transfiguration teacher. My house members don't need to participate in that foolish waste of time. Sneered the original greaser. Cause he's a greasy git. So it seems the majority believe this has had a positive influence on the students. Then I believe there is no harm in letting it stay open until further notice. Proclaimed the supreme mugwump. Ridiculous title. Then I believe everyone can be dismissed. Severus, Minerva, please do stay behind. Concluded the second coming of Merlin. I got so far before I had to use names TT. After the others had left, it was time for the less appropriate questions. So how has Mr. Bones been? He seems to have become a lot more active this year. Asked Dumbledore. As always, he shows beyond excellence during class and tries to help those struggling while I overlook the class. In all honesty, it feels like having a second professor when I hear him helping other students and a fellow master when I grade his homework. Sighed McGonagall at the fact that such a student wasn't in her house. Ha! The boy is an annoyance I wish I could get rid of. He seems to take pleasure in giving ridiculous amounts of homework to spite me when he feels like it. Responded Snape. And it appears it has only happened to you again, Severus. Said the headmaster with a chuckle. But how has he acted outside of class? He then asked to hear what he truly wanted. Impeccably would be the word for it. Since the beginning of the exchange as it now known to students, he shows no exclusion to anyone who doesn't dislike him. He aids anyone who needs it. Studies seriously. Spends time with his friends as they improve one another. Or simply learns from and helps Poppy during the weekends or during Quidditch games. Explained McGonagall. Aside from the incident with Mr. Flint and my personal feelings on the pest, he is rather unbiased. The incident with Miss Traverse demonstrated that. He was willing to stop bullies from other houses and his own to help one from a house which is openly hostile to himself. No smart, but fair at least. Partially agreed Snape. Thank you both for your opinions. You may go back to begin your break as well. Said the headmaster, dismissing them. As they left him alone he was lost in his thoughts. So different, but so similar. Extraordinarily gifted, popular with students and professors, lost family, and strong. He has also experienced what dark magic can offer a person. Very dangerous variable, especially with Harry joining the school next year. What to do? Back to someone people actually care about. Have a good break guys, we'll see you on the trip back. I said to my 2 friends as they left with their families. I then noticed my aunt and Susan waiting for us. Hey Aunt Amelia, good to see you again, you too sus. I say with a hug to each. It is good to see you happy and healthy as always Aiden. Now properly introduce the pretty young lady behind. She said with a small smile. Yes ma'am. Victoria, as I'm sure you guessed, this is my aunt, head of House Bones and of the DMLE, Amelia Bones. The little cutie beside her is my cousin Susan. Aunt Amelia, Susan, this is my friend Victoria Traverse. I introduced everyone properly as requested. It is a pleasure to meet you Madam Bones. She said with a light curtsy. Thank you so much for allowing me to stay with you for the holidays, you have no idea how helpful this is. She then thanked her sincerely. You're welcome dear. If it's anything as Aiden summarized then you are more than welcome in our home. She replied with a smile. Hi. Jumped in an excited Susan. So you're spending Christmas with us? Yes I am. It's nice to meet you Susan. Replies Victoria awkwardly. Seems like she doesn't really know how to act with younger kids. I thought to myself in amusement. Are you dating Big Brother? Was then heard, making her freeze and me cough. Cough, cough. No sus, I'm not dating Victoria. She's a friend and needed a place to stay for the holidays, so be nice. Treat her like an older sister. I replied to little sister. That made her have stars in her eyes. Looks like she's excited at the thought of having a big sister. Why does that make me sad? I thought to myself, getting a chuckle then sadness. Alright, I think that a good enough introduction. If anything else needs to be said you can do it at home. Tilly is excited to have someone new to look after. She says you are too easy, Aiden. Interrupted Anta, still smiling at the kids acting like kids. Why does that feel like an insult and a compliment? I said to myself after hearing that. All you have to do is make a big mess and she'll be happy. Said Susan. Yeah, but then Anta will kill me. Not worth it. I answer. While me and Susan chat with one another, Victoria is confused at what to do until I turn around. What are you waiting for? Can't leaving without our guest. I say to her. She finally snaps out of it and follows along. We got to my place and got a tackle hug from Tilly. Hey Tilly, missed you too. I say with a laugh. Tilly is happy the young master is back. The young master always makes the house happier. Exclaimed our little elf with her ears twitching in happiness. Thanks Tilly, glad to be back too. I said with a smile. She lets me go and grabs mine and Victoria's luggage to put in our respective rooms. I then guide her through the house and tell her how everything works in the Bones family. Basically you can go pretty much anywhere. Individual rooms just need permission from the owner, obviously avoid aunties. The home office is where I will spend some of my time every day to do my duties as heir. The library is free to use, but don't mind the notes, some of them, I wrote corrections when I was younger until Anta got me notebooks. We have our magical garden in the back, just wear the gloves and be careful, I know you can handle yourself with plants. If you have any questions about them you can ask me, Susan or Tilly. Everyone has breakfast and supper together with Auntie, with lunch being a bit looser but generally together. And if you want to go out we just need to get permission. Oh, you can use your owl to order anything you want or need and feel free to ask Tilly if you need something. I narrated. You're helping your aunt manage the house? Exclaimed Victoria in surprise. Yeah. She's been taking care of me and Susan on top of her job and lordship, so I wanted to help her out. I did a great job and she's been letting me handle a lot more as time goes on. Plus with my little box she can even send some documents over to Hogwarts. I say with a smile. And you said Susan the 10-year-old can help me if I want to go see your garden? She then asked curiously. Who do you think takes care of it while I'm away? I reply. I started the thing because I love the subject and wanted to grow my own ingredients. Susan got curious so I taught her, but since I'm away most of the year it basically became Susan's. She got really good at it too. I add, acting like a proud big brother. You really care for your family, don't you, Aiden? Then asked Victoria with a sad smile. Yeah, I do. I owe a lot to them for taking me in. But no need for that face. You might not have the best dad, but you can find your own happiness later if you find the guy who makes you smile instead of the guy who gives you money. Hell, maybe he ends up being both. I say with a grin, getting a small smile in response. Just don't give up on yourself and find what makes you happy. Not for anyone, but for you. And when you find someone who accepts that, you'll be fine. I add to encourage the girl. I will try. Was her answer. Good. Now let's try and have some fun. I proclaimed as I took her outside. 36, CH 36 Holidays and Reports. As the break began in earnest for me and Victoria, it took her some time to get used to things. The eating schedule was mostly fine as she adjusted to it. She liked spending time in the library when I was busy, but was flustered by Susan when she wanted to do things together. It was funny to watch. What weirded her out was Tilly actually. The thing with living within a Deathwanker family is that they tend to treat magical creatures even worse than they would Muggleborns. So her seeing our really energetic and happy Tilly really threw her off. She was helpful, concerned, determined and proud of her work. It couldn't be further from the house elves she'd seen in other noble families' homes. She actually came in the office one day to ask me some questions about our family home. Knock knock. Come in. I say without looking up from the paper. Are you too busy to talk? Asked a slightly nervous Victoria. Nah, it's fine. This is a project I'm overseeing and I'm just making sure everything is on track. I said to relax her. That's good, just wanted to ask some questions. She said with a sigh. Shoot. I say simply. How come your house elf is so? She started asking but couldn't figure out the right way to say her question. Enthusiastic. I try to help her finish it. Yeah. She's always trying to make sure everyone's okay, looking for work, preparing food, drinks, or whatever. She keeps asking if I have everything I need or if anyone needs anything done. She then says. Ah. I get it. You're not used to seeing a happy house elf, right? You're used to seeing them afraid, meek, basically broken, slightly insane, or self-harming, right? I ask to confirm, to which she nods. Well, it's pretty simple. We treat Tilly like family, or a friend's, or assistant, or like a maid, or pretty much a combination of all of them. We gently correct her on how we like things and praise her when she does the right ones, with some rewards she likes when she goes above and beyond. So instead of a slave we take for granted, we try to provide an environment which lets her thrive, which in turn makes the best environment for us. Do you kinda get the idea? I explained. I think so. It's basically keeping her happy and healthy in exchange for the best result. She replied. It's a cold way of summarizing it, both essentially yes. We just care for her and want her to be happy. It just so happens that she's happy taking care of those who care for her. I slightly correct her, but she's not wrong. Makes sense I guess. My other question has to do with those notes you talked about, the ones in the books downstairs. How old were you when you wrote those? She then asked curiously. I think it was around 5 or 6, right before I had started formal tutoring. I got into reading everything in the library and tried to make improvements based on what I had read alone. If I go back to them now I'll probably correct my corrections, but there are still some nice pieces of information in those. The notes in my room are real good though. I say to her whilst reminiscing a bit. You wrote those at the age of 5. Exclaimed a very surprised Victoria. I've never thought about the stuff you wrote even now. I think that's a reason not many people have actually noticed a lot of the things I've corrected. The mindset was already set from their family's viewpoints and common sense. I read those with the ability to memorize pretty much all of it and had an outsider's viewpoint, hence an objective correction. It's actually what convinced my aunt to get me some proper tutors. I explained to the girl. I want to see those notes. She then demanded with fire in her eyes. Sure, come on. I'll put this on hold for a bit and introduce you to them. There's a lot, but I modified my room to let me organize everything without filling it up with shelves. I say while getting up and walking to my door. Welcome. You're the first girl in here. Really didn't expect it to be you. I say with a little chuckle to myself. Oh, who'd you expect then? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Dunno. First girlfriend would have been my guess. I stated with a shrug to which Victoria gets stunned at my answer. Alright, come here. I say to snap her out of it. Right, the shelves are set to ancient runes due to that being the latest project I've finished working with. It's currently shelf 4 on the subject. I have 2 dials, one for subject, the other for the shelf number. The lower the number, the older the research and notes. Pretty easy to understand, right? I turn around asking to see her following along. Wait. If what you said is true, then don't you have at minimum 12 shelves in there? How'd you fit them all? Exclaimed Victoria as she thinks about how many subjects are taught in Hogwarts. I get where you have your minimum, but after understanding divination to a point I let it go since I don't have any gifts in the art and spending so much time to see possibles futures isn't my thing. I also don't have anything on Muggle studies since I decided to simply experience it firsthand and study their own knowledge. This was after I had noticed any books on the subject was either over 100 years behind the actual thing or completely idiotic. I explained to the girl. So you started with 10 shelves then? She asked to be clear. No. I answered to her surprise. Because instead of those 2 I studied dueling, warding, and healing. With curse breaking on the side to understand both sides of warding perfectly. So it's actually 13 minimum. She finally understood. Well yes, but I think it's closer to 40 now. It's not just filled with my notes, but also with good books on subjects, with solid information or theories, practical advice, or to serve as good reference points to understand my own theories. Everything is categorized chronologically for my notes and alphabetically for the actual books. Some of my theories or ideas were disproven so they've been crossed out. I've also crossed out completely false or misleading information in the books. I explained my system to my guest whose mouth hung open. How does it work? She managed to get out. Basically a very large space expansion on the wooden surroundings of the shelf, assigning specific codes to all the shelves so that they respond to the dial, modified summon charm to make them come and leave to their designated spot in the expanded space. Pretty nifty. Got the idea from a Muggle movie about the future. I explained in a very simplified manner. And you're giving me permission to read all of these? She then asked doubtfully. I mean, who would let others just read their life's work? Of course. Knowledge is meant to be shared. If you can think about improvement for my ideas and results, feel free to take one of the empty notebooks and write. I love seeing new ideas. I answered with a bright smile, stunning the girl. You can either read here or anywhere else, but I'm gonna go back to work now. I said, leaving the girl alone. I got back to my office and started to read my reports for the Heir of House Bones and Michael Falster. The biggest project for me was the creation of a lumber production area, made using the Dejigai method of lumbering, with every piece originating from a single tree. I've talked to Jerry, who is still in training, and got her advertised the job to trustworthy werewolves. Their pay would be about 40 galleons a month. The pay was calculated by taking into account the Wolfsbane potion, which is still expensive to produce even with some adjustments in the production of some of the ingredients, the living quarters offered, meals and properly prepared underground area to silently transform in. Even then it was leagues beyond what any werewolf would get paid for any work, most time they get paid in wolfsbane potion. They have to sign confidentiality agreements added into their contracts and be taught the way to do the job from the experts we hired from Japan, but they will have stable jobs after this. The forest is growing well under the prepared conditions we set for the cedar trees, with no issues cultivating the trees with magically accelerated growth. My reports from the Michael side were also promising. The first being the potions shop, Breaking Grounds Apothecary. The appearance of so many modified or simply improved potions in the shop stunned those that bought from the store. The ministry had a field day to test every one of them, and when the news broke that everything worked as was indicated, well, it sent waves across the potions making world, the market and the ministry itself as they doubled their efforts to find the elusive Michael Falster. Due to our outstanding product at very reasonable prices, it had been approached to supply potions to St. Mungo's, which was accepted, but it would take time to set up the proper production line, hire and screen new employees. People were trying to argue against so many new potions being introduced into the market, but they were simply drowned out. Some important families were trying to make trouble for the shop, but everything was taken care of by greasing some hands. Two can play this game, and even after all my investments on this side of things, my bank account is quickly growing to be the largest in Magical Britain. The Herald is slowly getting its name out there, with extremely accurate news, reliable coverage, credible sources, and fact-based reporting. It's not nearly as popular as The Prophet, but it is building its own influence. I've planned to make the bigger expansions of readership when the Harry Potter canon begins properly. My ingredient farms, natural cultivation, is finally up and running. At the moment it is not selling anything of the market, since I am in need of a lot of ingredients, but I am paying for them myself. The employees have been trained in the growing of a single type of herb for each plantation, spreading the knowledge out, even without counting on the magical contracts they've signed stating that even if they leave, they can never use or spread that knowledge without mine, Scott's or Madam Chambers say so. Fortress Protection added another 10 recruits to their roster. After some proper training under Oliver, 3 were considered to be at hit wizard level, and they were assigned in the vicinity of the firm center and the breaking grounds as protection against potential property damage or harassment. Oliver has been very happy with the facilities I've prepared. Ms. Elaine Summers' training has been doing very good as well. After I've basically outbid the prick trying to get her to quit, I got her back on active duty and she's been a roll. I've been giving her some support by purchasing information from the goblins and helping her choose safe but impressive targets to boost her career. Finally, the firm center is becoming a stable, welcoming ground for any muggle-born trying to find a stable job in either my businesses or with a few others around Diagon Alley that had agreed to hire some more hands. These wizards and witches were quite happy to have a pension system we put in place like the Muggle world. They had seen many old wizards and witches losing everything and did not want to end up like them. The center has also been a good first contact point for muggles new to the wizarding world, helping them understand this side properly. Mr. Scott said the safe houses I had wished to purchase are all ready to be warded properly, which will have to wait till summer. My investments on the Muggle side were doing phenomenal. He had taken the liberty to purchase some buildings in Diagon Alley and reserved one for the Bones family, since I need one to display my magical creations. He also informed me he was undergoing some training with Oliver after getting my consent, to sharpen himself. It had thrown him off when I revealed that the Dork Lord still lived. He'd also mentioned that he and Jerry were starting to get along properly, but there was still some distance between them before it could be called trust. Putting away my reports and preparing to turn in for the night, I turn off any lights in the room and head to my room. I had forgotten that I told Victoria she could read in my room, so when I came in I was surprised to see her so intensely focusing on a book as she sat on my reading chair. She did not even notice my arrival. So with an evil grin I decided to startle her. I crept closer until I was next to her. "What are you reading there?" I asked in her ear. You should have seen her jump and heard her yelp. It was priceless. "Don't you knock, you bloody git!" she yelled in anger and embarrassment. "It's my room, didn't think you'd still be here," I replied, trying to keep a straight face. "Doesn't matter if it's your room or not. You knock next time, someone might be in it," she fired back angrily. I could see this was going to be an impossible battle, no matter how right or logical I was, so I took the better part of valor and surrendered. "All right, I'll knock next time," I said as I rose my hands up in surrender. "Good," she simply said, letting me off the hook. "Now tell me. How the bloody hell did you come up with all this stuff? I can't fathom it. You wrote and made things that wizards haven't thought up with centuries of living with magic, but a prepubescent child without a wand does all that, and I've just scratched the surface. I can't understand," said Victoria, looking completely defeated. "I get why you're feeling what you're feeling. The reason I believe I can do so much is simply because I don't think magic is anywhere near perfect or in its final form. No spells, recipes or methods have reached perfection in my mind, and something can always be improved, you just have to find out what." I try to explain. Teach me. She replied. What? I couldn't believe what I had heard. I want you to teach me how you do all this. I want to create my own spells like you do and be the best I can be. She answered with determination. You'll need to understand that you won't be able to do everything I can, even if I teach you. My magical reserves are frankly ridiculous for my age and give me an unfair advantage. Knowing that, do you still want to learn from me? I asked, making sure she knew what she was getting into. Yes, was the answer. But that one word held a fire that would not be swayed. Alright then. I'll try to hammer the basics into you by the time the break's done. I said, accepting her resolve. 37, ch 37 Holiday Warmth. After agreeing to teach Victoria the way I handle magic, my first step was fixing her beaten and battered body. Malnourished, beaten, incorrectly fixed, heavily strained and badly maintained. Needed to fix that. So before Christmas came I decided to talk to the girl. Alright. I know that you want to jump right into how I do things, but I need to talk to you about your body first. I probably know its current condition better than you do. I don't know how or when the injuries happened and they are for you to know, but I know how bad it is at this moment. So I want to fix everything. Without the strong body you will have a lower cap for your magic. In the end it's your decision. I say calmly to my new friend. If I agree to it, what is the treatment course? She asks to understand before agreeing or rejecting. I'm going to start on the fractures, incorrectly healed bones and sprains in your body. This will take a day as I will selectively remove the bad bones, followed by Skelegrow. I'll also fix the areas of concern. You would be unconscious for a whole day in order to not feel the pain. Following that I believe a month of nourishment potions will fix your issues in the area suitably. I will also make you do physical exercise to gain the necessary muscle mass for a girl your age. I explained to the girl. So I sleep for a day, drink some potions and exercise? Sounds easy enough. Let's do this. She declared. Easy but tedious. I replied with a small smile. So let's get started. We'll do it in the guest room. I'll inform Aunt Amelia, Susan, and Tilly you'll be out for the day and that you'll begin treatment. I informed the girl. Alright. I'll trust you to do this just because I know how pervertedly brilliant you are. If you mess up I'm getting revenge though. She declared as she laid properly. I promise you'll feel better than ever after you wake up. I said with a reassuring smile. With a wave of my hand she fell into a deep sleep. I quickly got to work by specifically vanishing the damaged bones in her body, and unlike that idiot Lockhart I'm almost a master in the field. With that quickly done, I use my wand to finally control the potion down her throat to avoid her choking on it. I then quickly moved to heal the various surface injuries, sprains, scar tissue and any other injuries I could find on the girl. I did my best to make sure not one scar from the abuse remained. She didn't need the reminder. With all of the immediate treatment done, I let out a breath of relief and let myself relax. It took a good amount of focus and energy to fix everything in a single day, but I think it'll be quite worth it. The only problem left was the malnourishment she had suffered, but after a month that'll be fixed and with exercise she would experience a good growth spurt. A day later, an excited Victoria came downstairs for breakfast and actually rushed me. I was startled because I didn't expect it, leaving me unsure about how to react because I wasn't feeling any negative emotions from her and I was sitting at the table, so if I tried to react quickly I would either tumble to the floor or flip the entire table, so I was stuck in indecision. But surprisingly she hugged me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I haven't felt this great and I don't know how long, thank you so much Aiden. Said was saying quickly. No problem Victoria. I say with a wry smile at the situation. I catch Susan giving me a wide grin and Anta looking at the scenario with a smile. Now come on. Take the potion Tilly has for you and grab some food, you're going to want to eat something after drinking it. I say in my best doctor voice. I didn't lie, potions never taste good. They can smell or feel good due to their effects, but don't taste good. So after chugging it like a champ, she had a weird look on her face and immediately sat down to eat. A few minutes later I spoke up. Now that you're done eating I'll explain a bit how things are gonna go. Until after Christmas, which is tomorrow you will be recovering from the heavy burden your body was under as you were healed. This will be a time to let your body and mind unwind. So no intense studying or exercise will be done. This is my order as your attending healer. I say seriously. But you promised to teach me how you do magic. Replied Victoria with reluctance in her voice. I did and I will. I reply. But you need to understand this well Victoria. You are human. And humans have limits, wizards and witches are not exempt from this. We can push the issue back or mitigate it for a time, but all humans will snap after a certain point. Your body and mind at this moment are very close to that limit. You need some time away from stressful thoughts and let your body recover by using less magic for a few days and doing something fun. For that I invited James to go out with us and tour the Muggle entertainment venues today. Something I'm sure you've never done. It will do you good and let you bond a bit more with a member of the group. Christian will not be joining us since his parents took him to Greece in their hunt of older creatures living there. I explained to the girl patiently. All right, I get. She sighed, not hiding her disappointment. Don't you worry, I'll properly drill you in my ways after Christmas, and we have another 3.5 years to learn from each other. Not even mentioning after, since we are friends. There's no rush for this. I say with a smile. Okay, okay. You can stop with the convincing. She said with a small chuckle. You're going to love the Muggle games. They're so fun. And those movies are so cool to watch. Finally spoke out an excited Susan, who couldn't hold it in anymore. You have to take me with you, please, big brother. She begged with her eyes turned at me. I gotta say, she knows how to get me to go along with her. Only if Auntie agrees. I answer, deflecting the cuteness to the big boss. Alright, fine. Tilly will chaperone while hidden to protect you all. I know you can take care of yourself very well, Aiden, but this is for the safety of others as well. Relented Amelia, but was laying down her own deal. That's perfectly fine, Auntie. I answer with a smile. I had to get Tilly to buy some proper Muggle clothing for Victoria quickly, because as a born and raised pure blood, those were not things she owned. I wore a simple pair of jeans, grey winter boot, white long-sleeve shirt, with a nice shearling jacket. But when Victoria came down, I did have to do a double take. Tilly got her nicely fitted jeans, with a pair of knee-high boots, warm-looking white shirt and long black winter jacket to match her hair. It really gave of the feeling of I'm better than you. It was impressive. Well now, Tilly really knows her stuff. That look actually makes me feel like you could be nobility. Don't know why we still have to wear those robes all the freaking time, so impractical, and it's hard to take someone in bright purple robes, fumbling around in them seriously. I said, trying to make her smile for 2 reasons. Haha, thanks. Now you can see my greatness. She proclaimed in fake haughtiness. And I know it's fake, because although she has pride in her lineage, she doesn't like rubbing in the faces of others. She wants her results to prove she's better. Yes, noble lady. Now will you let this lowly peasant accompany you? I asked in a over-exaggerated manner. You may escort me and Lady Bones. She said, continuing the skit as my cute little sister runs down the stairs in her fluffy white jacket and boots, looking very much like a bunny. Let's go, big brother, I can't wait. She exclaimed very energetically. Yes, yes, don't worry, we are going. I say with a laugh. See you later, Auntie, we'll be back a bit after supper because of the movie. I tell her. I know. Have fun and be careful. I know you're used to the Muggle world, but Victoria is not. If she get into trouble out there, you get into trouble in here. Understood, young man? She said with a glare, but I know it's cause she cares. Yes, Madam Bones. I reply with a salute. We left and met up with James at one of the malls not too far from the Leaky Cauldron. It made it easy for everyone to get there. It was fun introducing Muggle arcade games to Victoria, mostly because she tried to keep her above it all aura going, but after we got her to play, she quickly became very competitive in many of the games like air hockey, and overreacted quite cutely to some of the video games when she lost. She also demonstrated that witch or not, every woman has the instinct to shop for clothes, shoes, and makeup. So I let her do as she pleased with Susan as I chatted with James. I talked to him about my plan to use data I obtained through my dissection of many brooms, data on the Firebolt which should be ready a year earlier with my funding. That was until I gave the creator some new ideas on the matter, and my studying of a chaser's needs and roles during the game, to create a specialized broom for the position. The Firebolt will be the right of choice for beaters and seekers, but this broom I was designing will be the best of the best for chasers. Me and James chatted while the girls shopped. That was until it was time to go to the movie. Since we had Susan with us, the future Christmas classic Home Alone was chosen, and it brought laughter and tears to the girls' eyes, while it brought nostalgia for me. After that we said goodbye and Merry Christmas to James, headed home with happy hearts. Christmas Day was a very relaxed affair. We woke up lazily, ate good food and enjoyed some time together as a family, making sure Victoria felt included. As for presents, James sent me some works of fiction and an orphaned wizard who goes to magic school. No idea how he found that very prophetic book. Christian sent some books on Mediterranean plants he'd found in Greece. Amelia got a very nice set of robes for more formal occasions, and even Victoria had bought a nice shirt she had found on our trip yesterday. Returning the favors to everyone, James got my new guide on how to enchant, Christian actually got one of Soul's feathers, Amelia got my desk work quill, Susan a brand new pair of gardening gloves with her initials on them, and I got Victoria a vanishing box that I made from some of the wood I hadn't used for my prototypes, making it link to mine, James, Christian's and Amelia's. Everyone was happy with what they had received, and I think Victoria almost cried of happiness at being able to experience such a warm and caring break. Where people care for each other, are thoughtful of one another and simply want those present to be happy. I really love my family. 38, CH 38 Training to Hogwarts. As I promised, it was time to start Victoria's training. It started with some physical training in the morning, with very basic strength and stamina exercises, with a lot of stretching. Of course her starting point was very low, considering she'd never actually done anything similar, but she still ended wheezing on the floor covered in sweat. So a nice shower and breakfast with her potion to satisfy the girl, and we began her studies. Victoria did take arithmancy as an elective, so at the very least she has some basic in the subject, the problem being aside from that most pure-blood families are shit at math, because no one teaches the subject. I don't want to target just pure-bloods on this, because no actual wizard family teaches anything remotely close to Muggle schools since it is deemed unimportant. Makes no sense whatsoever. Getting children into elementary schools or kindergarten would have many benefits, not having to take care of them during the day, learning about the Muggle world, getting some freaking common sense and actually getting some basic education. Enough ranting, back to Victoria. But I gave her work to complete, books to read, notes on the subject I'd made, as well as homework to be completed on her own by the next day. She was taking it like a fish in water. I was able to make her reach 4th year level in arithmancy by the time the break was over. I'd given her a copy of my list of modified basics for her to study and understand, basically the list of first-year spell I used to have fun in class, with clear instructions and indicators on what parts were changed. I'm actually thinking of publishing the book before the next year, as it would serve as an excellent foundation for those truly trying to learn how to use the subject. It'll be fun to see the reaction of people if someone as young as me does it. You know what? It's a good foundation for my future. It'll give the image that the Bones family has a genius, and I'll be able to give a light push in the direction of progress. Coming out of my thoughts, I looked at the panting Victoria on the ground, drenched in sweat from the drills I put her through. Ha, HAAA. How, are you not, even sweating? She said between deep breaths. I've been doing these exercises since I was 4, of course I'm ahead of you in them. I answer with a grin on my face. Prat. She then proclaimed. But honestly, I looked at the exercises you're doing and I can't picture many people can do them. It's because people can't. Even very determined muscle enthusiasts will not be able to do my regiment. I answered truthfully. Wait, what? The surprised Victoria said. I'm not expecting you to do what I do. That's my own decision. I'm just getting to healthy levels of stamina, strength, and muscle mass for people our age. It would do wonders if you continue to exercise all year round, moderately of course. Helps you stay healthy, strong, and slim. I explained, turning away from my training standards. Yes, healer know-it-all. Replied the exasperated Victoria. All right, after the shower, potion, and meal, I have a little gift that I think you'll find extremely useful in arithmancy. I then say with a smile. You came up with something ridiculous again, didn't you? She asked with a sigh and a raised eyebrow. Not me this time. Someone I invested in came up with it and think it'll be a very popular thing, even if some families try to block the thing. Answered with my slightly evil smile. Ah. You're smiling like the devil again. She commented with a sigh. No idea what you're talking about. Now shower time. I replied with an innocent face. After said shower and meal I took out a small rectangular device. What is this thing then? What you were talking about? She asked, examining the small plastic device with numbers and symbols and an empty screen. That, my dear Victoria, is a calculator. A Muggle device which lets you do easy or complex equations through the pressing of the buttons. I answer while turning it on. You see, you enter the formula like so, and use the commands here to add the variables you wish to use, and voila, an answer to your quandary. I demonstrate. I didn't even have a chance to react as she grabbed my collar. Why didn't you give me this thing before? And how is it working? I thought Muggle artifacts couldn't work around magic. Questioned Victoria. Good questions. The first answer would be that I needed to give you a certain level of knowledge in mathematics and arithmancy for you to actually learn the craft and not be over-reliant on the little beauty. The second is that the creator used runes to protect the device and power it, letting it operate in the magical world. I actually added some features to give a list of almost every basic spell's numerical representation into the calculator as a crutch for beginners. I explained to the curious girl. I'm not going to tell her I created this thing during the first part of the school year, that'll give away my secrets when Michael Falster reveals them at the firm center today. Plus I didn't use my binary runes, only currently existing sets, so it won't be traced back to me. It was honestly pretty straightforward to find the right runes to form miniature wards to protect the tech and power the device. I think the only reason no one's done this before is the Muggle things are beneath us mentality and Muggle tech doesn't work near Magic 1. Both easily proven false. This is really going to help Aiden, thanks. But where did you even find the inventor? She asked curiously. You know that new information center in Diagon Alley? A questioned her back. Yeah, some kind of Muggle-born help center, or newspaper vendor, or bookseller, or something. She answered using a vague recollection. Well, the founder wants to improve the image of Muggleborns, so he was working on bringing some of the tech to the magical side. I found out and invested in it because I think it's a brilliant idea. I explained using a plausible story. Not fun lying, but it's not a bad one. Wait, you found that Falster guy? She said surprisingly. Well, it did cost a bit, but I'm pretty good friends with the goblins and they helped me find out, and since I actually wanted to help the guy it went well. I say with a shrug. She just stared at me with wide eyes. You're friends with goblins? Was her next shock. Yeah, their king gave me this ring as a token of friendship. I answer simply. I honestly don't get why wizards are always thinking they're better than everyone. Goblins have all their money, they are the best artifact smiths, they never truly lose during their wars and they are strong warriors with their own magic. Seeing no response from the malfunctioning Victoria, I simply put the calculator in her hand and went inside to start doing some air work. It took her a few seconds to realize I was leaving and followed inside the house to begin testing her new tool. Let's just say she was very enamored with the thing and wouldn't let it out of her sight for the rest of her stay. The break ended on a good note. Susan was sad as always for losing companionship during the year and it didn't help that she got attached to Victoria. But it was going to be the last year since she would come to Hogwarts next year as well. We said our goodbyes and found a compartment to wait for my bros. James was the first to find mine and Victoria's cabin. He looked at me with wild eyes, which surprised me since he is usually a calm and mature guy. Aiden, did you really make all those things in the book you sent me? He asked very excitedly. Yet. Thought you'd enjoy a proper introduction into the field of enchanting, plus I think having a third opinion on my broom project will be useful. I answer slight late. It's brilliant. I looked through a bunch of different books on the subject and yours is the best basics book by far. He says, acting very much like my own head of house. Before he could continue though, Christian burst in with a very similar look to James a few moments ago. Aiden, where in the world did you get one of those? He asked a bit out of breath. You mean the feather? Don't you remember? I introduced you to her at the beginning of term. I answered with a weird look on my face. Right. I forgot about her. He said facepalming himself. Ha ha ha. How do you forget about that? Said James as he burst out laughing at our friend. Hey. It's not that I forgot. The surprise just overexcited me is all. And who just sent something like that as a Christmas gift? Honestly. He said, trying to hide his embarrassment. Okay. One of what? What are you two laughing at? Finally asked Victoria as her patience ran out from being kept in the dark. Wait, Twinkle Star here didn't show you? You went to his house for the entire break? Asked Christian incredulously and lacking tact. Not really hiding her. I just let her do her thing unless I want to ask for help or I'm giving her a reward. I tried to explain, ignoring the teasing. Her? She asks with narrowed eyes. 1 second. I say as I sweep the room with magic, seal it, enforce it and make sure no one can see, hear, or know about what is going on in the room. Soul. I say as my lovely familiar bursts into the cabin through her flames and lands on my shoulder to rub her head on me. This is Soul, my beautiful girl. She's been with me since I was a kid, part of my wand is actually made from her feather, and I sent Christian one of them as a gift. I say as an introduction to Victoria. Soul, this is Victoria. She's a friend so try to be nice okay? I say to my very intelligent girl. With a small trill she goes to the completely shocked Victoria and lands on her lap to get a good look at her. My friend isn't sure what to do and looks at my direction, but I simply motion for her to pet my feathery girl. With hesitation she starts nervously petting Soul on the back, until she starts slowly getting more comfortable and gently rubs her with a childlike smile. Yeah, it's an experience getting to pet her the first time. Nothing quite like it in the world. Declared Christian with his own smile. Yeah, it was pretty surreal to pet the legendary immortal bird that's for sure. Agreed my other friend. I just look on with a smile as all my friends share their happiness, and start talking about their holidays. Apparently the wards almost fell into a Gorgon sanctuary on their trip, which would not have ended well, but it was fun overall. The Callaways had a very muggle Christmas with a family gathering, good but boring for the younger members. And so we chatted until we reached Hogwarts for the last term before the canon began. I'll need to finish all of my preparations soon, I thought to myself as the station came into view. 39, ch 39 time of creation. The school year begun in earnest, with students struggling with their homework, well except for me and my friends since they all have my handy homework quills, and with Owl and Newt students feeling the pressure mounting on them. The exchange, as it was now officially known, was still doing good. It is quickly becoming a bastion of inter-house relations, a place of self-improvement and to honor the positive values of Hogwarts such as hard work, learning, kindness, and loyalty. My friends were very keen to learn my mod spells, since their values were greatly improved as a result. James and Victoria were more than happy to break them down and try to get inspiration from my pieces, while Christian was happy to simply learn them and incorporate them into his skills. I also got James a calculator, which surprised him greatly, but he was thankful for. Victoria is still undergoing her potion regime and physical training with me, making her look and feel incomparably better than before. There were a few bumps at the beginning of the year regarding Victoria, mainly due to her joining in the exchange when the rest of her house was against it. It left her alienated from a good number of them, but no one dared to bully her after how I had dealt with the previous two groups of bullies I encountered. One ended with a group in the infirmary. The group of girls from before the break ended up losing 100 points for each participating house and detention for the next month, on top of having their parents notified. This made some people upset at me within the house, but I've gained more than enough points on my own to offset those lost, but it still left other houses angry at me for some time. Slytherins were a bit at a loss because of it though, since on one hand I've beaten them up, but on the other I defended one of their own against people from my house. The exchange itself was a bit awkward for some time with her presence, but since she is rather straightforward and takes her time to help those who need it, people realized that she was a generally good person, just a bit intense. She was just a younger McGonagall basically, strict but she wanted to help. With the bumps on the road passed after about a month, the time to make my designs come to life arrived. I first started to make some of the Muggle technology usable around magic. Now, I had already figured out how to do so for the calculators, the simplest piece I would enchant magically, helping me greatly. My plan was to introduce useful and entertaining devices, and avoid anything too drastic. I do not want to be targeted for being too extreme, from old families or ministry. I have plans for 4 pieces: calculator, voice recorder, Discman, and Game Boy. The voice recorder had some different quirks which needed to be fixed to work properly around magic. It obviously needed to be protected from magic and have a properly regulated rune battery, but the hard part was getting ambient magic from interfering with its ability to record sound. So I basically made a small-scale magical energy filter to protect the area where it hears the sounds, while improving its ability to catch sound waves. The portable CD player was a small mix of both of my previous projects. Had to make sure all the buttons would work properly after everything was protected. The sound had to travel through the headphones, which I enchanted as well to make sure everything would work properly. From what I could tell, CDs were perfectly functional, but the wizard world still used those old-fashioned gramophones and records, making any music wizards listen to unavailable in the required format. So I'll have to remedy that. The Game Boy was trickier. I had to make sure the buttons worked, the screen was fine, the sound wouldn't be affected and the game cartridges could function without messing with the enchantments on the Game Boy itself. A really hard challenge to make everything fit properly, but a satisfying one. Took me a month and a half of trial and error to properly make the thing work. Before the end of the year, I now had a good amount of merchandise to sell in the firm center. Calculators, voice recorders, CD players, headphones, CDs, Game Boy, games, rune batteries, command runes for Muggle parents, and I would be able to create a great number of jobs to fill the needs for the basic product, the enchantments, and selling the stuff. Overall, I believe it will have a good effect on the magical British economy and help people learn a bit more of Muggle culture. And so I made plans with the ever-competent Scott. We invested into getting a contract with the Muggle manufacturing companies using a tech company as a front, which I will actually sell the unenchanted versions in the Muggle world to avoid any issues. If it works, great, if not I'll have to see if I should just convince some people. We've now started to build the enchanting center and have begun to look for employees through the firm center, which is becoming a good place to look for jobs as I establish new companies, and advertisements in the papers. I'm going to transfer Mr. Whitcomb from the center and put him in charge. Since new employees were introduced and are taking care of the center itself, I can take away some of the management pretty comfortably. From our estimate, we should be able to get merchandise out before the holidays. The rest of my time was spent focusing on my binary runes. I spent a lot of time trying to get it right and being stuck at the last hurdle. I just couldn't get it to work properly. I was missing something in them to make my runes as powerful as I wanted them to be. But, everything clicked when I remembered magic itself is manipulated through intent above all things. It is why accidental magic happens, why we can cast silently or wandlessly, and how magic started anyway. I was too worried about turning binary code into a valid rune language that I forgot to put the intent behind them. After that joyful bit, I was able to use my new success and recreate the vanishing box and desk work quill properly, with some fun defenses and counters added to it, in the hopes of stopping others from tampering with them or replicating them. My businesses for these two were already in their preparation stages, and with me finishing my code, employees could start learning the exact pieces needed for the product. After they've been strictly sworn in, of course. Scott actually found me a very skilled runes expert who was very willing to be in charge of the facilities as long as the pay was good and he could learn my code. I had no problems with it, so we gained another extremely competent Muggleborn. I've also started to organize my notes and research into proper books. I think I'll publish them after the Basilisk debacle, when I've finished my owls. My results will give me quite a bit more legitimacy to my work. Being too young does attract problems. But aside from that, I've decided to call the store where I'll sell my 2 inventions Bones Work, after the family and all. The Vanishing Box will have different models. Basic will be a simple one with limited protection from tampering or wear and tear, Advanced which will be bonded to the user or permitted individuals and with good protection plus a warranty, and Deluxe which will be finely crafted and inlaid with either gold or silver, nearly impossible to tamper with, great many protections and everything the Advanced does. That way normal families can get one and the snobs can feel superior with theirs. The quills will simply be similar how the quill stores work. The better the feather, the more expensive, and the more expensive the better the enchantments. My friends had progress of their own as well. James was quite surprising since he's being nominated as one of the leading figures within the Charms Club. His skills and creativity towards the subject have worked wonders for him, and this will basically guarantee his presidency for the club in the following years. He was really excited and our little group of 4 had decided to celebrate his success by treating him in Hogsmeade with butterbeer and food aplenty. We did find out that our dear James, along with a lot of boys, was rather fond of Madame Rosmerta and would blush constantly around her. Ammunition. My wilder friend Christian was fitting in quite well as a chaser and making a good name for himself as a natural in the wizard sport. Although our team did extremely well during the cup this year, we still found ourselves in close second as Slytherin team was able to crush Hufflepuff with a point difference we couldn't make up. Although he was down at not being able to win, we still tried to cheer up the guy, and with a phoenix helping comfort a creature manic, it was very quick. Victoria has changed drastically since returning from the break. Due to her new routine of exercising in the morning with me, she's been able to start building up more muscles and improving her energy and positivity as it makes her feel good after finishing. This coupled with her finishing the potion regime I had her under, she's hit quite the growth spurt and was able to start filling out areas a girl undergoing puberty tends to fill out. Her height was quickly passing others, well except for me since at the age of 13 I stand at 5'7", but it made her very happy to be growing like she was. She stopped pressuring herself to surpass me in everything after seeing, in her words, just how perversely brilliant and dedicated I was towards magic, but instead she has made me a sort of goal. Something one should aim to become as a witch or wizard. Being with friends also helped her come out of her shell more, as she jokes around with us, participated in our debates, becomes active in our studies as we help each other out. I am overall, very happy with her progress. And so the school year came to a close. I was monstrous as always with O and across the board. Victoria had a good amount of O's as well, but her performance at the beginning of the school year dropped her grades. James was good as well, getting himself O and in charms and transfiguration, but potions, herbology and astronomy were giving him some troubles. Christian was nailing herbology and COMC as he got O and in those and EE in his magical classes, but almost failed history and potions. The Ravenclaw table was very happy this year, because we had finally stolen the House Cup from Slytherin. Even with the lost points from the bullying accident, we were still able to squeeze by to win the House Cup. It was interesting to see so many bookworms celebrating the event in the common room, the night before departing. I decided to have a bit of fun and put on a light show using Lumos in ways that left my housemates speechless. Even Christian was a little surprised at what I could do with it. And so ended my final year of studying without anything going wrong in the castle, you know, except for the new Dada professor every year, but that's besides the point. A few more months and the Golden Trio will arrive. Well, the Golden Boy, the one who knows what to do, and Ron. 40, ch 40 respect is earned. As the school year ends and everyone heads to the Hogwarts Express, me and my friends are walking together and chatting about summer plans. Christian's parents usually just kidnap the guy for the summer and go wherever unusual plants and creatures may be found. He says they're going to Australia this year, but from what I know, normal Australian creatures dangerous enough, can't imagine the magical ones. James will be spending his time at home mostly, but his family will also be taking a trip abroad, apparently to America. But Victoria is nervous about her summer as she will be stuck in her abusive home. So as we found an empty cabin, I lock and conceal it. All right, Victoria, I have a few things to give you and say before you head home. I turn towards my friend. I know the situation sucks, so I will leave you with a goodie bag. I say as I pull out a pouch from my pouch. This contains various subtle tools which can help you during your stay. The first is for when your father drinks. It's a set of candles designed to lull to sleep person or calm a person, an enraged one, with its pair to be used in your own room in order for you not to succumb to its effects. You can light the sleep-inducing one anywhere and the scent will spread throughout the house, hence stopping any acts before they can even happen. This necklace is a personal ward stone I've been working on. This side is made to send healing pulses when magic is consciously supplied and simply saying comfort to it, while the other side serves to give a very sneaky protective layer on your body to protect you from harm, so if you fake it he won't know you aren't hurting. The third is that we've temporarily given you the authority to call for Tilly when you need food or supplies. Fourth is this, a modified book to store what you need to hide. And lastly, I've gotten permission from my aunt that if anything too drastic occurs or you feel something very bad is about to happen, you can use this letter to escape to my place. I explain very seriously. Thank you, Aiden. She says as she wipes her moist eyes. Thank you for worrying so much, it means a lot. Oakman, you're making us look bad for not helping her out too. Lamented Christian. I do feel bad, but I can't give you a letter to visit. I'm from a Muggle family and it could make things worse. But if you need to escape and have nowhere to go, here's my address. We'll be gone for the last 2 weeks of July, but I'll be home all summer after. Said James, ignoring our wild friend's lament. You traitor! Exclaimed as a result. Thanks you guys. It means a lot. And I know you won't be able to help because of your parents, Christian, don't worry. She answered with a giggle at Christian's actions. I'll just hold it against you for a year or so. She added with a deadpanned expression, to which he immediately overreacted. But this lifted the heavy air in the cabin and we could talk and laugh until we reached King's Cross. We said our goodbyes and separated. I went home with a happy Susan and a lightly smiling Amelia. When we got home, there was the overexcited Tilly and a wonderful meal to celebrate my vacation and outstanding results. Auntie couldn't be prouder that I've been an ON student since I got there. After a well-deserved night of catching up and rest, it was time for my summer to begin. I have a lot of management to oversee and projects to begin. My official projects, regarding the opening of Bones Works and its current products, are well underway. Everything has been done to the book and through ministry approval. My 2 original products have been certified by the ministry's testers, and my personal wards are being reviewed later this summer due to its recent development. I mean, I know it's good, but this is under the Bones family name, so I will follow the law and respect my aunt's authority in this area. I do feel guilty keeping her in the dark about the Michael Falster stuff, especially since I'm bribing people to certify my products without alerting some wealthy and important supremacists. The cedar forest is now functioning extremely well, a second and third have been started to meet expected demands for the Vanishing Box. The werewolf communities were incredibly thankful for this opportunity, where they can get respectable jobs, under an honorable family, with proper pay, care, and respect from their employers. Word quickly got out and many wished to lend their skills which are ignored because of their conditions. This led me to hiring many for the production of my quills and the procurement of materials. Because of all this, Jerry was crying tears of joy and gratitude while repeatedly thanking me the last time we met up. I was told that her name was also getting some more value since this has happened. It hurt her prestige when she swore to follow me, but with the results of her decision being so overwhelmingly positive in trend, her name is becoming respected again. For my other Personas projects, I decided to summon the original 12 people who have been in charge of the various businesses and have a luncheon at my house. With a letter to Mr. Scott Cross, everything has been arranged. It was organized to be a simple meal, where people in charge could discuss various bits of information, brag to each other, get to know one another more. Everyone showed up to it, I mean why wouldn't they? I'm their boss, benefactor, supplier, and founder, it would mean something very happened if they didn't. It is good to see you all again after a very productive year from everyone. I want to thank you all again for agreeing to create so many projects with me and not dismissing me due to my age and lack of true experience. And I must also thank you for managing the parts all of you have been assigned to magnificently. I opened after everyone had finished with the excellently cooked food. Please Mr. Falster, it should be us thanking you. Thanks to you, me and my wife can work in every journalist's dream, a newspaper they can publish the truth in, not just try to sell copies. Although we cannot compete with the profit at the moment, I have no doubt we can achieve it in the future. Replied Mr. Cromwell, the man I had put in charge of the Herald. Julian is right. It's been refreshing not having to do those crap stories to fool people into thinking everything was all right. Agreed his wife. Yes, I hope it can continue be so. I've actually had an idea to employ the ghosts residing across England to gain interesting bit of lost history, haunted areas, gossip unknown to any but them. It could prove to be an interesting addition to the paper. If you think the idea has merit, I hope it can be adopted. I say, pitching my idea. That's brilliant, Mr. Falster. We could get the ghosts and tempt them by giving them something to distract them in their stagnant lives or deaths. Exclaimed the usually quiet Mr. Stone. Yes, I will certainly try to implement it. Murmured Mr. Cromwell as his gears were turning. I would also like to extend my deepest gratitude, Mr. Falster. You have allowed me to finally achieve my dream of becoming a master potions maker. Thank you. Interjected Mr. Matthews. It was my pleasure, Master Matthews. Your ideas were perfectly in line with my ideals to help push forward our stagnating community, and as a bonus, it was through the work of a brilliant Muggleborn. Helping get the recognition you deserve was basically my duty. Oh, before I forget, I have new notes for the shop. Some for potions and the others for your machines, as they gave me some inspiration. You are free to do as you wish with the information. Ignore it, use it, or even improve on it. I await to see you climb further. I replied with a smile. Please. I cannot let you call me master in good conscience. You are without a doubt an equal in the field, as such please call me Timothy or Tim Mr. Falster. He said in a rush. Then it would seem you must call me Michael then Tim. I replied with a calm smile. Thank you sir. Michael. He answered with tears in his eyes. I decided to let the man address me as he did. I've earned his respect and will not insult his pride in stopping him. Although Mr. Matthews is more emotional than me, I must still express my deepest gratitude Mr. Falster. You have given me my title back and let me be at the forefront of new herbology, unseen in the world yet. The farms you've given me to manage are soon to be running at peak production and we will begin to sell our harvests into the market. And if you would permit it, I would like to call you sir. Michael as well. Although young, you are certainly a genius without match and have earned my respect. Said the matronly Madam Chambers. I would be honored to be called such by you Madam Chambers. You are a woman I admire greatly. I've also gotten a new set of notes for some rare plants. I'm sure you'll enjoy them and possibly use them to reach new heights. I say to the woman. And I do genuinely admire her. She has been through a lot in her life and still, she is here, moving forward. Oh, I adore your notes. And please I cannot let you call me madam. Melody will do. She said with stars in her eyes at the thought of new notes. You are certainly impressive sir. Michael. The facilities you've built for me are beyond top-notch. You're also supplying top-of-the-line equipment to every employee to ensure maximum efficiency. With your help and Miss Jerry's, we now have almost 50 men trained properly. Although the minister is continually cutting the Aura department, with the help of Miss Summers, we've been able to get 19 people into the enforcement divisions. And they are reporting that they have been greatly productive. Added Mr. Gunn. He was actually the first to call me sir. It has to do with the fact that he knows what I'm trying to prepare, for when V-Dog comes back and the fact that I was able to best him in combat, not duel. He was impressed and I earned his respect. That is very good Mr. Gunn. I wished we could get more people into other departments, but it has been hard. I will also be setting up a second training ground, in a more public manner for you to use with less secrecy. It should help you recruit more members and you can simply bring those you believe are trustworthy to the secure site for in-depth training. I say to the man, which gets a nod to show he understands. Actually, Mr. Michael. There have been a few people from other departments who have shown some interest in the things advocated by the center. I think I could convince them to help with that. Said the playful hit wizard Elaine. That is brilliant Elaine. Thank you for that information. I say to the woman. My pleasure. Gotta do something to earn my keep after you got me training, equipment, information, promotions and got that fucking creep off my back. Said the girl nonchalantly, but I know she is very thankful. Your time will come Elaine. I say seriously. Ms. Holmes. I believe Mr. Wall will be more than enough to handle the firm center now that more staff has been hired and more administrators are present. I will want you to be in charge of being the contact point for these employees and hope you can help more Muggleborns get jobs in the ministry through them. I say turning to the very well-endowed woman. Yufu. It will be my pleasure sir. Michael. I will see if any of my old friends in the Department of Transportation will be willing to hire anyone. She answered with a small smile. Thank you for taking this job. I say with a slight bow. I guess it's finally my turn then. Said Mr. Wall. The center is doing well. We have a steady flow of people who know they can look for proper jobs. Some businesses in the alley have actually put some ads that they are looking to hire as well and I'm currently holding talks with some out-of-country industries to see if they could participate as well. I believe that the center will be too crowded if we continue to sell the paper and add in the gadgets you and Mr. Norm will be providing. He said while indicating to Arthur Norm, the skilled enchanter and runes expert who has recently joined. I agree with you Mr. Wall, that is why a venue has already been prepared for the Herald on its own. A place for it to grow properly. I will repurpose the space it is currently occupying to host classes. These will be for people trying to improve themselves, gain skills to get jobs, and in the summer it will mostly serve to allow children from Muggle houses to be able to practice and learn magic legally. I will also try to get experts in various fields to hold seminars, but that is for the future. I say already 2 steps ahead of the issue. Then it seems I truly have nothing to worry about sir. Michael. He answered with a grin. Now then. Mr. Norm there is no need to be worried or nervous. I wish to know if anything will be required or if anything can be improved regarding the production of the enchanted Muggle tools. I say facing the final and newest member who should have something to report. Yes sir. Thank you for your time everyone and it is a pleasure to know sir. Michael has so many other competent members in his circle. I hope I can help in whatever form I can and for those who don't know me, I am Arthur Norm and I will be in charge of the Muggle Toy Box. It will be a company with the goal of introducing small but useful pieces of the mundane side to wizards. He said with a slight bow to everyone. There have been no issues with the supply chain and facilities you have provided sir. Michael, and the employee training is going quite well. Everything is on the schedule we have established with Mr. Cross. He reported as if I was a general. That is very good. But please let me know if there are any issues. I will not be upset. I would be more upset if a problem was hidden and bigger problems emerged later. I want to produce the best we can give. No need rush it either, if delays happen they happen. I said to the man who nods with a thoughtful expression. Now, I have two announcements. First is that I want to know if anyone finds a suitable candidate for my next venture, which involves the introduction of apartments to wizards. It has already been employed in France and I think it would help the many homeless in our society, create more jobs, help Muggleborns settle themselves in the wizarding world better and possibly help create more wizard communities in Britain. Secondly, I've received an interesting invention from a like-minded person. They are called vanishing boxes, a tool which shall be introduced to the public before next year. It serves to instantaneously send messages to others holding one. This person has crafted these to be used as a means for either important or urgent news within your charges to reach me or Mr. Cross wherever we might be. These will only be able to communicate with each other so that no one can intercept or tamper with them. I say having Scott hand them out to everyone. I believe that is all. I think I will make this kind of meeting a yearly event. Until then I hope you all great success and progress in your goals. Thank you for your time everyone. I announce to conclude the luncheon, allowing everyone to leave. 41, CH41 Final Preparations. With my businesses up and running properly, it was time for me to finish preparing myself for the coming troubles at Dear Hogwarts. My magical cores surpass McGonagall and Snape's in amount of energy stored, produced, and the speed at which I can wield, my final estimates being at nearly double of theirs in those departments. The magical strength is equal to them though and that limit will not break until I find out how to go through to my third magical maturity, to step into the domain of Dumbledore and Voldemort. With my cores not going to progress for a while without a good catalyst, I believed it was finally time to add two new options to my ever-growing skill set, becoming an animagus and finally enchanting my knife, which I've put off doing until now for two reasons. The first was for me to do proper research into flight enchantments and second was to plan out how the enchantments would meld with the pre-existing magic of the knife itself. The animagus process is long and annoying, but I didn't have the time to go around the world in search of groups famous for their skills in the subject. So I'm stuck with the British one. My skills and abilities are more than enough to make things work, I was just wishing for a less time-consuming method. And so, on the next full moon I stuck a mandrake to the roof of my mouth with a small sticking charm so it wouldn't move and lose my progress. Everything else was already prepared, just needed to keep the leaf in my mouth for the next month. During that month I decided to spend some time helping Susan prepare for Hogwarts since she is quite nervous about the upcoming year. It doesn't matter who you are, going at a boarding school at the age of 11 is something you'll get nervous about no matter if you already know a lot about it. It's just how children are. They worry about making friends, fitting in, missing their families, not wanting to disappoint or fail. These are thoughts most children will have until they experience it for themselves. But, I'll be there until she's 14, so if anyone bullies my sister they will suffer. Aside from that, I had plenty of spare time to work on my knife. The beautifully crafted combat knife, with its phoenix engraving, ruby eyes, and comfortable leather-wrapped hilt. As perfect as always and I expect nothing less from a goblin-made product. My plan at this point is to link it to the ring I received as a sign of friendship from said goblins I received when I got the name Bones Crusher from them. It's made of the same materials as the knife, goblin silver and ruby. This will allow me to form a very strong link between the two objects since they even went the extra mile and used silver of the same vein and pieces from the same ruby. The knife will receive some of the enchantments typically found in brooms such as the flight, acceleration, brakes, control system and anti-tampering protections. I have already modified them for the knife itself, taking into account the weight, aerodynamics, center of gravity and material. I will also add enchantments not typically found on brooms as well, such as Notice Me Not and Shrinking Charms. I tried to test the Fidelius charm, but I couldn't make it work. Imagine a knife people can't see or remember unless told about it by a single person. It was sadly not meant to be. Everything regarding the magic was calculated beforehand and all that truly remained was to make and adjust it. The ring will serve as the controller. I used a base of the Firebolt's extremely sensitive response charms, mixed in some of my Quill's minor legilimantic abilities, to make a hybrid system that is linked to my mind on a minor level. I will not allow it to have true access to my mind, since that would leave a backdoor into my defenses. It will simply activate when the thought command bolt is directed at it and receive orders from there. To make sure nothing was rushed or done wrong, I spent a week slowly weaving the layers of magic into the knife. Interconnecting everything into one perfectly enchanted hidden weapon, to serve as one of my aces when danger truly arrives. It took a few tries to get the flight working perfectly, since knowing how something will react in theory is very different from the real thing. But after it was done I was able to put in my add-ons one at a time. Until a week later a knife hovered in front of me, awaiting my command. It stably floated, no fluctuation, no unwanted rotations or tilting. It was waiting in the air perfectly. I made it go back into its sheath on my left arm, headed downstairs and out to the backyard. Auntie was still at work and Susan was at the Abbotts again, so I could freely set up some targets and make them float. With but a thought, my knife flew out of its resting place without a sound. If I wasn't expecting it, I might have actually missed it. It was that quick and subtle. It was simply cutting through the air as if it wasn't there as it pierced the centers of all my targets in quick succession, all hitting the bullseye. Yes. Ho 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 yes. It feels so good when a project like this gets such magnificent results. Almost no better feelings in the world. I yelled out in satisfaction. I mean, can you blame me? Everyone's felt that wave of relief after a paper or exam. Imagine that, but times 50 at least. Tilly just took a glance out the window and returned back to her work. She's seen this kind of scene a lot with me around. I create or improve things so much that she's gotten used to it. But she did notice that I'd seemed more excited than usual. After a few more rounds of testing for control, speed, accuracy, long-term use and power, I finally let the knife return to its home. It had an almost instantaneous burst of speed of at most 90 ms/s, for which I added a modified cushioning enchantment to the sheath to offset, but it's hard to control at that speed so I will most likely not use the max often. Its piercing power is ridiculous and I used dragon hide and leather to test it out, as well as a variety of magical creature parts to thoroughly understand its strength, but nothing could stop it and only slowed it down a bit at most. This is not even mentioning that there isn't a scratch on the knife and that after I'd figured out my limits in controlling the knife perfectly, it was a result that could bring tears to a weapons fanatic. I am not ashamed to admit I was very giddy for a while because of my new toy. I still had some time before my month with a leaf in my mouth was over, so I decided to buy a few things as Michael Falster. Nothing too weird, just a few creature reserves. You know, like the one with dragons in Romania and a few around the UK itself, a few hippogriff breeders and some acromantula farms. I'm also currently negotiating with some Velas to set up a protected territory in Britain and I tried to talk to some proper vampire families, but nothing came out of that one. Centaurs are too prideful and reject humans because of the constant oppression they have to deal with and their own beliefs, so no go there. But an interesting little project started brewing in my head as I talked to a colony of mer people open to setting up a home near the Isles of Scotland. In exchange for the area and help in legitimizing it, I'm hoping to have them farm aquatic herbs of various kind and form an exchange system. Look, I like creatures and non-humans, don't judge me. Plus I'm sending my acquired creature homes new wards and protections for them to set up. It'll stop muggles from finding the places and the creatures they hold. This will help slow the overkilling of magical creatures for ingredients or because they were spotted. I'm also trying to sponsor laws to help the protection of creatures through ministry officials. So that's how I spent my month. After the month was over I could finally move on to the next steps of the animagus process, involving me putting the leaf in a crystal vial that bathed in pure moonlight and adding a hair. Then I had to add a silver teaspoon of dew from a place that neither sunlight nor human feet have touched for the next week, while also adding chrysalis of a death's head hawk moth, then storing it in a dark and quiet place until the next electrical storm. Okay, small break here, but who the hell figured out all this crap and how? I mean, it's ridiculous. It's a thought that comes in my mind a lot when I work with potions with long brewing times, but this is still weirdly specific. Sigh. Back to the process, I started to get up at sunrise and say Amato Animo Animato Animagus as needed before exercising, doing it at sundown as well, and I felt the recorded second heartbeat, so at least I'm on the right track. I had to wait for half a month before an electrical storm arrived. I used Soul to flame us both over to it in a rush and took out the now blood-red potion for its container. I placed my wand's tip over my heart and chanted Amato Animo Animato Animagus once again, then chugging the potion. The fiery pain spread through my body as I could feel it trying to change me. It was painful to be sure. But I looked down on this amount of pain as my heartbeat doubled. I had suffered through much worse and remembered every moment. I stood proud and resilient in the face of this transformation. I suddenly felt a third heartbeat in my chest and grinned at what this signified. But suddenly my body started to change. My clothes started to melt into me and hair started to grow out of me. I was forced to bend down as my hands and feet changed into large paws, with strong claws accompanying them. I felt my head and bones change as I slowly became the predator I seemed to be. As I stood on my new paws, I felt the strength in my legs, the sharp claws in the earth, my eyes being improved even further. I took everything in and let out a victorious roar, since I had become a mountain lion. Not only that, but my Wampus cat parts influenced this form as these eyes boosted my legilimency and my spell resistance was enhanced. After feeling the changes in my body, I reverted to my human form flawlessly. I then focused of the third heartbeat and started to change again. This time wasn't nearly as violent as the other. I became smaller, my arms slowly turning into wings as my clothes turned into feathers, my feet becoming claws, my mouth into a beak. I felt myself become lighter as my transformation was completed. As it ended I took a second to check myself out and with a sharp cry I realized what my new form was, Golden Eagle. One with reddish-brown feathers, golden tail feathers and sharper beak and claws. It seemed like my bond with Soul affected the transformation as well because I felt like I could lift a person or two. A far cry from her 10, but it's downright impossible for normal birds. With a very excited heart, I stretched my wings and learned how to fly as a bird. And after an hour of doing so I have to say it's intoxicating to have that feeling freedom. I've flown on a broom sure, but this is so much better. You feel the wind through your feathers, let yourself be carried by the breeze and control your flight through minute changes in your wings. It was brilliant. So I returned to my home with a wide smile on my face and a happy heart at my achievement. 42, ch 42 Unexpected Meetings. After obtaining my animagus transformations, I spent the rest of the holidays training or researching. With my arithmancy, herbology, potions, runes, and transfiguration projects for mastery finished, and the books I plan to publish for all of them except the last are ready to be copied and printed, I feel quite happy. I decided focus on my projects to get my name out as a healer and warder next, while working on the broom project. I've actually got sketches and enchantments written down already, but it's going to take a lot of time and testing to get everything right. Aside from that, I was handling my duties as heir very well, with Aunt Amelia handing out most of the work for me to take care of, letting me gain experience as a lord as I do. In addition, the impending opening of Bones Works and the introduction of my creations to Magical Britain was making me feel a bit busier than usual. I was spending time between home and the store in Diagon Alley to get as many things ready before I had to leave for the school year. I'll have to see if I can get permission to leave for a day or two in order to attend the opening. It was during this time that Aunt Amelia actually brought something which surprised me. Aiden, you will be attending a gathering of ministry officials with me this Saturday. Empty your schedule and prepare yourself properly for the event. You will be introduced to society as the next head of Noble House Bones. She plainly said during supper. Cough cough cough. Wait what? I exclaimed in surprise. That was rude to do at the table. Be sure to keep your manners properly during the evening. She simply said. Why now? I've been the heir for a year now and you've never even mentioned anything like this. I say, still recovering from the bomb my aunt dropped. Sigh. I honestly don't care for these matters. I would rather you continue as you are now, simply taking care of the house in peace and building up your projects. But the nagging of those old houses has passed the reasonable threshold and are almost harassing me to engage Susan to one of them, so they can absorb our family. They've all assumed she is the next head because we've never announced you or the fact that you're almost the head already. Explained Amelia. She looked both angry and tired at the thought of this annoyance. Those bastards want to take my little sister and steal our things, do they? I then said while narrowing my eyes and coming up with some nasty surprises. Aiden. Interrupted Auntie. Oh right. Those respectable lords and ladies wish to discuss the possibility of keeping the blood of Britain's wizarding world strong, whilst also aiding in the strengthening of the position of noble families in our dear community by pooling our assets together. How's that for political speech? I responded by saying exactly the same as before, but politely so that everyone can smile at the fact that they want our money and to have one of their inbred idiots impregnate my sister in the future. Aiden please. She said with her hand massaging her forehead. I will play nice with the slimy gits. Don't you worry Auntie. I will not give them any means to harm or harass our family. I say to the woman. All right, I believe you and know you will be able to act properly. She said after a bit. So the rest of the week passed me by as Tilly was very excited to dress me up. I couldn't for the life of me wear the robes she kept throwing my way, but from what I know men's fashion also has the option of wearing some Victorian era suits. So I took the option and I chose a black three-piece tailcoat suit. No hats will be worn because my hair itself is decoration enough, with its almost glittering silver locks and small rivers of gold hidden from casual observers, it's hard to find anything that can match it. Since it is fairly long, almost reaching the middle of my back, it was decided to tie it up into a proper ponytail and letting a bit of my hair frame my face to show it off and bring attention to my blazing eyes. Hair's kinda like Akira Hayama from Food Wars, but without the hair in the middle of his face. And so I stand in front of the mirror which reflects an attractively muscled adolescent, in a well-fitted suit showing off some of the aforementioned muscle, with what would have been a flawless face if not for the scar crossing the flame-like eyes decorating his visage, and the hair made him appear almost ethereal. Looking very real, but at the same time fleeting. Damn, I look good. Lady Death really did handle it properly. I said with a moment of narcissism. It did hurt a lot to get this though, so gonna try to be positive about this. After my little bit of narcissism, I went downstairs, received a compliment from my cute sister and off we went. We simply took the flu to get there, fast and easy. You just need to scour Jiffy yourself after arriving to get the ash off. The venue itself was quite nice. The ceiling looked like the twinkling stars, tables were properly set with actual silverware and black tablecloths. It seemed like the food would be served like how Hogwarts does it, but in the meantime people were chatting to each other. The minister was there of course, since this was his event. I saw many department heads and members of important families. I was broken out of my observing by a portly man with neatly combed grey hair, wearing robes fit to formal occasions by wizard standards, looked to be past 50. There you are, Amelia, there you are. It is a pleasure for you to join this year. To what do we owe the pleasure? He asked in a jovial tone. He looked a bit red and I assumed he might have either drank a bit too much, was embarrassed by something, or was simply so unused to quick physical activity and was trying not to look like it. He took a look at me with curiosity in his eyes, due to my looks and the fact I came with the head of the DMLE. Hello, Minister. Thank you for the invitation. She said with a slight bow. I am mostly here tonight to introduce my nephew Aiden to the more influential members of our society. He is the true heir of the family as he was Edgar's son and has been recognized. She then answered to fill the man's query. Now Aiden, this is Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. He was sworn in last year. She then said to me. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Minister. I said politely and with proper manners. I am Aiden Michael Bones, heir of House Bones, and I will be beginning my 4th year at Hogwarts once term starts. My introduction got a bit of attention since most people didn't actually know of me. The students at Hogwarts would probably not mention me because I was never announced as heir, making me less important in the eyes of the nobles, and I've been active in academic ways so I might be mentioned in regards to that. But I've never done or said anything directly linking me to my house, so most people just kind of forgot I was related to Amelia. I'm not like some little daddy's boy who will enroll this year. You can't talk for a minute without bringing up his family. I didn't know anyone survived that. Exclaimed the minister in shock as he was trying to contemplate the implications of my presence. I was very fortunate to have survived that horrible day. I say with some sadness in my voice. But I have been even luckier to have my aunt take me in and raising me and my cousin as she did. I have always been thankful for that. I add with a smile. Quite. I hope you enjoy the evening, Amelia, young Bones. He replied absent-mindedly as he left. After that short meeting we head to out and start mingling with some people. I was introduced to Rufus Scrimgeour, current head of the Aura office and, if everything goes according to canon, the next minister. He was interesting in his own way, as spending most of your adult career hunting dark wizards tends to do, making him like Moody but a lot less paranoid. Auntie also introduced me to others whom she worked with or was from her department. It seemed like we were staying away from people whom I know for a fact she can't stand. People like Lucius Malfoy who were confirmed Death Eaters, but got away through the Imperious Defense and Bribery, and who have ministry officials in their pockets. If they come over I feel like she'll try to arrest them for a litany of crimes. Can't lie though, I kinda want to see one of those guys jump into her path and see how it goes. The evening was going quite well for the most part. We mingled, I was introduced to the important members of the community and the food was good enough. That was until a sickeningly sugary voice was heard from behind me. Hem. If I could take some of your time, Amelia. The voice that anyone who read the books or watched the movies would know said. I used my impressive occlumency to stop any emotions from appearing on my face, forcing my body to stay relaxed and my face to hold its polite smile. Because of what I know of the woman I might kill her too quickly to think about it properly if I don't. She is someone I've actually had investigated by both the goblins and my own people to find out if she's really that bad, and let's just say that she's worse than what people think. Apparently she even made dedicated blood purists back away from her with her ideas. That tells you something about a person. Senior Undersecretary Umbridge. To what do I owe this interruption? Asked my aunt, clearly not happy to see the woman. Honestly, who is happy to see the toad? She is a short squat woman resembling said animal, only paler. She had a broad, flabby face, a wide, slack mouth, and little neck. Her eyes were bulging and poachy, and in her mousy brown hair was in a short style. And even here she was wearing that ungodly amount of pink, for someone whose eyes were overdeveloped like mine it was torture to see. I wish to speak to you about you hiring those werewolves and housing them together. This cannot go on. They will attack anyone around them like the beasts they are. If you do not dismiss them on your own, then the bill I'm currently petitioning will do it for you. She said with casual racism like it couldn't be said any other way. I am sorry to interrupt Aunt Amelia, but if the Madam Undersecretary has an issue with the choice of employees, surely she should speak to me. No. I suddenly spoke up, trying to remain polite. And how so, child? She replied with that fucking voice. Simply because I am the one who is in charge of the project and the one who recruited them. I state. You let a child hire a bunch of beasts without interfering. She then questioned Amelia like I wasn't really there. Why ever not? Aiden made sure everything was according to the laws in place. Every werewolf under our employment is registered. They are doing even more than what they were hired for. Remarkable work efficiency and results have proven their worth. She answered with the data I've given her and from what she observed from her own inspections. That is true, Madam Umbridge. And on the point of them being a risk due to their condition, it has already been solved by using some of their pay to purchase wolfsbane potions we provide and letting them stay in reinforced rooms for when they change. For the last year, not a single incident has occurred with our system in place and they simply have 2 days less of personal time to allow them to recover from the full moon. I had to drive back any argument she had against our business. This cannot go on. You are employing half-beasts when there are plenty of true wizards who could be hired. She said in an increasingly erratic manner. But hasn't the firm center in Diagon Alley been doing that already? From what I've seen, people who are actually seeking jobs have been able to reliably find them through its services. I reply innocently. That horrid place is giving all those jobs, which should go to true wizards and handing them out to those unworthies. She squeaked out as her face was reddening. I simply can't understand what you mean by unworthy, Madam Umbridge. From what I've gathered, the center lends its assistance to those who've either had trouble getting jobs in our community or wish to find better ones. What's unworthy about that? I asked, knowing full well how I'm leading her to her limits. I want her to blow and say her true thoughts. I might also have used a subtle form of legilimency as we are talking to loosen her restraints. Those half-breed mongrels and mudbloods don't deserve to even have magic, much less to have jobs in our world. They should be registered and banned. She said loudly as she finally snapped, making a lot of people get quiet. How could you say that? You are the undersecretary of the minister. Lycanthropy is a disease, and one that can be managed completely if one knows how. Our own business is living proof of that. And how dare you use that word to slander good men and women? My own mother was a muggle-born who bravely fought against you-know-who, and from what I've been told your own mother was a muggle, so how could you just insult these women? I said with injustice in my voice. I am a pure-blooded witch. And you're filthy, she started yelling as she had snapped at my comment on her birth. Take the undersecretary away. It would seem like she's had too much sherry. Ordered Fudge as he finally noticed how bad things were going, sadly stopping me from really killing her career and besmirching his with it. Let us go as well, Aiden. This evening has turned distasteful, said Auntie as she walked away. But on our way back she looked at me as we were walking. You did that on purpose, didn't you? She then asked. Knew you'd figure it out. I say with a bright smile. That is dangerous, Aiden. Even though she is a horrid individual, she is still undersecretary and can make a lot of things happen. She said, trying to have caution and scold me. Don't worry about her. Worry about what I can do to her. I say with an ever-increasing grin. What do you mean? She responded with curiosity. I could have basically ruined her career tonight and dragged the minister through the mud with a bit of manipulation and a small mention of her mother. Imagine what I can do when I'm actually trying. I say with my face looking more like a scheming devil. And what would be considered trying? Auntie asked with a raised eyebrow. I have a nice folder of information about the madam, and every single bit of info would get her kicked out of her post if used right. Hell, some might land her in Azkaban, but neither will happen at the moment since Fudge wants her, hence she is protected. But if she bothers me, then I'll set her life on fire. I finish with my evilest grin. I think I may have created a little monster, replied Amelia, almost pitying the toad at this point. Whatever do you mean, Auntie dearest? I am a true angel. I reply with a pure smile and honest face. That gets her to smile as we reach the flua and head home. 43, ch 43 Paper and Train. After that night, many families had misgivings about associating with the toad. Her hatred and racism were far too open, leaving her direct boss scrounging for support, and some of the families with loose morals were there to do so. Of course none of this made it into the Prophet, but luckily enough a certain reporter for the Herald was present at the dinner. He just so happened to have a voice recorder I had made. And just so happened to have been nearby at the time. And the event just so happened to have been published. Racist Ministry. By Darius Stone. Being the reporter selected to cover the ministry ball, hosted by Minister of Magic Cornelius Oswald Fudge, I was present during the entire evening of the 24th of August. The dinner was a fairly standard affair, with many families of great importance in our wonderful country, coming together to hopefully help lead the ministry to a brighter future. It was going well, until the minister greeted one Amelia Bones, current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and she introduced her young nephew, Aiden Michael Bones, currently recognized heir to Noble House Bones and student at our very own Hogwarts. This seemed to shock the minister as he soon left with a distant look on his face. I am sure, dear readers, that you do not need to be reminded of those dreadful years before the boy who lived defeated he who must not be named. Truly horrible times. But in my humble opinion, it would seem that the minister was shocked that the son of the previous head of House Bones, Edgar Bones, a noted and respected man, acknowledged as one of the best in his generation, known resistor of Death Eaters and their master, and who unfortunately fell alongside almost all of the Bones family half a year before the celebrated fall of he who must not be named, lived. Some time later, Madam Undersecretary of the Minister, Dolores Umbridge, approached Madam Bones about her family's new and anticipated store, which has already been covered by both the celebrated Daily Prophet and this very paper, for the innovative products which will be revealed in a short time and their progressive hiring of people afflicted with lycanthropy. Madame Umbridge seemed worried about the potential risks the afflicted employees could represent for many. But shockingly, not even one such case has happened from the Bones family employees. Even more shocking was the fact that 14-year-old Aiden Bones was publicly admitted to be the creator and head of the project known as Bones Works and its products. That's right. Such a young man is in fact the creator of the highly anticipated Vanishing Box and Desk Work Quill. Truly he shows that he shall have a bright future ahead. Many people were shocked at the revelation, but the Madam Undersecretary seemed unsatisfied with the employment of those suffering from lycanthropy. She first called such people beasts and half-beasts, referring to witches and wizards who have never had the choice to do anything but to suffer under symptoms that anyone could be infected by, as less than human. This escalated further as Air Bones was continuously trying to reassure Madame Umbridge that even if they weren't hiring true witches and wizards as the Undersecretary stated, the currently known firm Center was already doing so and that many without employment were finding it there. This seemed to irritate the Madam as she called those who were being helped unworthies. And upon the adolescent Bones trying to understand who the Madam Umbridge was referring to, she answered, "If you will forgive the following language, that half-breed mongrels and mudbloods were undeserving of being allowed to use magic, much less be part of the magical community." That's right. The direct subordinate of our representative, the Minister of Magic. A man who campaigned under the slogan "A fair deal for wizards who deal fair with muggles," was yelling at a child trying to improve the situation of suffering individuals, that anyone not of wizard descent or having partial non-human blood should not be allowed to be a true witch or wizard. The minister forced the Undersecretary away before the situation worsened even further, but I must ask you, ladies and gentlemen. Is this what you truly want out of your representatives and officials? To have someone with so much reach and influence on our country with such extreme values? I for one am disillusioned by the current state of affairs and am starting to worry a bit. Hopefully more initiatives like the FRIM Center and the ones young Air Bones are working on will help stem the tide. Well, that went well. Hope this'll help sell some more papers and make some people question the prophet a bit for not reporting on such a public event. I really want them to try and harass us over this, cause if they do I can release the recording we have through an interview on the Wizarding Wireless Network. That'll really fuck their reputation. I say to myself while musing on possible retaliations. Anyway, back to the task at hand. I say while getting up from my chair and putting the paper down. I've been spending a lot of time in Diagon Alley to prepare for the opening of the store. I wanted to make sure everything was going to be okay once I left and that all employees knew how to sell the products, as well as the ins and outs of all the models and options. Everything was moving along quite well. The store was going to be a lot cleaner and nicer than most wizarding stores. It would have the aesthetics of a Muggle store, but made of wood. I even designed small rooms that emitted light with a proper control system and power source. It was neatly organized and was set up to properly display the two current products. Only the first floor of the building was being used at the moment, leaving space for expansions later when I create more things to sell here. As the last days of my summer slowly slipped away, Susan was getting nervous at her impending departure and I was still busy between the store, air duties, and Michael shenanigans. Until the 31st of August snuck up on me and it was time to get ready for my own departure as well. With nothing left that I could do, I went home and relaxed for the evening. The next day arrived and it was finally going to be the start of the canon for me. I know it should have started about a month ago for Harry, but I hope nothing's been changed. As we arrived at King's Cross in style once again, Susan got even more nervous and clung to me as if she would get lost. "It's all right, Suz, you don't have to worry. All you have to do is find your friend Hannah and you'll be fine. You find an empty cabin. You'll hang out together for the ride and hopefully make some new friends. There are no reasons to be nervous. You are a smart, kind, and courageous girl, the others will love you," I say with a calm voice and reassuring smile as I pat her head. "You can't just cling to me or you'll never get to have the adventures awaiting for you at Hogwarts. You'll be able to see me almost every meal and you can always come and find me cause I always have time for my little sister. You can also come and get some help at my exchange." I add to excite and reassure the girl of 11. "Okay. I'll try to find Hannah," she said after taking a deep breath. "Thanks big bro, and thank Aunt Amelia, I'll send you plenty of letters through the box," she said as she hugged us both and ran off. Why does it feel like I'm giving her away? I asked mostly to myself. "Oh Aiden, aren't you a bit young yourself to be thinking that?" teased Auntie as she heard this. "But you did spend a lot of time alone together." Sigh. "Please continue to look after her, I know it must be hard on you since I can't always be there, but just make sure she's all right," she then said with a slightly sad look on her face. "I've never thought of being there for Susan as a burden, Auntie, more like a sacred duty," I say with a smile. "But I'm wounded. How come you aren't worried about me?" I say with fake sadness. "Because unlike you, Susan can't demolish trained aurors, break metal with her bare hands, shrug off stunners or simply flay another's mind with a look," she answered with a smirk. "You are so cruel, Auntie, making me sound like a monster. I'm still just an innocent teenager at heart." I reply with mock hurt. Yes yes. An innocent teenager with the name Bones Crusher. She then said offhandedly. Haha, okay you win. I then respond as I break out laughing in defeat. But yet, I'll make sure Susan is safe and sound. I reassure her as I give a hug. I head off and try to find an empty cabin, but surprisingly I found Victoria. Usually I'm the first here due to my aunt getting us to the station ahead of time so she can go to work. Hello to you our snake matron. I greet with a grin as I came in. Good day to you as well almighty Silver Raven. She replied with her own grin. How's your summer been? Any issues with that problem? You didn't mention anything or come over, but I still worried. I asked as I sat down, showing my concern for my good friend. It was okay. Your candles stopped him every time and you guys letting me use Tilly made it tolerable. I couldn't impose any more on your aunt since things were a lot better than before. She said trying to look okay. We don't think of you as imposing on anyone Victoria. We just worry about you, plus Tilly has been really happy to have more to do, so we didn't really feel like we were doing anything. I say, trying to reassure and make her smile. Thanks Aiden. She said with a truly happy smile. Thanks for caring so much. Anytime. A few minutes later, our resident Hagrid showed up. Hey you two, having fun all to your lonesomes. Burst in Christian with his usual energetic appearance. He looked wilder than usual as his messy hair grew to be almost shoulder length. Kinda reminded of Harry in his 4th year, but wilder. He also grew a few inches and he was starting to gain some muscle due to his parents almost forcing him to live in the wild. Very funny you little prat. Replied Victoria with a smile. Just checking up on our lovely snake princess. I say nonchalantly. Yeah sure. Anyway. I've got to tell you guys what I did this summer. It was great this time. Christian then said excitedly. Wait for James first, don't want you to retell the thing just for him. He should be here soon, I feel him coming closer. I say as I used my other senses to feel for my other best friend. I still can't get over the fact that you can feel everything around. It's so unfair. No one can prank or sneak up on you. Exclaimed Christian in admiration. Wait you can do what? Said the surprised Victoria. How's that even possible? I know you're beyond a simple genius, but this is beyond even that. Shit, I forgot you were there. Said a panicking Christian as he looked at me with worry since I've never told Victoria about those rituals. What do you mean by that? She asked. But her eyes widened in the realization that he knows something she didn't. What are you guys hiding from me? She then asked as she narrowed her eyes. But at the moment James reached our cabin and opened. Hey guys, how were your? What going on in here? He said as he noticed the atmosphere. Sigh. Christian opened his big mouth and Victoria wants to know. Should I? I explained simply and asked my two friends. Christian, really? Couldn't keep it in. Asked a slightly judgmental James. It was an accident. I just got used to her hanging out with us and forgot that she didn't know. He tried to explain. Will you prats tell me what you're going on about already? Yelled an irritated Victoria. So yes or no? I then asked the two. Although it's been a relatively short time, Victoria is loyal and trustworthy. We also know her situation and now she's heard too much to just ignore this. So I'm for it. Said the ever-thoughtful James. This is my fault, and although she can have a venomous tongue, she is a good person. So yeah, I think she should know too. Agreed a sorry-looking Christian. Alright then. Victoria, this has something to do with the Death Eaters, but know that you are my friend and I will never hold things your father or family have done against you okay? I start off by saying to make sure the girl does not overthink. And with a determined nod I begin my tale once again. It all started when I was 4. 44, ch 44 Destiny is a bitch. After my tale was told, Victoria wasn't sure about what to do. She felt a bit sad that she wasn't told before, but she also understood that we haven't been friends for that long and telling her this was a great show of trust. She felt guilty for her previous thoughts about me in 1st, 2nd, and halfway through the 3rd year, having judged without knowing anything. Sadness for what I've experienced was also present, thinking of how any other child would have long since died. And she felt guilt for the relief felt at the fact I wasn't this powerful naturally. She didn't like feeling this but it is simply human nature and she finally understood why I see myself as a monster more than a perfect genius. My strength, looks and power all come from a truly dark place, but I accepted it and tried to do the best I could with. Victoria, I'm saying all this not for you to feel bad about yourself or for me, but so you can understand me better. The past is always behind you, but the future you chase will pave what is left in it. All that matters is if everything I leave behind is worth it. And in this case, I have suffered a lot of pain and lost much, but today I have a loving family, good friends, knowledge, strength, confidence, happiness, drive, dreams, goals, hopes and fun. I will never forget what was lost, but I will not let it drag me away from what I'd wish to gain. I say to my downcast friend. I don't want her to do anything, just accept it. She looks at me in the eyes. Her dark green meeting my blazing red gold. For a minute we simply stare in each other's eyes, neither wavering, before she slowly closes hers. All right. Thank you for telling Aiden. Then from now on, you guys can call me Tori. She declared to our confusion. And noticing it she explains. That's the nickname my mom had for me before her accident and only she's ever said it, so I thought that since you shared something so personal I should respond. After being stunned for a second, me, James and Christian smile at each other nod, before saying in unison. Hey Tori. And having goofy grins on our faces due to her now red face. You guys better not tease me about this or I'm going to make you all suffer. She said while trying to hide her embarrassment. Which only made us laugh more, until we finally stopped to not go past the point of good humor. Thanks Tori, for accepting me and sharing some of yourself. I say with a bright smile. It seemed to have stunned her, hearing my honest thanks and seeing my smile, because she paused for a second. Yeah, no problem at all Aiden. She answered with a bit of stumbling. And the two watching this had growing grins on their faces. That was until Victoria noticed and her eyes turned into a predator's. So you two think this is fun to watch? She said in a dangerous tone. Then I'm not helping you two in potions for the next month. After hearing that bit, both of their smiles vanished since they were both crap at the subject and Snape made it worse. They could only get acceptable because of our Slytherin friend here. So with a smile I look at the two begging for her mercy and then turn my gaze, avoiding looking at them. It's not like I need her help, but what's the point of jumping in front of a snake's mouth for no reason and tempting fate? The comedy routine went on for a bit until someone tried to open the door, but since it was locked they started knocking. Taking this chance to escape, Christian rushes to open it, but when he did we could hear a girl speak in a very matter-of-factly tone. You all know you aren't allowed locking the cabins. It's against the school rules. We heard her say before even saying hello or excusing herself for intruding. Yeah, but who's going to do anything? We aren't in the school and there's almost no supervision. Replied Christian casually. Everyone knows you aren't supposed to lock the cabin, but plenty of people who wish for a peaceful trip do it. If they really don't want people to lock the doors they would have simply removed the locks or enchanted them. It doesn't matter. Rules are rules. She then said, getting offended at the fact Christian was so dismissive of the rules. Then what about basic rules of etiquette and social interactions? You come and intrude on our conversation, start trying to lecture your seniors and then get offended at how the reality of hundreds of adolescent witches and wizards aren't obeying rules when there is no supervision. Cut in a huffy Victoria, getting annoyed at the rude girl. Now you two, I think the little first year has had enough. Said James as he wanted to stop the two from making the girl either cry or burst out in rage. Christian would yell and Victoria would verbally annihilate her. I chuckle a bit at the three of them before getting up. Christian notices and decides to let me handle it as he sits down and Victoria doesn't continue to berate the girl. Well, I think it's about time we hear from her the reason why she wanted us to open the door, no. I say to the three calmly as they now turn their attention to the girl. It was interesting to see one of the main characters from the books and movies alive in front of me. Hermione Granger, greatest witch of her year, would have been the generation, but I'm here. There was the long mane of brown hair, looking as uncontrollable as written, her clear brown eyes, slightly too large front teeth, but she looked like the young Emma Watson too. And so I give the calm and patient smile I give to all those who either ask for help or wish to learn from me. So young miss, to what do we owe the pleasure of you seeking to enter our cabin with such an entrance? I say, teasing her a bit. But to my surprise she wasn't embarrassed, she was simply staring with an open mouth and wide eyes at me. And my friends noticed. And. Yup, she's gone. Declared Christian after taking a look. Did you really have to ruin the poor girl? She never seen you so you appearing with that smile is just unfair to her. Joined in Victoria. I must admit that you do forget that you are very attractive to women Aiden. Should have taken it easy on the girl. Finished off James. It wasn't on purpose, I was just trying to help out and know the reason as to why she came in the first place. It's weird that a first year is knocking on doors in the first place, even weirder is that she's so far away from the first year cabins. I try to defend myself. During our little exchange Hermione finally snaps out of it and blushes heavily at the fact that she was so openly stunned and staring. I was wondering if anyone had seen a toad. One of the other first years lost one. She finally said through her embarrassment. See. Actual reason and solvable problem. I get to say to my friends. You've still broken her. Replied Christian, hitting where it hurts. Cut me some slack man. I cried out. You must suffer for your crimes, corrupting such a young girl. Tisk. Tisk. Responded Victoria in a chastising tone. Sigh. Anyway. Do you know the toad's name? I ask Hermione as I give up defending myself. Hey? Oh. No, I don't. I'll go get the boy looking for it. She said quickly as she ran off. A minute or so later she returned while I was still dealing with the teasing, with who I'd assumed was Neville Longbottom. A bit shorter than average, chubbiness displayed by his cheeks and round face, slightly buck-toothed, short brown hair and green eyes. You must be the boy whose toad the girl is looking for, yes? I ask, knowing full well, but I mustn't look I do. Yeah, yes. He answered nervously. There's no need to be nervous, I just want to help you find it. If you want, you can introduce yourself and you will need to tell me the name of said toad. I say in a reassuring voice and calm smile. My name is Annie Neville Longbottom, it's nice to meet you. I introduced nervously. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Neville, I am Aiden Bones. Now if you could please say the name of your toad, I'll have it in front of you in a moment. I continued to gently encourage him using my calm voice. His name is Trevor. He finally said. With a wave of my quickly drawn wand, I silently cast Oxio and stretch out my other hand. Within seconds the toad flies to me and I catch it. Here we are. One Trevor the toad for one Neville Longbottom. I say with a my still present smile. Trevor. He exclaimed in surprise and happiness. Thank you. He then added with gratefulness in his voice, and Hermione, noticing what I just did, had stars in her eyes. It was no problem whatsoever, Neville. I say with a chuckle at both of their behavior. Before you leave, however, I would like to extend a helping hand. You have gone through a lot at a young age, much like me, so if you ever need help, do come by the exchange. You can ask any of your seniors where and when it happens, and if you end up in Ravenclaw, I'll bring you there myself. I say as I hand the toad over to the boy. And I do mean what I say. Because of that stupid prophecy, he lost any semblance of parents and was raised by his grandmother who, although she is a powerful and influential witch, was broken by her son and daughter-in-law's fates. She pushes the image of her son onto her grandson and chastises him when he does not excel in the same areas as he did. Meanwhile the boy had to grow up with insane parents, as they cannot even remember him. It was also done by the same Lestrange bitch who killed my family and kidnapped me. Destiny is a bitch and she made many children suffer for her so-called fate. 45, ch 45 A story come to life. After a slightly confused but happy Neville and a very curious but shy Hermione left, I was free to return to my friends. Why'd you invite the chubby kid? He doesn't look that bright. The other one though looked like she'd want every bit of knowledge in that noggin of yours. Said Christian with some curiosity as I sat down. I've got to agree with best boy on that. It's a weird choice. You usually don't stretch out your hand to people, it's more like you wait for them with open arms. Added Victoria. Now you two, there's no need to question everything Aiden does. He simply said that he would welcome him to the exchange. It's not like he proposed to tutor him exclusively or train him in combat. Said James. But it's still weird. So what gives? Asked my wild friend, not letting me go without answering. This has to do with his parents and I do not think it appropriate to tell others before he can choose to say anything on the subject or not. I answer with a sigh. It's just a similar situation is all. That in itself can let them know a few things, but the details will not be said. They understand that this is not something an outsider should be prying into, so they let it go. Anyway, we should get ready. I think we should be arriving soon. I announced to the group. Half an hour later we were seated at the welcome feast. It seems like things were proceeding according to the storyline. I see that Quirinus Quirrell has returned to take the Dada position and wears his ridiculous turban. I decided to give him a minimum of twice as much homework as I do Snape. Wonder how that's gonna make the pasty git in his head feel. I also focused my senses to the group of first years outside the door and heard the scene of Draco being rejected by Harry and Ron being afraid of fighting a troll due to his brother's joke. Which is funny when you think about the fact that, if everything happens as in the books, he will have to. They entered the Great Hall and like every year, the eyes of all students and professors were on them. It was then that I spotted a head of messy black hair hiding the famous scar and round glasses in front of remarkably green eyes. I now get why everyone always mentions those eyes, really nice green. But I can't imagine the mistreatment he's getting at those supposed relatives. I've helped Victoria to recover from long-term abuse, but he seems to be incredibly worse. I thought to myself after really seeing the boy. A set of diagnostic spells would be need to understand the full extent of the damage, but just from what I can see it's bad. From his hands, wrist, collarbone, and clothing I can see clear signs of a very bad case malnutrition. Although his eyes are full of wonder, I can spot the twitch in them as they feel various gaze on his person, signs of an oversensitive child, most likely due to prolonged physical and verbal abuse. And if the Dursleys are anything like they were in the books, constant psychological abuse and conditioning have probably stunted his confidence, his ability to either display or utilize his intelligence, a fierce hunger for meaningful human connections, great need for freedom and probably a hidden desire for strength. A few of those are probably why the Hat thought he'd do great in Slytherin. But just this makes me disgusted at Dumbledore's choices. So many other options could have been taken, but he chose this. If everything I've guessed and observed are true, then it's already a freaking miracle he didn't develop an obscurus. I had to activate my occlumency to stay calm, mostly because I empathize with the boy. His life is so full of loss and pain until he comes of age. But I cannot interfere too much. I need the story to stay as it should. This is the only way for me to know exactly what will happen and how to take advantage of it. I can probably help his grades through my exchange without any issues, it'll help him out without changing anything. I'll have to test the limits of how much I can improve his situation. I might have to secretly mess with those people's minds, but it sucks I can't do anything too direct yet because of Dumbledore. If he finds me messing with his plans it will not end well for me right now. I'm not strong enough yet. I was broken out of my thoughts by the Sorting Hat singing his tune. It was like watching the movie as the scene happened, except with a worse view. First up was Susan's best friend Hannah Abbott, who ended up in Hufflepuff like the canon. Susan was second, but I'd wondered if my being here would change her too much, or if she'd still go in Hufflepuff but be better than the original. She looked over to me as she sat down and I gave her a reassuring smile, which relaxed her. My answer soon came as she stayed true to the original and joined her friend at the Badger table. I'll have to get James to look out for her. I then thought to myself. Everything went well, Draco in Slytherin with his two imbeciles, the two of whom I've genuinely wondered how they passed each year. Hermione and Neville in Gryffindor, and when Harry was called forward the hall fell silent to let the whispers be the only thing heard, as everyone looked at the small boy stepping forward. As Gryffindor was announced the entire table went mental in celebration as the twins chanted about getting him. A visibly relieved Harry hurried over, McGonagall had a small smile on her face and Snape had an even deeper scowl than usual. The sorting ended with Ron following the rest of his family into the lion's den. I honestly think the only reasons Draco and Ron are in their respective houses is because their families basically brainwashed them into believing they had to be in those houses. But what can you do? There exists many forms of discrimination, and it doesn't matter at who it's targeted towards, since it is almost always providing destructive results. Dumbledore stood up and said things which made people wonder if he was completely senile. Although he tries very hard to give off that impression and I do really believe he's missing some things in there at this point in time, I know that isn't the case for his 4 words this year. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Each word represents the less pleasant sides of the houses. Nitwit for Ravenclaw's sense of intellectual superiority. Blubber was for Gryffindor as the House of the Strong looks down on those lacking in the area. Oddment for Slytherin's rejection of anything that isn't Holy Wizard. And Tweak for Hufflepuff as they look down on themselves and fail to see their own worth. These mostly represent my own issues with the system in Hogwarts as a whole, but without thinking about it this way, he gives off the air of a weird but friendly grandfather figure. I know he cares about people, but this man is so lost in the future and his own plans for it that he almost loses the present. After that, the feast truly began. New housemates introduced themselves to each other and to some of their seniors. I seem to be getting a lot of curious gazes from our new first years, but I simply give them a smile and a nod, making them look away in a panic from being caught staring. During the feast, I spotted Harry rubbing his scar in pain as he looked at Quirrell, confirming the presence of that egg-looking dipshit in his turban. On a side note, does Ron really have to eat like a complete animal? Even the twins know how to eat better, so how the hell was this allowed in the Weasley household? It's like Rowling hated the kid, until she married him to Hermione and the girl never divorced him after getting hitched. As the feast ended, the food disappeared from our plates and satisfied students were rubbing their stomachs. Dumbledore stood up and gave his usual speech, until he said his famous line. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. You know, cause making hundreds of magically gifted teenagers and children curious about some supposedly deadly part of an ancient castle, with defenses a talented first year could break through is a splendid idea. Yes indeed. You do know how much of a miracle it is that no one was killed by the damn Cerberus they put in that room, right? Their only known weakness is their inability to stay awake in the face of music, but there are so few of these creatures that almost no one knows of this. Not even Voldemort knew about it until he got Hagrid drunk and gave him a dragon egg. Otherwise it'll take a team of Aurors to even try and subdue the thing. But with that insane taunt over with, it was time to head to our house dorms. I got the best room again naturally. And I sent a message over to Susan through her own box. Congratulations on getting into Hufflepuff, Sus. I know you'll do great there and make many friends in the years to come. Be sure to not lose your confidence in yourself and keep working hard to improve in the ways you desire. Helga Hufflepuff wasn't only known for her kindness, but also her relentless determination to achieve her goals through hard work. It isn't just the house for those who've been left over as people claim. It is the house of the loyal and hardworking. I love you lots and hope you'll take good care of yourself. Have lots of fun learning and exploring, but do actually avoid that room the headmaster mentioned. It does actually contain deadly things and I hope you find yourself not testing this. P.S. I have a very close friend in Hufflepuff, and I've told you about him before. James Calloway is the great wizard with kindness and perseverance. If you get into trouble, you can always look for him. With that sent, I was finally able to lay my head down and rest. It was a weird experience seeing the story come to life. And I've got at least 7 more years of this. Gotta continue preparing, because things will be getting more dangerous. 46, ch 46 as it was written. The new school year began with some excitement for the students as the Harry Potter was now attending, but people realized they had to pay attention to their own classes instead of him quickly. While I was just being my usual self and helping my classmates. As usual, it was time to set my goals for the school year. 1. Continues my mastery projects. Being halfway through the subject I want to effectively master, herbology, transfiguration, potions, arithmancy and ancient runes being done. I now have charms, dueling, healing and warding left. Honestly speaking, I've almost figured out how my warding project is going to work. It'll be a new type of defensive wards, made to block unauthorized entry from non-human magic as well as the standard one, effectively stopping house elves from being able to appear in any place they wish. I've started my preliminary research into my healer project, with me already having reduced the cost, figured out how to make it with cheaper herbs, strengthened it, reduced the brewing time of wolfsbane remarkably with the help of many willing werewolves and also made it so one only needed to take a dose the day before and of the full moon for the potion to work. I am now working on a vaccine for lycanthropy, but I am unsure if I will be able to form a complete cure at this moment. As for dueling, well I was sadly rejected from reforming the dueling club last year due to the ministry greatly frowning down on it, which is what I expect from the since it stops the number of more dangerous individuals, but with Dumbledore supporting this sentiment going against his own philosophies as a teacher, just so he can stop another potential riddle, made it impossible. But hell, what do I know? It's not like having more people capable of using their wands for something other than cleaning their houses would be useful when maniacs like Voldemort show up. Instead of the club, I asked Aunt Amelia to let me train with a few Aurors forced into desk work and going to fortress protection to practice fighting multiple skilled enemies at once. So this year will have me focus on those 3. 2. Work on the new broom I've been designing. I've been choosing, modifying, or straight up creating the charms and enchantments the broom will be under for a while now, and I think I'll start doing some tests soon. I think I'll ask James to join me since he is very interested in the subject of enchantments and this could serve as good practical experience. While Christian can serve as our tester. 3. Properly train my friends to defend themselves. I've given them advice, tips, and helped them master spells, but they aren't prepared for battle and certainly not for the years to come. I can't let them go on like this as dangers continue to rise up. So I've decided to introduce the roar to them and train them in it. 4. Help the Golden Trio in subtle ways. Although I do not wish to mess with their paths, I believe I can help from the shadows. For Harry, I want to hopefully fix his many health issues first and help him reach his potential physically at least. I believe Dumbledore probably forced Madame Pomfrey to hide the results of her diagnosis from the boy because, knowing her very well from my time there, she would have forced him to stay in the infirmary or even send him to St. Mungo's for healing. I might suspect he conf her or wiped her memories to achieve this, especially if she noticed the soul fragment in his scar, but I've got no proof. If they come to the exchange I'll also help them out as I do with everyone, but knowing Ron, he might actually make Harry stay far away from anything that involves work. I'll also want to see if I can help with the troll, it was a miracle everyone got away without injuries or dying. 5. This is going to be my riskiest move this year, because I'm going to try and look into Quirrell's head for information on the dark arts. Due to my enhancements and practice, I am, most possibly, the strongest legilimency master alive. I think I can subtly enter his mind to understand the dark arts more and use that information to properly create my counter spells. If this works, it'll give me decades of experience and knowledge on the subject, saving me a lot of time. With my list set for the year, it was time to get to it. I've noticed that the events are unfolding as they should after about 2 weeks of being back, with whispers of Snape picking on Harry specifically already happening. Quirrell on the other hand is really annoying as a teacher, even more than I thought he would be with the stupid stutter, heavy smell of garlic in the classroom, his cowardly act and refusal of letting anyone do any actual practice for what he teaches. It really annoys me, but I've been able to slowly but surely infiltrate his mind in manners slightly similar to how Horcruxes slowly take over someone in direct contact with them, but I'm simply making a backdoor into his mind, not changing or actively doing anything in it. It was great when I found out I could, since Quirrell's occlumency defenses were jokes. My theory on the subject is that Quirrell never practiced the art before and with him being possessed, it made him unable to fundamentally grasp it, while V is in a soul state without many of the defenses he thinks he still has and his broken soul weakening everything even further. But, this has allowed me to burrow into their combined mind without being noticed and asking specific questions about curses or magic encountered in the dark arts, allowed for the every memory regarding the subject to be triggered and form me to make them mine. I turned the most feared Dark Lord of our time and made him my educational resource. With such a thorough source of information, my time in that class became very fulfilling. Just to clarify, I've absolutely no intention of ever using any of those spells, but I will use them to create my own. One of the reasons people turn to the dark arts is their allure, the quick way to gain power. But what if someone made spells completely nullifying their advantages? What would be left for them to be proud of, I wonder? I can't wait to wreck those stupid bastards. During this time, Harry's first flying lesson came, and so his becoming the youngest Seeker in 100 years also happened. Many were excited, and Christian, who was on the Ravenclaw team, wanted to see how the famous boy would play. On a side note, an amusing little event happened at the exchange with the arrival of Hermione. Now, the room has been getting recognized both officially and unofficially as a sort of sanctuary, with no mocking, discrimination or bullying allowed from the participants. Some recognizable students have also started participating regularly, such as Cho Chang, who was the first to come. Percy Weasley likes to study here with his girlfriend Penelope Clearwater. Cedric Diggory enjoys the atmosphere here and likes to learn and help others. Oliver Wood wanted help to keep on top of his homework due to his duties as Quidditch captain, making things difficult. There was actually a small group of Slytherin students who sneakily joined in, and they were shocked that I take my promise of inclusion very seriously. I was currently helping a few OWL students prepare themselves and showing them the study guides I had made for each subject, to which they treated as if I handed them holy objects. It is pretty funny to see them react like that. That was until the door swung open and a heavily breathing, bushy-haired girl stood there. A lot of people looked at the sudden intruder, since it was rude to open a door like that, which immediately made her turn red when she realized what she did. "It's all right, everyone, you can go back to whatever you were doing. She is simply someone very excited to learn and was over-enthusiastic, nothing wrong with that." I announced to let her off the hook quickly and approach her, since she froze at the door. "Well then, it seems we meet again. And from the current trend, you appear to have a fascination with opening doors in interesting manners," I say to the girl with a chuckle to myself and a small smile. But seeing her face burning so hot that it was surprising steam didn't come out of it, I chose to be the one to speak again. "That was just a little joke, Ms. Granger, don't worry too much about it. Now what can my exchange do for you?" I reassure before asking a question I know the answer to, but I ask anyway. That is to say I want to learn everything you can teach me." She finally got out with her face still red as a tomato. "Haha. Is that all?" I ask with a good laugh. "Well, unfortunately that's not really how the exchange works. It's more of a student help center than my own personal class. Students from every year and any house can come to find a good place to study or do homework, find help from others to improve either said homework or their own skills. Others come specifically to aid others, and I try to keep order and peace, whilst aiding whoever I can." I explain slowly to make sure she understands. "So I can get help from seniors anytime." She realized with stars in her eyes. "I will have to warn you that everything done here is voluntary, no one can be forced to give or receive help, and you must understand that. If you ask and are rejected, you must not pester the person, and the reverse is also true, since you cannot force someone to learn from you. It is a space made to let people freely choose to receive or give help." I warn the girl and make her have a thoughtful look on her face. Well, that was until she realized something. "Wait. You know who I am? And did you say my exchange?" she exclaimed in shock. "Well, of course I know your name. You didn't tell me on the train, so I simply paid attention at the sorting ceremony. And yes, it is my exchange, since I'm the founder and creator of the room, alongside my friends who decided to support me." I reply with a smile. "Ah. I'm so sorry. I forgot I never introduced myself properly. I know it's late and you already know, but should I still do it?" rambled the now very worried and nervous Hermione. "Well, although I've introduced myself to Neville, I've never done it specifically to you either, so we're even, I guess." I interrupt her with my smile growing a bit more. "I am Aiden Bones, a pleasure to make your formal acquaintance." I then say with a slight bow and the proper manners of a noble heir. Hermione Granger, but you knew that." "It's a pleasure to meet you too," she said with her face back to being red. "Well, Hermione, what can I help you with?" 47, ch 47 Time to train. As depicted, Hermione's thirst for knowledge is like no other, really making you marvel at the fact she's in Gryffindor. Maybe that'll help some of those stuck-up members of my house get off their high horses. She came every time the exchange was open and constantly asked questions to whoever was willing to answer, which most of the time ended up being me, since I was the only one with knowledge regarding every subject in Hogwarts at a level close to or surpassing the professors. At first she was very nervous talking to me, always avoiding my eyes, looking away when I notice her staring at me for a bit, almost whispering her questions and constant stuttering. It was honestly cute to watch her struggle so much just to ask a question. But as I answered each question patiently, satisfying her curiosity or helping her find her answers, she became more comfortable with my looks and started to realize the amount of knowledge I gave out was miles ahead of other students. I could give simple explanations of esoteric subjects and in-depth analysis of beginner-level material. Outside of the exchange, she sometimes comes to ask questions or asks for help in finding books to answer them on her own. I am always happy to help, and I know that if she develops as she did in the books, that she would be a sort of kindred spirit when it comes to the magical world. Susan also shows up from time to time, and I help her with her homework and practice, making sure she's handling everything well. She making some more friends and finding new interests while at Hogwarts, but Hannah Abbott is basically her sister and that doesn't appear to be going to change. I'm happy she's adjusting well. Tonks was also showing up more often, since she was now dealing with being a newt student and even wanting to be an Auror, which I've always been supportive of and tried to help her with. I've been helping her outside of class, to get a better understanding of potions, spells and plants, while also helping her develop her skills as a metamorphmagus in order to give her an edge. But I had other things to do. And it was time to show my friends the roar. So during the first weekend of October, we agreed to meet up. Although they had questions, I had told them it was a good surprise and they simply held their curiosity in check. As we stood near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy and I walked in front of where the door would appear, they finally couldn't help it. So why have you decided to meet here and why are you walking back and forth? Asked our dear snake matron Victoria. Give me a moment and all answers shall be revealed. I reply with a grin. You're just being a prat now. We waited almost a week with you keeping mum about it. It's really bothered me and stopped me from being able to concentrate properly. Jumped in wild boy Christian. I must agree with Christian on this one, Aiden, you have gotten me quite curious. Said our little St. James. But their eyes widened as the door appeared in front of their very eyes. I grin at them and motion to follow me inside. And after everyone comes in, the door closes behind them and they can finally see what's in here. A dueling room? Asked Victoria in surprise. It's not odd that she thinks that's what the room is since that's what I asked for. I wanted a place where we could duel and train in the art. So the room provide a ring made for dueling, training dummies, books on the subject and old protective equipment to safely train against one another. But I thought dueling was banned at Hogwarts. You even tried to get the club reinstated but you were rejected by the headmaster. Said James with a confused look and tone. Doesn't matter. This is wicked. Is this what you wanted to show us? Asked the excited Christian. Yes and no. I answer. And after looking at their faces demanding an explanation, I simply oblige. First, this room isn't just a dueling room. It's called the Room of Requirement, or the Come and Go Room, or the Room of Missing Things. It is a special place in Hogwarts that shows itself in this corridor when one is in need of it and fills your requirements. I required a place to train and practice dueling, so the room provided all of this. I answer with a wave of my arm. Wait. You mean to say that if I wanted a place to practice magic, this room would set up the perfect place for it? Asked Victoria to confirm. With Christian just being blown away by the possibility and James waiting quietly for the full explanation. That is correct, Tori. This room would change, although you'd have to leave, walk back and forth 3 times whilst thinking about wanting such a place to get it. There are some limits. No food or drink can be produced. Nothing produced by the room can be taken outside of it. And no one can use the room for anything else until the current occupant is done with it. Those are all the ones I'm currently aware of. I explain. That is fascinating. I wonder how this place was made. Wondered James to himself. It's gotta be the founders. No one else could make a place as crazy as this besides them. Declared Christian. I do believe they are partially responsible at least. But I also believe the castle itself is responsible for how magical the room is. I interjected. What do you mean, oh Silver Raven? Asked Victoria jokingly, but wants to know my theory. It's simply because you can't actually find any traces of enchantments in or around the room. It can circumvent some of the wards of the castle. It responds to requests. No such room has ever been recorded in any book I've ever read. And from my stay and usage of the room, it appears to at least have basic sentience. So my theory is that one or more of the founders, my money's on Rowena, built this room in secret, to initially serve as a multipurpose testing ground. Need a potions lab? Need rune-making equipment? Need a practice area? Need a testing ground? You want it and it can be set up. But with generations of the castle being exposed to the magic of the never-ending flow of students, professors, elves, and even the ley lines the castle is built on, it changed the room into being what it is today. A room to help those in need. The idea come from the existence of Peeve in the castle, who is supposedly the representation of the collective mischief of the students given form as the years pass. I say as I finish my theory. My friends had thoughtful looks, but they decided to simply agree. They've only just been introduced to the room, while I've obviously known about it for some time. So, how long have you been using this place then? Asked Christian and making the other focus on me. Well, you know how I had to hide during first year to get away from being mobbed? And that no one could find me? That's because I stumbled onto this place, decided to study and train in it while hiding. And it just became a regular thing for me. I lied to them. That's the reason I could come up with for me knowing about the room for so long and explaining the times no one could find me. What else are you hiding from us, Aiden? Then asked Victoria with a smile that did not reach her eyes. I have a map of the castle that can show everyone. I then answer, coming clean about another one of my toys. You have what? They exclaimed in unison. Well, I needed a way to tell where people were when I wanted to either explore the castle after curfew or come to this room without people knowing about it, so I made this map. It taps into the school ward for monitoring. I added a modified homunculus charm and some various bits and pieces to show me everyone in real time. I explained carefully, without actually lying. I just didn't mention the original. How could you not have shown me this thing? It's brilliant. Can I study it a bit? Asked my usually calm friend. So you can see where we are every moment of every day, can you? Asked Victoria from behind me in a dangerous tone. All I see is the names of people and their locations, I swear. I tried to explain to gain some mercy. That's wicked. You've even got a bunch of secret passages. We should totally use these to get to class quicker. Commented Christian as he focused on whatever grabbed his attention. After a few minutes of grilling by Victoria, while James and Christian played with the map, I could finally get back on track. Alright, so I brought you three here to start training you in combat. I declared. How come? It's not like we are likely to get into any fights. Asked my gentle friend James. I disagree. Learning how to fight is always better than being stuck without it when you need it. This is a dangerous world and we need to be prepared for that. I've always found it odd that a school designed to prepare us for the future never involved combat or healing even. Responded Tori thoughtfully. I think I'll take you up on that. Mum and Dad keep bringing me to more dangerous places as I'm getting older and I'd like to be able to protect myself at least. Agreed Christian. Some people wonder why he is in Ravenclaw, but he is incredibly knowledgeable in his preferred subjects. His intellect isn't something I would question, he simply studies things others don't generally consider to involve much in the way of intelligence. He knows that if he continues to study beasts, he will have to know how to put one down too. James, I know you are a very kind and caring person. We all really like that about you. The problem is that there are bad men and women in our world. Dangerous creatures or hostile non-humans roam in it too. And not to mention that, in our country at least, there are many important families who view Muggleborns such as yourself as an insult to the very word wizard. As much as I would love for us to just learn what we wish and live in a just and happy world, we don't, and I can't lie and say the dangers aren't there. I say to my friend in a very serious tone. I can't force him to learn to fight. If he decides not to, he will simply be excluded. But I want him to be safe, so I try to convince him. I know, Aiden. With just what you and Tori have told me, I understood that this isn't a fairy tale and dangers lurk just beneath the surface. But I want to know why you want us to learn now. He asked with his eyes meeting mine. I've heard some troubling things from my sources and my own deductions regarding many events aren't helping me see a good picture either. I cannot tell you about these deductions yet because I have no conclusive proof, but if they turn out to be true, our community is in for troubled times and I don't want to lose any of you. So I will train you the best I can, making it so even if we are not together, we shall all make it through hell or high water. I answered with a grave tone. He looked at me to understand my reasons and test my determination in this matter, before finally nodding in agreement. Thank you, James. And thanks to the both of you. I'll do what I can and the rest will be up to you. I say to my three close friends. And so began the training of some of the best combatants Hogwarts had ever seen. 48. CH-48 trolls are overrated. As the month moved on, my friends began to realize just how much of a monster I really was. They trained in combat 3 times a week minimum and not once have they ever come close to breaching my defensive spells, without me even dodging yet. But this didn't make them want to give up, they wouldn't be the people I trust and cared for if they gave up so easily. Their fires were lit and they were determined to make me fight them now properly, and it helped to push them further and further. They understood that their spells weren't truly mastered through battle. Most people don't realize how shit their aims are until it's too late cause they've only practiced their magic in stable environments. But what happens when both you and your target are moving quickly and spells are being fired at you? Most people become unable to even put up a fight, that's what happens. And this realization made them contemplate just how magic should be used in combat and how to cleverly apply minor charms or jinxes to form deadly combos. I let each of them study and understand the art of combat in their own way, finding the path suited for only themselves. The rest of the month quickly flew by with my days filled with classes where I helped other students or spent time working on my projects from theoretical points of view, and my nights filled with the exchange, training with my friends, researching or testing a variety of enchantment or ingredient combinations. And soon enough it was Halloween. For some reason, wizards write it slightly differently. The castle was a very festive place, since every holiday gives way to various decorations present in its halls and nowhere is more decorated than the Great Hall. The enchanted sky was made to look the most spooky as thunderous clouds roared, with usual candle replaced with floating carved pumpkins and with live bats flying around. Great pumpkins from Hagrid's patch were carved and decoration the hall, coupled with the torches and decoration to give off the quintessential Halloween vibe. The food was all themed, with many being made from pumpkin, which I'm not that crazy about but I'll still eat it, cauldrons full of wizard candies and the typical fall harvest fruits everywhere. It's not usually my type of event in all honesty. I'm the guy who prefers reading at home than go to a party, but I need to be here today in order to make sure nothing unexpected happens. As the feast was going on, I noticed that even though Hermione interacted with me and my friends quite a bit in the last 2 months, she was still absent from the feast. I felt bad for the girl but, from an objective viewpoint of typical 11-year-olds, it makes sense that they don't want to make friends with someone who always tells them what to do, and it's even harder for boys to accept her because she is better than them at pretty much everything. It doesn't excuse bullying though. Everyone was having a pleasant evening until Quirrell finally burst in through the doors of the Great Hall, running to the head table and yelling in his fake panic. "Troll! Troll in the dungeon! Thought you ought to know!" And he fainted for dramatic effect. The entire hall burst into a panic for some stupid reason. There's more than 400 witches and wizards with literal weapons available. The most powerful wizard alive is at the head table, with very skilled witches and wizards next to him. Although the younger kids can be excused, everyone 5th year and above is able to at least attack with enough strength to hurt or slow down the stupid brute. This is why I hate mob mentalities. "Silence!" yelled out Dumbledore as he stood up. This effectively stopped everyone in their tracks. "Prefects will lead students back to their house dormitories immediately," he then ordered. And I don't know if he actually forgot that Slytherin dorms are down there in the dungeons, or he doesn't really care, or even that he somehow already knows the troll isn't there, but the decision is still a stupid one and the only reason I can understand for him making it is to let Quirrell do as he wishes and Dumbledore tracking him. As everyone was slowly leaving, I noticed the 2 kids I was tracking myself finally leave and run for the girls' bathroom. I myself then proceed to slow my pace as I make my way to the back of the line and cast a notice me not in some glamour before bolting after them quickly enough for no one to notice my disappearance, even with my very eye-catching features. Everyone was just too worried about the troll. I ran towards the bathroom and I could unfortunately smell the horrid creature before I could see it, making it really suck to have superior senses at the moment. As I rounded up the corner, I just caught a glimpse of the 2 boys unknowingly locking the troll into the girls' bathroom, you know the one Hermione is currently crying in. So I kick myself into overdrive as I yell. "You 2 numbskulls just locked a fucking troll in a small room with an 11-year-old. As they hear my yell, they finally realized it, but by then I'd already arrived and could hear the frightened scream of Hermione meeting a troll. "Fuck this!" I declare as I rip the door of its hinges and point my wand at Hermione and create a shield to protect her as she tries to dodge the troll's club, only to notice that no crashing sound of the impact was heard and opening her eyes in surprise at the shield. I then take the opening left by the troll's confusion to launch a powerful modified Conf Ringo at its hand wielding the club and following with another at the back of its knee, forcing it to let go of its weapon and kneel in pain as its knee and wrist were almost shattered and blood pooled under it. I quickly use wandless magic to bring Hermione to me with her yelping in surprise at suddenly being forced to fly towards me. I grab her and let her go outside the bathroom where Harry and Ron are standing slack-jawed. "You 3 back away in case it does something I can't predict in blind rage," I roared as I turned around to face the troll. I quickly transfigure the ground into titanium chains and tightening them until the brute cannot move its legs, but it then tries to grab its club with its uninjured hand, only for me to blast it too. I then send a concentrated severing charm at its eyes, blinding it completely and finally lifting its club, smashing it in the face with the force of truck, he would know, while letting him free from my chains and sending the thing flying out of the bathroom due to the impact of the blow itself. I step out the destroyed bathroom slowly as I clean my robes of the bathroom water and troll blood, while repairing minor tears that occurred when I was running. I finally got a proper look at the troll, or what's left of it, as the adrenaline was leaving my system. It had stood at 12 feet tall, with lumpy grey skin, short but strong legs for its body and I think the head was small for the body, but that thing was almost squashed completely by the club so I'm not sure. I then turned to face the 3 kids and give them a look over. Harry and Ron are fine, with some dust and water stains. Hermione's clothes were soaked in water and she had a few cuts from broken porcelain and mirrors, a few bruises, but overall nothing actually harmful. "Are you 3 okay?" I then ask, just to make sure. But it seemed that they were too shocked by what just happened and were only staring slack-jawed at me, then the troll and then back to me. Hello? None of you got hit on the head, right?" I then say as I wave my hand in front of their faces. "Hey? Oh yes. I mean no. We didn't get hurt," finally said Harry, which in turn snapped the others out of it. "Well that's good, I did hope to not mess up," I say with a grin. Is it dead? Then asked Hermione, still very much shaken by the event. The question getting all three of them looking at me. Yes, it is very much dead. If anything gets up after its head gets turned into that mess over there, then it just wouldn't be fair. But I can tell you now, it's dead and gone. It will never harm anyone ever again. I declare, trying to reassure the girl. I want her to be clear on the fact that it is dead, because this will certainly traumatize her for a while. I also wave my wand at her to sterilize and heal her cuts and bruises with a few spells. Thank you. Was quickly said quietly. They were about to ask something else when the sound of our dear professors rushing here could finally be heard. Now you three, I will do most of the talking. You've done absolutely nothing wrong and no one can blame you for this event. So please try to keep calm while I explain everything to the professors, okay? I say and ask, to which they hurriedly nodded. McGonagall was the first to be in sight, which made the kids feel hopeful, but then the sight of Snape right behind her with a slight limp dashed those to the ground, and whimpering Quirrellmurt was with them. As the furious-looking McGonagall approached the four of us, she finally asked her question. What on earth are you thinking of? You all could have gotten killed. Why aren't you all in your dormitories? She asked with cold fury in her voice, while Snape was looking at the troll and a quick look of shock appeared on his face as he looked at me. Professor, it's all Hermione started saying before I raised my hand in front of her and gave her a smile, stopping her in her tracks as she remembered what I had said. It's very simple, Professor. Hermione has had a very hard time since coming to Hogwarts, trying to fit in with her peers. But due to her excellence and the incorrect way she presents herself to others, she has been suffering from bullying within her own house. Something I'm sure you must be aware of, Professor, since I've heard you are very proud of having such a talented and hard-working witch in your house. And since Hermione looks up to you as a role model, I'm sure she's brought this up to you before. I then start with my signature calm smile and tone, as I take a few shots at her conscience, which immediately work as she is left looking very guilty. Well, as a result she found herself in bathroom trying to comfort herself during the feast. As the announcement of the troll supposedly being in the dungeon, something very far away from this area as it would require a famously imbecilic troll to get up here through the moving stair, something which even those who live here have trouble with at time, and walk down a few hallways to reach this bathroom, mind you. With that in mind and knowing Hermione didn't know of the troll, these two young men wanted to warn her and bring her to the dormitories as was ordered, only to find the brute entering the bathroom. I explain the reason as to why the three are here. And why are you here then, Bones? Sneered Snape as he was trying to make my life more difficult. I think 3 times the homework will be good punishment, which means 6 times for Quirrellmurt. That's very simple, Professor. I myself was worried about Hermione as I see her closer to a little sister than a junior, since she is the same age as my younger cousin whom I treat as such and has been very actively participating in my exchange. I saw the 2 boys going after her and decided to make sure everyone would make it back to their dorm safe and sound. I replied with a smile, just to piss him off more. And what happened to the troll? He then tried to bring up. What about it? It's dead. I then stated with a slight tilt of my head. Of course I can see it's dead, you impudent know-it-all. I want to know how and why it is dead. He then hissed at me. Oh. I thought that was obvious. I killed it. I simply stated in realization. You did what? The exclaimed McGonagall. Oh, and I'm also invoking right of conquest. I added with an afterthought. I'll have some people bring it out of the castle by tomorrow. Who would believe a boy defeated a troll? Snorted Snape. Are you trying to stop me, the heir of the Bones family, from rightfully claiming my spoils as the victor, Professor? I then state with narrowed eyes and no more emotions in my voice as I'm daring him to try it. The tension that question produced silenced everyone present as we had a stare down and he tried to force me to yield through some legilimency. I scoffed at the insulting attempt and retaliated, making him break first. And as he was about to snap at me, an elderly voice finally resounded. Of course not, Mr. Bones. You will of course have full rights to the troll's body. I do hope you find many productive uses for it. Said the headmaster with his ever-present grandfatherly smile and slightly jovial voice. Thank you for clarifying, Headmaster. I do not want to bring up legal charges against my own teacher, especially against such a skilled potions master, over such a matter. I respond with my smile back on my face. That is good. Hogwarts would still be your home for a few years to come and it will be good to not create unneeded strife. He nodded as he accepted my response. Then if that is all, I and the kids shall excuse ourselves and return to our dorms as was requested. I hope you all have a pleasant evening. I say as I guide the kids away from the scene. That would be for the best. I hope this incident does not affect you all too much. We will figure everything out, so you children can sleep in peace. He then said in a reassuring tone. We will do that, sir. But there's a few things nagging me about the situation. I say before leaving. And what are those, dear boy? He asked with curiosity. It's a few minor things about how the crisis was handled, nothing major. My first point of confusion was why everyone was ordered to go to their dorms when the Great Hall had everyone in a safe and defensible position, with all professors present to keep us protected and the hall itself possessing very powerful defenses on its own when activated. My second is related, it being that even if we ignore the first, why were Slytherin House ordered to go to their dormitories located in the dungeon where the troll was supposed to be and how that was safer than the hall? And lastly, it is how that symbol of idiocy was able to make it into the supposedly safest place in Britain undetected by the wards, spells, ghosts, paintings, teachers, elves and yourself, until the professor supposedly in charge of teaching us how to defend ourselves from such dangers runs into a hall full of children, screaming his head off about the creature and then fainting, with this resulting in it almost getting the chance to kill 3 students, one of whom is an heir to an ancient wizard family, another being from a old line as well and the last being the best of her year. I ask everything in a light-hearted manner. I can see the smile on Dumbledore's face vanish. McGonagall finally gets how badly everything was handled judging from the look of horror on her face and how impossible the situation is, and Snape shoots Dumbledore the stink eye as he also realizes his entire house was almost sent to meet the creature face to face. Quirrell just fainted again for no reason, just gonna ignore the idiot. And with that said I left with the golden trio following behind me as their own gears were turning. 49, ch 49 Hogwarts abuzz. I got the golden trio back to their dorm without anyone seeing me, but before I headed back I saw they wanted to say something. What's up first ties? I ask with a grin. Thank you so much for saving me Aiden, said Hermione with her face being back to red when looking at me. Haha. No problem at all Hermione. I responded as I ruffle her bushy hair. Like I said, you're like a little sister and I would know cause I basically raised one. If you could be friends with her that'd be great too, but no need to force things. You were wicked. I didn't know anyone could take on a troll like that. Then exclaimed a starstruck Ron. Well, that's because people can't. I answer and get a confused look. I'm different from most people and I'm kind of perversely gifted in magic. Every spell I used was one modified through arithmancy to be stronger in various ways. My studies in Magizoology allowed me to thoroughly understand the troll and my in-depth combat training helped me put the two together to earn such a victory. I don't want you 3 getting the wrong idea about fighting trolls all right. I explained and warned. This made Ron quiet down as he couldn't even imagine how much studying and training it would take to do what I did. Hermione though understood what I said and had both stars and fire in her eyes. But still, thanks for taking care of the professors for us. I don't even want to think about Snape would have done. But are you going to be okay? You kind of questioned the Dumbledore. Asked a worried Harry. If the man couldn't handle being questioned then he would have left his posts a long time ago Harry, don't you worry about that. I answer with a smile. Now. You 3 head into your houses, but do be warned that you'll probably get a lot of questions. You can tell them what happened, but keep quiet about the talk with the professors or at least keep it to the bare minimum. Also, be prepared for many to doubt you since a 4th year destroying a troll is not something many wizards will accept, but there's no need to care or defend me. I've been dealing with people since I got to Hogwarts due to my looks and grades. Oh and if you ever need some help with homework or spells, my exchange will always welcome anyone. Hermione knows where and when, so you can ask her. I say in a reassuring and calm manner as I gives each of them a hair rub. Alright then. Good night to the 3 of you and Hermione, you are safe. That beast cannot harm you. Do not fear it, make it a source of determination to grow and be better next time. I advise the hard-working girl as I leave. In an office filled with paintings of old men and women sleeping. We have to talk about this Albus. Everything Mr. Bones said was true. The worst possible choices were made when we handled the situation. If any of this reaches the parents or if Mr. Bones just sends word of this to his aunt, we could find ourselves under a lot of scrutiny. Said McGonagall in a slight panic. I know Minerva, I know. But the past cannot be changed, so what can we do about this? Harry, Mr. Weasley and Ms. Granger have all seen and heard everything and knowing their house, they are certainly being interrogated about their whereabouts. It will have to depend on what they say. Answered Dumbledore with a sigh at the debacle his scheme has led him into. There might be another issue Headmaster. Carefully said Snape. What is it Severus? Asked Dumbledore curiously. The Bones boy is very skilled in the mind arts, both offensive and defensive, and unfortunately I may have tried to influence his mind when he was being disrespectful. He answered trying to phrase things ambiguously. By Merlin's beard Severus. You used legilimency on the heir of a noble house. If he knows he could have you arrested. He is the nephew of Amelia Bones for Merlin's sake. How could you do this? Shooter and outraged McGonagall. Calm yourself Minerva. Interrupted the headmaster. But Albus, this is a serious issue. She responded trying to get a solution out of the man. Minerva. It will be all right. He said with a now weary sigh, but then looked at Snape. Does he know? He simply asked the man. Yes was the simple answer that came out of a very unwilling man. Very well then. It seems I must meet the boy sooner rather than later. The old man finally declared. But we will have to see the effects of events during the next few days before we do anything. Severus, Minerva, please make sure everything is secure and no such incidents happen in the immediate future. I will take care of Mr. Bones. Finally instructed the headmaster. Back to our regularly scheduled POV. I snuck back into my house dorms to find most students went to their rooms since there was nothing they could do. So they did the only thing Ravenclaws ever do, study. Except for Christian who was waiting for me. So, how's was your adventure? He asked with a bit of sass in his voice. Oh, don't be like that, mate. I only snuck out to go and get Hermione. She was crying in a bathroom from getting bullied and I wanted to make sure the girl got to her dorm safe. I explained to my friend, and since he knows me, he understands that is a very likely reason for me disappearing. So why'd it take so long? He then asked. Well, it seems the troll had a similar idea. I answer awkwardly. Morgana's tits. Is the girl all right? He exclaimed in shock. Oh, she's all okay. She had a few scratches and a good scare but she's okay. But how come you don't ask your best friend if he's okay after encountering a troll? I say with fake sadness. Like a troll could beat you. You could probably beat it up barehanded. You think I'll be worried when you could use your magic? He replied with a snort. You make me sound like a monster. I then answer in despair. That's cause you aren't far from it. He teased. No. Tot, this explains it all. But seriously. What are you going to do? The whole school is going to know about by tomorrow. He asked, worrying about me for real right now. Honestly speaking, in the long run it's either going to mark me as a powerful and deadly wizard, the prophet's probably gonna run a Skeeter article on how I'm the next Dark Lord or whatever, and when have I ever given a shit about what people think of me? Honestly speaking, if people in Hogwarts who've ever interacted with me suddenly think I'm the next Dark Lord because of one stupid article, then good riddance. Second long-term effect would be that it's just going to be taken as an over-embellished story people will forget about within the year. Short-term will be a lot of debate of the validity of the story, some people believing because of my previous demonstrations of knowledge and ability, and others trying to smear dirt all over my name as they take whatever chance they can to soil my image. I systematically answer my good friend. Sometimes it's really reassuring how you can just break down possible results like that. Makes me feel like I overreacted and lets me see some stuff clearly. But the article might be an issue. Says my relieved, but still slightly worried friend. I've got an answer for that already, don't you worry. I say while patting his shoulder. Now let's get some sleep. After a good night's rest, it was time to see the result of my actions. I had already sent a message explaining what happened to Tori and James before going to bed, so they would be kept in the loop and learn about it from me. It also stops me from getting into trouble with them. No one in my dorm knew yet because no one noticed my absence, and our house ghost, the Grey Lady, doesn't talk to anyone. So I headed to the Great Hall with Christian after our morning run, him for Quidditch and me for fitness, to grab some breakfast. When we came in everyone turned to look at us, making Christian have a wry smile, and I just keep smiling calmly as we head to our table. I notice Victoria and James have the same expressions as Christian, while the Golden Trio look guilty, to which I just give them a warm smile to reassure them it was okay. But like I said to Christian last night, I'm really used to being stared at. The professors were also looking at me with curiosity, except for Snape, who was almost giving me open hostility. I think I'll make that 4 times the homework for him and 8 times for Quirrell. So for the next 2 weeks, the story of me obliterating a troll while protecting the boy who lived circled around Hogwarts. The professors tried to contain the story, but like that's going to work. The responses were pretty much within my expectations. With those either jealous or hateful towards me trying to smear my name and reputation as some sort of lying, power-hungry and violent man. But the overwhelming response by the female student body was crushing anyone who dared attack the not only ethereally handsome, intelligent and kind guy, but he was now also incredibly strong and protective too. There was apparently a few, shall we say, female-friendly books being distributed amongst the girls at Hogwarts, and Victoria got her hands on one and couldn't look at me straight for the rest of the day. The exchange was doing even better now that I had proven my magical skill and strength in such an overwhelming manner. More people wanted to get practical advice and help in understanding their classes, which also ended up creating an influx of people to help the younger kids and for peers to help each other. It was a great bit of publicity. So far, the story hasn't been caught by the prophet. This is most likely due to Dumbledore messing with the owl deliveries to ensure the news wasn't leaked out and put the school in trouble. But I'm honestly surprised I haven't been called to the old man's office. I've shown tremendous intelligence, drive, and ambition, with a now clear display of power and some issues with how things are handled. Thought I'd finally rung enough alarm bells in the man's head. I've even interacted with Harry and left a very favorable impression, the biggest alarm for Dumbledore in all likelihood. But I guess he's waiting for things to cool down a bit and until he has a firm grasp on the situation and an understanding of whatever plans he thinks I have. I thought to myself about the headmaster. Oh well, not my problem whether or not he's paranoid. Time to work on that broom. I then think to myself as I pump myself up. 50, ch50 meeting the old man. When the buzz about the troll incident was fading and the excitement for the Quidditch season was rising, I was finally free from being the center of attention. Only 2 things of importance happened during this time period. I gifted the body of the slain troll to the Goblin King as thanks for his constant support and friendship, something considered to show great care for another, as I sent the corpse of a strong enemy defeated in single combat. He was so honored by it that he offered to smith me a full set of armor, which I had to decline, but I did ask him to make me a set of transformable bracers. The idea was to make a pair of extremely spell-resistant bracers which covers the back of my hand and forearms, capable of being in the form of a fitted metal bracelet which would be bonded to me completely, almost making it a part of me. Let's just say he was very interested with the challenge and was raring to go. Second interesting event was the Golden Trio showing up to the exchange. Apparently Harry had been busy with Quidditch practice, trying to get used to the brand new sport, and Ron just dreaded having to do any work, so it took Hermione a lot of convincing to get them there. When they showed up and I noticed the two looking around with curiosity at the place, while Hermione was trying to explain the various rules and opportunities, I decided to welcome them in. Hey, you 3 finally made it. Thought you didn't like me or something, I say in a chuckle. It made Harry look awkward because he felt bad about not coming sooner. Ron just kept looking around and Hermione was back at being flustered when seeing me. Welcome to the exchange, I say with a wave of my arm, sweeping across the room. The one place in Hogwarts made by students to help students, with positive results on grades of pretty much everyone who's participated. Is that a practice range? Asked an unsure Harry. Why yes. It's where people who know how to fire some combat spells do actual practice. We've also got an area to practice the less combative spells over there, I answered the boy. He's right, Harry. It's been very helpful to be able to practice spells here, since a lot of the seniors here are very helpful as long as you ask politely. Chirped in Hermione, finally breaking out of her silence. I'm sure Hermione has talked about this place at great length already, so I'll just assume you have a general understanding. But this is just a student help center, where students help students to improve themselves, I say to the trio with a smile, and I was about to continue, but I was interrupted by Ron. What are those slimy gits doing here? He hissed aloud ironically enough. A lot of people in the room froze at hearing that and saw me standing next to them. All present knew full well my feelings about this subject and understood I would take care of everything, so they got back to whatever they were doing after shooting a glare at Ron. Ron! You can't say those things here, said a now very tense Hermione because she knows my rules too. But there are snakes here. He tried to defend himself. Yes, there are. And why is that an issue? I then asked the very biased boy. They're all gits and will turn dark as soon as you give them a chance, he declared. That is a very biased and unforgiving viewpoint, Ron. From your statement, we should then lock up anyone who joins Slytherin House, I then say seriously to the boy. Obviously. He just answered without even thinking about it. Did you know Merlin himself was a Slytherin? I simply drop a bomb on the boy and his shocked expression was funny to see. Yet, the wizard everyone swears to, the most respected and powerful in British history, was a Slytherin, and according to your views, Ron, he should have been locked as a child for being sorted into that house without any other reason. I continue to the slack-jawed trio. It's not bad to have ambition, hell I have quite a bit myself, but my thirst for knowledge is much greater. But a lot of people have been put into Slytherin because the hat knows the consequences if it doesn't. Those kids will be disinherited, or beaten, taken out of school, or sometimes even ended dead if not put in that house. Something you should honestly sympathize with because, honestly speaking, what would your parents do if you weren't in Gryffindor? Making Ron be a bit angry at my comment, but he can actually imagine the scenario of his mother yelling at him for it. This place accepts anyone from any house and every year. No one is rejected unless they bully, judge or look down on others. If any of you have a problem, I'm not stopping you from leaving, and I'm not making others leave for you, I simply declare. Oh, and Harry, even your captain comes here to stay on top of his homework, I'm sure it'll help you keep on top of yours too. What? He was very surprised by that revelation. Yeah, Oliver is over there by the bookshelves right now, getting help on his transfiguration assignment, I say as I point to the guy and make the trio look over. So, if you need any help, ask someone who's free, look at the resources provided, or even ask me since I'm pretty much here to do that and keep the peace here, I say as I left the trio to their own devices. The 3 of them sat down to start working with a very unwilling and uncomfortable Ron. From that day on, Harry would try to come to the exchange more often, but because of his friend Ron's constant rejection of working in any place with snakes in it, he was finding very difficult to come at all. A few days after they had shown up, I finally received the call I was waiting for. Dumbledore finally called me into his office for a chat. As I reached his office door and was about to knock, he decided to be cliché. "Come in, young Mr. Bones," sounded his elderly voice from behind the door. But when I got in, he wasn't even at his desk. Without the headmaster, I decided to take a good look at the famous man's office. The interesting circular room was filled with a variety of enchanted devices and alchemy tools, making little sounds or movements. I could see the portraits of the various headmasters and headmistresses who had held the office before, sleeping in soundly. I stopped the sorting hat and finally came Dumbledore's own Phoenix. "Well, I think my soul looks better than you. Her eyes are prettier and her feathers look like they feel much better to the touch," I say to Fox, to which he responds with an insulted chirp at the comments. "Oh, you don't agree, do ye?" I then asked the bird, teasing him and getting the Phoenix equivalent of the cold shoulder. "You don't have to be so immature, you know. You're an immortal bird and you're acting like a kid. My soul is much better, acts like an elegant lady." I continue and I swear the bird stuck its tongue out at me. "It seems you've met Fox, and are quite comfortable with him," said the headmaster as he finally showed up from wherever he was observing me from. "Just comparing yours to mine," I reply lightly. "And your assessment?" he asked with his childlike curiosity. "My soul is much better," I nod with certainty. "Well, it seems you are very proud of your own Phoenix," he replies with a smile, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. "Yes, I am. She the one closest to me," I reply to the man's statement. He paused for a second, which I'm guessing has to do with the fact him not questioning the man knowing I have a Phoenix and that it should be secret for me since I've never shown it off. "Why don't we have a seat and we can talk about why I called you?" He gestured towards his desk. We both sit and get comfortable before the headmaster started. "Lemon drop?" he offered politely. "Sure, why not? I prefer strawberry-flavored ones, but lemon isn't bad either," I say as I pop one in my mouth with no hesitation. This surprised him greatly apparently, and I could guess why. With Snape acting like a douche version of Batman and McGonagall have being so serious all the time, I doubt either of them have ever agreed. Flitwick might have taken a few, but that's it. Not enough people enjoy a good lemon drop these days, he says jovially as he takes one himself. True, too many people can't find joy in their lives and a little bit of candy can always bring a smile to their faces. I agree with the light conversation. But I think it's about time we get to why you've called me here, headmaster. I doubt it's for us to exchange opinions on candy. I then seriously say. "It's nothing too important, my boy. I just thought it was about time I meet the boy most professors in the school have been calling the best we've ever had, and from your results it's hard to deny it," he stated with his grandfatherly smile. "So that's how it's going to be, is it?" I sighed at the man's predictable response. "Whatever do you mean, dear boy?" he asked back. "I know of you too well to believe what you've said, headmaster, and would have respected you more if you had spoken straightforwardly about the real reason you called me up. But you've decided to try and play this mind game to let my guard down and make me feel comfortable around you," I answered a bit harshly, which he almost completely brushed off. "And what reason do you believe you are here for them?" he responded with his smile on his face and twinkle in his eyes. "Because you are scared of the past repeating itself," I stated plainly. The headmaster immediately lost any trace of his smile. He now looked very serious and I felt him brush against my occlumency defenses. It seems Hogwarts professors have a habit of trying to attack and read the mind of its students. I pardoned Professor Snape the first time because I know the man's nature and his past. He is a very intelligent man and knows danger. But now the headmaster himself is trying to look into the mind of noble heir and I think this is getting a bit too much, no?" I said in an ice-cold voice. "You truly are gifted in the mind arts, my boy," said Dumbledore quietly. "I had to be to stay alive, Dumbledore," I responded, losing my respectful use of his title. Yes, you did," he answered with some sadness in his voice. "So is this all you've called me up here to do? Give me candy and try to break into my mind? Because if so, I believe this conversation is over and I'll have a formal complaint about the school and its practices by tomorrow," I say with a cold voice while standing up. "Please, Mr. Bones, let me explain," suddenly asked Dumbledore. "Explain what exactly?" "You know everything I've told Moody about my imprisonment from when we met at St. Mungo's. I know enough about you to know why you've called me here. So what's there to explain? I can put two and two together myself, you know," I replied quickly. "Then would you please tell me what you believe you know? There might have been a misunderstanding," he tried to say. "A misunderstanding, you say?" I questioned with a raised eyebrow. "Yes. I do not want you to get the wrong idea, my boy," he answered, trying to reassure me. "Oh, so I'm misunderstanding you by assuming you see me as potential sequel to Voldemort," I say in a light tone of realization, causing everything in the room to suddenly get quieter. leaving Dumbledore frozen, completely unsure how to respond to answer he clearly didn't expect.